Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the 6th part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kirishima and Midoriya faced each other head-on underneath the canopy of the trees, with Midoriya already in a fighting stance as he spoke. The first part of the jab is your stance. Everything starts with the stance, so get used to it. Midoriya wasn't in his own usual fighting stance but was instead using the peekaboo guard. That was the same guard Kirishima was learning, and hopefully meant that no matter how bad of a teacher Midoriya was at boxing, Kirishima would learn something. His fists covered his face, his arms covered his body, and his legs were stationed wide to face his opponent head-on. Perfect style for a hard-headed idiot who liked to exchange blows. The hand leads, and the elbow trails behind it. The hand comes forward, then the elbow comes forward. Midoriya threw some demonstration punches to back up what he was saying. His left hand left his face and streaked forward in a straight line, pulling his elbow into position behind the hand. As he retracted his punches, the fist came straight back like he was trying to punch himself in the face. Make sure it's a straight line. The jab is supposed to be a fast punch that goes to and from its target as quickly as possible, and straight lines are the fastest way to anything. Don't take detours. Make sure the hand goes in a straight line from guard. Doesn't that mean I'm always punching the other guy in his guard? Kirishima mimicked Midoriya's motion. Not exactly throwing punches, but more just moving his hand in a straight line. It looked like he was playing an imaginary trombone. A straight line doesn't always mean straightforward, it's just the most direct way to whatever you want to hit. Midoriya demonstrated by holding out a hand slightly above Kirishima's eye level just in range of a jab. Touch this. Kirishima got into his guard and gingerly tapped Midoriya's open palm. The power and speed were non-existent, but it got the idea across as Kirishima's left went straight to Midoriya's palm and stuck around there. Now pull back into your stance. Kirishima almost dropped his stance as he rained the nudge-like punch back into his body, but he managed to salvage it at the end. Unfortunately, he dropped his left hand as he retracted it. Straight line there and back. Kirishima. Again, Kirishima managed to do another slow touch with his left hand, once again dropping his stance but at least bringing his hand forward and back without it drooping down. Midoriya had him continue practicing hitting well, touching his palm and while critiquing his form. Kirishima really had a problem with staying in a stance, but he mostly remembered the straight line part. He got several punches that went there and back without any problems, but they were littered within dozens of bad jabs. Midoriya never let him get away with a bad jab and would instantly tell him what he did wrong. If he let there be problems now, while they were training in the middle of there would definitely be problems in a serious situation with the chips down. He had to force Kirishima to try with every punch to make sure that didn't happen. When Kirishima was starting to get the hang of it, Midoriya added side-to-side motion. It didn't seem like a major change, but it forced Kirishima to change his formula a lot by adding in half his body. Kirishima was trying to hit Midoriya's palm, but it was too far to the left to hit without adjusting. Kirishima, turn your body. Imagine trying to talk to someone behind you by just turning your head. That's what you're doing with your arm. Add in your body. Twist. This gave the aspiring professional hero a little wider range as he practiced hitting Midoriya's palm. His arm was still relaxed and tension-free, but his pace was noticeably faster than when he was trying to get the leaves. But it only gave him a little more range as Kirishima still stubbornly refused to do sit with his legs, and that was the problem. Kirishima's legs were DMN near useless most of the time, and it would be both difficult and confusing to fix that problem with boxing. It could be done, it had to be done, and by all rights on earth, they were going to do it just to one-up that furry effer. Kirishima, use your legs. Imagine someone's right behind you and you want to talk to them. You turn around, and you do it without breaking stance. Kirishima could turn. The problem was he broke stance the second he had to. This wasn't rocket science. It didn't even need to be explained well. Actually, if Kirishima needed the jab of all things explained to him, he probably needed to learn how to turn without breaking stance. When you need to turn, you start with the same leg as the direction you want to turn, then bring the back leg back into your stance. Stay crouched while you do it, and keep your lean going, keep hitting the hand. Midoriya restarted with his hand in the center of Kirishima's range and began to slowly walk to one side, forcing Kirishima to turn to keep up with the target. Quick adjustments. Quick and small adjustments. Take the turn one piece at a time. You overturn and you create a blind spot that you're gonna get hit in, so only turn as much as you need. Don't go crazy. As little effort as possible, just like the jab, right? Yup. This style was created for endurance, to take hits and keep taking them, so you can't afford to waste energy on something as stupid as this. Keep hitting the hand and don't start to stand up. Keep the crouch going. Good. Midoriya then SWCH directions, throwing Kirishima off and making him whiff a punch. Don't just throw punches randomly. Throw them when you're confident. Watch the target then strike. Don't just throw it out and pray for the best. How can you make a straight line to your destination if you don't know where you're even going? The direction went back and forth, getting Kirishima used to the SWCH directions and more used to the jab. By going for the advanced lesson. If this could be considered a lesson, Kirishima cemented what he already knew with the new information. The new techniques built on the old ones, so the old lessons were easier to remember. Hopefully, by the end of this, Kirishima would never forget the jab, because if he forgot the literally most basic punch in all of boxing, his chances weren't great at much else. Alright, you're doing good hitting my hand, but I don't want to break my hand and you want to hit something strong. As soon as Midoriya even mentioned hitting anything, Kirishima's expression lit up with joy. Yes, finally. Am I gonna fight you? Kaminari. A tree. I'm sorry, what? Kirishima stared at the tree in confusion, trying to understand the point. This was the same tree that he had tried to catch leaves from just a minute or 10 ago. And he had no idea how any of the nonsense he'd been doing would get him any closer to grabbing 4 leaves in 5 seconds. So I'm gonna go again. Yup. This time though I'm here to actively pay attention to you, so I can help you improve, the mom said while getting comfy against a tree. Remember after you hit the tree to get into your stance. How's that going to help me grab leaves? Kirishima muttered but lined up his back before jumping into the tree, shoulder checking it, then getting into the weird stance. Crouched legs, lean forward. And hands to my cheeks, this looks so dumb. That's how you know it's effective. The leaves began to fall, and Kirishima went for the first leaf he saw, nearly jumping to grab it. Hey, what we say about the range? Don't try to talk to someone behind you, turn around. But the leaves aren't behind me, they're above me. Then just wait for a second. Gravity isn't about to go away, you know. Wait for the leaves to get in front of you, then go for it. Kirishima rolled his shoulders, then refocused, watching the last few leaves fall from his head. He spent too long talking and now there weren't many still falling. But if he just waited for them to come in front of him. Kirishima tensed up his arm, then threw his hand out as straight as he could, grabbing his first leaf on the first try. Good direction, keep the arm loose. Just touch the leaf. Just touch him. What's that gonna do? Find out yourself. Kirishima looked back at the last 2 falling leaves, then breathed in while he shook his left arm. He put his fists against his cheeks, eyes trained on one of the leaves, then stepped in. His arm limply whipped out and quickly struck the first leaf, then pulled back to his face as he turned slightly and moved after the other leaf. His feet adjusted, sliding across the dirt to make him face the next leaf head on. His body twisted over his hips as his left came forward, moving straight towards the final leaf. Reflexively, his hand tightened as his knuckles touched the leaf. FWP. 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 I did it. Yup. Now, I only need you to grab 4 FWP. FWP. But make sure you get them in a row. You want consec FWP. FWP. Wow. Kirishima continued doing the motion, getting a feel for it as he went faster. When he kept his arm and hand relaxed, his punch felt way lighter and moved faster. When he tensed up his hand at the end of a punch, the weight came back, meaning his punches would still hurt. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Yes. FWP. FWP. Kirishima was completely enamored by the punching motion, listening to the sound as his hand cut through the air over and over, drilling it forward. Kirishima. Something tapped him on the shoulder and he instinctively turned, punching the mom square in the face with the jab. Oh, sit. Sorry, sir. Are you all right? The mom stumbled backward and grabbed his face, making a strange noise before rising. Well, you have good speed, at least. A good, relaxed motion too. Shame about your control. The mom grabbed his nose, making sure it wasn't broken, then fully stood. It seems you're getting better and better at the jab. You just need to improve your footwork and you'll be nearly done. Kirishima glanced at his legs, which had broken out of the stance when he turned to see who touched him, and quickly resumed his stance. Sorry, sir, it won't happen again. It probably will, but if you manage to hit me that strong again, it'll be worth it. The mom seemed remarkably calm after getting socked in the face, barely paying attention to it after the initial hit. We're gonna keep going for the leaves, Kirishima, and just focus on touching them for now. We'll start grabbing them later, but I want to see you practice turning between punches. Your upper body is great, but your legs need work. Jab while staying in stance and turning for 5 minutes. All right. Yes, sir. Kirishima saluted, then backed into the tree, stretching his left quickly before getting into position. He watched the leaves begin to fall until they were right in front of his face and FWP. GODDAMNIT his effing nose. F. How did you accidentally punch someone in the face and almost break their nose? Midoriya rubbed his nose again, forcing himself to be calm as he looked over the red brick head. As blatantly stupid as he was, punching his teacher in the face, Kirishima's jab was at least looking better. Midoriya at least pretended to be made of sterner stuff. But holy shit, that jab was way stronger than his already, and Kirishima's still SCK. Kirishima didn't really use his legs for anything besides positioning, meaning his attacks never had his full weight behind them. They also never had their full reach, anchored in place by his bad habits. It would take much more than 1 week of training to perfect Kirishima's jab, and that was assuming Kirishima was his only student. Legs good. It didn't take much to remind Kirishima, but it took a lot of energy to actively pay attention to one person doing same thing over and over and still notice problems. Midoriya didn't have the energy to do this kind of training for a lot of people because it spread his attention out too thin. He could barely do 2 people right now, and speaking of which, Kaminari, get those hands up higher. We want some momentum in that swing. His attention SWCH suddenly to his other student, taking in all the details, then went back to Kirishima. Hypothetically, with enough practice, he could teach a lot of people this way. But that was another thing that would take more than 1 week to get to grips with, and that was if they ever did this again. A student punching him in the face on accident was hardly a reason to take points off, but it showed an underlying problem with UA. That this whole messing was spelling out loud and clear for Wraith. UA didn't teach Sit. They weren't teaching kids to use their quirks. They weren't teaching them how to fight. And even the weakling knew more about hero laws from just reading too many books than the third years. Hell, the weakling definitely knew more hero laws than the current teacher, All Might. The problem with punching your teacher in the face was a matter of concentration and awareness. Kirishima lost himself in the punching and wasn't aware of his surroundings, something that was very dangerous in a real situation. It only seemed to happen this time because Kirishima was fascinated by his own jab. But it was an underlying issue across the students. They seemed to be heavily self-taught. And if the students had to teach themselves everything, what was the point of going to school? Kirishima was clearly self-taught and just learned a random punch without learning anything about where it came from. Otherwise, he'd know he picked a terrible punch to learn. The only thing worse would have been the uppercut, but hopefully no one was stupid enough to just use uppercuts. It'd be better just to go to a normal school and take the licensing tests on your own. The only thing UA actually gave people was the costumes, which were useful, but it was definitely cheaper to just buy your costume from a professional than pay tuition for UA. Maintenance would be more expensive eventually, but you'd have to go to a professional eventually. Couldn't stay in UA forever. Wraith glanced between the 2 weaklings before him, both weak in their own ways. A weak-willed idiot who just went with the flow and a weak clown who downplayed everything. Did either of these weaklings get anything out of UA? But the weakling in him? No, even as a teacher, it was a terrible idea from start to finish. The money was pointless. They could just get it from either crime or a real legitimate job, not one that just banked off taxpayers and wasted money on big robots. Their effect on heroism would be non-existent because no one actually learned anything in UA. The best they could do was maybe join some other hero school, but UA was the third best in the world. Not Japan, not Asia, the goddamn world. If the third best was this bad, what were the others like? Maybe the best and second best were leagues better. But Wraith didn't want to travel to Australia or Spain just to find out, only then finding out if he actually could or could not get a job at one of them. Wraith leaned against a tree and massaged his nose, then blew out the BLD from one side. This next generation of pro heroes was definitely stronger than the last, but they had no chance to be stronger. No, that statement was wrong. The generation wasn't stronger. Their quirks were. These new kids were nothing without their quirks, a bunch of comedians across the board. Wraith could kill everyone in this camp in 10 minutes with just 2 attacks and 2 weapons, wouldn't even break a sweat. We wanted to know which side was best to join, and it's clear. Not UA. Wraith muttered under its breath. Changing heroism through that mess of a school was impossible, like trying to improve the water industry by upgrading your tap. Not only would it not change everything across the country, the changes probably wouldn't even stick past their lifetime if even. This mess needed a wake-up call to put them straight. The world had to wake up and see how bad this was really getting, forcing them to act. Stain was right. Heroism had fallen to pieces, and if people died for that cause, they died for a good cause. Through violence, they could force hero schools like UA to create better heroes or die, solving the problem either way. By becoming the villain, they could force heroism to grow to new heights, to adapt to new times, and to evolve into a stronger industry with real heroes. They alone couldn't change heroism on the inside. No one could, but a threat from the outside putting a fire under their butt, making them reevaluate themselves and change. The threat of death was a fantastic motivator, but, fine. They'd at least finish this stupid camp and try to give these weaklings the best chance possible. They didn't just want hero schools to improve after all, but heroes, too. Maybe they could send these weaklings to a real training school that could teach them how to actually fight, to prepare them for the mess that would come after they left UA. No, they said they'd go the whole week, and he DMN well meant to. not just give up because they realized how effed UA was. They already knew that. It was way worse than they thought, and UA really needed to change. But they could change it in ways outside of destruction, in ways that wouldn't affect anything outside of UA, and probably wouldn't even stick. To continue this test was pointless. They already knew how this all was going to end. To try and continue with the test was a waste of time and energy. UA failed. It was a terrible option across the board, and they just needed to accept the facts. Sir, I have a question. Kirishima was looking at them and pulled Midoriya out of himself. I was wondering, what's the jab actually for? This punch feels really light. The jab is a light punch. That's an absolute fact that can't be changed. It doesn't have a lot of weight or power behind it usually, and anything done to modify can be done to modify a straight 2. It will never be the strongest punch you can throw. However, it can be the best punch you've got with enough practice. Midoriya spat off facts with ease as he rested against the tree, glad that Kirishima at least had this much interest in the fighting style he was trying to learn. The jab is used to set up your other attacks. It can lead into almost any other punch in the world because of its speed. A jab is a quick attack that can be mixed into combinations, can get the opponent to flinch, or can just get in their face and block their view so they can't see the next punch coming. Whatever it does, a jab always makes sure the next punch is better. Midoriya pushed off the tree and pushed the strong facts away as he approached Kirishima, still running from the truth like a coward. The weakling, like the hook. Well, he should have seen that coming. Yup, I'll show you how to do that after you grab those 4 leaves for me. Remember, I want consecutive leaves and I want it done in 5 seconds. Midoriya reminded him as tactlessly as possible that Kirishima still needed to finish his first actual test. We break for lunch when you're done, then come back and try to combine your hook and jab. Did you hear that, Kaminari? Yes, sir. Kaminari shouted from the water, still scooting along while slashing. Gotcha, sir. Just watch this. It'll only take a minute. Kirishima smiled as he slammed his back into the tree, got into position, and this was only taking several minutes at this point, which was impressive, because it started over every time the hard-headed idiot missed 1 leaf. Kirishima, relax. You're rushing again. Don't worry, I've almost DMN. Yes, he almost succeeded by accident, but he still wasn't making much headway because of his stubborn attitude. Kirishima let his instincts take over too easily. Instincts were good. They were meant to keep you alive, but it was by surpassing them that you improved. If Kirishima could just correctly perform the jab enough times, it would become his instinct. Not this city hook he kept defaulting to. Kirishima, where's the sound? Huh, that sound, Kirishima, the one when you punched me in the face. Where is it? Kirishima stared blankly for a second, threw his hand out, and listened. Then threw another 2, still listening. FWP. It's a nice sound, isn't it? The sound of a clean, solid attack cutting through the air, the sound of a proper punch. Midoriya first heard that sound with his sword cutting through the air as he brained gangsters in a dark building. Yeah, it is. You want to hear more of it? Kirishima shifted a second, rolling his left shoulder. ... Yeah, I think so. Then calm down, take a breath, and go. The man kicked the tree for Kirishima, creating a flurry of leaves as they fell all around the pair. Relax, set your pace, and breathe. Watch the leaves and pick your targets first. The man's voice was calm yet warm, unlike Wraith's. Kirishima's body had scrunched up when he saw the leaves start to fall, but slowly shifted into a more relaxed position. Kirishima's head swiveled across the leaves, picking his targets. Don't go when they're ready, go when you're ready. The man then backed out silently and watched Kirishima work it out on his own. The boy silently waited as the first leaf fell into his range, and waited right as it fell back out. The first leaves were always the fastest, usually with a problem like a hole in them or they were at a weird angle, making them the hardest to grab. Kirishima waited for 5 more seconds before his hand started to move, slipping through the air and quickly latching onto a leaf before bringing it back to his chin sharply. His body began to twist and seize up, before he paused for a moment, relaxing his arms, then sprung forward again. His hand twisted as it cut through the air, opening to grab the second leaf before quickly snapping shut and roughly pulling back, tense once again. His arm remained tense all the way to his face, but once back in guard he loosened up once more. Kirishima took a slight step back, then stepped into the next jab. He twisted his body over his hips as his hand opened slightly before clamping down on a leaf, tightly dragging it back to his face before he went for the 4th and dropped 2 leaves, resetting time. His body began to instinctively tense up as he watched his failure before a voice nudged him from behind the tree. Relax. You didn't learn to walk on the 1st or 10th try. You didn't learn to on the 100th. However, it's because you kept trying that you eventually did learn to walk. Stay calm and stay focused. You're so close. The man spoke as he relaxed against the tree, looking over at Kirishima. That was a good run, and you can do better, but only if you want to keep going. Keep going. A real man doesn't quit when he's this close. Kirishima shouted as he spoke, then retook his position. It seemed, for all the brickhead's problems, giving up was not one of them. At least one of them had the guts to go on. Bring it on. Midoriya smiled, then stood up, admiring Kirishima's commitment as he kicked the tree, creating final rain of leaves as Kirishima rolled his shoulders, smiled, and waited. FWP, 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 FWP. The trio of teens left the stream together to head back to the main camp for lunch as Midoriya made a snap decision. Kirishima was still holding the 4 leaves he'd grabbed in one take with an excited look on his face, energetic at having succeeded at that first annoying task, while Kaminari laughed along and joked with his fellow student while dripping dry from walking across the river stream thing 50 or so times. Kaminari had been tasked with going back and forth across that body of water 100 times, but with the slow pace he'd been instructed to take, there was no way he could do it in time. So whatever number he'd gotten done so far was good enough for Midoriya. Unlike most of these idiots, Wraith scanned through the woods and spotted the Exam F kids before they even entered the clearing and made a beeline for them, telling each one the same thing. We're eating lunch now. Follow me. Wraith only waited for them to start following him with nary a glance back, ignoring all their questions as his head swam with plans. Statistically, FUA couldn't come up with good plans for even Kirishima. None of the students had any good training regiments. Some of them might, but they were the exception and not the rule, and he'd sort out which was which quickly. So, he reluctantly gathered all of Exam F together for an early lunch, or rather, for any lunch, since the rest of the UA students were still training. All right, we're changing the schedule a lot. I'm moving up the test for all of you to after lunch. It's too important to keep putting it off, so we're going to use lunch as a PRD for all of you to rest and recover. The supplies are open if you need them, but don't make more than you can eat. Midoriya pointed to the storage where the wild cats kept their food supplies, then looked over the students. Any questions? Yeah, BSDRD. What do you mean changing the schedule a lot? You only changed one effing thing. Bakugo pointed on the discrepancy in what Midoriya had been saying. Good ears, even if he was a D. We're going to make some changes to the training schedules as well, but first I'm gonna need a little one-on-one time with each of you. Lunch lasts 1 hour and starts in 3 minutes, but I'm going to meet with each of you for 10 minutes out of that hour. Midoriya already planned out what he wanted to eat for lunch at least, but he was gonna have to work while he cooked and ate if he wanted to get through all of this. We're going in class order, so you're first Mina. Everyone else, start eating. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. F off, old man. Got it, Jiggy. Huh. Later, Mina. Yeah. Mina confidently walked after the rest of the students until Midoriya put a hand on her shoulder and stopped her dead, showing just how little attention she paid to him. Not you. No. Mina at least kept it short and simple while her facial expressions kept things interesting. Midoriya pushed her forward and talked as they moved towards the food, both being the last people to move. So, Mina, have you been enjoying the camp so far? He started with some basic questions as they stood outside the door with everyone else rushing inside to grab their ingredients. Midoriya was going to wait for them to leave so he could grab what he wanted himself, and probably to help Mina along the way. Oh, it's just a review like that? Huh, yeah, it's been fine. Her answer would have only sounded genuine to a deaf person, and not even an attentive deaf person if they looked at her face. What have you been doing all day today? Midoriya once again started with the nice and simple questions. For the nice and simple-minded, if this airhead didn't even notice that he had called her out, he couldn't trust her to do anything advanced until proven. I've been trying to melt a cliff or something. It's kind of a pain in my butt. I make tons of acid out of my hands, pour it into the rocks, and nothing happens cause they are tons of rocks. Trying to melt a cliffside would seem pretty pointless after just a few minutes, let alone hours of work. Dirt was usually slightly acidic, but not enough for anything major to happen. Instead, it would be about the amount of acid versus the amount of dirt, and the cliffside had that in the bank. Do you remember why you were trying to melt a cliffside? This served to test her memory and was an actual question on her part. The earlier question was more for Midoriya since he hadn't been paying a lot of attention to what they were doing unless it looked extremely stupid and caught his eye like Kirishima and Ajiro's training. Aizawa said it was about making my hands more tough, or more acid resistant. I didn't really get it. Effing what? That was clearly Nezu speak for, I didn't think this through, so I'll make sit up. Tougher hands. The F was having. Tougher hands going to do. Make acid for longer PRD, apparently. But this pink idiot didn't seem to have problems with duration. She managed to do it for 2 hours straight when the weakling first came up and offered her water. Then another 2 hours when they gathered this band of morons. If she could create acid for roughly 4 hours in a row with minimal breaks, having tougher hands wasn't going to do sit. There was no real-world scenario where that would come up or be helpful. I believe I understand. Any problems? I'm getting so thirsty. I've been out here for hours making acid over and over, and I really want to eat. Now I'm stuck here with you, Gramps. She didn't even try to put it politely. But now the storage was clear and the two could enter and get what they wanted in relative peace. Midoriya was glad to have finished the serious business and get on to more jovial conversations. Having figured out all he wanted so far, the rest he'd find out from the upcoming fight. I'm going to be honest, your training sounds pointless. What are you going to do with tougher hands? That's what I told Aizawa, but no, still gotta melt a cliffside. So unfair. Mina naturally took whatever Midoriya handed her without thought as she continued to speak. It is just running in circles and Momo gets to eat all day. That's so unfair. I want to eat all day. It seemed, given the opportunity, Mina was saying whatever popped into her head. She probably was too busy working earlier to say any of this and Midoriya didn't care about it, so he'd just sit back and let her say her fill while he got some food. They made small talk for the rest of the 10 minutes, with Mina absent-mindedly helping Midoriya prepare his food. He felt bad for her, so he doubled the proportions so she'd get something to eat out of this too. He didn't want to steal both her time and energy for himself, after all. All he had to do was listen for a little bit while directing her. She was good at mimicking him and had good reflexes, even if she wasn't listening while she talked and cooked at the same time. She moved fast and talked even faster, doing most of the talking between the two for the rest of their 10 minutes before they split off, after giving Mina her section of the food to finish preparing. Next was Kirishima. He sat down next to Kirishima as they were both preparing their rice. It wasn't strong work to prepare rice with fire, it just took constant attention to not accidentally burn anything. Hey, sir, do you know when everybody else is gonna join us? If I'm being honest, I'm not sure if they will join us at all. That's up to your real teachers, but I'm not going to have students trying to work while hungry. It just defeats the purpose and gets in the way. Midoriya checked the fire and stacked up a few more logs, placing his small pot of rice down with the lid already strapped on. How has this training camp been going so far for you? You can be honest, I'm a big boy after all. You won't hurt my feelings. Oh, easy. That jab thing is way more fun than just getting hit by Ajiro for hours. Kirishima hopped into position with incorrect footwork and threw a couple jabs. Hey, are you part of UA staff? No. Yeah, I guess I should have known. I didn't think I was gonna learn anything here, but now. 2 more jabs. It's been fun so far. I can see the improvement. Wraith sighed at fun, something that really wasn't relevant to if you were getting something out of work, but at least Kirishima acknowledged there was change. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Any problems so far? Bug bites. Those things are annoying as F. Kirishima laughed for a second then thought a little harder. Not really. The leaf thing was pretty annoying too when I started. Has it improved? Well, now that I succeeded, yeah. I don't have to do that anymore. Kirishima laughed it off, then had a moment of realization. Hey, I don't have to do that anymore. Right. Only time in my scheduling will tell. Check your rice. It took about 20 minutes to properly cook rice over a fire like this, so it wasn't best to get distracted for too long. Thanks. They settled into silence, listening to the crackle of the fires beneath them. The remedial activity's gonna be a fight, right? Yep. Good to see someone was listening. Oh, Kirishima seemed to expect a more complicated answer, but Midoriya didn't know what he wanted. Should I be worried? Depends if you're confident in your fighting skills. This isn't going to be anything serious, just a test to see how good you all are. I'd say you could sit out, since we did one today already, but I want to see you at least try to use that jab in a real fight. But we could hurt you. Kirishima did catch the slight shift in Wraith's mouth as it changed to a mischievous smirk. Right. That depends if that confidence is well-founded or not. Next was Sato, who wasn't actually eating any food during lunch and just taking the time to relax his body and cool off from the long work. He could talk to Sato while still cooking his rice, the reason he chose to do Sato third. So, you're Sato. We haven't really talked much till now. Sato and Kirishima had started talking to each other pretty quickly, and it seemed that after 20 minutes Sato was snapping out of his sugar coma thing pretty quickly. His talk with Kirishima hadn't made much sense when they broke for lunch, but now he seemed pretty normal. Yup, pleasure to meet you. He was, at the very least, the least annoying student they met today. Mina's attention span was that of a fly on crack, and Kirishima was so dumb you'd assume he was a brick with the quirk, human. He was an actually big guy, around 6 feet tall, unlike Kirishima who was just taller than Midoriya by a few inches. There was at least half a foot between them. Thanks for the break, sir. I was pretty sure I was gonna pass out soon. Sato was also signature, in Midoriya's mind at least, because he was the hardest to get away from his work, not of his own volition, but because he barely noticed they were talking to him until Midoriya stole the weights out of his hands and shouted for his attention. Then the girl next to him started bombarding them with questions, but he just ignored her. She wasn't their problem. His quirk increased his muscles at the expense of his mind, and it looked like he was practicing that by eating small amounts of sugar and staying focused. Is that what you're working on? That's a good thing to improve at. If you improve your resistance against passing out, you should be able to ingest more sugar before you pass out. If you're in a safe environment, you should try to sustain being in a sugar high for as long as possible to get your body used to the sugar and become more resistant. Ugh, that's not what you were training, was it? Nope, Gramps. Aizawa said I was gonna increase my muscles by eating sugar while working out. That doesn't seem like something you'd need to come to a camp to do. Don't you do that in your own free time? Yup, same thing I thought. Sato, if you find a problem, don't just think about it. Say it. Some of us teachers are named Ken and we're very tired of making plans. So if you had one of your own, you should have said something. Oh, I didn't have a plan. That was just worse. Your thing sounded pretty good though. Here's hoping. Midoriya was forming new ideas on what they were going to do with their time at the camp. They had until 6 every night and 6 nights to go. That sounded early, but these brats were waking up at 5 in the morning and were expected to be done with breakfast by 5:30. Right now, that schedule would have to change. Any problems with the current surf? Momo mumbles a lot. That kinda threw off my concentration at first, but I got used to it about 3 cakes in. Sun's hot too. You got any spare water? The stuff from the pump needs to be boiled. I've got better. Midoriya took out another one of his saved Gatorades and passed it over to the student before opening his rice and checking it, then sealing it up tight again. There's also a tap inside if you need it in the kitchen. I don't think it's locked right now. At least, it shouldn't be. This whole camp will take a little getting used to, but I think it's going pretty good so far. Then what the hell have you been looking at? Sato seemed pumped about this, but his activity hadn't been that bad overall. Mina looked like her hands had been about to melt off when he told her to break for lunch. Same for Sero, who looked like he was about to vomit if he saw more oatmeal. Well, as good as it's been, let's all hope it gets even better going forward. Holy shit, I thought I was gonna die. I didn't even know I could die from overusing my quirk. Sero seemed to have the opposite mindset to Sato. Another tall kid and thin as a rake. He was putting the chicken with the rice and already eating, seeming to be happy that he wasn't still eating oats. You can die from a lot of things if you're not careful. You've been taking regular breaks to eat when you get too low. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna explode if I have to eat more oats. They don't taste like anything, so then I added honey. And everything tasted like weird honey. I'll be fine if I never see any honey ever again. Well, at least you're still energetic. You can add other things to oatmeal, you know. Fruits, nuts, even some SBK can go into oatmeal. You didn't just have to use honey. How was I supposed to know that? Sero took another bite of his food, then leaned back, mellowing out. Sheesh, this training's good, but it's so annoying. I run out of tape. Then it takes like 10 minutes before I have any more if I start eating right then and there. I've got to ask, what did they say this training was gonna do for you? Just humor me. They said, TCH, what did Aizawa say? Hey, you, said there are SBK right. You know where they are. Midoriya led Sero back to the food storage, neither one having a effing clue where the SBK were, and together searched until they found something to make their chicken have some actual flavor besides salt and pepper. I'm pretty sure Aizawa said this would give me some capacity and speed when creating this, but he said one more thing that I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it didn't make any sense and that's why it stood out. Sero took a bite of his chicken, then added some more seasoning and tried again. That's pretty good Bakugo. Catch. Strength. He said it'd increase tape strength. Midoriya blinked, confused. How? We're being honest, Gramps. Not a clue. I think the insomnia's getting to him. This was another case where the exercise almost made sense. Mina's exercise was good because it forced all the acid out of her body, forcing her body to get better at making acid and also make more acid from fewer materials. It was not good because it made her hands tougher. What the hell did Sero's exercise have to do with making his tape stronger? Nothing, and only an idiot would think it did. Once again, UA had F that up, and it seemed that wasn't very rare. They just ignored it until now, but Wraith refused to look past their failings now. It was clear to both of them. This was probably the last week they ever worked with UA. The difference was that one wanted to give up and leave right now, while the other wanted to at least help these students one last time. Help future enemies one last time. Still, these brats were probably all going to die the first time. They got into a real fight, so no real harm practically speaking. It was just a waste of time, and Wraith hated waste. Oh yes, they were a part of a conversation. Any problems, Sero? Just the taste god. This is good. I'm not gonna be able to eat bread for a month when this is done. I might not even eat rice. Sero was still enjoying the chicken, but did stop to think for a second. Actually, the sun's kinda bad. I might accidentally start working on my tan if we're out all day. Didn't you bring sunscreen? Hey, I was told forest. I expected forest. Then, instead, we went to a mountain, and I still needed something for a beach. Sero laughed, shaking his head. It doesn't make much sense, but hey, it's UA. Unfortunately, it is. What do you want, old BSTRD? Bakugo was already finished eating and was washing his plates when Midoriya walked over. It had taken him a minute of deep breathing just to calm himself down before he approached, just to ask a few questions. Should be quick. How's your training going? Fine, but the barrel's a pain in the butt. Why do I need it? I was actually hoping you could tell me. I get the barrel without the fire. It cools your hands so you don't damage your body from using your quirks so much. But with the fire, it seems pretty stupid. Did Aizawa give you a reason? That insomniac just said it'll open your sweat glances. Totally bullshit. For all of Bakugo's many problems, the guy wasn't stupid. Both of them knew that really was total bullshit. But Midoriya wasn't sure Bakugo knew how much that boiling water could damage his hands. ... That is pretty effing stupid. Any problems so far? Wraith gave the brute a Gatorade to replenish some more of what was lost from sweating, and Bakugo snatched it with his signature glare. Other than those DMN extras just being a pain in the butt, this whole thing was planned like Sid. For all of Bakugo's faults, he was logically correct, and Wraith could get behind that. This entire thing was very poorly planned. People made a lot of mistakes for this mess to happen, but I guess we'll have to make the best of a bad situation and salvage it. Push past the mistakes and get something good out of this mess. Midoriya took over the pumping the water for Bakugo while he cleaned his dish. Hey, heard you taught Kirishima some said. ... Do you mean how to jab? Yeah, what are you, some kind of hero? I think I already told you no, I am no hero. I'm just a very violent man. Why are you here then? You know, I keep asking myself the same thing. Wraith stared, dully, at the last person on the list of people to talk to. Noma, the copy guy. So overconfident Wraith just wanted to punt him. Alright, everyone, when you've got some free time, change into your costumes and meet back up here. Noma will begin your meeting when you're done. Wraith knocked out that problem for the next 3 minutes before going off to get changed himself. Postponing didn't solve the problem, but it gave him another second to calm down before he tried out his spinning back kick. Midoriya locked the door and slipped out of his clothes in under 10 seconds, then stepped into the bodysuit. It seemed to cling to his skin, cool to the touch as it absorbed the energy from the surrounding area. Everyone else was getting too hot in the summer weather, but with the bodysuit's energy absorption, it was actually freezing if he wore it too long. He'd need to add another layer underneath eventually, but those were thoughts for later. The breathe came on before the boots, which he stuffed the breathe into and strapped over top the breathe before securing to the belt. All the parts of Beowulf in the bodysuit now shared batteries for ease, batteries that he replaced before putting any of his kit on. Next, he put on the gauntlets, attaching them to the bodysuit firmly and checking to make sure they worked correctly. He was going to grab Yamato, but for the first fight that was probably too much. He wanted them to take this seriously, and odds were that they'd treat this as a joke in the first round. They thought it was a joke, he'd treat them as jokes. He wouldn't even bother with the coat or helmet at the start either. He'd put them on for the second round, and grab Yamato for the third round. No, maybe he should lead with Yamato. No, that'd expose their identity. Not everyone would recognize their current costume, but most people would recognize Yamato's signature destructive nature. Midoriya finished checking and redoing his makeup and redid his bandana, then headed outside. Kirishima was there. He was already in his costume before lunch. Kaminari, Mina, Sato, and Sero were all in costume because their designs were pretty simple. Too simple. They protected nothing and served no purpose. Where was body armor these days? Still missing was the two with the complicated designs. Momo came out while wearing an entirely impractical coat, too long to be rational in summer, along with slacks and a tie, almost all in black. Midoriya checked, and yes, they weren't in some bizarro world. Still summer, still bright sun, still hot as hell, but they weren't just here to complain. Monoma, we haven't had a proper introduction yet, I believe. We met just before Aizawa gave you your training. How is that training? Terrible. You'd thought Monoma would be upset, but he sounded almost ecstatic that it is CK. Aizawa told me to practice picking up and dropping a quirk so I could increase my quirk speed and precision. ... How does that have anything to do with precision? Doesn't your quirk work on touch? That seems more like a yes-no thing than a precision thing. Exactly. You get it. That's why I ignored him and did my own thing. Ha. Monoma went back to his ecstatic laughter for a second before someone put a hand on his shoulder. Most students here would do whatever idiotic thing their teacher asked of them. I am glad you have the strength of character to reason for yourself and think. Instead, perhaps someday you can overcome your personality problem, and then you might be one of the greatest heroes of all time. Why are you so genuine? Monoma seemed taken aback by Wraith's genuine emotion that at least one of Exam F could think for themselves naturally. What's with that sad, pathetic smile? Don't just leave after saying that. Midoriya checked off that everyone from Exam F was in uniform and in line, then put his list down and began to speak loudly so everyone could hear him. All right, has everyone finished up? We're going back to work now, so speak up if you need to. There was a myriad of voices with general agreement. Excellent. We will be doing some quick fights to see where you all are at so I can tell for myself if that is understandable. This has been pushed up to now because your training was so idiotic not even the moron who made it could explain why he did. So I'm going to be adjusting your training schedule, and the fact that you will all now have training schedules instead of doing one thing for the next 5 days. These fights will last for 2 minutes or until all of one side is defeated. The kids started to speak up, murmuring to each other, so Midoriya hung back for a second while they talked. Lightning round sit. Huh, that seems kind of fast. Dude, shut it. Tenki, my fight will be over in 10 seconds. What's with the time limit? 2 minutes is a weird number. 2 minutes is the general length of a single confrontation between professional heroes and criminals. Usually, if someone isn't unconscious by then, someone's running away. Real fights don't last long because people don't like pain. Seriously, pain was something that could stop an entire run dead. He had called off some nights pretty early because of injuries he got right at the start multiple times. If we go for the timeout, whoever has the most people down loses. If there's a tie, whoever has the most injuries loses. Any questions? Midoriya scanned each student to make sure they got it, also sparing a glance to the surrounding area. A lot of students outside of Exam F were throwing glances and glares at his kids. They were, after all, still working while Exam F just took an hour off to eat. What did the kids who did good get to eat? Exam F's dust, it seemed. No questions. Great. 30-second break between fights. And they start regardless of if you're ready or not. Midoriya walked away from the cooking area and towards the forest, leaving behind most of his equipment except for a timer that he now held up to show off. This timer rings like this BRRRRRRING. Ring. So when you hear that the round's over, regardless of if it's for time or for safety, I will call rounds if it gets too dangerous. He checked that it was set for 2 minutes before putting it on his bodysuit chest. If you're in serious pain, scream the word pain and we'll break. Any questions so far? Last chance. Were we fightin', Gramps? The students walked forward with unbridled confidence. Kirishima slammed his fists together, grinning. Bakugo created a small burst of explosions in both hands, glaring down what was so far and soon not to be the innocent old man in front of him. Sato and Sero checked their supply. Sato opening each of his sugar compartments to make sure they were good while Sero checked each elbow head tape by just ejecting a small piece before cutting it off. Both then stretched, already trying to figure out who they'd be working with. Mina and Momo were both showing off, laughing with very different styles and for very different reasons. Mina was skating around with her feet on acid while Momo quickly reset 2 clocks on his waist before refocusing on the currently completely defenseless old man in front of them. Just over here. Wouldn't want to disrupt your classmates after all. They were now mostly in the woods, but could still be seen by the other heroes in case things went wrong and they wanted to intervene. This was going to look pretty bad after all, even if it was probably safer than most of their finals. How many fights we doing, Mo old man? I believe, if nothing goes wrong, each you should participate in 3. Try to play an active part in the fight and show off your skills, please, and remember teamwork is a skill. Midoriya did a few of his own stretches and checked his hat, before deciding to ditch the thing entirely. Is that the last one before we begin? Kaminari nervously stepped up, having figured it out already but seeming to hope he was wrong. Sir. Quick question, how are we fighting? 2 at a time, or? A great question, all at once like a free-for-all. Yeah, you're all dead. Against me. What? Everyone shifted to look at him as he checked the timer one last time, making sure it was fastened tightly before rolling his neck and turning to face them with a small smile on his face. Begin. Midoriya rolled his neck as he looked across the students, as he looked across the targets. Who to start with? Kaminari. No, he needed to target the one who'd pose the most risk the longer he fought. The strongest one here, Bakugo. Wraith took his stance, testing quickly to make sure all his possessed items were working. A quick pulse went through the bodysuit and into Beowulf as he prepared to fight, finger above the timer. Begin. The students didn't know how to react, some looking at each other in confusion while others laughed. Really old BSTRD boom. The ground seemed to shake as Wraith quickly closed the distance to Bakugo, seeming to appear out of thin air halfway through the close line he was throwing. The impact of his arm cut off Bakugo, knocking the air out of him before he was sent flying backward, crashing painfully into the ground before rolling along it. Wraith still had enough of the weakling in him to enjoy the sight of Bakugo getting his sit kicked in, but not enough to solely focus on that idiot. Most of the students were starting to wake up and realized he was serious. And the first one to react was the one most used to him, Kaminari. Kaminari charged with his left on his sword, smiling with confidence as he moved in towards his teacher his opponent. Thunderak. Kaminari's thunderclap was fast, yes, but it was easy to predict. Kaminari charged straight towards his opponent and was punished by running straight into a full-powered side kick, lifting him off the ground and knocking all the air out of him. He rose several inches as his body wrapped around Wraith's foot like a car hitting a bridge support before gravity plucked him off and he began to fall. Wraith was pushed back by Kaminari's charge, straight towards his target of Bakugo. He didn't half but sit, and he needed to finish the strongest target ASAP. Kaminari's push gave him a start as he turned and began to sprint again, approaching Bakugo through giant bounding steps. Bakugo pried himself off the ground with an explosion, then raised both hands, already in battle mode. His mindset made him one of the fastest at adapting, and he had been the first to realize the gravity of the situation. He had, however, not been fast enough to react to Wraith's attack, unlike Kaminari. Bakugo raised both hands and created a large explosion as he was rushed, but not a large enough one to hit his teammates. It seemed while he would ignore them, he wouldn't actively harm them. Good. Wraith seemed to straight into the explosion before deterring at the last second, jumping straight over it and landing behind the boy. 5 seconds. Bakugo turned around while jumping back, moving fast but not fast enough to escape Wraith's spinning back kick. The reach of the kick was too much to be overcome just by jumping. But as it made contact with Bakugo's stomach, his hands began to glow with heat. You're finished. Kablam. Bakugo rolled out of the explosion and spit on the ground. That kick had been sharp, but his explosion had hit way harder. They exchanged hits, but he definitely won that time. His body felt heavy though. Even if he did more damage, the old bestiarity hadn't been going for damage. He was slowly taking care of Bakugo by focusing on lasting damage, like effing up his legs. What just happened? Is it over already? Kirishima had hardened his hands, but everyone was looking into the smoky dust cloud created by Bakugo's explosion. No, you idiot, get into position. Bakugo screamed as he scanned the surroundings. That blow had felt wrong, and with a little thinking, he could tell why. Bakugo had been thrown backward when he used the explosion, so most of the force was pushing him back instead of blowing up the old man. That's why the old man attacked so quickly, so Bakugo would be thrown backward and his explosive counter wouldn't have much force. It was like the old man preemptively countered him 10 seconds. The old man's voice cleanly cut through the dust as something approached. The old man now looked a lot bigger in Bakugo's eyes. He was standing tall despite taking Bakugo's explosion. No, he forced that explosion. The old man was planning to exchange a kick for that blast. And what did he get out of it? At first, Bakugo thought only of damage. On second thought, the old man weakened Bakugo's legs by kicking him in the body and knocking the air out of him. But only on a third look over did he notice the unintentional help he gave. Don't get close to the dust extras. Kirishima and Muscle Guy had walked straight up to the smoke since they fought hand to hand, seeming to forget the speed the old man showed off at the start. Once again, the blurry figure in the dust seemed to teleport as Muscles was suddenly pulled into the dust cloud with a yell. Hey, sneak attacks ain't manly. Kirishima didn't even move away from the smoke cloud and stepped forward, assuming that the old man had left to fight the Sugar Muscles guy, but he was wrong. He was also pulled into the dust cloud suddenly, and soon the sound of combat began to ring out from the dusty mess. SHT. If it was just Kirishima, he could throw an explosion into the dust and tell that strong head to harden up. Muscles threw a wrench in everything. Where is he? Where is he? The people outside could hear voices in the smoke, but as the people inside began to stir it up, it was harder to see what was actually happening. Bakugo squinted into the dust with a hand raised for when something came out here. Wraith wrapped his arms around Bakugo's waist and lifted him into the air from behind. Bakugo could only attack with his palms, so he had a disadvantage against attacks from directly behind him. Bakugo screamed murder and created more explosions, but it was too late. He was stuck in Wraith's pace as Wraith spun around, using the aspiring villain as a shield to block a sudden wave of ice from Noma. Sorry. Wraith punted Bakugo into the incoming ice, freezing him in place and trapping his arms. Bakugo could normally get himself out, but only if he could use his arms. Since they were trapped, he'd need outside help. Shut up extra and get me out. It seemed Noma already had one quirk, Todoroki's, that answered half of the wildcard's repertoire. But if Wraith was being honest, he didn't care too much. A weakling was a weakling no matter how fancy its toys were. Mina absent-mindedly stumbled up to try and melt Bakugo out while Kaminari went on the offensive. I'll keep him busy while you guys get Bakugo unstuck. That, Kaminari stepped between Mina and Ronin, but he didn't charge in this time. He assumed his fighting stance and waited, forcing Midoriya to take initiative and change the fight. Good, but not good enough. Wraith didn't have a sword, so he didn't have the reach advantage. Kaminari should have tried to start by attacking Wraith, but instead set up a defensive style. You don't win by losing less than the other guy. Wraith bobbed backward for just a second, building up room for more power before charging forward with his arms raised defensively. Kaminari went at him with a downward strike that hit and then slid cleanly down his arm. Wraith waited until the sword slid off his arm, too low to block his next attack, before going in for a counter. He hit Kaminari in the solar plexus with a palm strike, knocking the boy back and winding him with a single strike. You win by gaining more than the other guy. Gain the advantage, gain the momentum, gain victory. Wraith's hand tightened as Beowulf activated, helping Wraith grab and lift Kaminari off the ground with one hand. Before Wraith could take advantage of his grab though, he had to dodge an incoming string of tape on his right side. Instead of trying to dodge, he threw Kaminari into the tape as he spoke. That is how you win. Kaminari and Sero crashed into each other, both getting covered in tape and becoming a tangled mess. Wraith didn't have a chance to enjoy the sight though, as he instead lurched to the side to avoid ice while kicking Mina in the stomach, stopping her from releasing her classmate and getting her also stuck in the pile of tape on the floor. With everyone else out of the way, Wraith focused all his attention on the last student and sidestepped one more barrage of ice. Noma stood tall and confident, rubbing his right arm which was started to be covered in frost. You know, I really thought. Instead of replying, Wraith closed the distance again and went for the close line. Noma created a wall of ice between them, cutting off his own visibility for defense. However, as he listened, nothing ever seemed to hit the ice. Where? Wraith jumped down from atop the ice wall, wrapping his legs around Monoma's body and tackling him to the floor while keeping a gun trained to his head, tapping something on his bodysuit with his other free hand. ERRRRRRING. Ring. You thought wrong. Kirishima and Sero stopped beating each other up in the dust cloud and regrouped with the rest while Midoriya grabbed his coat, pondering if this was going to end well for him. He wasn't good at taking on a lot of enemies face to face. Last round's win more came from the group's disorganization than his own effort. But with the right tools he could recreate that. Midoriya checked his coat before checking the time. 20 seconds till we restart. Also, if I manage to stick a dead note on you, you've been killed and you're out. The students gathered again and were now seriously talking, barely sparing him a glance as he held up the dead note so they could see what it meant. With 7 of them and 1 of him, they could pretty easily win if they worked together and avoided dying. He could see the ideal combination now. Start by barraging with the ranged quirks before closing in with the melee quirks to debilitate him, but they wouldn't. Wraith could see them arguing and bickering. And then the melee fighters lined up to rush him. Melee was his specialty, especially since he was unarmed. They didn't even think of fighting from a ranged and slowly winning. But that was the point of the 2 minutes. His first domination unsettled them, and they believed they had to win in under 2 minutes really. All they had to do was survive for 2 minutes. If 2 of them survived without going unconscious or getting eliminated, he'd lose automatically. Even his speech about winning and losing was designed for this purpose, a calculation made to see chaos in the upcoming fights. Wraith glanced over to the training grounds, watching with a careful eye the other heroes. All 6 of them, 2 UA, and 4 cats, were now gathered together, most likely to discuss his exercise. Irrelevant. Those fakes were so used to sitting on there, but they couldn't stop them if they tried right now. 5 seconds. Wraith composed himself and walked into the forest, glancing to either side to check his escape routes. This next part wasn't really going to be anyone's fault. He doubted UA had anything close to this kind of training, so it was going to be their natural reactions. It was something not even Kaminari had prepared for, so it could be fun to witness. He checked the timer with one hand as he put in hearing protection with the other. ERRRRRRING. Ring. Begin. They all rushed him at once. Kirishima, Sero, even Mina did it. Those were the unexpected ones, with Kaminari and Bakugo predictably taking the lead. Bakugo always liked close quarters and Kaminari didn't have any ranged attacks, so he had to rush. Most surprising was the 2 they left behind, Sero and Monoma. Monoma seemed to have Todoroki's quirk, which was a powerhouse even in its weakened state. That could have done some real damage. The final surprise was Mina. He really thought she was going to stay back. But nope. She was sliding along on acid like she was riding a skateboard or something. It appeared none of them thought about this part very strong, willingly entering his forte. Wraith had one last laugh as he waited for them to approach, grabbing one of the beast's trophies from his coat and fingering the pin. He slowly made the last few corrections as they arrived, stretching his legs, and bstrd. The first 2 approached rapidly with a small distance between them and Mina, and a long distance between them and the slower Kirishima and Sero. Back even further than that was Sero and Monoma. The whole shebang was split up all nice and neatly. Perfect catch. Right as Kaminari and Bakugo closed within a throw's distance of Wraith, he hurled 2 objects with pinpoint accuracy at them. Both objects bounced off the target's chests before a sudden detonation, with the second just a moment behind the first. Bang p9. FSSSSSSSSSSSSSH. Wraith didn't bother looking away. The bandana had been modified to deal with a flashbang's sudden burst if the eyes were closed in advance. The sound was a lot worse since the helmet that was designed to bypass that problem was still in his bag. But with a little forethought and some ear protection, he was fine, while the flashbang dealt with the first charging students. who crashed into each other and slowed to a crawl. The smoke bomb was more addressed to whom it may concern, stopping everyone from seeing what was directly happening, like how Wraith dishonorably approached the two students who were dazed and confused from the flashbang, and knocking them upside the head with the pommel of the kanabo while announcing, "Dead, dead. You're out." "Oh, WHIT," Kaminari shouted, raising more confusion for the student who couldn't see what they were getting into. Wraith then used the HNDCFFS, also stolen by the beast, to lock their right hands to their left ankles. On both of them, he also left a small note that simply read, "Dead for when they could see again." The HNDCFFS were more to stop them from doing anything reckless before they noticed the notes. But this was thinking too much. It was time to leave. Wraith moved backward and upward into the trees, giving himself the element of surprise as Mina approached. First group, Bakugo, did you get him yet? Bakugo. She moved around completely carefree and at least had the sense to stop outside of the smoke, waiting for a response. Instead, she got Bakugo's screams. "Slimy BSDRD. I quote am gonna. You need help in there." Mina took a step forward as Wraith took out kindness and another smoke grenade. These smoke grenades weren't really plentiful from their police raid, but they were easy to make, something that had Ronin made but never used, the dumbass. He underhanded the smoke grenade behind her and started to take potshots from above. The smoke served to confuse Mina while blocking the others' view and discouraging them from getting closer. It divided Exam F even further than the distance by creating faux walls between them. These kinds of tactics were completely foreign to the kids, and that was a shame. A lot of good villains used these tactics, and Wraith imagined they could really get a lot of mileage out of these smoke bombs when they picked a side. Hit and run, the most cowardly fighting style in the world. And I'll be DMN if it's not the most effective. Wraith chuckled, then lined up some loose shots on Mina. The blasts pushed the smoke straight at her, blinding her and knocking her back, making her more confused and panicky. Without a clear target to pick on, she started to run in the wrong direction away from her teammates. A minute 30 to go and they've fallen apart this quickly. And this was supposed to be the slow route. Modern heroism was all flash and style, about doing things dramatically and upfront. As such, it created professional idiots who couldn't deal with subtle villains. The saboteurs and assassins of the villain world went unimpeded by these clowns and gave Wraith a pretty good idea of how he'd make his money when he started taking villainy seriously. Good money to be made in both those professions. Now Wraith spared the next two idiots a glance, Sero and Kirishima. Pure offense and pure defense, he'd saved them for last. Mina should be dealt with while she was open though, so it'd be her, the long-ranged, then the close-ranged, all under a minute 30 to boot. This was gonna be a little rushed for a stealth mission, but against these many idiots, that wasn't so strong. Wraith moved quietly from tree to tree while Sero and Kirishima navigated the smoke, trying to look for a threat that had already left. His steps quickly covered the ground as he danced from tree to tree. The Beowulf boots pulled him to branches, making sure he couldn't slip on them if he tried. His motions were quick and precise, like a predator hunting prey as he closed in on Mina from above. With her unprofessional reaction to the chaos of running in a random direction, it was pretty easy to find her. Follow the initial direction. Listen for someone crashing through the woods and breathing heavy, and if you manage to F up everything else, look for the bright pink in a green forest. She was going closer to the training grounds again, something easy to find if you could see the sky because of the constant overflow of quirks. She stopped now for a second to catch her breath and looked back. Ho. I don't think I went the right way. Kirishima, Sero, Momo. I don't care so much about that guy, actually. Wraith crawled into position and took off his coat, waiting for her to pass underneath him before dropping the coat onto her head. She stepped back and flailed for a second in confusion as Wraith rapidly descended, landing on the ground and moving behind her as she took off the jacket. I don't recognize this. Wraith's arms slid around her neck before she could breathe out and squeezed. One arm wrapped around the front of her neck while the other pushed her head forward. His arms tense and his shoulder pulled in to give her as little room as possible to move. Wraith's legs swept her off her feet as he suddenly yanked backward, knocking her down and putting more pressure on the chokehold. Mina instinctively flailed, creating a flurry of acid as she grabbed his arm. It slowly burned through his bodysuit, but the suit regenerated right back at the same pace. She tried to scream, but no sound came out as the arm cut off BLD flow to her brain, making her pass out after just 8 seconds. It could probably be done for just 5 for Mina, but it was better to play it safe. Wraith let go of the tension and gave her a pair of HNDCFFS plus a complimentary dead note, then picked up both her and his coat. He had to run back to the battlefield, if you could even call this mess a battlefield, if he wanted to take down the rest of the students in time. But realistically speaking, this exercise had a few flaws. He should probably forego the final round to do a quick one-on-one fight with each of the students, checking their individual skill level. After all, their group skills were obvious a mile away. He could have already told anyone that they were bad. However, the specifics amazed even Wraith. He didn't think anyone could be as bad as this group unintentionally. Forget not working together, they were actively getting in each other's way. The weakling had an easier time teaming up with that dumb rabbit than these classmates did with each other. It seemed the weakling had many fond memories of that idiot in particular, an odd feeling for a hero. Ryukyu was understandable. She was an actually functional real hero who did her job. Maruko was just a dumbass with a good quirk who had stumbled into the top 10 and never seemed to learn a thing. These thoughts were irrelevant to the mission. Wraith dropped off Mina and accelerated, moving even faster and faster as he closed in on Sero and Monoma, grabbing a flashbang and smoke and lobbing both to his left. Monoma was caught by the full brunt of the attack while Sero was just hit by the bang, having been looking in the wrong direction. Monoma instinctively set a barrage of ice towards the flashbang, attacking without checking in hopes to get his opponent in a rush. To the right, Sero attacked to the right. Wraith couldn't tell if Sero actually heard Monoma, but Sero definitely saw what Monoma was doing and followed suit, throwing out a long line of tape like a fisherman setting a line. Neither one considered that their opponent had deliberately thrown the grenades away from themselves to attract their attention, and was now behind them. Wraith slid into position behind them, placing down a flashbang before kicking a confused Monoma into Sero's line of tape. He stumbled forward, trying to catch his balance while getting more and more caught on the tape. Behind us. Behind. Bang P9. Both turned and looked straight at the flashbang as it detonated, this time blinding both for sure while Wraith took to the trees. Neither could see what was happening, so they once again fired their quirks blindly. A bad response, but for people who never encountered something like this, it wasn't surprising. Heroes expected upfront and glamorous battles, not wars of attrition and subterfuge. They probably wouldn't see anything like this until their third years at UA, if ever, because if they ever encountered this in the real world, they'd be dead in a minute. Wraith didn't even have to try to finish them off, shoving not even punching Sero in front of Monoma's ice blast before rolling Monoma in more tape and punting them together, stuck to the ground and unable to move. Instead of trying to stick tape to the back of the notes, he just put it on Sero's tape strip, one for each of them. Dead and dead. Your hearing probably hasn't returned yet though. On to the last two. He had a minute left and 2 knuckleheads to go. 2 idiots should have been an easy win, but the problem was who they were. Sato and Kirishima both had quirks that, for some reason, boosted their defense. He had no idea why or how Sato's quirk boosted defense, but it seemed to as he didn't break his hands punching through solid concrete. With half the time of the second match still to go, Wraith took a moment to scout out the remaining 2. They were searching around the smoking area, probably listening to the shouts of Bakugo and Kaminari. All this was causing more chaos for him to feed off, but TCH, running low on nades. The weakling had, sensibly, only brought so many explosives. That wasn't a real problem. They had no idea if they'd need any, and they were pretty dangerous. It made sense that they didn't bring tons. But that didn't make this next part any easier. He approached through the forest branches again, taking an indirect route to the targets. By now the smoke was mostly cleared up and the students were talking to those who already lost while maintaining a healthy distance. I'm pretty sure that note stuck to you means you're dead, Baku bro. Sorry, can't help ya. Kirishima pointed at it and couldn't help laughing. What, you think this is funny? Bakugo snapped at everyone but didn't break the HNDCFFS at least. They didn't have too many of those to spare if he did, for the same reason as the grenades. Wraith was already out, so that meant he'd have to pin these next 2 instead of cuffing them. He approached from the side as they talked, unaware and unfocused. Well, a little, but this is way more relaxed than the first round. We've been here for like a minute with no sign of the guy. If he wanted to attack us by now, he'd do it. Once again he came from the back, choosing Sato to be his target. The only problem was the height difference. He'd have a strong time getting his arm around the neck of a guy head and shoulders taller than him. He'd have to kick out a leg. But seriously, I went out first. Ugh, I didn't even get to show off my swordsmanship. I look like a loser again. It's more like you tied for first place. Is Jiggy good at hiding? He didn't look it in the first round. Sato wasn't even calling him Jiggy as an insult. The big guy was acting like it was his name. That just made it worse. Wraith froze while they exchanged glances, waiting for his chance to grab Sato. 43 seconds to go. I don't think so. Kaminari thought through their experiences. Well, maybe. He's really fast. That's for sure. No sit. We all saw that when he rushed us, dumbass. Bakugo shouted at Kaminari and Kaminari looked at Bakugo. Everyone's attention was off Sato. He silently jumped onto the giant, sliding his arms into place while wrapping his leg in position to make him fall. The children laughed for the first second as Sato grunted, trying to speak but cut off as Wraith pulled his shoulders back and flexed his muscles. The muscles cut off an artery leading to the brain, using minimal force to subdue an opponent. The second was spent suddenly kicking Sato's leg while leaning backward, trying to get him to fall off his feet so Wraith could be in control of the situation. Right now they were both balanced on his legs and could fall over at any moment, so he needed to take control. Sato was still trying to make sounds and was going to pass out in a second. Sato tapped his arm, the universal signal for giving out. Midoriya immediately let go, as his judo days had trained him to, and Sato fell forward onto his knees, gasping. "You caught me off guard. Guess I'm dead too," and in one idiotic motion, the element of surprise was cut from them as everyone turned to look at them. Wraith pulled out the last dead note he'd made and slapped it onto Sato's back. He only made 6 because he could just call off the activity when he got the 7th student. But now, with the element of surprise lost, Kirishima characteristically charged straight in while throwing hooks with a smile. Don't worry bro, I've got FWP bam. No guard. Midoriya didn't even bother to run, taking one step back and hitting Kirishima squarely with a jab. Then another, and another. Oh, what is this? Paper cuts to death. Kirishima didn't bother to defend in the heat of the moment and instead tried to bat Midoriya's jabs to the side, remaining out of guard. That's why he was so fed when Wraith mixed things up. Wraith threw one last jab before stepping in and throwing a left straight. To an idiot, it looked like another jab with a bit more wind-up, but the straight packed far more power than a jab. It punched straight past Kirishima's guard and forced him back a step. "You've got this, Kirishima." Sato stuck to positive reinforcement as Kirishima was dislodged, moving backward slowly while taking a constant barrage of lefts. He didn't even need his right to win this, scoring hit after hit without punishment. What was the point of all that training if you can't even get into guard, Kirishima? Wraith played it a little cold as he piled on the jabs and straights, but it snapped Kirishima out of his funk. He took a long step back and got his form in order from the ground up. Feet, legs, lean, arms. Other than the fact that his feet were wrong, his guard now looked textbook. Wraith didn't stop barraging him with punches, but this no guard actually blocked them alongside his quirk instead of just letting everything hit him dead on. But he was still getting hit. Wraith could tell the time. Still had over 30 seconds to dismantle this guy. And if Kirishima didn't start exchanging punches, this was gonna be over in 5. Wraith wasn't taking this fight seriously though, so he purposely left large gaps between punches to allow for a counter FWP bam. Kirishima's own jab hit him in the face, breaking his momentum and forcing him to stop advancing. I hit. FWP bam. You got hit, dumbass. Stop talking and punch. Wraith's momentum was broken, but his rhythm remained unswayed as he poured on more punches. Now they began to exchange punches, moving in a small circle. Keep going, Kirishima, just keep exchanging. Your quirk will win in the end. What did they think this was? A boxing match? They were supposed to be dead and the dead didn't give free hints. The dead students were watching from the sidelines like spectators around a ring. Still, Kirishima had been using his quirk since the beginning. His arms were rock strong, but they were the only thing he was hardening now. It probably helped him use his quirk for longer by minimizing the area he had to tense. Like tensing an arm versus tensing your whole body. Wraith put in shot after shot into that hardened guard, inspecting Kirishima to find any weak points he could exploit. The main problem was that quirk. It couldn't be overcome in a 2-minute span safely. Anything he could do would put Kirishima in danger of injury. And while Wraith knew heroes were full of sit, he was here to train these students to become less sit. Wraith retreated slightly, but Kirishima stayed in place and continued to throw jab after jab at a perfectly solid defense. Wraith wouldn't normally do anything he didn't expect the kid to be ready for, but this was to find his natural limits. Everyone else had to fall to trickery, so Wraith would try some mix-ups on Kirishima too. Wraith suddenly broke back from the fight, dashing backward several feet and removing his coat. This finally got Kirishima to use those legs of his, breaking his own guard as he ran after Wraith. Kirishima was clearly getting addicted to punches and no longer thinking this through. His guard was broken by himself, his legwork was a mess, and he was completely open to attacks. His own eagerness was going to be his downfall. Wraith took advantage of Kirishima's open guard with a front kick straight into Kirishima's unhardened stomach. The snap kick was so fast it caught Kirishima off guard, stopping his forward progress dead. Kirishima's face scrunched up at the sudden impact as he staggered back, once again using his quirk on his full body reflexively. Wraith followed up this kick by stepping forward again, launching his jacket over Kirishima's head and following it with another kick. Kirishima now stumbled blindly, trying to block while getting the coat off while Wraith calmly and quietly walked behind the boy, lining up the grab. Throwing the coat blinded Kirishima from what was happening, and the kick made Kirishima think that Wraith was still in front of him. Now he unhardened his body, most likely because he couldn't keep full body hardening up, and Wraith struck. The right arm slid along Kirishima's shoulder and around his neck, grabbing Wraith's left bicep to anchor itself in. The left arm grabbed the back of Kirishima's head and forced it forward, cutting off the BLD flow. Wraith's shoulder blades pulled together, tightening the grapple. Wraith's legs served to anchor himself as Kirishima was violently tugged backward and off balance, making Kirishima accidentally putting all of his weight into choking himself out. Give up. Wraith said it simply and boredly, confident in his win. Sero had a chance to throw off Wraith's grapple if he was given a second chance. He knew that man definitely had wrestling moves, but Kirishima was a dumbass through and through. He stood no chance against this and never seemed to learn the basic dichotomy of fights. Certain types of fighters had a natural advantage over other fighters, and the simplest way to put it was grapplers usually beat strikers. A striker had to get close to hit, and that was where the grappler shined, usually grabbing and pinning the striker exactly like this. The striker then had no escape methods and was forced to. No, even he wasn't dumb enough to. Kirishima did the dumbest thing of all, hardened his neck. This wasn't normally bad, but Kirishima's body would harden itself in whatever position it was currently in, meaning Kirishima's neck was now stuck in the choked out position. This moron was literally choking himself out with his own quirk. If hardening didn't deactivate when he went unconscious, Midoriya immediately let go of the grapple and caught Kirishima before he could fall. Release your quirk now. Now, Kirishima definitely got pretty close to passing out. Right now, Midoriya wasn't sure if Kirishima's quirk would wear off the second he went unconscious or if it wore off slightly after, and now was definitely not the time to figure it out. Ugh, what happened? Everything went. Ugh, my neck. Kirishima rubbed his neck, confused. My vision dimmed for a sec. That's whack. What's your name? Midoriya set down Kirishima and walked in front of him, checking his eyes to make sure nothing was wrong. He didn't have a effing clue what to do when someone nearly choked themselves out, and there was almost definitely no lasting damage, but he needed to make sure. Say your name. Say it. Ijiro Kirishima. And calm down, man. I'm fine. Kirishima shook his head and smiled. It didn't seem like any of them really realized what just happened, but he had to point it out. He took a breath in to calm himself, collected his thoughts, and refocused. Who's he? The man pointed at Bakugo, someone Kirishima regularly talked to. This was pretty routine from what he remembered, but his first aid training was mostly centered on dealing with combat injuries. He wasn't sure what kind of brain damage you could get from a bad chokeout. Bakugo, is something wrong? Kirishima seemed to get the tone that was being put off now as he started to take this a little more seriously. The man grabbed a set of keys from his coat off the ground and tossed them to Sero. The keys work for any cuffs, so go unlock those too. If you want to get Mina, she should be awake and in that direction. The man then refocused on Kirishima to address him. Your quirk hardens this in the position it's in when your quirk first activates, right? Yeah, otherwise my hair would go wild every time I hardened it. I have to use gel to get it like this. Why? E-R-R-R-R-R-R-I-N-G. Right. The man turned off the alarm and refocused on Kirishima. Does your quirk, hardening, wear off instantly or does it stick around for a few seconds? It can last like an extra second or two after I focus on it, like if I lose a hair it stays strong for a second. Did something happen? Now Kirishima glanced between the other students, confused. Kirishima, if someone gets their arm around your neck to choke you out, do not use your quirk. Kirishima did seem dazed for a second after the choke, meaning his quirk really did nearly choke him out. When you're being choked out, your body is being crushed to cut off BLD flow. When you harden your body, you're hardening your body in the choked position and strangling yourself. Kirishima, you could have killed yourself. The man tried to say it gently, but it was the truth. Kirishima needed to know this to avoid hurting himself in the future. We don't have the medical equipment here to help you if you cut off BLD flow to your brain, and it only takes 10 seconds without BLD to start doing major damage. Do you understand? Are you, sir? Yes. The man stood up and offered Kirishima a hand. I can help you deal with this problem going forward, but I need you to understand how serious this is first. Now, do you understand? Kirishima clearly didn't get it yet fully. He might not for a while. He might never if he didn't think about it too strong about this. But right now, he needed an answer. Yeah, I nearly died. I get it. Either UA has completely desensitized you to death in 3 months or you don't. And you don't have the eyes of someone who's figured out that he nearly died. 2 large-scale battles with several of the greatest fighters in Japan. A cold night on a rooftop, with just a single finger cut, leaving him at the mercy of the hero killer. A simple brawl in an abandoned building with a giant gangster who seemed to effortlessly tear him apart. But for now, hey, Jiggy, I got Sero and Momo out too. Sero came back into the picture with everyone arguing behind him. Nice job. How many of us have you caught so far, Sero? You, me, you again, Kaminari, and Mina if my math's right. Oh, shut up. You got me this time and Bakugo last time. No one else seemed to care. The man shook his head and helped Kirishima up. Everyone, we're changing the 3rd round. It is unnecessary. The crowds looked pretty defeated after their total defeat, but what did they expect? This wasn't a match like they had at their schools. This was a serious fight where he tried to gauge each of their weaknesses so their regiment would be best tailored to help them. Like a certain student's inability to realize how bad his defense actually was. Did anyone even hit you, Jiggy? Sero rubbed his head, confused. A lot, but irrelevant, I'm afraid. We are going to be doing one-on-one fights for 10 minutes instead. We are going to fight for 10 minutes with a 30-second break anytime someone is incapacitated. We will be fighting for the duration of the 10 minutes regardless of how many times someone goes down, so long as they are physically able to continue. Raise your hand if you have a question. Did we do that bad? From Kaminari, who really seemed like he had a bad run. No, I'm just fighting one-on-one to evaluate your abilities better. It's strong to see how good each of you are all at once, so this is for my sake. Any other questions? This sit was a war of attrition. Not just for the students, but for them. The weakling needed a minute after that to get himself together, and that was understandable. Killing someone deliberately was one thing, but to have a student accidentally kill themselves during training of all things, he probably would have been fine, but that could have been very dangerous, and the problem was Wraith didn't know where that line was. He only knew that, for a good long knockout, 15 seconds was a great number. For a quick knockout, around 9. But that was a line the weakling didn't want to toe. Wraith took this moment to scan across the students as he breathed deeply, letting his heart calm down. It really showed in situations like this that the weakling had already made his decision, even if he'd never admit it. That's why he was the weakling. Well, if we have no questions, we'll establish an order. Does anyone want to go first, or should I just go in class order? Sensei, I'll do it. ... Of all the people, he really didn't think he'd take the lead. Bakugo walked forward. I wanna fight you first, Sensei. Bakugo and Midoriya faced each other inside the forest amidst the trees. Bakugo checked all his gear one last time while Midoriya set the timer with slightly shaking hands. He set the timer on the bodysuit, then began to play with Yamato subconsciously, tapping the tsuba with a thumb. Sensei, I don't want you to hold back. My wins won't count if you do. Bakugo was as straightforward as ever, a pillar of confidence and strength. It took Midoriya back to old times, haunting times. He could still feel the heat sear his skin. I planned to from the start. How can I tell you to try if I'm not doing it myself? Wraith took over the second Midoriya started to falter. The weakling wasn't strong enough for this, so Wraith would handle it. It was why he was created. That was his purpose. When things got dangerous, the Undying would take the lead. He looked over Bakugo with emotionless eyes, tearing him apart with objective facts. Bakugo was the strongest person in Wanna by leaps and bounds. The closest one to him would be probably Yaoyorozu or Kirishima. He wasn't sure, but that was just because of their quirks. Bakugo had the instincts to win, the will to kill, a necessary trait for real fighters like himself. But Bakugo was a natural. Wraith had to be trained and developed over dozens of fights, dancing on the knife's edge for months. It also showed the difference in experience. Bakugo beat up kids and robots for most of his life, while Wraith went head-to-head with the biggest names in modern professional heroism and won. With the weakling's mind and hours spent in the thick of it, they held a massive edge over him. But how long could they keep that edge? He was Katsuki Bakugo, and he was Wraith. He finished putting on most of his kit, with only a single helmet left now, dangling off his hip in its folded form. The face of the Ronin. When he put that on, he'd get serious. You want to go all out from the start. You've got something in mind, Sensei. Bakugo smirked as he stretched his legs, taking this match seriously. He no longer had anyone to get in his way, so all the results from here on out were really his. Let's start with our ultimate moves. No point in holding that off. Wraith stuck with the facts, not bothering with any more tricks since the last round. The weakling needed a confidence boost, and the best way was to show him how far they had passed by their previous limits. Wraith imagined the weakling's reaction was so bad because he never had to deal with Bakugo one-on-one yet. It had always been in a group, but now they had to face their fears and overcome them. Don't die in the first hit, old BSTRD. Bakugo shifted into his serious fighting mindset, crouching down to fly forward. Wraith's hand firmly grasped Yamato, eager to draw and start slicing everything into ribbons. He hadn't felt this kind of thrill and fear since they took on those fake heroes from the top 10. But this was much more personal. A decade-long grudge that he wanted to be settled as quickly as possible, yet wanted to drag out as long as possible at the same time. The hypocrisy and mixed signals were confusing for someone as logical as Wraith. 10, 9, 8. Wraith's feet shifted slightly, gauging the distance between them. Again, he was the one who walked away, so it was really unnecessary. But Wraith couldn't just sit still, probably because of the weakling that was in him. 7, 6, 5. Bakugo's crouch became a little deeper as he warmed up his hands. He was probably going to lead with the howitzer impact, a move first shown at the UA Sports Festival. He'd be coming in from above with high velocity for a wide-ranged attack. However, he actually had to get very close to use it. The moment before Bakugo tried to activate it was the best time to counter it. Brrrrrring. Ring. Bakugo took straight into the air, flying higher and higher. By taking to the air, he seemed to negate any and all use for a traditional sword, putting himself at a large advantage. He reached a large height of about 50 feet up before he stopped, floating for a second before he launched himself downward like a hawk, pushing himself as fast as possible with a string of explosions as he began to spin. Diiie. Wraith was still as a tree, both feet planted firmly as if he meant to take the head head-on. He slightly eased Yamato out of its sheath, releasing a wave of smoky fog around himself. He slowly was encased in the fog bank, eyes ever locked on Bakugo as he flew higher and higher before closing as Bakugo began to hurtle towards him at breakneck speeds. He'd rush himself if he saw how fast Bakugo was going. Instead of staring up, he softly whispered to himself, weeping demon style, formless technique, howitzer, IMPAACT. There was a lot of screaming as Bakugo decimated the forest with a single attack, creating a wave of flames as he launched multiple large explosions in a row. The explosions also pushed him backward a safe distance in case of a counterattack, but there was no movement. From suddenly, a new set of explosions ignited, but this time directly behind Bakugo. They blasted him into his own attack, turning his power against himself as he was caught like a leaf in a hurricane. Howitzer impact only lasted a few seconds though, leaving Bakugo with minor bruises and burns from being battered around but still standing. He was breathing heavily, but his eyes were focused as he smiled. I knew it. I thought I recognized that stupid coat. Wraith walked out from a portal, sheathing Yamato. By creating a wall of portals, he could teleport Bakugo's explosion to hit the aspiring villain from behind, turning all that power Bakugo built up against himself. You've got 30 seconds to rest after that, then we go again. Understood. Baiting me into a big attack you could easily predict, cheeky BSTRD. Bakugo was smiling despite his injuries and stretched his shoulders. It won't happen again. Instead of responding, Wraith went to his knees, holding Yamato in his left hand while breathing deeply to get into a meditative state. Beyond him, Bakugo walked back and forward, constantly moving as the timer ticked down, barely containing himself as he waited for BRRRRRRING. Ring. Bakugo charged, again, this time staying low to the ground as he flew forward. He prepared to blast. Bang. Bang. Whatever Bakugo intended to do got cut off as he got domed by kindness, taking the shot dead on. You bulletproof. Stop going in straight lines. 30 seconds. It won't happen again, Bakugo said as he slid to a stop, well aware he'd be dead if that wasn't an air blast. As fast as Bakugo was, he wasn't faster than a bullet, and he definitely would have been dead from the quick draw. He had been too easy of a target and got punished for it, but this was how you found your limits. Besides, Wraith intended to take the lead early when Bakugo was still testing him out. These fights would get longer as they got more used to each other's fighting styles and began to develop counters. Wraith had more options and weapons than any of the students, so he'd always take an early lead against all students, but Bakugo was smart and powerful enough to adjust with what he could do and win. Each round after the first two took much longer. Bakugo never charged in straight lines because of the risk of being shot, now using the trees as cover to block attacks. However, the trees were a two-way street and also were used to block Bakugo's own large explosions. Yamato didn't actually see much use against Bakugo. It was a strong weapon, but kindness and Cupid were stronger against the fast-flying Bakugo and his explosive attacks. It took Wraith back to his fight against that airhead, Nejire, as they exchanged blasts from 20 feet away. Bakugo would dominate the mid-ranged fight at about 20 feet, but Wraith won both long and close-ranged fight with his guns and katana. Bakugo had to force his way forward, using the trees to get closer before coming out for attacks. Bakugo had only tried one last head-on assault when he tried to jump him from 20 feet away, resulting in Wraith drawing both guns and blasting him straight into a tree. The two pistols were weaker than Bakugo on their own, but when feeding off his explosive power, they could disrupt his charges. It wasn't easy by any stretch of the imagination, but that's what made it a difficult match. And sure enough, Ronin didn't win every time. When Bakugo entirely gave up on the ground approach and SWCH back to the aerial approach, he managed to tackle Ronin and pin him to the floor with a hand to his face radiating heat. Gotcha. So you did. 30 seconds. Wraith took failure the same he took success, with a smile and a nod. Bakugo's progress was pleasing, from a straight assault to using cover, then mixing the two to surprise and rush his enemy. It was good progress. Wraith rose off the ground and checked his guns, walking 10 feet back instead of building a great distance like usual. HM. Better to SWCH now. Wraith holstered both guns and drew out Yamato again, spinning it a few times to get a feel for it. Sensei, you ain't running away. Bakugo seemed a little surprised since all fights so far had been long-ranged encounters, forcing him to close the distance since that played to the teacher's strength. But he didn't want to just play to his strengths, he wanted to test his students. Wraith grabbed something off his hip and opened it up, putting on the mask with one hand. Growth comes from change. Power comes from growth. Victory comes from power. I'm not going to teach you to nearly kill yourselves like UA, or teach you some patterns like some other idiotic school. I'm gonna teach you to be great. 10 seconds left. Get ready. Wraith did the last-minute adjustments to the mask, making sure the hair stayed out of his face, and took a sword stance. Bakugo gauged the distance, thinking it through, then planted his feet and raised both hands to prepare for a full-out brawl. Brrrrrrring. Ring. Their brawl-like fight seemed to shake the forest, but that was all Bakugo, screaming with every swing of his hands as he demolished everything. Wraith exchanged blows for the entire duration of the round without backing down, taking explosion after explosion to the face without flinching. They crashed into each other for the last 3 minutes in one single round, both refusing to go down as they exchanged blow after blow. Wraith's body seemed to blur as he pushed the muscle suit to its limits, going as fast as possible while pushing through the explosion. His attacks came from every direction as he moved quickly, evading some attacks while barreling straight through others and hitting the aspiring villain over and over. Bakugo still flew through the air, but it was more like small jumps as he took hit after hit of the teacher's katana. The old BSTRD didn't hold back, so he wouldn't either. He planted his feet through every hit, grit his teeth, and paid it back. Double. 2 blurs moved through the forest, 2 winds of destruction tearing each other apart. Wispy blues sliced through burning oranges, and orange flames devoured blue fog. The forest glowed as they tore into each other, planting their feet for a brutal close-range exchange before suddenly bolting in a new direction and attacking each other while they moved. It was unclear who chased who as they went. Faster and faster, their carnage spreading above the tops of the trees and out of the forest as they fought wherever they pleased. On the ground, in the air, off of trees, they rammed into each other over and over and over and over and over. Brrrrrring. Ring. What do you know? Time's up. And, in as almost an unsatisfying manner as possible, it ended. Midoriya sheathed his sword to signal to Bakugo that they were done and jumped down from the tree, rolling out of his fall, and coming to a stop. He waited for Bakugo to join him before he went back to the group to pick up the next kid. Why, it can't be. A little longer. You didn't take it seriously. You didn't use the sharp part of your sword. Bakugo made some strange statements as he stopped flying and landed on the ground, then pointed at him while shouting. What happened to all that growth and sit? Go all out. There is no reason to. This is an examination, not a fight to the death. Midoriya now walked back to the group calmly. And I cannot continue to fight you, Bakugo. I have to examine the other students as well. Perhaps another time. Whatever. Bakugo's usual bad attitude came back, relieving Midoriya. To be honest, he was more scared when Bakugo got oddly formal right before the fight than when he was like this. This D-ish behavior was what he remembered Bakugo for. After all. Hey, old BSTRD. That'd be me, I assume. Old BSTRD. Old man, Jiggy. Sensei, the old man thing was getting ridiculous. His wig just had a little gray in it and suddenly everyone thought he was old. He didn't have wrinkles or anything because that took more makeup than Midoriya was willing to put on before a fight. Was it his posture or something? The fake voice he did. Why did everyone call him old? What is it, Bakugo? You coming to UA? Bakugo was definitely scowling as he spoke, even if Midoriya couldn't see it. He scowled so much it was probably his default expression. No, I don't think I will ever be coming to UA. After this, the absolute failing of UA to teach its students anything was something Midoriya could not ignore as much as he wanted to. Heroism's future was, at best, bleak. Even he knew that. But did he care? UA was the home of failures and fools. They would never be returning to that place under friendly terms. A gladiatorial pit run by a rat that only taught people how to fail. Why? Doesn't matter. Thanks for the challenge, Sensei. That made a little more sense. Bakugo was so strong he probably never got a real challenge at UA. To be honest, the other students at UA seemed kind of soft. They weren't good in moments of high stress, couldn't defend themselves properly, and were, to be frank, weak. This week isn't over yet. While Midoriya didn't think heroes should just fight, there was a difference between Bakugo and most of 1A. While Bakugo was all fighting ability, most of 1A had no fighting ability. Midoriya wanted well-rounded heroes with a lot of talents, not a mix of brutes and complete idiots. At least Bakugo was good at something. Most of the students were bad at everything with no talents. A good hero was somewhere in the middle between these clowns, at least for combat. Whatever. Thanks, Sensei. And there, he said it again. It was such a minor detail, but it confused Midoriya every time he heard it. What about him seemed so old? If he knew, he could capitalize on it to make better disguises going forward since most people wouldn't think a high schooler was an old man. But he had no idea. Wait, Bakugo didn't say old BSTRD this time. Was he dealing with a fake Bakugo? Midoriya and Bakugo returned to Exam F and the main building to see a mess of movement as the students moved about, doing the training methods that Midoriya had thought up in 10 seconds. Kaminari was still practicing his overhead strike, but now he was using his lightning legs or whatever he called it, combining quirk use with combat training. Kirishima was punching a tree and going for the leaves, trying to now get 10 leaves back. Sero was just doing a traditional workout to come back down from his quirk usage consisting of whatever Midoriya could think of that didn't require real equipment. Sero was back on tape dispenser duty since that training was technically fine and needed no revamping. Momo was back to his self-made training since Midoriya didn't understand his quirk well enough to try and improve it, and Momo already seemed to make it as efficient as possible. Aizawa and some members of the Wild Cats, he didn't care. They weren't one of his problems. Mina, the person he was in charge of, was currently still stretching for her match. She was up next and couldn't be training, since that would deplete the acid she'd fight him with. He wanted to get those kinds of people out quickly, which is why Sero'd be either next or last. He'd already told Bakugo what to do on the way here and instead called out to Mina. Mina, you're up. Sero, you're next. Start preparing. Wraith could see that the students had probably stopped training for at least a minute to watch fight, just going off how everyone has inexplicably moved about 50 feet closer to the fight than when they left. Wraith could also see the heroes waiting their turn to talk, but they could wait longer. Am I gonna die? Mina looked at some of the trees that had gotten in the way of their final brawl, smashed and slashed to bits, and had an understandably concerned look on her face. I can't compete with Bakugo. Then, it's a good thing you're not Bakugo. Midoriya had at least taken off the helmet on the way back. He probably wouldn't need it for this fight and it'd give his identity away. Even the dumbest student should remember Ronin, the vigilante that Nezu brought in to kick their butt a couple of months ago. I don't want you to do Bakugo's best. I want you to do yours. The random pro hero in yellow, Ragdoll, stepped up as he was trying to talk and moved in front of him with Aizawa trailing behind her. Excuse us, I excuse no one. Follow me, Mina. Midoriya took a sidestep around the professional heroes who had come to disrupt his training. With barely a glance back, Eraserhead, Tiger, and something about a doll. Midoriya had a lot on his mind and he couldn't remember what her real hero name was. Hey, we want a word with you and I don't want a word with you. I'll stay out of your way, do worry. Wraith walked past What's-Her-Face and put Yamato back on his belt before doing one last check as he walked into the forest. He wouldn't need the mask, the sword, or the coat. Probably. Who knew? Mina could surprise him. Ken, we just want a quick word with you about your training. Eraserhead put a hand on his shoulder as he tried to walk away, stopping him. Wasting more of their time. Can't it be done when I'm done with the evaluations? I'm trying to get this done as soon as possible. Wraith tried to appeal to them, then decided to force it into his favor. I'll be done in an hour, we'll talk then. Wraith pushed Eraserhead's arm off and continued into the forest, waving goodbye without looking back. Don't make your students wait. Good luck with teaching. ... Man, he didn't answer a thing. Hey, Aizawa, guess he gave her the brush. Don't even finish that sentence, Ragdoll. Mina slid around the forest and between the trees, skating across her acid. How are you so fast? Practice. Aren't you supposed to be fighting me? Come on, hit me. Midoriya leaped away again, using the trees to avoid Mina by a large margin. For the first section of the test, he wanted to test her maneuverability, and it was a good thing he did. To be rude, he had no idea what Mina was good at. Her quirk could be powerful, but she didn't seem that tough herself. She lacked the obvious muscle that even Midoriya had, and her intelligence was so notable it had been the first problem listed on her document. While Wraith wondered how good Bakugo's fighting skills were, he instead wondered how bad Mina's skills were and was pleasantly surprised. Midoriya bounced from tree to tree, but Mina chased right after him like she was on a pair of roller skates, traversing the chaotic terrain with ease. She wasn't buff, but she shared their ability to be in excellent control of her body. To demonstrate this, Wraith hit a tree dead on and suddenly doubled back. This sudden change would have given most people trouble, but Mina, hey, get back here. She slid up a tree trunk, spinning midair before taking the gravity and going even faster after him. He actually lost more speed than her pulling that turn, having to slow down and speed up again while she kept her momentum mostly constant. Good balance, excellent control too. How did you get such good control of your body? She definitely had better control of them. She seemed to be using her quirk like some sort of slip and slide, which by all rights should have sent her spiraling out of control, yet here she was. She wasn't faster than him when both went full speed, but otherwise she seemed to have every movement advantage. This, I don't know, natural talent was something Wraith didn't like but had to acknowledge. But even he could enjoy someone who used their talents to get stronger instead of leaving them to the wayside. Dancing, I guess. Really, dancing. Notes for later. Wraith planted his feet and turned around again, this time diving straight at the aspiring dancer. Then let's dance. Oh, I get it, AGH. Mina suddenly swung out of the way and avoided his sudden attack. But there wasn't just one attack coming her way. Wraith pushed straight past her and kept on moving, building up speed again as he left. Hey, no fair. This is a fight. Nothing's fair. Wraith glanced back to see her trying to keep up and started throwing some more insults, trying to aggravate her into attacking. Well, it'd be a fight, but that requires two people. There we go. Wraith swerved to the side to avoid some acid that she seemed to throw like a water hoon. The acid she created didn't have a lot of initial velocity, so she had to cup her hands, make the acid, then throw it if she wanted to hit a ranged opponent like him. Good try, so you can fight. Wraith had been running away in a mostly straight line until now, but now Mina started to pick up the pace on her attacks, throwing acid time and time again. If she was smarter, she'd cut him off with acid and force him to come closer, then use her superior mobility to catch up to him. From there she could get him with the acid that directly came off her body. But that was if she was smarter, and Wraith was having a field day right now. He cut wild again and pushed ahead, going full speed and instantly creating a huge gap between them before slowing to a complete stop. They had done enough speed testing. It was time to see how she did against a stationary target. Wraith planted his feet and got ready to fight, adopting a real fighting stance as Mina slowed down, at least smart enough to smell a trap. She swung wide around him, circling him before shooting acid at his back. He dodged it, predictably, but she didn't seem too caught up on that. Aiming for my back. Not very sportsmanlike, are we? Nothing's fair, remember Gramps. She had a huge smile as she flung more acid from a range. She understood her abilities well enough, keeping a melee opponent at bay by throwing out constant attacks and keeping a distance. He was still confused by the Gramps thing, but he'd postpone that. Right now, he wanted to see how she fought. He willing tanked some of the acids, testing how powerful it really was. Couldn't even burn all the way through the muscle suit. Its regeneration factor completely cancelled out any acid that got on it. After getting a few hits from a range, Mina turned and slid straight into him, and was she trying to do a effing uppercut? God, Mina swerved straight towards him, preparing for a comically large uppercut. She swung her right arm behind her, letting it trail back as she closed the distance, coming straight at him dead on. She crouched her legs and leaned forward, literally jumping into the punch, and was pushed to the side by Midoriya, who sidestepped the attack while hitting her in the side to force her to miss. By both doing to one side and hitting her to the other, he made sure her uppercut didn't even come close to hitting him, but she kept her momentum all the while. Because she didn't actually hit anything, she barely slowed down and instead circled around before zooming back for another punch. This time I've got you. Mina went in for another uppercut with the exact same style, proving she learned nothing. She didn't even notice how easy the attack was to avoid. This time they'd punish her for trying to use such a stupid move. Her arm trailed behind her and she zoomed forward, leaning far too much into the punch to be functional. She slid along the ground, giving her punch no solid base. She then jumped forward, wilding, throwing her arm at his chin, and was crushed from above by a left jab. The monster stepped into the dancer's attack with its left foot, pulling its shoulder as far back as it could, then let it come crashing straight down into Mina's head. In the same moment Mina tried to throw the uppercut. Her own jump and momentum added into the blow, directing all that force into her face as the monster stayed planted, punching straight through her attack with a single blow. Mina took the counter punch straight to the face and flipped upside down, flying through the air before being grabbed by Midoriya, who jumped into the air after her and bodied the crash landing. He quickly put his legs under himself and lifted her up, checking her for any signs of consciousness. Hey, are you all right? Are you awake? MNGHMF. Well, she was at least alive. No signs of bleeding, but she might have a concussion. Sit. They didn't even use superhuman strength, although that jab had been more like a left straight. The dancer's own speed as she charged and had knocked her out as she, essentially, headbutted a wall at top speed. It had hit the top of her head, so some of the force would be diffused at least. But she still wasn't in great shape. Midoriya started to carry her out of the forest, thinking this mess out to himself. They'd need to teach her some real close combat skills, or teach her never to try that again, because there were no phrases for what she'd just done other than a mistake. That uppercut had been a terrible idea from start to finish, and Midoriya would have thought Yue would have at least stopped self-destructive moves like this one. Seriously, in a real fight, someone could easily kill her after pulling a stunt like this. Hell, she might have just landed wrong and snapped her neck on the sidewalk for doing this. Did Yue not even correct its students' bad habits? What did that hellhole actually do? This was the cushy world of Yue that sent kids to the relaxed world of heroism. No effort anymore, just a free ride from start until the day they met a real villain like Stain and died. They didn't need to teach kids how to really fight, because they wouldn't ever really fight. They'd just used their quirks, and if their quirks didn't work, they were useless Dekus. Wraith said his tongue with annoyance as he carried this idiot out of the forest. She had seemed promising, but she couldn't do anything that didn't use her quirk. He had gotten his hopes up but forgotten the world he lived in. Did I win? Mina did seem to wake up. She might have just blacked out for a second from the impact, but he still wasn't sure. Midoriya looked her in the eyes, trying to see how well she was focusing. She seemed alright. What's your name? Ashido. Ugh, my head's killing me. Midoriya was pretty sure that was Mina's either first or last name because right now he couldn't really remember which was which. Don't panic, weakling. It was her last name. Next question. With some help, Midoriya calmed down and asked the next question. And where are we right now? Some forest place. I don't know, it's supposed to be a secret. If she could remember that much, she was probably fine. AGH. Is something wrong? Are you hurt? No, we were fighting, and now we're not. So that means something is wrong, right? Mina at least was pretty quick to figure that out. You knocked yourself out trying to land an uppercut. Wraith was completely honest with her since there was no harm in telling her if she was fine. He also put her down again, since he was not going to carry around dead weight if he could help it. Are you feeling woozy right now? Any problems? Nope. You're ready to keep going. Keep what? You just got knocked out. You should be more worried. Happens all the time in training. Matches. Seriously, you should get some more real-world experience, Gramps. Real-world experience. They needed real-world experience. What the actual F was UA? Teaching. Well, if everyone kept getting concussions, it explained why these kids were idiots. This was basic safety sit. How was UA? Legal. This was outrageous. How much sit did Recovery Girl let them get away with? UA was so bad it was making his opinion of all heroes worse by existing. Fine, we'll continue. But we stop when I say so, down to the nanosecond. If I think anything's wrong, I won't hesitate. Understand? Wraith shook his head at this idiot, amazed at her enthusiasm. Did she have any idea what safety was? Still, he was confident in his ability to prevent any further harm, and at least knew that he'd be pulling his punches going forward. If anything went wrong, this was on his head. I assent that what we were doing already. I'm ready, coach. Put me in. She shot him a sarcastic salute, making him shake his head as he took a few steps back. Planning this out. Try melee again. She'd fail again and they could pack up. ERRRRRRING. Ring. The sound went off to signal the continuation of their fight, and Wraith immediately took off. He wouldn't go straight into the melee, that was too obvious. He'd get her into a rhythm, and when she went for the uppercut, he'd go for a grapple and pin instead of a counter. That would safely beat her and sate the weakling in him. You're pretty fast. Mina had gotten into her rhythm and showed the difference between their styles again. Midoriya could get to top speed quickly while Mina built up gradually, keeping with their staccato versus legato nature. Once again, he led with a straightaway to build distance before suddenly throwing in some sharp turns. Mina slid between the trees like she had roller skates, creating acid with one foot at a time while pushing off the ground with the other. It had to be a pretty good lubricant with the speed she could achieve. But it was her technique that surprised Midoriya the most, in that she actually had some. She swung her entire body with every step, vaguely like a figure skater, which put most of her weight into the movement and helped her move much faster. So far, they had been navigating relatively uncomplicated terrain. The biggest problems were rocks and tree roots, but now it was time to amp it up before this ended. Midoriya ran into Bakugo's battleground and began to navigate over broken trees, weaving through the mess with ease while keeping an eye out for his competitor to make sure she didn't hurt herself. But Mina had no such problems, smiling as she jumped over and slid along the broken tree parts. Her excellent balance and good reflexes let her keep a high top speed even while navigating complicated structures, making her technically faster than even that blue robot kid with the engine legs so long as they were inside. She was smiling and laughing, clearly enjoying this. She was showing no signs of her injury as she even got comfortable enough to start using ranged attacks again, lobbing more acid at him. What's wrong? Slowing down. Midoriya mixed slowing down and speeding up with side-to-side movement, putting it all together to dodge everything easily before sliding to a stop and turning 108 degrees. His feet slid into stance, his hands came up, and his eyes silently locked onto Mina, letting his actions speak for him. You're finished. Mina, once again, went straight at him. She really must have had a concussion or 10 from UA if she thought this was gonna work. She was smiling like an idiot as she flew towards him, sliding along the ground with her exaggerated swagger straight into his counterattack. She let her right hand trail behind her as she leaned down, crouching slightly to prepare for the jump. Wraith's left hand shot forward as a proper jab, aiming this time to counter her while hitting her in the stomach and then SWCH into a grapple before she went flying. His left foot stepped forward. His hand cut through the air, dragging the elbow behind it, and hit nothing as Mina went even lower, sliding onto her back and suddenly kicking him in the stomach with one leg. Her leg got a solid hit, driving all her momentum into him and launching him backward and through the air. Midoriya hadn't prepared or activated Beowulf. He didn't think he'd need to, and though it would just put her in danger. For this misconception, Midoriya was sent rolling backward with the air knocked out of him, crashing into a log and losing all air in his lungs. He held onto the log for stability, trying to get his feet under him but lacking the strength. The dancer had countered their counter. Oh, how the tables turned. He took ragged breaths in and spit out some BLD as he forced his arm to straighten. th. 30 seconds. Good job. Heh, we're 1 for 1 now, right? And you thought I was done. Mina winked at him, while flashing a cheeky smile, but she earned it. Didn't people used to think he was an idiot? That he couldn't do this. Dmn. How the tables turned. It's 1 to 1. Huh, the phrase is 1 to 1, not 1 for 1. Midoriya laughed, standing up, stretching before ditching his coat to show off the bodysuit. Large black muscles ran the length of his body, only cut off by the dark gray of his arm bracers, and breathed. He removed Yamato too, placing it beside his coat gently. I've gotta admit, I underestimated you, Mina. I humbly apologize. Heh, guess I taught you a lesson. Wait. Mina squinted as Midoriya cracked his neck, grabbing a black blob at his belt. The smooth, glossy texture of the folded helmet felt reassuring in his hands as he lifted it up. Most of the helmet was still one piece, but the back slid up and down to let his head in. The man slid his head through this part now before, sealing the mask shut, his entire body a variety of grays now. Rest assured, I will take you seriously now. Oh. The man stretched his body, showing off his remaining weapons like the pair of pistols he kept underneath his arms. He stood to his full height as he approached, the featureless black mask and bodysuit seeming to absorb the light right out of the air, creating a living shadow that walked straight towards its opponent. There was not a glint of light or a single reflection off of what should have been the shiny metal that coated the man. Good luck, hero. Ring. Aizawa sat at the outdoor benches, vaguely watching his students with one hand on his chin and the other on a juice packet, barely awake. Next to him was one of the wild cats, who was all too eager and far too excited for his liking, seeming happy to stare at him while rocking back and forth. At least, she wasn't talking to him much, but she didn't need to. She could monitor 100 people at a time, meaning she easily could keep track of everyone here and then some. If anyone got seriously injured, she'd know about it already. But he wasn't sure she'd mention it. Anything wrong with anyone yet, Pixabob? Well, you seem to be missing a lot of sleep, since I'm not Pixabob. I meant physical injuries. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, then finished off the juice packet while she talked. Well, most of the students are getting pretty tired from quirk use. The two in the forest are really pushing their limits. One's got a bruise on their head and the other, well, they're both going really fast. If it wasn't Pixabob, Mandalay had the kid and Aizawa could see Tiger, so that meant the yellow one was Ragdoll. That's right, Pixie Bob was the one who was going crazy. They're going fast. Both of them. It was Ronin and Mina, but Mina wasn't fast. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, wondering if Ronin had some trick he was teaching everyone to move fast after what he had done to Kaminari. Yuppo, they've stopped, and they're coming back here now. We should see them in a second or two. Ragdoll swayed back and forth as she sat on the bench like a little kid, more like the students than the teachers. Then again, this whole cat motif was pretty childish with the lace and ears. He'd rather be at home with his cat. Doesn't matter, we'll talk to him when he's done. He's got 5 more students to get through. Aizawa forced his eyes open as he stared at the training grounds with absolute boredom, barely concentrating as his brain tried to find something interesting to look at. Oh hey, the space girl threw up. Again. God, he was so effing bored, he should have brought a book or something. I'm alive. Mina shouted it like it was some kind of miracle as she emerged from the forest and made a beeline for the benches, sitting down a few feet over from Ragdoll and Aizawa and placing a drink down on the table, stretching. Phew. In the background, Ronin spoke to his students, keeping them organized as he worked. Sero, you're up. Sato, you're next. Stop working out and start getting ready. We should be back in 10 or so. And Ronin was gone again, going back into those woods with Sero in tow. Aizawa's eyes drifted across his students again, returning to his bored state as he drilled the wooden table with a finger, trying anything to entertain himself while tuning out everyone nearby, like, specifically, Ragdoll and Mina, who immediately started talking. Ragdoll kicked it off, glancing over at Mina. Hey, you're part of Exam F, right? I'm Ragdoll. I don't think I've gotten to see you yet. I'm one of the wild cats who was out last night. Well, I'm Mina, and I love your outfit. Aizawa tried his best to ignore them because he was sure he'd either pass out or kill himself if he had to listen for too long. The girls broke down into that pointless conversation he'd heard all too often, commenting on each other's outfits since they were both in their hero outfits. Wait, why was Mina in her hero outfit here? Why were all of them in their hero outfits? Aizawa hadn't really questioned it until now, but when he thought about it, those outfits should be at UA. Still, why were they here? Hey, Mina, who gave you that outfit? Oh, Jiggy Didoom. The old guy. I don't know his name, sorry. She laughed it off, rubbing her head and noticing some of the sticks that were in her hair. She began to untangle that mess while she talked. He brought the costumes. He also brought a whole bunch of water and stuff. Like this. Mina held up her drink. Then finally remembered you were supposed to open drinks to do anything with them. Quickly scrambling to open the thing and take a drink before she went back to her hair, opting to just melt the sticks out now. Ragdoll took this chance to direct the conversation towards Ronin, saying, that old guy, what's he like? He seems pretty fast. Totally right. I didn't even know I could go that fast. It was crazy. Mina answered the second statement first, then leaned back against nothing, staring up into the sky and stroking her chin while she thought strong. That old guy's weird. Definitely weird. Mina laughed, then took another drink. Ragdoll pushed her onward. Just weird. Totally weird. He got really concerned when I hit my head, but he's the one who hit me in the head. Mina thought strong again, formulating her thoughts. I don't know. He gets worried pretty easily. But he's super strong. He took my acid like it was nothing. Being strong and being weird are separate things, Mina. Aizawa checked the time and took his eye drops while he counted down the minutes until this was over. Still had a few hours until dinner, and then he was free. Aizawa didn't even bat an eye at Ronin being acid-proof. At this point, he'd believe it if Ronin was All Might in a lame disguise if All Might weren't an idiot. I guess. He takes this stuff really seriously. Mina took another drink, staring blankly at the forest as she finished her thoughts. Like, it pushes you really strong. Huh, so weird. Isn't that good for a teacher? Ragdoll glanced between the two, still wearing that blank smile with wide eyes, trying to push the student to improve. Maybe you should go a couple rounds with the old guy. Mina giggled at the thought, then checked how much she still had to drink. She lifted the bottle, draining it quickly, then moved away to get back to training. It sounds fun and all, but when you get into it, Sero shot out tons of tape, trying to get a hit on that slippery old man. But he couldn't get a hit, and I thought you were fast with the jacket on. Focus, your accuracy, needs work. The old man wasn't lying when he said he was going to take this seriously, if you could still call him that. Calling this guy an old man was like calling a tank old tech with how wild he got. The teacher sidestepped past the tape and fired a return shot with his pistol, nearly hitting Sero again. You can't win a fight at any range if you can't hit. Easier said than done. Sero latched onto another tree, pulling himself back as the teacher advanced, stuck on the back foot. Ever since the teacher put on that mask and ditched his coat, he couldn't get a break. Sero checked how fast Teach was moving, made some rough guesses, then took a shot in the dark as he shot off to a new tree with his other arm. Teach quickly pursued him, all the while taking potshots, forcing Sero to be in constant motion. Your quirk is good, but it lacks attack power. Plus, if you have a fast opponent, you have no alternative attacks. Strong mobility, at least for stalling. Thanks, I'm pretty proud of it. Sero was a natural talker and talkbacker, and that helped to keep people's attention on him. Sero gauged the distance and counted the shots as Teach continued forward calmly right into Sero's counterattack. Teach stepped in front of the tree Sero had latched onto and hidden behind, not even noticing that Sero was still connected to the tree. As Teach fired his sixth shot, signaling his small ceasefire, Sero reeled in that tape and hurtled towards the hunter, hitting him with his entire body. Sero managed to flip and spin through the air so his back hit Teach's stomach, knocking him over and giving Sero a chance to quickly pin him tape. Since the Teach was so fast, Sero went all out with his free arm, covering everything nearby with tape, including himself. Everything was stuck in place in a second. Gotcha twice. Not bad. I Teach. Sero snickered at his own performance, looking over at the teacher who was tied to a tree, a rock, and Sero. Not bad. This is very good, Sero. Excellent even. Closing the distance for an easier shot at capturing me. But I do have one question. Teach looked back at Sero, who was stuck inside a bush, to the Teach, and to some branches overhead. Do you have a way to get out? I should have known all the matches were going to go long. Sero, take a drink from the bag by the trees and rest for a few minutes before getting back into training. Even if Sero only got him twice, Midoriya was still certain he had tape on him that he just couldn't find. They had gone over 10 minutes just getting out of the tape. Once from Sero putting tape on a rock and pulling it into him, and once from Sero going for a tackle before taping down everything. You'll probably need to eat a little after all the tape you just used. And if you want some different flavors, you can ask the professional heroes since they're so eager to do something. Man, you and the pros seem so close. You good buddies. We have a lot of differences, professional and personal. I've just accepted that we're never going to get over them and moved on," Wraith said while barely batting an eye. "We're settling them in a way that benefits both of us, which will be, someday, him running a katana through them. They get a fairly painless death and make the world a better place in one swoop, killing every and anyone wouldn't be helpful, no matter whose side they were on. He just had to focus on the students and keep calm, at least until this was over. Yeah, you teach way different from Aizawa. You actually give feedback. ... He doesn't give feed. What does Eraserhead actually do? All they seemed to hear was what UA didn't do, didn't teach its students, didn't look out for their safety. These kids would probably be better off just trying to Google how to be heroes. Well, at least UA was replicating the circumstances that created vigilantes, if nothing else. ... Let me think. He's got one mean glare. ... How was that supposed to help anyone? Alright, he did save us at the USJ if you saw it on the news. That was us. He stepped in when a whole bunch of villains attacked and fought with him. That is a hero's job. I meant, what does he do as a teacher? Praising Eraserhead for fighting villains was like marveling that a firefighter fought fires. If he didn't, he'd lose his job. Hell, that was the one and only thing Eraserhead could do that could make him probably lose his job. How does he help you? ... Sero had his arms crossed behind his head but dropped them as he started thinking a little harder. I don't really know, to be honest. You teach a lot. No, and this will be my last time. Wraith focused ahead, literally and figuratively. They were almost out of the woods and back to the other students. DMN, you know, that tackle thing was pretty scary. Sero SWCH topics, reflecting back to their fight. I was really worried you'd kick me out of the air or something. My quirk isn't built for close quarters like that. It's always scary to get closer to your opponent, no matter what quirk you have. Wraith told it like it was, finally looking at the comedian head on as he spoke. You will have to deal with them eventually though, so it's for the best that you find a way to do it before you get in a serious situation. Did you try to bait me into a close fight so I'd have to make something to deal with that? Well, you know, deal with people who fight up close and stuff. I was originally going to rush you, but then I realized that just encourage you to run away. I instead had to make a situation where you'd take control and rush me. Wraith locked eyes with this comedian, then smiled reassuringly. I knew you could do it. Good job. Sero stopped walking for a second, mouth hanging open, then started to run after him. So you did bait me into a close fight. I knew it. Midoriya returned to the group, scanned the list, and then spoke to everyone again. All right, Sato, you're up next. After that ... tch. Midoriya said his tongue as he tried to pick an order for the last four. Kaminari, Kirishima, and Monoma. Monoma, do you want to go next? I suppose I can, old man. Monoma seemed as dramatic as ever, currently creating an explosion with one hand and acid with the other. He wasn't doing both at once, it was in bursts, but he seemed to have a pretty good grasp over it so far. Prepare to lose. Fantastic. Remember to eat if you need to. Sero. Midoriya didn't even give Monoma any attention after he agreed and headed back into the forest with Sato with nary a glance backward. Sato, you have sugar for this fight, right? Yes, sir. Sato automatically reached towards his belt, grabbing one of the packets that he stored sugar in. Good. This was a waste if Sato couldn't fight at his best. Do you have any questions before we start? Wraith turned on his heel and suddenly built distance between them by leaping backward, covering 50 feet in just a few seconds before coming to a stop. ... Not really. Let's do this. Sato opened a pocket on his belt and pulled out one of the slips of sugar, ready to go but not ingesting it yet. Just say when. Another hyper attitude. Who knew Kirishima had a clone? Wraith stretched his legs one last time, seeing how sore he was after the last matches. Yeah, he could keep going. Wraith adjusted the bandana over his eyes and took a deep breath in, then leaned forward at the hips as he spoke. When Sato drove his feet into the ground, breathing deep and trying to dig even deeper, but it wasn't enough. The old man locked hands with Sato, staring him dead in the eyes with eyes that probably weren't even there, and stepped back, taking all of Sato's strength and turning it against him as he launched the larger boy across the forest and into a tree. The tree cracked as Sato forced his legs under him and shook his head, refocusing on his opponent. The old man stood tall and confident in his jacket, letting it sway in the wind and make him look massive. Sato might have been taller, but the old man seemed to be much larger than a hero student could ever imagine. Stay calm, Sato. Think clearly. Don't be a bull, be a matador. The old man walked forward calmly one more time. His shoulders were wide, his back was straight, and his chin was up as he walked forward with confidence. Take control. The man suddenly seemed to teleport, bursting forward with a punch straight at Sato's head. Sato blinked before stepping to the side out of instinct, straight into a second much faster punch. The first punch had been fake. It wasn't even. Then the third punch connected, and a fourth, and a fifth. The old man's left arm seemed to F as he shot punch after punch straight into Sato's face. Sato stepped backward, back into the tree, and took another few punches to the face. Finally, instead of backing up more, he launched forward, moving straight through the punches wham, and took the old man's right into his stomach. The hit made Sero stumble backward, frozen as the old man used some more serious punches. A left to the body packing some power forced Sero to bend over. He was leaning too far forward. His face was exposed as the old man stepped forward and threw a compact right uppercut into his chin. Tap. There was no big hit, just a tap to his chin. Sero opened the eyes he wasn't even aware he had squeezed shut and saw the old man calmly smiling at him, arms still posed for that uppercut just a few inches from his chin. 30 seconds to breathe. Then we go again, Sero. Sero nearly fell over as he took a sigh of relief. That last punch could have been a serious problem. His quirk didn't help his defense that much. If someone who could go toe-to-toe with Bakugo uppercut him full force. Sero shuddered for a second, then smacked the sides of his face. He had to get his head in the game. Calm down and get ready to go. Hey. Sero glanced at the old man who was now stretching, back turned to Sero. You're pretty good at these exchanges when you get close. Have you wrestled before? Little, yeah. You noticed. Your stance is wide and your arms are open. A stance designed for grappling the opponent but bad for exchanging punches because it doesn't defend the body. The old man's tone shifted as he analyzed Sero's stance without a glance back. Made him feel kind of self-conscious about how he was still talking that pose after all this time. He wasn't wrestling anymore after all. Yeah, sorry, it's a habit. I'll do better, sir. Sorry for learning a fighting style. Now the old man glanced over his shoulder, seeming to stare straight through Sero before the young man noticed the smile on his senior's face. Never be sorry for learning, Sero. Like I said, that stance is designed to grapple the opponent, to grab them. That's why the arms are so far out from the body. It's bad at exchanging punches because it can't defend the body. But a good wrestler doesn't need to defend their body. If you're good, I'll never even get that far. Not with my height. The old man seemed a lot gentler, more gentle. He seemed different again as he turned around full and the alarm rang off. Now, let's see how good you are. Midoriya was still brushing off the rocks and sticks when he got back to the training ground, once again late. He didn't think getting out of a wall would be so strong, but when you got catapulted in, anything was possible. He was really glad for the jacket. While it didn't have any magic quirk properties, the bulletproof vest sewn in layers really dampened some of those last throws. Are you sure you're all right? Sero was at least concerned for him, especially after he hit Midoriya with a tree trunk. Midoriya was not ready for Sero to start throwing things and got blindsided. Even if he didn't go down, I shall survive. Your concern, however, is highly appreciated. To be concerned for your opponent is a very heroic trait. Midoriya was still massaging his shoulders. He'd definitely enjoy that time in the hot spring tomorrow. And he wasn't even done yet. Still had to get his butt kicked 3 more times. Ugh, when you do hit, you pack quite a punch. Thank you. Sero did seem pretty happy with his performance, having 3 wins to 7 defeats. This was the most stops Midoriya had so far, with each match going pretty fast. When Midoriya charged, they grappled with each other. When Midoriya fled, Sero pursued, and then started doing things like blindsiding him by throwing tree trunks and rocks. The kid had a mean throw that was a lot faster than it looked. Oh, he almost forgot. When we get back, don't go straight into training. Take a drink and break for about 5 minutes, all right? Midoriya glanced up at the much larger boy with a friendly smile. After fighting me for so long, it'd just be stupid to hurt yourself from training too much. Yeah, Sero kept it nice and short while radiating confidence. Good. That aura could help people he tried to rescue and help throughout his career. Midoriya's thoughts shifted away from Sero and onto his next student as they broke through the tree line though. Noma, your turn. Go get the quirks you want before we fight. Kirishima and Kaminari, either of you want to go next? There was a reason for the order Midoriya fought them so far. First had been Bakugo, but he volunteered. Either way, it was good that he came so early because Midoriya would need to have a lot of energy and focus to deal with him. That was definitely the hardest fight, and the only one he needed to use 2 weapons for, along with using Yamato's true power. Next up was the people who could run out of material. Midoriya wanted to get Sero and Mina out of the way so that they could fight with as much material as possible. The fight would be pretty pointless if they ran out of tape or acid halfway through. By getting them out of the way early, they could train to their heart's content. Same story for Sero. Sero's quirk took a toll on him mentally, so he wanted to get him done but not as badly as the material quirks. He wanted to get Sero done so the student would still be mentally fine by the time they fought. Plus, that's why he told the students to take a break before the fight, so Sero could clear his head and focus on their fight. That's why these last 3 were confusing. Wraith didn't really care in what order he fought Momo, Kirishima, and Kaminari, but he'd already fought Kirishima and Kaminari, so he might as well go for Momo first. Plus, Momo was the most unpredictable, so he'd take the most focus to fight right at the start. After a few minutes, he'd become more predictable, but it was those first few minutes that would be troublesome. He also wasn't really sure how he wanted to train Monoma. The effectiveness of his quirk depended entirely on who was around him for him to copy, and Monoma's quirk might not even last 10 whole minutes, so they might have to stop partway through for him to get more quirks. All in all, this was going to be a headache. Midoriya glanced to see if Kirishima and Kaminari had made a decision yet, but they didn't seem to be going anywhere. By the time Monoma returned, Midoriya made the decision for them. Kirishima, if you don't mind, you'll be up next. Start getting ready. Yes, sir. Kirishima saluted him for some reason as he walked back into the forest with Monoma in tow. He had no idea what quirks Monoma decided to pick up, but he had a feeling he was going to be a little even sorer before Kirishima punched him in the face. Psst, hey, Bakugo. Smiley had gotten into a rhythm with this whole tape thing and was now going pretty steady. Find the time to shout at Bakugo between the explosions. Monoma got your quirk, right? Think he's gonna blow up the teach. That weakling can't copy for Sid. He can't even get close to me. Bakugo snarled and launched a particularly large explosion into the air, then sunk his hands back into the water. The old BSDRD's gonna tear him apart. So he did get your quirk. Guess he really is gonna burn down the forest. Elbows laughed, shaking his head as he dispensed more tape. Wait, did you compliment the old dude? Who are you? That walking tape dispenser was laughing, but Bakugo didn't have any problem admitting it. He's good, way better than that effing walking mirror. He'll cave his face in. You really think he's that strong? Kirishima butted in since he was on his relaxation PRT, giving his 2 cents. I mean, he's fast, but his fighting's not very manly. That old BSDRD's weak as shit. Bakugo remembered when they exchanged punches. That old man really was showing his age then. The BSDRD hit strong, but it was nothing incredible. Bakugo's own explosions had more kick than the old guy. You think he's weak now? Is Monoma just pathetic then? Elbows was laughing harder now, nearly doubled over. Shut the F up and work, dumbass. Another large explosion, forcing him to concentrate on his own training. Seriously, did these idiots not get it? The old BSDRD is weak, but he still kicked your butt, didn't he? Ouch, low blow. He beat everybody including you, Bakugo. Elbows was still making jokes. Right, did you never get downed in your one-on-one fight? I did, but it wasn't cause he's strong, dumbass. And another explosion. Bakugo let his mind drift for a second as he dunked his hands, taking a deep breath. That guy's got skill. His punches should have been weaker than mine, but they weren't. He shook off hits like they weren't sit. He's not strong, but that BSDRD's powerful. Yeah, I noticed. That too. He punched me like 20 times in the face, but they didn't really hurt. But I couldn't seem to hit him back. Kirishima thought out loud, scratching his head as he thought. Plus, dude's crazy fast. I didn't think I'd be beat in mobility, but the dude gave me a serious run. The comedian reminded Bakugo of how, no matter how fast he flew, he always seemed to be catching up to the teacher. The teacher was always calm, always in complete control, and that's how he stayed on top of things no matter how weak he was. Oh, got something you want to say, Bakugo? Shut the F up, BSDRD. Time was running out, and Monoma's quirks were almost out of time too. He could tell by how strong Monoma started to use them, going full throttle towards the end with the 2 quirks, Mina's acid and Bakugo's explosion. A strange combination that doubles up. Both are close to mid-range quirks. Both can boost mobility, but neither one can be used together because they do the same thing. Wraith picked apart the quirks as he rushed in, purposely engaging in the quirk's ideal range while maneuvering over every attack. Wraith jumped through the tree branches as he talked, using his superior mobility and control to get behind Monoma and kick him in the back, throwing the classily dressed student forward and off balance. Monoma turned and fired off a closed-range explosion. But it was wild and didn't hit anything. Wraith stuck close, whacking Monoma's arm to the side and throwing jabs straight into Monoma's unguarded face. While boxing wasn't the best fighting style, against opponents who didn't know what they were doing, any fighting style could be considered the best as long as you were good with it. Both quirks are primarily fired from the hand, so you don't even have the element of surprise. Why would you choose these quirks? Monoma tried to splatter him with acid from such a close range, but Wraith deflected by hitting Monoma's arm before he could touch Wraith's body and took an explosion straight to the body, the acid on Monoma's hands being fired like bullets over him. These quirks don't go well together. How absurd. All it takes is a little creativity. Monoma stepped in again, creating more acid, with both hands before SWCH to another explosion. The explosion launched the acid forward further than it would normally go, throwing off Wraith's estimate of how far he could dodge. With the right mindset, any quirk can be useful. Monoma pointed both hands at the ground and launched another explosion, stirring up dirt and smoke to create a small smoke screen before jutting forward as he swung his open palm, throwing acid like a base. It didn't hit, but it was a good idea. However, it wasn't good enough, and it wasn't what Wraith wanted to learn about Monoma. Those quirks might be good, but you're almost out of time. Monoma flinched at that, also aware they were approaching his limit without a single victory. They had stopped, but not once because he won. That limit was what Wraith wanted to test. However, your quirk is fine with other people around, but when you're on your own is when you're at your weakest. Midoriya dodged an explosion of acid and then a regular explosion, then sunk in for the kill, hitting Monoma cleanly with a front kick. What will you do when you have no allies to support you and no quirks to copy? Copy is a great quirk, but its weakness is its dependency on others. When faced with a ranged opponent, or someone who covers their entire body, Wraith gestured to himself, you have nothing to copy and you run out of power. What will you do to beat this? This was a serious question Wraith had. Without other people, Monoma was basically quirkless, and a lot of people had ranged quirks. How would Monoma beat them if he couldn't get a quirk? Did he have some secret technique, an ace in the hole? This time Midoriya had put on the helmet as a P, otherwise Monoma would try and copy him, and that was a recipe for disaster. That was ironic because this was the easiest fight so far. Bakugo's quirk, which he knew like the back of his hand, and Mina's quirk, which was just a worse version of Bakugo's quirk, came out of the hands, had medium to low range, and could be used for movement. Monoma also wasn't anything special, not particularly fit, durable, or fast. His quirk really was fitting with how generic he was. He made a great punching bag. That punching bag tried to speak up for himself, but couldn't seem to get a good argument going. TCH. I'll just have to win before then. Midoriya dodged his attacks with ease, then stepped in again and countered with another front kick. This doesn't end when you get a victory under your belt, it ends when 10 minutes pass. You need to think about the future. Do you have anything planned for when you can't get access to a quirk? Monoma clearly didn't think this far ahead, sing his tongue and launching another explosion. Wraith grit his teeth and walked straight through this one, ditching his code as he got serious. Most others made him serious by proving how good they were. Monoma made him serious by PSS him off enough. You need to plan ahead. You need to realize your limitations. You can't beat what you don't know. Wraith stepped in with a serious punch. He didn't bother with superhuman strength or anything. He just threw the worst punch of all, the haymaker. It was brain dead easy to dodge and slow, but Wraith sunk it right into Monoma's head. You won't always have a spare quirk to copy. What will you do then? Wraith stepped back, watching Monoma struggle to stay standing after that one punch, and made sure that he seemed alright. I copy other people's quirks. I'm not meant to be a protagonist, but I don't resent the body I was born with, because, in every masterpiece, there are supporting characters who outshine the protagonist. Monoma grabbed something from his pocket and drew it out. A single red hair. Oh, Wraith got what that meant, even if it was wildly unconnected to the speech. Suddenly, instead of creating another large explosion, Monoma created a blast of flames from his left hand that nearly caught Midoriya. It seemed he really liked that quirk since it was the third time he used it if you counted the team fights. My quirk might depend on who I'm fighting with, but if I'm prepared enough I can always have the quirks for the situation. What, did you think I wouldn't plan for running out of time? Wraith slid to a stop and shook his head, muttering to himself before he charged back in. Seriously, is any one of these fights going to go according to plan? Monoma stumbled back into the training grounds laughing like a maniac. His commotion caused everyone else to stop for a second to look at him as he laughed, now stopping to gloat at everyone. And I thought you said it'd be difficult. You weaklings had trouble with something so trivial, and so did you with no wins. Wraith quickly cut off Monoma's attempts to gloat, scanning the training grounds idly while he mentally prepared himself for one last mess. Kirishima, you're up. Kaminari, get ready. When Kaminari's done we'll break again for a short rest everyone. I'll give you more details when we get there. Do you understand? Yes sir Gramps. A collective shout as everyone saluted him. It seemed there was something everyone could agree on, no matter how stupid it seemed. Wraith shook his head and returned to the forest with the blockhead in tow. This was going to be a long 10 minutes to start off a very, very long training session if these kids had any say in it. There was a sudden squawk as a flock of birds took off and Ragdoll whistled. Wow, those guys are really going at it. One of them just went flying. Kirishima does have some level of superhuman strength, and that guy's really light if I remember right. If Ken managed to get hit once by a serious punch, we might need an excavation team to find him. The sleepy guy, Aizawa, finished making a hammock out of his weird gray scarf and hung inside it now. But he's a tough guy. He can take care of himself. You really don't care. Huh, he knew what he was getting into. Aizawa pulled out a dropper and put something into his eyes as he spoke, sparing the students another glance. Nobody's seriously injured yet. Nope, the guy who got hit seems. Yup, he's pretty good still. Ragdoll closed her eyes as she felt the placement of everyone. The guy who got punched, that teacher guy Nezu brought in, was moving really slowly. They both were, but only one was really giving out attacks. Every single hit seemed to punch right through the teacher's guard, so it made sense. Kirishima's got a defense quirk, but he's really good with it. He's punching right through any attempts to block. I can see that super strength you talked about. Wow, look at that throw. Ragdoll couldn't see exactly what was going on, but when you could see where people were and how healthy they were, it wasn't strong to piece it together. The student was currently pummeling the teacher. You could tell it was the student because he was still leaving massive gaps for counterattacks. Long pauses between attacks. It was like he was asking to get hit back. But, because of his quirk, even when he was hit he just brushed it off. He kept getting hit, but it did no damage because of his incredible defense, negating the attacks without even blocking. This kid was pretty powerful. Well, he was probably pretty powerful. All Ragdoll could see was humanoid blobs right now because she had to focus on everyone. If she could just focus on them, she'd get better details. But she was acting as security right now, and that meant everyone got watched. Well, they're 8 minutes in. They should be coming back, eventually, if one of these is gonna end on time. For someone who wasn't doing much, Aizawa seemed pretty jaded about being on time. Ragdoll shrugged and looked over the students again, humming to herself. Well, it's pretty clear you've got some great students if they manage to learn this much while being stuck under you. Ragdoll snickered as she closed her eyes, blotting out Aizawa's retort and focusing on her job, enjoying her last laugh. Kirishima had learned jack sit. He was, once again, throwing hooks with no guard, his sloppy performance brought out by bad instincts. When Kirishima stopped thinking, he didn't just become predictable, he became pathetic. Wraith let Kirishima charge in again, grabbing Kirishima's arm as he tried to throw a right hook and flipped the boy into the dirt face down, then landed on top of him and forced his right arm against his back for 5 seconds, counting out loud. 2, 1, 0. 30-second break. Wraith jumped backward and up, taking the pressure off Kirishima while he looked down on that brickhead, shaking his head. You dropped your guard and rushed in again, Kirishima. Sorry, sir. I'll do better. Yeah, like he did last time. He said that 1 minute ago. And a minute before that, and even before that. You can talk a big game, but if you don't do it, you won't get results. Wraith shook his head at the empty words and checked the time. They had been at this for 8 minutes so far and Kirishima hadn't improved once. Kirishima, is there something you're having a problem with? Huh. The problem? You keep repeating mistakes, so that usually means there's something you don't understand. Is anything confusing you? Midoriya paused the timer as he spoke. This was work and studying. Not part of the match, so no reason to keep the timer going. No, maybe, kind of. Pick an answer, dumbass. I don't have all day. It's just, when I'm in my guard thing. What's with the legs? This doesn't guard anything. Kirishima demonstrated by taking a pose and it started to make sense. Kirishima didn't understand why the leg position was important, so he didn't really try to do it. He'd use his legs to get into stance, but then he'd immediately move his legs out of position and break his own stance. Then, once his stance was broken, his arms would naturally trail down until he was back to his default position. Alright, I can work with this. Alright, Kirishima. When you're in a stance, you use your legs to generate more power for your punches. You can put your body and weight into the punch easier. And all of this is just the offensive stuff. We'll get to the defensive stuff in a minute, but let's tackle this. Watch my legs carefully. And the student and teacher came out a whole 5 minutes late, the most any group went over the expected time. Despite their lateness, however, Kirishima seemed to be in great spirits as he SWCH between normal walking and shuffling forward while throwing out jabs from his stance. Midoriya was just happy to be done with the whole mess. Finally, he was free. No more idiots to train. No more unspoken questions to answer. He was free. Kirishima, go take a drink and rest, right? Gotcha, chief. It seemed these kids would never stop coming up with weird names for him. Seriously, was Ken so strong to remember? It was only 1 syllable. Well, at least he got the message. Midoriya smiled and shook his head as they left the trees and entered the training grounds again. Eraserhead seemed impatient. The yellow wild cat seemed out of it, and the students were strong at work. That left one. Sensei, you're ready to go. Kaminari already had the practice swords and was walking over with a big smile on his face. He returned the smile, quickly grabbing a drink for himself as the pair went back into the forest. To be honest, I've been excited to see what you can do, Kaminari. Do you think you're ready to go? Nah, but I'll go. Anyways, Kaminari laughed as he ran ahead of Midoriya. Can't wait forever, Sensei. Come on, let's go. Midoriya couldn't shake off his smile as he finished his drink quickly, tossing it back towards his bag and then focusing forward as he reached under his coat and grabbed a strange black orb, putting it on straight away. Alright, let's go. The fight wasn't interesting, it wasn't surprising, it wasn't even that flashy. 2 kids in the middle of the woods trying to put a piece of wood about 6 inches deep into the other's skull while practicing putting the wood into the whatever. This metaphor SCK anyways. Kaminari was forced back but refused to stay on the back foot. breaking off from the engagement to reset the fight and regain momentum. Wraith wouldn't give him an inch though, making him earn every break as the blade chased the weakling. Its steps seemed to fly across the ground, covering more distance than should have been possible. To keep the fight level, it gave him advice freely, trying to bring out the best in the weakling. Your quirk, Kaminari. Don't use just half your skills, use your sword and your quirk. They're both parts of you, and you don't win by fighting on one leg. Got it, sir. Kaminari stopped dead, breathing out as his body sparked, then charged straight into Ronin's counter, flooring himself. Back hit. When you have the time, Kaminari. You're supposed to tie your shoes before you run. Midoriya didn't look disappointed, since Kaminari was the most receptive to his teaching and words. He was happy his student listened so well. Start using your quirk before the break ends, so when it begins, well, at least he remembers that well. Kaminari took off running the second he was given his 30-second break, just like he had at the end of his internship, turning once he gained enough distance and turning on his quirk again before time restarted. Then rushing forward with the thunderclap and flash to start the next engagement. It wasn't complicated, it was probably pretty boring to watch, and it sure as F wasn't a hit that would send villains flying. But that didn't mean it lacked power, especially when Kaminari SWCH'd it into a thunderclap and bolt. The bolt was an overhead strike, the same type of attack that Kaminari had been practicing all day, and now the results were showing. Instead of outright blocking it, Wraith deflected the attack, letting it slide off his sword and banking on the counter-strike to take out Kaminari. But Kaminari's practice wasn't just for power. The second that sword swing missed, he began to pull it back in, bringing the sword close to his body while he continued to dash forward. His legs carried him away from the counter-strike while his sword blocked the blade, giving him ample room to avoid the attack. Kaminari fully turned to face his opponent and then pushed in again, breathing heavily but smiling as his sword weaved through the air. Wraith, in turn, planted his feet and went in for a clash of blades. Swords flew through the air at a feverish pace, sliding along and striking each other quickly. They weren't large swings, just taps and move as they kept adjusting the blades to punch through the other's guard while defending themselves. A small dance of fine-tuning and FS of the wrist. The longer they went, the more confident Kaminari became, using more and more of his quirk with his swordsmanship. He began to practice purposely dashing past his opponent while attacking, then refocusing on his opponent, taking better control of his fast movements as he got used to them. This was his longest prolonged exposure with super speed, so taking it slow and steady was the best option. Wraith wasn't making it easy by any measure, but he was keeping it simple. Kaminari didn't know any advanced tricks, but he needed good control over the basics, so Wraith pushed those basics to their limits. His attacks flowed together like a dance of death, steadfast in his purpose. He was in complete control of the situation, united with the weakling to push Kaminari to grow. Midoriya took smaller steps, letting Kaminari exploit his speed advantage and get comfortable with it while he gradually got faster and faster with his strikes. He aimed for weak points with every strike, secretly drilling into the aspiring hero the points that he'd need to defend in a real fight. He pulled the speed and weight back at the last moment, giving Kaminari the opportunity to deflect his strikes and smiling with joy and pride as the blonde bolt took every chance he'd get. Wraith threw his own overhead strike and was blocked immediately by the aspiring hero before the blade even got below his head, swords crossed as neither backed down. The stalemate only lasted a moment as Kaminari threw his entire body into a pseudo-tackle right as Wraith tried to break it with a kick, but a tackle had a lot more weight and power behind it than a kick. Kaminari knocked Wraith backward and followed it up with a swing to the body, now taking the momentum and forcing Wraith on the defensive. He now stepped back as Kaminari stepped forward, Kaminari using his quirk to quickly advance in and strike before pulling back, ducking in and out of Wraith's range. Good. Kaminari kept weaving back and forth, stepping in with attacks then disappearing before Ronin hit back. Seeing that Kaminari held the advantage, now Ronin raised the stakes to dislodge Kaminari and push back. As Kaminari approached for the next attack, Ronin raised a leg and struck with a front kick, whipping his leg through the air and striking Kaminari before the aspiring hero could hit him with his sword. That kick threw Kaminari back and off pace, giving Ronin the chance to take back the momentum as he charged in with his sword. Now Ronin slowly advanced with constant light attacks from every direction, not putting much weight into any of the swings but keeping them incredibly fast. Kaminari was staggered for just a second by the rush, but pulled himself together and pulled back further, breaking off the engagement to get himself under control. They both stopped dead, catching their breath without stopping the time. They stared each other down for a second, adjusting their stances as they stood. Ronin's eyes fed down to check the time. 30 seconds to go. Pick up the pace for the last portion, go all out for the last 10. Test his limits. Ronin breathed in as he squatted down a little deeper, then jumped forward and up. He began to move along the trees and branches instead of just charging forward. kicking up the movement complexity to see how Kaminari would deal with this. Kaminari's main advantage had been his mobility superiority. What would he do when it was lost? Kaminari blinked for a second, then tensed. The voltage in his legs increasing enough for it to be visible and theoretically increasing his speed as well. Thunder breathing, 5%. Kaminari took off after his opponent, meeting midair for multiple strikes before flying apart, sometimes sliding past each other while other times rebounding off of one another. They collided over and over, forcing Kaminari to adjust to his new power level and strike while defending himself. The man smiled as Kaminari pushed himself, landing legs first against a tree. Yes, excellent Kaminari. The monster grinned as it bolted off of the tree, spinning through the air before crashing into Kaminari. Kaminari pushed back against the blow, then slid out from under it, striking the moment the monster's attack let up. He struck air as the mystery laughed, flipping over Kaminari's attack and going back to back with him. They both only tensed for a moment, taking one last deep breath before Bost wheeled around to face each other one last time. They stepped forward and spun, putting their entire bodies into the attack and crashing into each other, slamming sword against sword crack. ERRRRRRING. Ring. They both stared at each other for a moment longer, then glanced down at the shattered wooden training swords. Midoriya's had completely snapped in half from the force of his attacks, while Kaminari's had a few sections still attached. His training sword now more resembling a WHP as it lazily flopped about. PFFT. Kaminari broke the silence, snickering as he spun the sword over his head. Look at me go, sensei. Betcha weren't ready for this. Hey. I was not, Kaminari. Midoriya removed his helmet and folded the back section back up, then put the black blob onto his belt again underneath his coat. He broke stance as he moved away to pick up the other half of his training sword. You once again managed to surpass my expectations. Thank you. No problem, sensei. Wait, why are you thanking me? I don't get it. Don't worry about it. Wraith took the practice swords, wondering if they could still train with the spare one they packed. Worse came to worse, he could just use a stick or something. Tape wouldn't be enough to fix this. They'd definitely need a new one. You did great today, probably the best of all the students today. But I didn't hit you once and you hit me twice. I did way better last time we fought for real. Kaminari was looking down, but Wraith was not having 1 second of that. Did you? Kaminari, can you keep going? If you need to, could you keep fighting? Kaminari blinked, looked down at his legs, then spoke. Yeah, I could keep going. Yes, sir. I can keep up. Do you remember the last time we fought? Seriously, what happened? Kaminari flinched at the less than positive memory of his legs being broken. The pain had been dulled at the time by him immediately falling unconscious, but it was the pain that knocked him out. He just didn't have to feel it for long. You didn't injure yourself and have come much further than last time, and have improved a lot. Heroes don't beat villains, Kaminari. Heroes don't rescue people. Heroes make people safe however they can. Midoriya adjusted his grip on all the equipment, then locked eyes with Kaminari. It doesn't matter what type of hero you are or will become. Your job is to make the world a better and safer place. And you can't really do that when you're the one endangering it, can you? That makes sense. But sir, I've got a question. Isn't beating villains a way to make it safe? How did me failing to hit you make anything safer? Great question. Where to start? Got it, Mina. Wraith stood up and walked over to a tree with severe but strange burns on this. If you had a good nose you could still smell the acid, and that was from forever ago. Wraith tapped the tree to draw Kaminari's eyes. See this damage? This could either be a person or property, and either way, it's not good. Property isn't as important as a person, but there are probably dozens of damaged trees like this. Oh, one of us did that. Kaminari figured out the detail that Ronin skipped over and quickly ran through the list. Too small for Bakugo, Mina or Monoma. Wraith entirely forgot about that pretentious prick copying Mina. Maybe this was from Monoma instead, when he started firing the acid everywhere like an American with a gun. Either way, the point still stands. Ah, see this tree? Now Wraith tapped a tree that he'd been thrown straight through. You could see the trail, where the branches and trunks broke against his back. This one was Sero. This many trees broken could have been a lot of walls demolished. If you break too much it becomes a safety hazard. And that goes against the point of heroes. Oh, I get it. Like Bakugo when he blew up everything. Kaminari got it again and used the easy example that Midoriya had been avoiding since it was so easy he could let Kaminari say it right now and he'd feel like he added to the conversation, boosting his confidence while pulling him into the flow. Exactly like Bakugo, a good observation. I could list every student, but I'll just cut it short and say that you did the least damage to the surroundings while staying up the longest. One of the times Kaminari had hit wouldn't have been lethal, but Kaminari called it a hit and they stopped. He did the least damage to the surroundings and definitely would have done the best out of all the students. For damage, the others who did practically no damage were Sero and Kirishima. Sero made a mess, which wasn't as bad as destroying things by a Long shot, but he didn't really do that good overall. He went down several times and, like most of the students, only reacted to what Midoriya did, never taking charge of the situation and, in theory, letting the villain do whatever they wanted instead of being contained. The exception to that was Kirishima, but in Wraith's opinion, everyone did better than Kirishima right until the end. Kirishima kept charging in a straight line and throwing random punches. Always. Guns. He'd charge them. Sword. He'd charged it. Unarmed combat. You better effing believe he charged in while flailing his arms around. This was, needless to say, a terrible fighting style. At least he improved his style by the end and could at least maintain a guard. At the start, he had the same problem as Sero of being unable to contain the villain, but he didn't even react to what his opponent was doing. A real villain would only lose to him if they anchored themselves to the floor and tried to exchange fists with the brickhead. But at least he was starting to admit he had questions. That way they could tackle these problems together. But that was later and this was now. He had stared into the distance for long enough. If he kept this up, he was going to start having flashbacks and monologues about vague concepts. Midoriya tossed one of the broken swords into the air as he walked out of the forest, smiling all the while. You did a great job, Kaminari. Just because you weren't flashy doesn't mean you weren't effective. Like a gun. You compared a gun to a bomb. And you said something similar. Kaminari rubbed his chin as he thought back. How did this guy remember so many random quotes? But UA's notes said he couldn't even remember when they did and didn't have homework. Probably because of interest or something. Like he was better at remembering things he liked. Focus. The bullet focuses a little and makes a lot. Kaminari shouted it would suddenly, then laughed. Got it. Well, I'm glad you listened to my ramblings. Better than a certain idiot did. Anyways, what did Maruko gain from training with them? A punching bag. She nearly snapped both their necks in a training fight, for God's sake. And she wanted to do it again. Seriously, how stupid did she think he was? Of course I do, you're my teacher. Kaminari lightly punched him in the shoulder as he laughed, then crossed his arms behind his head, throwing one last glance Midoriya's way. Don't tell Aizawa I said that. My lips are sealed. Great. Hey, I wanna use that lightning legs thing again. Wanna race back. Lightning legs. Well, that name's not a solid pick. Kaminari rubbed his head and looked up to the sky, musing more to himself than to Midoriya. I'm still trying to pick some good names. Like my hero name. I don't really. Hey. Kaminari refocused as Midoriya sprinted for the tree line, leaving him in the dust after distracting him. No fair. Cheating. You didn't say I couldn't. I know, cause I was gonna do that. Sensei. Alright kids, start wrapping up and head inside when you've got a minute. We're going on break. Midoriya came out of the forest after Kaminari, unwilling to go full force in Eraserhead's presence. He at least had thought this through far enough to plan what to do for the rest of the day, while keeping them in charge of their curriculum like UA. Sort of. UA just left them to do everything on their own, but he'd at least try to guide them and encourage them. Midoriya made a quick stop at the supply bag, dropping off the broken training swords and picking up his things. We'll be meeting in our classroom to discuss what you'll all be doing for the rest of the week in 5 minutes. Classroom is on the left, room 12. Midoriya walked into the large building quickly, still ignoring Eraserhead and Ragdoll as he headed to his own room, opening it just to toss the bags containing his equipment and broken swords inside before closing and locking the room shut, then heading to his classroom at a breakneck pace, forcing them to chase after him. He was the first one to the classroom, but that was no surprise. Kaminari had started talking to Kirishima and Sero when he got back, both of whom would still be a minute because of their training. Besides, Midoriya didn't exactly walk around the block before coming to the classroom. His room was the closest one to the classroom for some reason, even though they'd probably never use the classroom after this. Midoriya checked the whiteboard in the classroom, grabbed a marker, and got to writing right as the first student came in. Oh, no, it was just Eraserhead and Ragdoll. DMN. Well, he paid them no attention as he did some quick mental math and wrote on the board. Got a second. Ragdoll, the third member of the cats he got to meet in person, spoke in a sing-songy voice as she entered and was abruptly cut off. Nope, go away. He didn't even hesitate as he made the large boxes. 9 should be good. 1 for each if they wanted it, then 2 extra in case anyone wanted to double up. Oh, but he should put the time too. He started to write numbers at the top of the boxes, making them big and underlined so the students could easily tell what they read. Ken, what are you doing? Eraserhead tried to get a word in, but Wraith was sick of his sit and they'd barely been around each other. Not a good sign. Teaching, no, setting up for teaching. We start at 5:30. I'm putting lunches at 11:30, so that's a stupid time to start. We'll start at 6:30. Wraith changed the times as he spoke to himself, thinking this through. These students needed sleep to learn adequately, and 5:30 was effing absurd for normal children. They were 15 for FS sake and doing an intensive workout. They needed the rest to recover. If we start at 6:30, That's 5 hours until 11:30. Start at 6:30, then break. Restart at 7:40, break. 8:50, 10, 11:10, 12:20. No, we'll only have 5 sessions. 1 hour long with a 10-minute break between, so everyone can rest, and we'll go for lunch when the 5th one ends at 12:10. How long will lunch be? Wraith thought out loud as he tapped the board, currently writing lunch in the 6th slot and trying to pick a time to end it. 30 minutes. An hour. Let's try 45. Oh, are you still talking? Wraith had been talking to himself under his breath, but Eraserhead had not shut the F up, and disrupting the lessons. You keep making the students take long breaks when they're here to train. How are they going to get better by not doing anything? Better to do nothing than get worse by doing too much, unless you want students passing out from exhaustion, so we'll end at 12:55. That's pointless. Lunch will end at 12:55 and we'll take a 5-minute break to get back into training. That keeps everything nice and neat. Wraith didn't want to end things on a 5. It'd look messier and be harder to remember. Keeping everything to zeros made it nice and simple. Willow, you haven't left yet. Unfortunate. Wraith spared these 2 imbeciles another glance, then looked past them to the students coming in. A large conglomerate as all of them seemed to arrive at once. Take a seat, kids. We'll be ready to start in a few minutes. What are you doing? Already answered that. And looks like we're good to go. Midoriya took a step back and checked his handiwork. A series of large boxes and times that consisted of their schedule for the week, with empty spaces for writing inside each box. Time. It wasn't pretty, but it was straightforward enough. Midoriya quickly checked the time, then turned around, quickly counting what people were here and which weren't, all while still ignoring Eraserhead. All right, everyone, please look at the board. Eraserhead, move out of the way. On this board is our schedule for every day. Midoriya stepped back and out of the way, pointing to the things he wrote on the board as he spoke. We're moving back when you start because it's a stupid time to start it, but that's not the point. We'll start tomorrow at 6:30, so I expect you to be up and have eaten by then because breakfast is important. Lunch will be at 12:10 and dinner will be at 6:40-ish. Any questions on that front, specifically about meals, Sero? Hey, can we still stop to eat like today? Those are some long spaces between meals. Yes, you can, and yes, they are. We'll try this schedule out, but it's not concrete. I encourage you to eat on these breaks. Midoriya tapped the times listed on the board above the boxes. Hour-long blocks with 10-minute breaks, but you can eat when necessary. Good question. Anyone else? A moment of quiet as he scanned the scene before he continued. All right, I'm supposed to be teaching you, but I can't be everywhere at once. These hour-long blocks are one-on-one time with me. You don't need to sign up for them at all if you don't want to, and you can sign up for multiple. But please give everyone a chance to get at least 1 hour before you sign up for a second session. Any questions? It was pretty quiet as he looked around the room, smiling. All right, it's already how time flies. It's 3 right now. First lesson for today starts at 3:20. Sort out among yourselves who gets what slot. The time slots were 6:30, 7:40, 8:50, 10, 11:10, break for lunch at 12:10, start back up at 1, 2:10, 3:20, 4:30, and last lesson at 5:40. From there they'd go to dinner and have free time. Gave them plenty of time to go to bed and get ready for the next day. Plus, they'd only bet 10 or so minutes late compared to the normal classes. Seriously, how did UA expect students to function without any breaks? The weird thing with the regular schedule was the breaks, or to be specific, the lack of any. Even the military gave soldiers a chance to breathe throughout the day, small breaks to rest so they didn't hurt themselves. The regular schedule here, though, didn't even include lunch. No planned breaks and barely any supervision. It was a mess and a waste from start to finish. Wraith scoffed as he moved away from the board, giving the students a chance to pick their time slots while he rested. He expected Kaminari to take probably 5 of 9 slots, Kirishima to maybe take 1, and a wild card to take 1. This would leave him 2 slots, but he at least offered them. Couldn't say he didn't try. Oh yeah, Mina and Sero. You should probably pick slots right after a big meal if you want one. Something he forgot to mention, but hey, better late than never. Wraith sat down in a spare seat, shuffling his shoulders as he took a minute to finally breathe and think. Holy shit, he fought Bakugo. He fought Kakin and calmed the F down. Wraith snapped him out of memory lane before he could even get deep into it, shaking off the cold sweat before it could start. He fought Bakugo and won. He could remember Bakugo's hand on his face as it generated heat, but he still had won twice. He turned Bakugo's super move against him and pulled out 2 victories. Plus, he hadn't even been going all out. What could he do if he went all out? They could do a hell of a lot more. But their gear, like the AEC and Yamato, they could easily take on almost any hero in the world. All he needed to do was say the word and Wraith would push them to their limits and show off what they were capable of. No walls, no stops. All he had to do was say the word. Midoriya was shaken out of these thoughts by someone poking him in the head. Hey, Ken, right, Ragdoll, the third of the wild cats, because he never got around to formally meeting Tiger. He was around here somewhere, but Midoriya hadn't had the time yet. But that was Tiger, and he was dealing with Ragdoll interrupting his brief respite. Unlike Eraserhead, neglectful a hole that he was, he didn't really have any bones to pick with Ragdoll. He didn't like or dislike her. She was just another professional hero at the same place as him. No point in being a D to her, then. Yes, I'm Ken. Ragdoll, correct. Do you need something? Yup, kind of. Just want to talk to you. Ragdoll sat on the desk in front of him, and Midoriya was too tired to bother moving away. He'd just keep giving half-but answers until she left him alone. Nezu brought you into this, right? MHM. Midoriya nodded as he relaxed in the chair. He just got back from fighting for over an hour with barely any real breaks. He really wanted some time to sit back and rest. But here he was, stuck responding to another fake with no hope of getting some real rest. DMN. Wow, Nezu asked us to help too. Ragdoll said it like it was amazing. But given that they were using the cat's forest for training, that was pretty obvious. Midoriya shuffled slightly in his chair, trying to get comfortable as Ragdoll continued. Are you a teacher? You seem to have a good idea what to do with kids. Treat them with respect, help them as needed, and look out for them. Same as civilians, heroes, and villains. That isn't a teaching trick, it's basic logic. Well, he said respect, but there was one of those three groups he couldn't respect. Idiotic fakes like her always PSS him off, and he couldn't bother to give them a shred of respect. They didn't respect him, he didn't respect them, so at least it was two-way. Would have felt worse if it was one-sided. Well, were you a hero then? Why did everyone think he was a hero? There are careers other than professional heroism, miss. Wraith rolled his eyes as he leaned back further, lifting the front two legs of the chair off the ground until he hit the wall. I've never been a hero, and I don't think I ever will be. Oh. Her enthusiasm was finally curbed, probably from realizing she was talking to someone beneath her. DMN fake. Anything else? Wraith opened one eye to glare at her as he spoke, seeming to cut straight through her with just a glance. If she could have seen his eyes beneath the bandana, anyway. Not really, thanks for the conversation. Ragdoll smiled but didn't move, seeming content just to stare at him. As long as he could rest though, he didn't care. Wraith closed his eyes again and tried to get what little respite he could. Ragdoll peered at Ken, getting more familiar with him as she firmly identified who he was with her quirk. It was made much easier by being close to him and focusing all of her attention on him. But since she was acting as security for everyone, she couldn't focus all her attention on him. That left being close to him, and that wasn't strong at all. Now she sat just a few feet from the quiet old man. He wasn't loud, but he was really quick with words, cutting her off and giving small speeches at the drop of a hat. His teaching qualities shone through no matter what he was doing, which made her want to get into his head more. She scanned the area for any disturbances one last time, making sure everything was fine, then focused in on Ken. She'd only take a minute tops, but she wanted to learn more about him. It was a habit she picked up with her quirk, checking the weaknesses of new people she met. She'd already checked the students when she sat down with them while they were resting, and also the other teachers. All that was left was this old. The world seemed to darken and shift as she stared into him, maintaining a steady stare while she locked onto him. Everything else got darker and darker, then darker, and darker still. It was dim. There wasn't usually a lot of light here, but this was so dim she had a strong time seeing anything. She could barely see Ken's form in front of her as she looked around in her mind's eye, trying to find where the light was coming from. Usually, the lighting was a strange dim form that vaguely hovered over everything, but in here there was barely anything. No, there were things in here. Lots of things. The floor was wet and littered with strange objects, but all of it was dim. It was like there was a wet fog, chilling her to the bone when she touched it, but none of this was real, none of it could be touched. The cold was literally just her mind playing tricks on her, or more aptly, Ken's might playing tricks on himself. Wasn't that a little weird though, to imagine yourself like this? It was a weird headspace. Turning back, Ken was gone completely and replaced by a shaded figure. It was the same person. They were definitely wearing the same coat, but he seemed older, tired, beaten. His breathing was ragged and slow as he sat in the midst of the fog and objects, leaning forward. His face was hidden by the dark. Was this his weakness? One of the problems of her quirk was interpretation. Like this. What did a really dark wet place mean? Was this his deep secret? His greatest fear? A dark memory SSSSSSH. What was that? Ragdoll suddenly turned, peering deeper into the darkness. Something was moving in here. That hadn't happened before. TLP. Steps across the wet landscape, slowly approaching. She really should go. But intrigue held her tight like a vice. Ragdoll looked over and past the dim shape that was supposed to be Ken and saw vague shapes in the dark. They wavered and stretched like reflections in water. TLP. A strange man to the left, wrapped in cloth, lay on the ground. His face was covered by a strange mask like some kind of demon, barely visible as he hunched over like an animal. Heavy breathing was the only large movement he made, but his muscles were tense and twitched like a panther about to pounce, eyes underneath the mask fixated onto her. PLP, PLP. To the right, a broken and beaten man barely left standing. He was crouched, wearing something vaguely like Ken's own coat, and wearing a strange helmet with no details save for the cracks in it, half of it shattered of the man's face. His ragged breathing as the BLD dripped from him matched the animal to the left as he clung to the sword in his hand, seeming to be held together only by sheer willpower that was fading fast. PLP, PLP. Taking a step back, she started to recognize the shapes in the dark fog. Weapons of every kind stuck into the ground, some old, some new, all broken as they radiated out from the thing that lay beyond it all. Bodies lying on this wet ground with the smell of iron, the smell of BLD. Everything in this place was broken, shattered by one thing that lay deeper into the depths. It peered out of the dark at her, a white skull, smiling as it stared straight through her as she did to others. Its eye sockets were deep and dark, seeming to consume what little light was left in here. The skull bobbed as it approached across the wet ground, stepping on the bodies of others as it approached silently, devoid of sound beyond the wet sound as it stepped through the BLD and crushed the body. Its body was a dark mass in an already dark mess. Its body was sleek and sturdy, moving steadily through the slippery conditions straight towards her. Its face was devoid of emotion as it approached, save for the twisted smile carved into it. There was just the sound of its steps. No breathing, no words, just its slow, steady approach. But this was how it normally was. Ragdoll shook herself free from this weird momentum and took a second look at this place. Definitely seems like a bad memory. So that means you're Ken. She crouched down to check out the fallen man, the one on the right who had a jacket pretty similar to Ken's. This was probably a younger Ken. He looked like someone had beaten him unconscious, nearly leaving him dead, but he wasn't dead yet. His hair was missing the gray and looked very dark in the poor lighting. It didn't even look brown, so maybe Ken's hair got lighter when he got older. The guy on the right made no sense. It was like someone crushed him underfoot, but who was he? White hair, tons of scars. And now that she took a second glance at him, he had a massive club tied to his back. Couldn't be Ken. Ken didn't have that much white hair. So who was this? And most of all, who are you? She approached the final one. Now that she was looking closer, he hadn't slowed down because he wanted to, but he slowed down because of some massive off chains on his body. There were only 5 or 6, but they were pretty big and rusty as they wrapped around his limbs, pulling him back. You must be really restrained. Repressed memory. Dark past. Ooh, I know. A secret identity. The middle figure had reached a stop as it was at the end of its chains. Now, up close, she got a better look at it. A pair of swords at its hips along with a chain. An armless coat with large arms ending in claws. Both arms were chained back, along with their legs. Seriously, the more you know, the less scary it is. She took a small walk around him, trying to get a guess as to what he was. It was completely silent now. He really startled her at first, but now he was just like a statue. Not moving, not even breathing. Wait, where's the breathing? Everything was completely silent now, but earlier Ragdoll took a step back and stared at the animal, who lay flatly on the ground, no longer moving, breathing, or doing anything as it stared out with dead eyes, another body in a sea of corpses. The old guy like Ken, his sword laying on the ground, another weapon for the collection that dotted the landscape in front of. The limp figure, the willpower that kept him afloat had run dry, it seemed, and he'd given in to the inevitable. Creak. Her attention shifted back to the middle figure, the only one left as she started to walk backward. It slowly raised that skull face again and peered through her with eyes no longer dark. 2 pits of purple fire in its face as it stared straight through her. She walked into Ken's body and fell backward into the mess of bodies and weapons, feeling the BLD splatter on her. It was still warm to the touch and sticky as it clung to her. The final figure shuddered as it took another step towards her, dragging its chains further and further forward, closer and closer to Ken. The monster's eyes blazed with light as its gaze remained fixed, but not on her. It was locked onto the crouching and weak Ken as it trudged through the bodies, steadily approaching. It was no longer silent as it approached, each step loud as it forced its way forward through the muck. The fog seemed to radiate off it as its eyes glowed, illuminating this hunting ground. Ragdoll couldn't think. She couldn't speak. She couldn't move, couldn't do anything as it came closer and closer. This was nothing like usual. This was nothing like her hero training. This wasn't a villain. This was something straight from hell. It loomed over everything as it advanced, emitting some strange rumbling as it moved. It seemed to shake the ground as it spoke with a voice that couldn't be heard, slowly and painfully dragging its arm down to its belt, and grabbing one of the swords on its belt. She scooted backward, trusting that those chains would keep it back. She completely forgot that this was an illusion. It was too vivid to be. This wasn't like a dream, it was some kind of nightmare. Everything here seemed to reject her as it grabbed the sword, slowly unsheathing a strange sword with no sheath. Its blade was like smoke, the same fog that littered the place and coated all the other bodies. It took a final step and reached the end of the chain, just a few feet from her as it towered over everything, sword drawn over its head. Yes, it was stuck. This was just her quirk. She couldn't be harmed. She was just getting scared of nothing. Kriok. The chain was tugged on as the monster pulled against its chains, eyes locked on Ken. Its mouth creaked open, speaking slowly with those massive jaws and fangs. You can't run forever, weakling. You're fake. Just a part of my imagination, no, a part of Ken's. This isn't. Her words seemed to PSS it off as it suddenly surged forward, pushing the chains to their limits again. Kriok. Its voice echoed across the wet plains as it spoke again, louder. Stop running. It leaned forward, seeming to finally reach the limits of its chains as it hadn't taken another step forward since it started talking. It could pull all it wanted, but it couldn't get any closer. And you're not real. Ragdoll remembered where she was, who she was. This was just her quirk. Nothing her could harm her. Crack. The chain snapped as it lunged forward, cutting straight through her shoulder and through the bone. The pain was vivid and her body felt hot as she screamed, but all was overpowered by the monster's voice. FACEME. Midoriya sat inside the classroom given to him for teaching exam F, still trying to get comfortable while the students picked who was going to be stuck with him. He wasn't giving the students a lot of attention during this break, or to the two heroes in the classroom that were staring him down, but instead focused on himself again. He was tired after all the fights and just wanted a little peace and quiet. His chair leaned against the wall as he closed his eyes and closed out the world, breathing slowly and deeply as he tried to regain his focus and energy. Was this why Eraserhead was always looking so tired? It couldn't be. They were tired from strong work. That fake never did any strong work and just sat back while others did everything. Wraith grit his teeth at the thought, peeved. These fakes masquerading as heroes PSS him off, like the idiot in front of them, Ragdoll. What was she supposed to be doing here? She made it sound like Nezu asked her for help, but she wasn't helping anyone right now. She hadn't been helping anyone for as long as Wraith had seen her dumb butt, instead sitting around with Eraserhead while he examined the aspiring fakes. Frauds. Wraith opened one eye, staring straight through that idiot in front of him. She stared ahead like some kind of corpse, but she was a very different creature from Wraith. Wraith had died because he experienced so much and it broke the weakling. Raggedy Ann here looked like she never experienced a real fight in her life. No real muscle on her and a hero outfit that looked like it belonged to some perverted cafe. In a real fight, it'd kill her in one cut. Slash across the body, cutting through the shoulder and body in one slash. She'd enter shock in a second and bleed out in a minute, completely helpless to stop it. The monster glanced across the room, examining each of these idiots with sheer logic. Most were going to die in their first real fight. Mina, Sato, Monoma, and Sero. They had fine quirks, sure, but beyond those quirks they had nothing. And they barely knew how to use those quirks. Kirishima was the worst, a total idiot who made no effort to better himself. He'd survive his first fight easily, but he'd never do anything. He'd be stuck using his quirk and SWNGNG his fists like a effing animal from his first day to retirement. Then he'd get to tell stories to everyone about how he didn't do anything. What a life. Then there was Bakugo. Powerful, too powerful, and he wanted even more power. He lacked control and restraint. He was smart, but he wasn't logical. Most of these brats would die in their first fight, but Bakugo was definitely going to be the cause of his own death. The monster's dead eyes locked onto their only real student, Kaminari. The rest had nothing but praise for the kid, but no one was perfect. Kaminari didn't react well to pressure and wasn't inclined to think things through. Another student that was likely to be the cause of his own death. But the big difference was he was willing to improve himself. That was, objectively, his only real upside. Kaminari was actually kind of sit with the sword. His footwork was passable. And that was the thing he was most skilled with. He lacked the muscle, coordination, or brains for complicated maneuvers. He either didn't think at all and charged in or pulled back too much, choking himself and making his fighting worse. However, with only the ability to try and improve, he was leagues better than his classmates in the monster's eyes, and even better than his teacher. Where had they days gone when they'd fight to improve? When they had become powerful, the fear of morals replaced the fear of death. Weakness had been allowed in. In becoming stronger, they had become weaker. Their once ironclad morals came into question. Once they would never question what they needed to do. They knew it in their hearts. No matter what logic or morals said, it had to be done. Even now the weakling still knew what he wanted. But indecision had cut them down. That indecision needed to be cut out. Choices need to be made. And they couldn't keep hesitating. The weakling knew what he wanted, but if he didn't step up, the monster would let logic dictate the course. The weakling wanted to make a decision. Then he'd need to show that spirit heroes always talked about and make one. He needed to face the truth that he wanted a Ragdoll screamed as she suddenly tipped backward and grabbed her shoulder, scooting backward while breathing heavily. The entire room shifted to look at her in confusion as Midoriya sprung to his feet. Ragdoll, are you alright? Are you in pain? Midoriya looked over the shoulder she grabbed, but there were no signs of injury. Maybe it was a phantom wound from a long time ago. Ragdoll. Her eyes were wider than usual and her breathing was heavy. She was staring into the distance like usual, but she seemed more jittery as she clutched her shoulder and slowly collected herself. Midoriya grabbed her and held her in place so she didn't hurt herself and kept speaking loudly. Ragdoll, look at me. Are you alright? He just said basic and easy things to try and figure out where her head was. She looked at him, so either she was listening to him or she instinctively looked at whoever grabbed her arms. Either way, she seemed to be mentally present, so there was one problem gone. Ragdoll blinked a few times as she caught her breath, looking around slowly. Yup. I'm alright. No, you're not. Wraith could feel the cold sweat covering her arms. There were many things it could have been, but they didn't know her regular attitude well enough to guess. Problem. It could have been a panic attack, heart problems, or some other pre-existing medical condition. The other cat would probably know. They were rescue heroes. This was their job. Eraserhead, do you want to look after my class or Ragdoll? Eraserhead looked like he was going to try and worm his way out of it, but Wraith's fierce glare held him in place. I'll look after the class. Kaminari, get one of the cats quickly and bring them to me. I'll be in the front room with Ragdoll. Wraith lifted the civilian up and off the table and carried her outside without leaving room for discussion, moving to the front room and setting her down inside one of the chairs, leaning her back to the best of his ability. He then stepped back, finally listening to whatever it was she was saying. I'm fine, really. I don't approach me. Wraith held up one hand and gestured to her to come forward. If you're fine, get out of that chair and approach me. Ragdoll put her arms under her, but she couldn't seem to muster a lot of strength. She might have quickly come down with something, but that didn't explain the shoulder pain she seemed to feel when she screamed. Maybe it was an old wound that got infected. Perhaps this was the fault of a quirk, and they tried to disable her because she could monitor a lot of people at once. Then we need to check up with everyone and make sure no one's missing. Midoriya didn't even try to look surprised when she couldn't get up, then glanced up as Mandalay came in. Good, she was the best cat since she could talk to everyone at once. Mandalay, something happened to Ragdoll. Tell everyone to come in quickly so we can do a head count. Something might be happening. Alright. Mandalay didn't even need to concentrate as she probably sent out the message. Midoriya wasn't sure because she didn't send it to him and instead focused on Kaminari. Kaminari, get back to the classroom. The fewer people running around right now the better. Gotcha, sensei. Kaminari ran back to the classroom and left the two heroes alone with the vigilante. Midoriya watched the kid run off and shook his head, then refocused on the current scenario. Mandalay was looking over Ragdoll, who seemed to be rapidly improving. Mandalay caught his confused glance and started talking. She seems to be in shock, but there's no real harm. She'll be fine in a minute, but I don't know why she's in shock. It usually requires a lot of pain or stress to go into shock. It's not something that just happens to people randomly. She was sitting on a desk and staring into the distance before she went into shock. She wasn't doing anything at the time. She hadn't even been really staring at him, instead staring straight through him like she was interested in the wall behind him. But that's what she normally looked. They'd done their part, it was time to get back. If you need any help, just ask. Mandalay could speak to anyone within a mile or so. Getting a hold of them would be easy, so there was no reason to stay where they weren't needed. Wraith bowed briefly and left the professional to deal with her business while he dealt with his. It was time for lessons to resume, but first, he'd make sure everything was all right with the students. Ragdoll was fine, technically. She only needed a few minutes to catch her breath and refocus. If she was in actual danger or stress, there might have been some more complicated things that came next. But her shock seemed genuinely random and that made no sense. Mandalay watched Ken leave before refocusing on Ragdoll, who was laying down limply. So, what happened? Were you attacked by some quirk, or did you get too deep? Ragdoll had a bad habit of trying to look into random people she met, and once she spooked herself when she met a serial killer. She had also recovered quickly then, so Mandalay wasn't too worried about Ragdoll's overall health. Yeah, just went too deep. Ragdoll smiled faintly, but there wasn't much warmth in it as she rubbed her arms. It was hot and damp. That thing was so calm, it didn't even hesitate. What thing? Who did you get caught in? Ragdoll was usually staring through people and wasn't always fully in the moment, so it was strong to tell when she was acting distant and when she was acting normal. But Ragdoll was definitely still caught on something. Mandalay just didn't know what yet. The third teacher, the old guy. I stuck around in his head, just to see his weakness. Just a peek. Ragdoll tried to defend herself, but that was definitely a violation of privacy. It was kind of her fault. But the old guy's weakness did this to her. The serial killer's weakness had been his tendency to kill, obviously, because if that got out he'd be ruined. But all that had done was scare Ragdoll a little. It didn't send her into shock. What did you see in him that scared you so much? I don't know. Ragdoll's smile faded for a second as she thought back over it. It was dark and strong. He seemed to be running from someone. No, something really strong. Her hand grabbed her shoulder as she spoke, describing the scene. Then, it moved. I didn't know the scenes could move. They never did before, but that thing, it attacked me. It wanted me dead. It was scary. Now she was showing signs of shock again as she pulled into herself. It went straight for my head. I was so scared I couldn't move. I forgot where I was. I told myself it wasn't real, but I can still feel the sword in me. It's not real though, Ragdoll. You didn't get stabbed. You're here now and you're safe. Mandalay gripped Ragdoll's shoulders and gave her a reassuring smile, helping her calm down. It was quite unusual for most heroes to get scared of a villain. But it was more common with one type of hero. Recovery heroes didn't see a lot of fights. But even then, this sounded weird. Ragdoll's quirk didn't work like it normally did. Did that mean she activated Ken's quirk? But that meant Ken's quirk was pretty circumstantial, to only work when someone tried to get into his head. Did that mean something would happen to her if she tried to talk inside his head? Some sort of feedback? While nothing physically happened to Ragdoll, she'd definitely need some time before she was calm again. All of this came back to one question. When asked directly, he deflected. Eraserhead and Vlad didn't seem to know much about him, so it made her wonder. Who is that guy? Seems nothing really happened. They got the all clear from Mandalay after just a few minutes. He'd have to check later to see what happened for the sake of the camp, not just his own interest. Something randomly taking her out was a bad sign for this camp, especially if it was because of a quirk. Well, time to get to lessons. Everyone, be on high alert for anyone suspicious. Report it to the teachers, then try to kick the shit out of whoever it is. These kids were probably going to try and pick a fight with any intruders they found, so at least Midoriya would tell them to get a teacher first. And since he was their teacher, that meant they'd get him and he could put a stop to anything before it went too bad. Hopefully. Yes, sir. The kids replied simultaneously and enthusiastically, proving to him that they were totally going to try and fight the intruder if they found one. Seriously? He just got done kicking their butt and they wanted to get into another fight. What if they met a real villain? These kids' inability to plan ahead was the stuff of legends, but they had other things to deal with. Namely, did anyone sign up for their next time slot? Midoriya stopped focusing on the kids as they headed out and looked at the board. With all 9 slots filled in. I didn't think this would happen. 6:30 was. Mina no. Sero was first with Mina crossed out. Even though it was a whiteboard. 7:40 was Kaminari. 8:50 was Kirishima. 10 was Sero. 11:10 was Kaminari. 1 was Mina for real this time. 2:10 was Kirishima. Then 3:20 was Bakugo. 4:30 was Kaminari. But most surprisingly, 5:40 was Bakugo again. He really didn't think Bakugo would sign up once, let alone twice. But wait, 3:20. That meant Midoriya checked the time. 3:22. Midoriya glanced out the window and shook his head. It looked like he had a long day ahead of him too. Barely got any rest because of Ragdoll's panic attack thing. But he was used to it. He was tough. Wraith walked outside to greet his students, nodding hello to each before arriving at Bakugo. Are you ready to get started? Bring it, old BSTRD. I'll take on anything you've got. Bakugo was confident in himself, of course. Wraith wondered how long it had been since Bakugo got a real fight. He was clearly excited to continue where they left off, so they might as well get to it. He made the schedule thing, so he probably should follow it himself. Very well, let's begin. What do you mean we're not fighting? Bakugo glared in confusion at Midoriya, but Midoriya was completely calm as they sat in the training area. Well, as he sat on one of the benches in the training area, Bakugo was standing as he lost his sit. Because there's no point in it. We're here to train, Bakugo, not to fight. Midoriya figured Bakugo would take himself off the lost immediately after finding this out, maybe not even waiting for this session to end. Bakugo always liked fighting, so it's probably what he signed up for. I'm taking this one-on-one time to make you a better hero, not so we can kick the shit out of each other. Oh yeah, like what? Bakugo scowled and kicked the ground, snarling like a dog, but Midoriya didn't seem to care as much. He beat this guy twice already without getting serious, after all. This wasn't elementary school, it wasn't middle school, and the distance between them seemed, well, there was definitely a distance between them still, but now it was like Midoriya was up higher than Bakugo. It was weird, but irrelevant. Midoriya thought through the best way to explain what was going to come next because he explained this topic at least 3 times already and was kind of getting sick of his first metaphor. Midoriya pushed off the bench and grabbed his sword with his left, putting his thumb against the tsuba and slowly drawing his sword as he walked, only pausing to glance back at Bakugo. Focus. Midoriya walked to the closest tree, turning to make sure Bakugo was close enough to both listen and see him before he really got into the metaphor. He spun the sword a couple of times, adjusting to a one-handed grip and tapping his foot as he worked out his thoughts. Bakugo, you've got a lot of power. Most power in your class easily, right? Tusk, demonstrate. Bakugo even took compliments like a D. Hey, now that he was looking at it from the outside, wasn't Bakugo kinda childish, ... that ... wasn't really relevant to anything, but it'd be fine. More future thought. You might have a lot of power, but it's unfocused, messy. You have a tendency not just to beat your opponent, but to hit everything nearby while you do it. Midoriya reversed his grip on the sword so sharp edge was pointing towards himself now, then lined up next to a small branch low to the ground. I could explain how you might hit civilians, damage property, hurt your teammates, but you're smart. You already know that. So we're just gonna focus on focusing. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? City BSDRD. This side of the sword's pretty blunt. Huh. Wraith showed off the backside of Yamato, the side opposite the edge. He held it up so Bakugo could clearly see how flat it was. It's unfocused. It can't concentrate the power. I can hit things with a lot of strength. Wraith's arm seemed to F as the blunt side of Yamato slammed sharply into the branch, making it shiver and move but not breaking it. But it doesn't go through. It's like when your attacks hit me, it just spreads it out and washes over the target. Wraith had walked through Bakugo's explosions without even dodging during their fight, showing off his bodysuit's full power against forces like heat and sudden blows. His suit was basically unbeatable so long as the attacks didn't come in too fast. This drove Wraith's point further home now and made Bakugo listen intensively. But when you focus it, you don't lose power by hitting unimportant sit. You focus it all into one point. Bakugo was narrating, but now Midoriya flipped the sword. Again his arm fed as Yamato cleanly cut through the branch in a single strike, and it punches through the target. It's safer for extras and civvies, less likely to break, random sit, and does more damage. To no one's surprise, 1A's best fighter was quick to figure out the perks of this kind of attack. Didn't explain why he didn't use them though. But how the F am I supposed to do that? Teach. I don't know. Midoriya looked at him calmly and shrugged as he spoke. I don't know how you're going to do it, otherwise I'd tell you. Midoriya was honest as he explained that, for all his theories, he wasn't sure of how this was going to work. Of course, he did have some guesses. He studied this guy for like 10 years or something. But solid ideas. If he knew, he didn't even have a quirk. How was he supposed to know how to focus one? Then what are we doing? Wasting time. Right now, yeah. Midoriya sheathed his sword and walked back to the bench. But I hate wasting time, so let's get started already. Tusk, saying all that sit, then leaving me to do all the work. Should I have known I'd have to figure it out myself? Bakugo started to turn away before he was stopped by Midoriya's hand on his shoulder. When Midoriya heard him saying sit like that, he stopped himself from going to the bench and approached Bakugo. No, his student. Figure it out yourself. Even if his face wasn't visible, his confusion and annoyance were palpable. Even if he was shorter than Bakugo, his presence transcended physical size. He seemed to stare through Bakugo as he spoke. Bakugo, I don't know what you've put up with so far, but I'm not going to sit back while you're doing all the work. Teaching and heroism are actions. You're only a teacher or a hero when you act like it, and I'm your teacher. The man's voice was more confident now, more solid as he was brought out. You signed up for time with me and I don't intend for you to waste a second, so sit down and let's get to work. Am I understood? Yeah, teach. Slower, Kaminari. Do it right, no matter how slow it seems. Keep that quirk up. Good work, Kaminari. Just a few more seconds. Midoriya spared with Kaminari in slow motion as Kaminari maintained his quirk, the two slowly dancing around each other as Kaminari worked on maintaining his concentration. Even now there were still a few furs as Kaminari tried to maintain both the quirk use and his proper stance, moving in the correct form. But it wasn't just standing around. Midoriya stepped in and fed his sword lightly forward, forcing Kaminari to raise his guard while maintaining that constant quirk use. He had to get used to blending the two with every motion. It had to become second nature for it to work well, and now Midoriya was forcing him to practice for long PRD to get him used to it. But there were limits, like when Kaminari got too tired and started to show signs of electrocuting himself. They were very careful to watch for any signs of this, and any time they found it time. Good work, Kaminari. Midoriya and Kaminari dropped the swords at the same time, Midoriya walking up and patting Kaminari on the shoulder. You're doing great, Kaminari. And you're showing a lot of improvements since we started. How are you feeling about this? I think I'm getting it. Kaminari seemed very ecstatic as the two sat down for a brief break, grabbing drinks to rest up and cool off between training. But does that mean, yes, we're moving on to a new thing for you? Midoriya smiled and nodded, but his reaction was muted compared to Kaminari's visible joy. He didn't always get Kaminari, but the aspiring hero's enthusiasm was admirable. He would be a great hero if he kept improving. But it was not the time to rush things. Finish that water and we'll get to it. But remember not to rush yourself, all right? Yether I mean Kaminari stopped chugging and put down the water bottle, then did a weird salute from his seated position. Yes, sir. Midoriya smiled as he stood up, grabbing his sword and going over the motions for their next training. Now, how did he learn the drawing cut again? Crack. BRRRRRRING. Ring. And that's time, everyone. Take a break. Midoriya turned off the alarm and faced Kaminari. How are you feeling about this new attack? Your step-in is solid, but you keep leaving out most of your upper body. The motion's really weird, sir. Kaminari was using his real sword since the wooden practice sword didn't have a sheath, something that made the drawing cut much easier. Kaminari performed the attack to the best of his ability, dragging the sword out and swinging it across his body. I've done it so many times, but I can't seem to do it right. That's because you've practiced the wrong form for a long time. Kaminari had been using the drawing cut as part of the thunderclap. Flash for how many months now, since the exams for UA? If Kaminari started it from the very first time Midoriya taught him, we're not just teaching you how to do it, we're correcting bad habits too, so it's going to be more difficult than the last thing you learned. I don't think you should do this move without me there. It's not dangerous, but I can't supervise you and correct mistakes you make if I'm working with another student. Midoriya tossed the training equipment into the bag, then returned to the table as usual. Eraserhead had built distance when he realized he'd have to do some real work if he stuck around. And Ragdoll never came back, so it was just Exam F in this part of the training grounds. The students seemed to enjoy the break as they stopped working for a second and congregated together. Even if they weren't talking to him, it was good to see that these kids were close and enjoying themselves, the way the world was shaping up. This might be one of the last times they really get to relax before the fall of All Might. Hey Sensei, if I just need you to be there to practice, can I do it after dinner? Kaminari burst into Midoriya's thoughts with his positive mentality, smiling as he walked over. Midoriya shook his head, pleasantly surprised by Kaminari's willingness to practice. Sure Kaminari, but remember not to overdo it. We've got a lot of work to do tomorrow too. Yes, Sensei, yes sir. Yes. Kaminari stumbled over his words a bit but got to something in the end and left to go be with his classmates. Now, looking around, all the students were in one space, but there were no other supervisors here. That usually was fine for him. Those fakes were pretty useless after all, but he wanted to go find Ragdoll and make sure everything was secure. However, he couldn't because everything might not be secure, so he shouldn't leave his students alone. Because he didn't know if this site was safe, he couldn't leave to find out if this site was safe. He could send one of the students in his place, but if this place was compromised, then he'd be putting that student at risk. Plus, overall, it didn't really matter. He'd see Ragdoll at dinner and he was supposed to stay with his class regardless, so as long as he kept his eyes out and was careful, it didn't matter if the site was compromised. But who the hell would want to break in and attack here anyway? It was just some campgrounds in the middle of bump nowhere with nothing interesting going on. The kids were mostly pretty stupid. The hero's SCK at heroing, and he wasn't on the record books. Security was security, sure, but UA had state-of-the-art technology. This campground had trees for FS sake. If someone really wanted to know about it, they'd go into UA. 2. Steal the files of the date and location of 1A's summer training. It wouldn't even be the first time this year that UA had been broken into, but there were other, dumber ways of finding out about this camp. Following the buses, getting someone with a locator quirk and picking one of the students, hacking into emails. Holy shit, it could have been easy. It wasn't like they changed buses partway, so if you just followed behind the buses while hidden, it was easy. Hacking into emails took more work, but if you were trying to attack UA, you'd at least expect a little work. Then the last option, the quirks. That one depended on who was doing it and why. Namely, was this the League of Idiots again? The League of Morons had All for One as a backer, so any options that required quirks were easy pickings. Forget the locator quirk. Just get a mind-reading quirk and use it on one of the teachers. This whole camp really was stupid. Kirishima could sneak into any location and just listen in when they were talking because teleporters made for great thieves. This whole place relied on UA not getting broken into, and then it had none of the options to fall back on if things got dicey in UA. So what? They were in the middle of Musutafu. Just call in some local heroes and police as backup. All Might. Here, though, who the F was gonna help them if things went south? Wraith glanced at the clock, rousing himself from his thoughts. 3 more minutes. Well, it seemed UA didn't just fail at heroism and teaching, they also failed at basic security concepts. They really did go plus ultra on failing, whatever the hell plus ultra meant. Midoriya started stretching, wondering who he'd teach next. Bakugo was supposed to be next, but he probably erased his name, so this meant he'd have a free slot next. Maybe he'd tell Kaminari, or maybe he'd just take a break. He was getting sore from all this constant work, but such was the life of a teacher. At least he'd get to supervise next teach. I practiced focusing the explosion. Come take a look. Bakugo stood in front of him and shouted at him to get up like an impatient child to their parent, eager to show off their trick. Come on, geezer. HM. Midoriya blinked, trying to process what was happening and failing utterly. After a few seconds, Midoriya took the easy option and just gave up, standing up and following Bakugo a safe distance, making small talk as they went. Did using your hands to funnel the explosion work? One of the ideas they came up with was using his hands to funnel the blast in a direction since his hands were resistant to his own blasts, but they couldn't really figure out how to do that. Bakugo had tried cupping his hands, which did focus the blast, but it pointed the explosion straight at his own head. Needless to say, this was a terrible idea. They had left after proposing a bunch of ideas and trying out a variety of things, but no real progress. Yeah, didn't hurt that much. Bakugo at least confirmed that the focusing thing had worked correctly as he flexed hands. Then picked a branch as a target just like Midoriya had. He raised one hand like normal, pointing his palm at the branch, then formed a circle with his other hand and placed it against the palm. Focus the heat. Aim. And KABLAM. I did it. The shot tore through the tree branch and blew it apart, knocking the branch to the ground and leaving it smoldering on the ground. Bakugo stood staring at it for a second as Midoriya approached, admiring it. It could use a lot of refinement, but for a start, this was pretty good. The second hand might need to be a little more closed. Maybe generate heat with both hands. Midoriya held up the branch and turned to Bakugo with a confident smile, holding up the branch. Great work, Bakugo. You've done well. Bakugo didn't respond for a second, seeming to be taken back for a second before stepping back up and smiling. DMN right now, time to improve it. You've created a new move, sure, but it's time to work out the flaws in it. We're only going 5 minutes this time so we can discover any underlying flaws, but 5 minutes is pretty long for a fight. Wraith ditched his coat and grabbed his mask. As he walked into the forest, try to use this focused blast as much as possible during the fight so we can find out how to improve it. All right, Bakugo. Bakugo hung back for a second before smiling confidently and charging after him. Yeah, sensei. Try to keep up with me. Dozens of trees had strange burns and holes in them by the time the alarm rang for the last time of the night. The sun had already set behind the mountains, despite the early time of 6:40 in the summer, but best of all, they had done it. Bakugo stood tall, ready to fight as he faced down the tree. To his left stood Wraith, who silenced the alarm calmly. One last time. Get ready. Bakugo tensed his legs and got into his normal fighting position. Legs bent, hands slightly bent as he created a small string of explosions, and his body leaning forward. It was Bakugo's natural stance and a good fighting stance, but it wasn't good for this next attack. Now, get in position and fire. Bakugo's left leg came forward as his right went sideways. Both legs planted firmly in the ground as a base for the explosive power. His hands quickly slipped into position as he leaned forward, anchoring himself against the explosion and kicked back. His left hand, the hand that focused the blast, heated up in advance to serve as the funnel. Then kaboom! The force was sharper as it punched a hole into a tree without damaging the nearby vegetation. A clean and powerful shot for strong opponents that didn't damage his surroundings, and all it took Bakugo was 2 hours of practice. Not bad at all. All in an hour too. Look how far you've come. Wraith gestured to the other trees that didn't have such clean wounds as they made their way back. Bakugo admired his past works with that CY smile, already confident in his greatness. Of course I've come far. Who do you think I am? A pretty good student. All in all, it had gone way better than Midoriya thought it would. Bakugo listened pretty well even if he complained about it most of the time. Well, as long as he could understand what you were telling him and why he listened. He was still a pain in the butt, just much less of a pain than Midoriya thought he would be. And oh sit I am. Bakugo said it well, screamed it like it was obvious. You're just not a sit teacher like that insomniac. Thanks, I think. Midoriya and Bakugo walked out of the woods together. All right everyone, that's it for today. Go get changed and get some food. Finally, beaten by a bunch of leaves. Sensei. Midoriya took a breath to calm his nerves, then walked back into the mess as students ran everywhere, barely aware of the smile on his face. They might be a bunch of kids, trying to become one of the worst jobs in Japan, but this wasn't too bad. The students had to cook their own meals as they met up and began to work, once again dividing themselves into their two classes naturally. They took this time to socialize as the Exam F kids got to re-enter the main group, and Midoriya followed a roughly similar formula as he went up to the other heroes. So, did anyone ever find out why Ragdoll panicked? Was it the work of a quirk? Midoriya finally had a chance to settle his worries and went in straight away, directly asking Mandalay if anyone knew what went wrong. It would be either hero to Ragdoll herself, and since he couldn't find Ragdoll for some reason he went for Mandalay. Mandalay did respond, but she seemed evasive. Oh, it was nothing serious. Ragdoll just used her quirk badly and got some whiplash. It was her own fault. She's fine now. I see. I'm glad to hear. She's better at least. Midoriya could give a rant about how they shouldn't hide things like this when they were talking about camp security and that they should be more honest with each other. But he was too tired to care. It was a lame and bad reason, he knew. But he didn't have the energy to try right now. Besides, if things went wrong, he'd at least take care of himself. This was more an issue for the students, who'd be at risk if something went wrong. Some of these idiots were more likely to hurt themselves than the intruders if anyone snuck in. The best thing was to evacuate the students while he took care of any big problems. But they needed to keep track of everyone. Wait, Wraith's brow furrowed as he did a head count, then grabbed the sword on his hip reflexively. We're missing the kid. Where is he? Kota. Mandalay blinked, then thought for a second. He's probably at his hideout. There's a cliff that he goes to a lot. It's over there, but you're gonna have to climb a little to get to it. Mandalay pointed off into the distance towards one of the many generic rock structures while Wraith stared incredulously at her. We just had an issue with security, and you're letting the most defenseless person here wander off on his own. Ugh, forget it. Wraith shook his head as he took off into the woods without eating. They were literally talking about security problems and she left him alone. No wonder the kid had issues. So did his aunt, but she had mental issues. How stupid did you have to be to leave a child alone in the middle of this mess? As soon as he was out of eyesight, he really took off, using his suit's full power and teleporting with his sword. It took only a single minute to get from the camp to the cliffs, with a child supposedly somewhere in this mess. It was steep, rough, and dangerous. He expected no less idiocy from professional heroes. As he scanned the rocky terrain, Wraith really started to understand Kota's problem. When they first met, Kota seemed to feel abandoned and left alone. The Wheel King had taken the logical approach and assumed it was because his parents had just died. But thinking about it this way, it seems no one bothered to pay attention to the child. He wondered how long it would have been before anyone came out here to look for Kota. He didn't bring it up. The other adults seemed delusional, to put it nicely, but they definitely weren't thinking about the kid. He was young and alone, stuck in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do. Wraith didn't think they'd devote 100% attention to him, but at least a little more concern for the kid would go a long way. Wraith finally found the kid on the ledge of one of the cliffs on a winding path overlooking the woods. It didn't look too comfy, sitting on the rocks. The wind was colder up here as it ruffled the trees, sending birds moving as it blew back. That cold wind drove against the lone boy and suddenly turned, snatching his hat off his head. Kota stood up and shouted as he grabbed at his hat. "Hey, silently creeping in from behind him. Wraith easily grabbed the hat from the air with barely a glance up, instead maintaining a steady gaze on the child as he stood tall. His gaze was intense and fierce, seeming to somehow amplify the roar of the wind against the otherwise silent setting. He had spoken to many people here and made many theories, but there was one person they hadn't spoken to yet that the weakling wanted to. Wraith took a few slow steps forward and crouched slightly, meeting Kota at eye level as he handed back the boy's hat. "Hello, Kota." Wraith crouched on the cliff face just behind Kota, looking him in the eyes as he spoke, and offered the boy his hat. "Hello, Kota." Kota didn't say anything but grabbed the hat back and took a step back as he shoved his head into it, pulling it tightly over his head like he was blocking Midoriya out with it. He turned to look back at the trees, refusing to acknowledge Midoriya's presence. Another denier. That made two of them. Wraith chuckled on the inside but remained stoic on the outside, stepping forward and sitting down on the ledge next to Kota silently. They were so close that Kota couldn't help but shoot glances at him. Kota didn't have the patience yet to completely ignore him, while Wraith could do this all day. PSS off hero. And what a greeting Kota gave. Wraith enjoyed the honesty, especially because it lined up so close with his ideals, but it probably wasn't for the best for this kid's future. He wasn't sure the best method to respond to that kind of enthusiasm. So, Wraith took a second and thought it through before trying to speak back. "I'm not a hero, you know. Just a teacher. What's the difference? You make other people heroes. That's even worse." Kota really held nothing back. At least one of them was honest in their thoughts. Well, at least he seemed honest right now. Who knows how this played out? "I don't make anyone anything. I just teach them how to do things. If they want to make themselves heroes, that's their decision." Wraith leaned back as his legs dangled over the ledge, admiring the view as the wind ruffled the scenery. It really was a great sight. Kota fed his head away like some kind of tsundere, refusing to even look in the same direction as Midoriya. They sat there quietly for a minute, drinking in the scenery before he spoke up again. Why? Why what, Kota? Why would anyone want to be a hero? Kota scowled as he thought over it, then shouted, "Do they all want to die? Don't they care? Wraith didn't respond instantly, giving Kota a second if he wanted to say anything before offering his 2 cents. Do you really want to know? Kota turned to look at him now, hesitating because of Midoriya's cryptic answer. He glared at Midoriya from under his hat, uncertain of what to do. He was too young to know what to do, so he was just making it up as he went along. Hell, they both were. Why yeah, I want to know why. Wraith pondered how to say this politely. Should he be gentle, kind? Emotions weren't his thing. He was created for efficiency, for results, and when there were so many options to choose from, he should have been ideal. But here he was, sitting on a cliff with some random brat he barely knew talking about heroism. Not a logical thing in sight. Who knows? Kota focused on him again, leaning in. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Some do it for the money. Wraith leaned all the way back, laying on the ground and watching the stars. It was a good night to be outside. Heroism pays big bucks, so of course some people do. Not everyone's got good intentions, and some people just want money. Some do it for the fame. Clouds drifted across the sky, dark patches in the night sky. The sudden switch from light to dark to light again as the clouds passed created a twinkling effect that was interesting to watch. Heroism's a quick way to become a celebrity. Do it for a couple of years, then switch to something else. Get your name out there. The public loves heroes, after all. Some just do it to fight. Kota was fidgeting, not sure what to do. He really didn't like listening to this, but he did ask, and he probably needed to. So Wraith went on. Some people become heroes just so they have an excuse to fight others, to prove they're the best. Everyone has their own reasons, after all. Wraith paused as he adjusted his position on the ground, picking out a loose pebbly that had been under him. He held it up, inspecting it in the starlight for a few seconds before speaking again. But some people become heroes just to be someone's hero, to help others, to save them from things they can't deal with on their own. Midoriya sat up, still tossing the rock from hand to hand. Isn't it weird? All these reasons to do one thing, and they're all wildly different. So many reasons for a single result. Kota wasn't looking at him, but he wasn't looking away either. Both now stared ahead at the same trees, watching the breeze as it dragged across the trees. They just sat there in silence for a time, watching the wind dance across the campgrounds. In the distance, there was light as the students prepared their dinners, movement as they congregated. Here in the cliffs, it was dark and still as the stone on the ground. Kota obviously wanted to leave by how he shifted nervously, while Midoriya was fine if he stayed here all night. But he was supposed to be the adult. You know, Kota, I don't know everything. And oh sit. Kota forgot for a second that he was supposed to be angry at everything and was late with the snapback. He was definitely frustrated. He was definitely confused, but he wasn't good at being angry. But if you have any questions, you've got to do something about them. Midoriya pushed himself away from the ledge and stood up, keeping the rock in his hand. I might not know everything, but with a little help, I can probably know anything, and so can you. So what? Am I supposed to ask you for help, you hero maker? Kota said it like an insult, and after seeing the state of UA, it kind of was. But Midoriya just smiled it off as he tossed the rock. I dunno. Midoriya shrugged. Once again, he really didn't know. Didn't I just say I didn't know everything? You want to ask me? Go ahead. No harm in it. All I can promise is that I'll try to help you. Is that the kind of hero you want to be? Kota remembered his little speech on modern hero motivations, it seemed. So you were listening? Kota tensed up at that, but Midoriya just laughed it off. I don't know what kind of hero I want to be anymore. I say one thing but do something else, and that makes it really confusing. But if I can help one kid who's going through a tough time, even if he calls me mean things like hero maker. Midoriya smiled as he glanced down at Kota. I think I'm doing something right. Midoriya grabbed the rock with his right hand, stepping forward with his left before pivoting over his hips and launching the rock into the distance. It sailed off through the air, slowly giving into gravity as it flew between the trees and sunk below leaves and branches. The two watched it even after it fell out of sight for a while. Midoriya wasn't really sure how long they spent watching it or how long they spent up there before he broke the silence again. You know, I haven't had a real meal all day. Wanna head back? Maybe those nutjobs trying to be heroes left us some food. Kota picked up his own rock and fiddled with it before lobbing it out into the trees as well, watching it fly through the air before hitting a tree and bouncing backward. You can cuss, you know, stupid hero maker. I'm not dumb. He hopped to his feet and ran back down the cliff face without another word. Midoriya shook his head, smiling on the outside as he slowly meandered after him. Telling me I can cuss. What a punk bud beach. They came back to the training grounds at the same time, but Kota was vehemently refusing to acknowledge him and ran away at the first second. Midoriya shook his head as he watched the kid run away, then turned to get some food for himself. It had been a long day full of bad meals, and at least wanted to end on some good food. Breakfast was skimpy, lunch was rushed, but now he had all the time in the world to make a good meal. Midoriya went to his room and grabbed his food bag, pulling out some of the seasonings and ingredients he brought for this. It wasn't anything fancy, but it should be pretty good. Midoriya came back outside with a smile to find the chaos of the students. It was a huge mess as they ate, argued, and shouted over each other. Eraserhead had his usual look of disdain. But what did he expect from teenagers? They were just enjoying themselves. Midoriya kept his distance as he started to make something for himself, a simple hot pot. He brought the equipment, he brought the flavors, and he brought some of the ingredients. He brought the major things needed for this himself. A pouch of SPK and bones. All he really needed to complete the broth was some tomatoes the cats had. Are you really gonna make a hot pot? All for yourself? Someone was talking to him. One of the wild cats, the blue one. That was Pixie Bob. I'm a hungry guy, so I think I can do it. But if anyone else wants some of my food, they're welcome to it. Midoriya checked the broth was forming nicely, but it would take a while to really get going. That was fine. He was patient and he was hungry. He'd eat a lot of food. Nah, we already ate. Where'd you run off to, anyway? It seemed that really no one had been paying that much attention to Kota, or they had gotten used to him running off on his own. Either way, just checking up on Kota. Didn't want anyone unaccounted after what happened to Ragdoll. Pixie Bob seemed to shift when Midoriya said that. The cats knew something about whatever happened to Ragdoll, and they weren't saying what for some reason. Do you know what happened? Yeah, course I do. She just overused her quirk. Overused her quirk. She'd been using her quirk all day for years. What was that supposed to mean? The wild cats were saying some wild stupid shit, but he had no proof. Something was going on here, and he couldn't trust these cats. Well, he figured that out when he realized he couldn't trust them to take care of a single kid. How could rescue heroes be so negligent with a single kid between the four of them? Well, it wasn't his business as much as he'd like it to be. Midoriya got back to slicing the meat and checking on the pot while shaking his head. And is she feeling better now? Yup, Pixie Bob answered quickly again. But since he hadn't seen Ragdoll since, it was probably another lie. Their central security person and caretaker, the one who could tell if they were injured, was down and for some reason no one admitted it. He'd have to keep a careful eye out now. Well, don't waste too much food. Pixie Bob waved goodbye as she walked off, leaving him to keep cooking. All she did was give him questions and confusions. And here he was about to enjoy a meal. No, wait. Yup, he didn't actually care enough and was still going to enjoy this. Most people liked hot pots, but it was done traditionally by the Mongols. Or was it started by the Mongols? His history was a little sketchy, and now that he thought too strong about it, did hot pots really have anything to do with the Mongols? Mongols started in Russia and China-ish, and he knew hot pots as a Japanese thing. Midoriya thought about it some more, then remembered he was supposed to be cooking and not thinking as he checked the broth again. He could just make a note on it and Google it when he got internet again. For now, chop the meat thinly, add the noodles, and pick the veggies he wanted to eat. There were 5 professional heroes here and 1 professional hero, someone on site. He was going to relax or die trying. Once the hot pot got started, it was easy to keep it going. Just keep it on a burner, dip the food you wanted it, then eat it. Midoriya did make a big pot or bring a lot of food since it was just him watching, but it was a great meal after the cold sandwiches for breakfast and his mostly rice lunch. Midoriya counted in his head as he dipped another cold cut of meat, doing a rough guess for how long he should hold it inside the hot broth to properly cook it. Hot pots were usually meals for a large group of people, but he didn't hang out with a lot of people. His hot pots had just been between himself and his mom, so he was used to this style of a small hot pot. Now that he was happily eating and much less grouchy, Midoriya looked around the camp at the students. The students were smiling as they spoke with one another, even if they were arguing. They were still dividing themselves into classes, but they at least seemed to get along. Even Bakugo had some friends somehow, much to Midoriya's undisguised amazement. Midoriya enjoyed the scene. Despite the noise and chaos, there was a strange sort of peace across the place. The students were enjoying themselves and weren't worried, creating a cheery atmosphere. The wild cats were still too cheery in his opinion, but they were balanced out by UA. As stoic teachers PFFT. He couldn't even call them teachers in his head anymore. Midoriya shook his head, then held up a piece of meat to check how it was coming. These peaceful times were good, but they were coming to a close. Soon the students would have to put into practice what they learned if they wanted to maintain the peace, but were they ready? Would they need more time? Midoriya lowered the meat back into the broth as he looked across their faces, smiling wearily. How long did they have? How would they handle it? Wraith truly didn't know everything and was racked with questions, but no one could answer them. Only time would tell. Midoriya checked the time and pulled the meat out again, smiling. Finally, thought you'd never finish. Midoriya happily munched on different foods when Kaminari came over, smiling wide and running recklessly. Sensei, I can see you coming a mile away, Kaminari. Relax. Midoriya was almost done eating and gestured for Kaminari to come and sit down, or at least cool off. He was only sitting about 10 feet away from the students on the ground and waving in active war with the bugs. There weren't any bugs trying to eat his food, at least, just bugs that thought Midoriya was the food. Can I do the practice thing again? Kaminari was, at least, very excited to train. That was a good mindset that'd pay off in the future when things got rough. I finished eating. Yeah, but I haven't. Midoriya gestured to his own plate, stopping to take another bite before continuing. How are you feeling after all that training? How are those legs? My legs. Kaminari thought for a second, then did a few squats like he didn't notice. Holy shit, my legs are super sore. He really didn't notice. Midoriya chuckled. You did a lot of work today, Kaminari, and you need to take a break. You don't want to hurt yourself. Your body's adjusting and developing. It's like a video game. You gotta let it install the updates before you can use the update. Oh, I get it. Kaminari slumped to the ground across from Midoriya. So I need to rest now so I can try later. It's like a game with an exhaustion mechanic. It was more like normal exhaustion because that's exactly what it was. But hey, as long as Kaminari got it. Midoriya shook his head and took another bite of his food. The hustle's admirable, but you're gonna need to learn to relax. You can't be fighting all the time, after all. Oh, do you have some secret for that too? Kaminari leaned forward, once again excited and missing the point, but at least he was trying. Meditating, maintenance, enjoying yourself, doing things to take your mind off of fighting. Midoriya dipped the last few pieces of food into the hot pot, then quickly tried to swat a bug, narrowly missing it while smacking himself in the face. He rubbed his cheek and continued. If you're constantly thinking about fighting, you won't be able to rest and recover. You need to clear your head. Play some video games, talk with friends. Live. This really was comedic coming from them, but even Wraith did weapon maintenance. There was a time to clear your head for the fights ahead, and Wraith reveled in it. If this weakling went full speed all the time, he'd burn himself out like the beast almost did to them. Gotcha. Get some rest now to do better later. Kaminari nodded and smiled, then looked down at Midoriya's plate. Hey, you gonna finish that? Kaminari, did you skimp out because you wanted to finish faster? Kaminari's quirk used a lot of energy, and in theory, he used it a lot today. If he didn't eat properly, he wouldn't get back that energy. Yes. Midoriya stared at him blankly, then laughed as he checked the hot pot. Go grab some more food then. Hurry up. The students compared their various works, most of them complaining about various similar things. Seriously, no lunch twice in a row. What's with this schedule? Minda seemed furious, but his head had finally stopped bleeding at least. Right after that rushed breakfast too. And no breaks either. Ugh. Gyro rubbed her earlobes, annoyed. I was baking out there. It felt like an oven. Forget the heat. I was so tired after that. Ugh. Training with no breaks really is the worst. It seemed Class 1 and 1B could agree on one thing. This summer camp wasn't training, it was torture. PSST, Bakugo. To one side, though, was a slightly distanced group. All of Exam F exchanged nervous glances while nodding along with what everyone said. This we should mention you losers didn't even get breaks? Bakugo spoke loudly so everyone could hear him as he glared across the room. What, are you extras too scared to use your mouths? And, as of that moment, Class 1 and 1B had a new uniting force, being PSS off at Bakugo. Seriously, why are they being so loud? Midoriya and Kaminari were even further from the others as they washed their dishes, shooting them a confused look. Everyone suddenly got louder all at once. It was like they were synchronized. Man, maybe you should give them your speech about resting and stuff. Kaminari fed water off his arms and grabbed the last of the plates as both of them headed inside. So, Sensei, what are you gonna do to relax? Today's the second night. That means we're supposed to have a bonfire tonight. That's why I told you to save a little room. Midoriya grabbed the door for Kaminari with one hand and entered after him, then used the same hand to quickly draw a bag of marshmallows from his coat. We're gonna have s'mores tonight, but I'm gonna go to bed early. I want to use the hot springs tomorrow morning. Whoa, are the baths still open? Kaminari looked surprised, but that just got another laugh out of Midoriya. Of course, of all the things Midoriya just said, that's what Kaminari focused on. It's a natural hot spring. Kaminari, it's technically always open. It's just a question of if you have the time to go to it. Kaminari thought it over and nodded. I getcha. When's this fire then? I'm gonna put 3 marshmallows on a graham cracker. You think you can fit 3 on one? Now, this is gonna be fun to watch. Midoriya laughed as the pair walked down to the kitchen, dropping off the dishes as they rambled casually. They joked back and forth casually, creating a strange sense of camaraderie. Amidst the noise, a strange peace, a loud kind of quiet as they grew closer. As dinner at the training camp wound down, Midoriya and Tiger set up the fire stacks. Midoriya wasn't sure why it was just the two of them when the other heroes weren't doing anything, but he didn't care enough to ask for their help. He just wanted to get this done quickly so he could go to bed. Midoriya only planned to stay at the fires for 20 minutes before going to bed. He'd be waking up early the next day, so he'd make this quick. It was pretty dark. The students were almost done eating, and Midoriya was impatient, so there was no reason to wait for starting the fires. Kaminari was there too, but he lacked the muscle to really help, incapable of moving the big logs or the benches. Kaminari instead was left with the lighter and got the honor of igniting the mess. He seemed pretty happy as the 3 fires slowly came to life, standing back and laughing. They're huge. The wood stacks were as tall as Kota, and the fires bigger than All Might as they blazed to life. It wasn't that unusual, and these fires would probably be burning for several hours. At least they were out in the stony training grounds, so they would be hard pressed to start a forest fire, but someone would still be staying up late to make sure they went out. Yes, they're quite large, especially for a gathering of this size. 41 kids, 2 teachers, and 4 rescue heroes with a rogue vigilante somewhere in the mess. 3 bonfires were a lot for their group, especially because of their sheer size. They were massive as they burned, heating everything. The fires were so big and hot, it seemed to undo all the pleasure of the cool night. But Midoriya preferred the dark these days, so that could just be him. Kaminari seemed excited, and Midoriya wasn't in the mood for being a downer. Midoriya spared the students a glance as they started to come over from the dining tables and reached into his coat, rummaging around. Marshmallow. Everyone gathered around for whatever activity this was supposed to be and formed their own groups, leaving Midoriya alone. The classes grouped with themselves but repelled each other while Kota got stuck with the adults. Midoriya sat away from everything, happy to be alone. He wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible and really wasn't interested in this fire, instead wanting to get to sleep. Nothing was really keeping him from leaving. But Kaminari asked him to stay a bit, and he was at least trying to give the students a good experience, so he'd stick around for a minute or two. Midoriya sang to himself to kill time as he checked out the groups, trying to figure out if anything interesting was going on, but only stopped by his complete disinterest in everything. The students were talking about things they did inside the camp and how their days had gone. It seemed Kaminari had taken Midoriya's advice about relaxing to heart, but Midoriya had to admit he wished Kaminari would shake a leg and do whatever he wanted with Midoriya so Midoriya could go to bed. The teachers were just as if not more boring, not even talking about the camp at all. Midoriya understood not obsessing over the details of this camp, but when it was disorganized as this, and there he was, being negative again. The least he could do was pretend to be positive. Midoriya was sitting against a plank of wood and leaned back, admiring the stars. The view was great, especially compared to the city. Most of the time, when he stared at the night sky, it was within the brightly lit city. They weren't that far from those bright cities, but it still looked much better from here. Midoriya smiled as he sang to himself, just going through every vaguely camp-like song he knew to try and keep himself awake. He wasn't a good singer by any stretch of the imagination, but if he didn't do anything, he was gonna take a nap right here and now. At least Kota was doing something he could get behind, cooking things with a metal stick on the fires. Kota was alone despite being with the adults because no one paid attention to him. Midoriya imagined Mandalay just told him to stay close or something, because otherwise he'd have expected the kid to go back to his place on the cliff. That seemed way more interesting than just sitting around, staring at a fire, and getting bug bites. "Excuse me, sensei, could I ask you some questions?" Midoriya's stupid singing was cut short as he glanced over, trying to figure out who was bored enough to talk to him. He knew from the voice that it wasn't Kaminari, a tall girl from 1A, and of course she was from 1A. Bakugo was right, it seemed 1B was created just to be in the background. Positivity. Midoriya. Well, I don't know. I'm quite busy doing nothing. Midoriya D his chin like this was a HRD choice as he sat up, tilting his head this way and that while his face scrunched, then peered at the girl and noticed that everyone was taller than him these days. Rough, but he should stop wasting time. "What did you want to ask me?" "I just had some questions about what you were doing today. Is that all right?" "What was with all the questions?" "You don't need to ask permission for everything. You're a student, your job's to learn." Midoriya could get up, it'd be very polite, but his left leg fell asleep and he didn't want to put weight on it, so instead he'd just keep on sitting up and answering her questions. "Ask away." Momo had only come over to ask the elderly man about his schedule because, to be frank, Sato and Sero did a terrible job describing what they had done that day, but she was pleasantly surprised by her conversation with him. He didn't seem as old as he looked as he casually joked with her, playing off his own age and pretending his leg was just asleep when he moved slowly. Besides the jokes, he seemed to have a pretty solid plan for what he wanted the students to do. "So you divided the training into hour-long blocks with short breaks, like a traditional school day?" "Yup." The elderly man nodded as he sat, confirming her theories. "People made a great schedule for teaching people years ago. Who am I to change it?" I wonder if The rest of the class can adopt a similar method going forward. She was starting to get disgusted by the taste of chocolate, and it was just day one. The ability to take small breaks would be a welcome addition to her schedule. Thank you for your time, sir. It's nothing. A student's job is to learn, but it's a teacher's job to teach. The elderly man shrugged it off as he started to lean back before springing up and facing her. And another thing, there's no need to be so formal with me. I just don't know your name. This time the elderly man got his feet under him and slowly got up, stretching slightly before facing her dead on. He was a little shorter than her, just a few centimeters, but he seemed very fit for his age. You can call me Ken, and you would be Momo Yaoyorozu, but please call me Momo, sir. I mean Ken-sensei. Ken-san snickered, shaking his head at her mistake. You don't have to force yourself. Do whatever's most comfortable for you. Ken-san sat down again, this time on the pile of wood instead of on the ground. He seemed pretty calm as he faced the fire before his attention snapped back to her, his face now stern. Do you remember what the job of a student is? She didn't even take a second to respond, immediately replying with his own words. To learn, Ken-san. Exactly. Ken-san leaned back against the wood, breathing out slowly as he faced the fire again. So, if you have any questions or any problems, they need to be sorted out. My job's to sort them out, so if anything comes up, I'm asking you what to do if anything comes up. Momo snapped to attention and spoke up. Speak to you, sir. When he asked it like a test, she found it much easier to talk back and forth with him. It was like he was testing how well she was paying attention. Now he nodded without looking at her. Good stuff. Enjoy the night, Momo-san. You're gonna have a long and HRD day tomorrow. Yes, sir, and thank you. Momo bowed briefly and Ken-san tried to return it from a sitting position, laughing at his own failed effort and giving her a small wave as she left. She returned to class 1 and sat among her peers, trying her best to remain dignified but having a HRD time with Kaminari's big smile right next to her as he stared her down. Hey, ain't he the best? Ken-sensei does seem to be quite the teacher. I will ask Aizawa-sensei if we can try his style tomorrow. She heard bits and pieces about Ken's fighting style from the students who failed their finals, but it was much easier to talk to him straight on. He even seemed to sometimes switch from his usually casual nature to speak to her in a way she could more easily understand, like when he asked her about a student's job. Ugh, finally. Hope we can get some breaks. Think we'll get a lunch. As the other students talked, the one student who told her to go over there didn't even bother looking at her, ignoring everyone as he cooked a piece of meat with his bare hand before eating it. No, I was surprised when you told me to talk to him. He glanced over at her and scoffed, creating another string of explosions on his hand. I told you to use your mouth, extra. He wanted to know something, just spit it out. Bakugo refocused on the fire, grabbing the next piece of meat to cook for his friends. Seriously, FCK extras. Can't do sit. Midoriya wasn't really sure why Momo came to talk to him, but it was a pleasant conversation. She probably heard about their training and wanted to try it, since it was an actual regiment unlike what they were doing. Eventually, though, the guy who asked him to stick around, Kaminari, came over. There you are. Thought you got lost along the way, Midoriya joked as he adjusted himself on the woodpile. This wasn't the comfiest chair in the world, and Midoriya was about to ditch it for his bed. Hey, you want some of the meat we cooked? It's just like the hot pot. Kaminari sat next to him with his plate, smiling widely as he offered some food. Sure. Midoriya took a piece of meat, smiling. So what did you want me here for? Hanging out. Duh, dude. Kaminari laughed, then handed him the plate. And to hold this, my hands are tired after all that training. The training I did with you. Yeah, Kaminari laughed harder, leaning back on the ground beside Midoriya. His smile looked a lot more real now than the ones he was giving off previously. Kaminari seemed to notice Midoriya staring at him and then sat up and leaned into him. Hey, what's with that smile? Nothing, hero. Wraith shook his head as he looked back into the fire, smiling. And another thing, what's with that bandana? Everyone wants to know, so come on. Give me some details. Come on, please. Pretty please. Sensei. Well, even if Kaminari roped him into staying up later than he wanted to, it at least made sleeping in the bed way more bearable. He was so tired by the time he finished cleaning off and meditating that he went straight to sleep, comfortably, right until his alarm clock went off, tipping it off the head of the bed and making it fall on his face as a foolproof way to make sure he woke up on time. After getting conked on the noggin by his own plan came a quick wash-up before grabbing his things and heading off. Once he found out he could do this, Midoriya really looked forward to it. Wasn't even 4:40 by the time he entered the changing rooms for the bathhouse. Most of the students would probably be getting up at 5, so Midoriya had all the time in the world as he flipped on the lights for the hot springs one by one. Even had electronic lanterns, just for that old style. made him smile as he changed, leaving his items inside a locker and walking into the washing area. He couldn't help but admire the sky as he walked outside, seeing the dark sky littered with stars. It was peaceful. And who knew when they'd get a quiet time like this again? They'd savor it. The water washed over his body, cleansing all the dirt and filth he got caught up in on his way here. He thoroughly scrubbed his body, feeling the water go cold in the morning chill. One last bucket to cleanse the water off of him and he was ready to go. The water was steaming by the time he finally got to the hot springs itself with his drink in hand. He carried his bottle in hand as he strode into the water, feeling the sudden contrast between the cold air and the hot water. He was used to the slight pain as his body had to adjust, already comfortable with being uncomfortable. Midoriya pushed past the slight burning sensation as his body got used to this new temperature, trudging through the water calmly. He set his bottle on a tray and let it drift across the water, smiling as it spun in a circle before finally sitting down and really getting into the water. He sunk down in the water, closing his eyes and really taking it in. He could praise bathhouses and sit, saying some poetic stuff about the contrast between the freezing air on his face and burning water on his body. But he wasn't that poetic, and that was really exaggerated. Maybe because he thought stuff like that was just an over-exaggeration was why he wasn't a poetic guy. Instead of all that stuff like praising the amazing power of an overly fancy bath, Midoriya reveled in the silence. There are no voices telling him what to do. There are no battles to fight. There was just quiet. Midoriya leaned back, keeping his eyes closed as he savored the heat. His muscles began to relax as he lay there, taking slow but deep breaths, just reveling at the moment. He opened his eyes and looked to the sky. The once dark sky was already starting to brighten. He couldn't stay here forever. It felt like he just got in, and already he was thinking about getting out. Midoriya took another deep breath and rested his head against the stonework, closing his eyes again. Even a moment's peace was too much. Or maybe that was the problem. A moment's peace was, in the end, just a moment. He didn't want a moment's peace. He didn't want just a second between the chaos. He wanted there to be no more chaos. But was that realistic? Probably not. Midoriya took a drink from his bottle before putting it back down on the tray and watching it drift away. Midoriya watched that tray for a long time as it spun out of control. It wasn't a fast spin. It didn't take a lot to get out of it, but it was still stuck spinning on its own. The stars were fading now. The sun was coming. He wanted to hold on to this piece for a moment longer, but it wouldn't stay. They could make it stay. They could make the piece last. All he had to do was decide. Midoriya closed his eyes again, shutting it all out as he just listened to himself breathing. He didn't know where or when this would end, but he'd have to see this through. He couldn't sit back anymore. It wasn't in his nature anymore. Izuku had changed, but he wasn't sure it was for the best anymore. They had come so far, but the same could be said for jumping off a building. Their sun was rising. Their time had come. Midoriya rose from the water, taking one last breath out as he walked up and out to face the day. Ole, ole. Ole, oh Lord. Midoriya walked confidently out into the morning sunlight with a bottle in hand, taking in the scenery as he stood tall outside the main building before sparing the students a glance. Eraserhead was talking with the students and seemed mildly annoyed, then shot Midoriya a stern glance that bounced right off as Midoriya went back to taking in the sights. Eraserhead faced his students, sighed dramatically, and moved on as they cheered. The sound brought a smile to Midoriya's face, just a minor change to the system brought out by students. If they could do that, what could he do? Midoriya finished his drink and went back inside for a real breakfast and to check up on who was awake. Most students were taking the chance to sleep in since he moved their starting time to 6:30 instead of 5:30, but a few were out and about. Sero was the first one who caught his eye as he quickly tried things to eat other than oatmeal, supported by Bakugo, who had gone to bed and gotten up early and was finishing eating. Midoriya got through his breakfast quickly as the students filtered in and the room was filled with voices. The students seemed to get along pretty well, even Monoma. They butted heads, but they bounced back pretty fast. Another smile right there, and he'd only been awake for 2 hours. That didn't seem like a lot, but he used to only get real smiles once a month. 2 in one morning was pretty impressive. He checked the time and kept that positive energy going as he stood. All right, 10 minutes before we start. Everybody, start getting warmed up. Sero, get changed. We've got a lot of progress to make today. All right. Yeah, I see. The target isn't that just your bag. Sero and Midoriya stood atop one of the cliffs and stared at the trees, specifically at a bag that Midoriya had thrown in there earlier. What? No, that's not my bag. It's the cat's. I wouldn't throw my own bag in a training exercise. What do you think I am, crazy? Midoriya finished grabbing his own stuff, such as kindness and one of the metal needles he'd accidentally found in this jacket. Seriously. He must have made at least 1,000 of these needles with how they cropped up everywhere. But whose bag is whose isn't the point. All I need you to do is hit the bag with a piece of tape. All right. Take as many tries as you need. Midoriya gave Sero a pat on the back and then moved away from the edge of the cliff. He gave Sero a confident thumbs up as he ran away from the cliff face while Sero glanced back and forth a little worried. Why are you running? Is that bag filled with explosives? I don't know. You better grab the bag and find out. The cliff face they stood on was one of many on the side of a mountain was a generous term, but it was a steep incline made of stone. Midoriya went up the cliff that was behind them and drew out Yamato, carving a very rudimentary target in the stone. Then glancing back and watching Sero shoot out, try to grab the bag. Range wasn't an issue, speed wasn't even a factor, but the size of the target was a problem. The bag wasn't caught on any branches, it was just sitting atop the branches to be easily grabbed, but Sero was having a HRD time hitting it because of other things in the area. He'd hit other branches and get stuck, then have to pull back and start over again. Took a minute just to finally get a grip on the bag. Finally, now what? Sero looked over at him as Midoriya walked back over, finished with his carving. See that target over there? Midoriya pointed the carving out to Sero. It was the classic shooting target, a vague humanoid shape with some dots for the brain and heart. However, it was only a carving in the stone, so it was kind of HRD to make it out. The blob thing's the new target. That's way easier too. Tape, hold on just a second. Don't let go of the back just yet. Midoriya stopped Sero from letting go and continued to focus on the humanoid target. I want you to hit the target with the bag. ... like a sling. Sero tried to think this through and Midoriya nodded. I don't want you to move from this position, but I want the bag to hit that target. Seem fair? Seems pretty easy. Sero was wisely on guard after yesterday's training. Alright, watch this. Last one, Sero, then we call time. Midoriya held up a rock about the size of his head, shaking it slightly so Sero could get a good visual on it. Gotcha, sir. And ready. Sero stood, tired but confident as he smiled with his tape already partially out. He was starting to get the hang of this. Midoriya launched the rock into the air and Sero shot the tape out, catching the rock mid-air before pulling it, and then lobbing it at the humanoid target on the cliff face. The rock struck the target in its large body, scoring a successful hit and marking him down for his 116th hit with this style. Alright, you see that? DMN straight. Caught it before it even started falling. Midoriya walked over and gave Sero a congratulating pat on the back as they both admired the cliff face. Good power too. I think you might have even put a few new dents in here. Time's up then. Sero looked a little disappointed, but Midoriya could only confirm his worries. Yes, but you've done well. Tomorrow we'll do some more practice with this, and if you're feeling CCKY, we'll try for a moving target. Don't you mean confident, sir? Sero smiled, showing off that CC kindness Midoriya was talking about as they moved away. If you pull it off, it's confidence. If you don't, it's CC kindness. Oh, did you want to keep practicing? Midoriya realized that, at the current location, Sero could practice either his tape dispenser or hitting a target. You'll need to take breaks, and I don't want you to move from your starting position, but you can keep doing this training. You just need to pick up the rocks after you throw them again. Don't just keep them on the same string of tape. Sure, I'll do that. Thanks, sir. Sero laughed as the two returned to the group, with everyone stopping to look at them. Midoriya stood atop the cliff and put his hands over his mouth, shouting so everyone could hear him. Alright everyone, break time. Take 10. Kaminari, you're up. Get ready. Kaminari and Midoriya went back into the drawing cut, practicing getting it off reliably before trying to do anything like hit something or go fast with the slash. They like you, dude. No, I assure you, your teachers hate me. Nice footwork. Try to keep doing that nice step in. Midoriya pointed to Kaminari's feet then continued, keeping pace with his student to demonstrate proper form. Not them, the class. Whoa. 2 HRD on the step in now, Kaminari. You're not doing the front splits, don't separate your legs so much. Gotcha, sir. They like me. Impossible. I've talked to 2 of them. He talked to Ajiro when he changed his regiment in Momo last night, but outside of that, he didn't talk to any of them ever, including the other times he came to UA. Like the pop quiz or the USJ attack. They probably do like the regiment at least. It's not suicide like Eraserheads. Well, I guess that regiment is UA's, not Eraserheads. Still, man. Whoa, I think I felt that in my shoulder. Good. You should be using your right shoulder in this attack. Pull those shoulder blades together while you're drawing the sword for some extra power. Midoriya focused Kaminari away from random things like popularity and on the real work here, teaching him how to do another attack. Let's do another 20, and we'll SWCH it up. Alright. Sir, yes sir, just watch me. AGH. Kaminari finally managed to do that full front split that Midoriya had mentioned earlier and had earned one whole head shake from his teacher. Well, I'm watching alright. Come on, let's get you up. Kirishima stepped in and began to shoot his fist out over and over, keeping his guard tight while Midoriya stood to one side, whacking him with a stick to remind him to keep his guard tight. Good work, good work. Remember, in a punch-out like the ones you like, the first person to step back loses. Keep it going. 10 more. Kirishima was losing steam, but when you started to slip was the same time you had to buckle down in a brawl. He forced Kirishima to keep those punches fast, maintaining a solid string of them before stop. Good work, take a minute off. Deep breaths. Kirishima stepped back and nearly doubled over, leaning on Midoriya for stability. Holy, sit, you got more water. Nope, Gatorade. You earned it. Midoriya helped Kirishima sit down after his last constant string of jabs, then grabbed a drink from the bag and tossed it to Kirishima. Now, how you feeling about your jab? Fast. Takes a lot. Kirishima was sweating a lot, so Midoriya also gave him a spare water to start working on after the Gatorade was done. But it's going out as fast as I want now. How are you feeling about your guard? Think you've got it down? Kirishima was doing a much better job of keeping his guard up even if he was just punching thin air, probably because of the annoying dumbass to his right who kept prodding him with a stick. Gotta watch out for the droop. Kirishima's big problem was, if left alone, his hands started to drift down. His guard was supposed to keep his hands about cheek level, but gravity pulled them down, and if Kirishima wasn't thinking about them, he let gravity win. That's why the constant pestering was good. It was a constant reminder to get his hands up. And my footwork isn't sloppy anymore. Ever since Kirishima learned why footwork was important in punching, his had improved a lot. It still was his most common practice, but unlike the constant tapping, there wasn't really a trick to fix it. Fixing bad footwork just took attention and time. Or at least, Midoriya didn't know any tricks to speed this up. But now, since Kirishima was feeling confident, you've been paying attention, I see. All of what Kirishima said was right, which was great. Someone who was self-aware could more easily adapt and notice problems with themselves. You ready for something new? Something new? Kirishima tilted his head, surprised like it was the Spanish Inquisition. We've been working with your left arm a lot so far, but we've got 40 minutes and you've got 2 arms. Midoriya got in position, assuming the peekaboo stance and then suddenly stepping forward like he was throwing a jab. The lead foot came forward, but the back leg turned to push off the ground, raising his back heel up. His hips twisted a little and his shoulders twisted a lot as his right hand rocketed forward, pulling the arm behind it as it twisted, fully extending into a sharp punch. Think you can handle the straight? Kirishima seemed stunned for a second, staring at the action pose. So manly. It was just a punch, and the second most basic punch in boxing too. And it didn't really answer the question. Oh yeah, I'm pumped, let's do this. Everyone, break. Take 10. Sato, get ready. Wraith helped a very tired brickhead sit down, giving him a pat on the back. How are you feeling? Ugh, tired. We went way faster this time than when I learned the jab. Of course, we had to cover the fundamentals of guards and footwork before. Now we can skip straight to the punch itself. Wraith was glad Kirishima noticed the difference in the time it took to actually get into learning the punch itself. Before they did the whole leaf training, but now they just learned the punch and started practicing. We also did a lot more punches, so your arms are going to be sore. I want you for your next training to start using your legs. My legs? Am I gonna learn kicks? Kirishima looked a little worried at the thought. Not unless you want to. No, but running is a great way to improve endurance. You're also going to need strong legs for good punching and dashing. This will help you close distance on opponents. Remember the Kaminari fight? Yeah, can't fight him if I can't catch him. Kirishima poured the water on his head and stretched. So you want me to run? It doesn't need to be fast, but yes, 10 minutes for your first time would be fine, and try to avoid completely stopping. Slowing down's fine, but don't stop. All right. Right. Kirishima exchanged nods with him and focused on drinking as Midoriya got up, stretching and moving over into the woods to start up the next training. He'd need some big pieces of wood for what came next. Sato grabbed the piece of wood like it was a villain and pushed against it, practicing his tackle while Midoriya watched. Good speed, but a bad ankle. Don't grab his ankles. Where do you want to grab Sato? Body, sir. Sato stepped back and re-grabbed the giant piece of wood from higher up, lifting it. Now that he grabbed it closer to center mass, it was easier to balance and lift, and he could move around more easily. Perfect. Go for the hips or under the shoulders. HRD to squirm at the hips, and it's cramping the arms at the shoulders. Now get running to me. Midoriya stood alone at the end of the path and gestured for Sato to come at him. Sato tightened his grip on the wooden pillar and charged, rushing past Midoriya. Now, slam in the ground. Sato fell into the dummy as his charge halted, then planted his feet and continued his charge straight into the ground. Sato didn't even need to be told as he went for the pin, holding it for 10 seconds before standing up, pulling a great ending from a rough start. Not bad, Sato. Not bad at all. Midoriya clapped as he approached the rough hunk of wood he carved up with Yamato. It was the former trunk of a tree that had gotten blown up by Bakugo yesterday. It was slightly charred and rough, meaning it was easy to grip and sturdy. Perfect for wrestling practice, if you could call this wrestling. So, what did you think about your run? It was easier with the second grip. I was sure I was gonna tip backward at first. Sato wasn't aware of the physics behind it, but he was at least pretty aware of how it felt. Good instincts. Let's run it again. Go for that grip right out of the gate. Aim for the hips. Wraith helped reset the dummy by lifting it up, then replanting the spike in the ground, forcing Sato to lift it up off the ground before he started running with it. A good tackle like this required lifting the target cleanly off the ground so they couldn't resist, then building momentum and slamming them into the ground. Wraith wasn't going to explain all of that at once though, and was letting Sato figure it out naturally, like how he realized he could fall into a slam to put his weight into it, then pushing himself forward and down to maximize power. All good fighting tactics. Now it was his job to make sure the student learned them. Wraith could enjoy it when the weakling made clear plans like this and followed through with them. Now, all it had to do was its orders. Wraith stepped back and locked eyes with Sato. Again. Kaminari started with the drawing cut, stepping out while attacking and readying his sword, then combining it straight into the overhead cut from yesterday. His attacks were starting to merge together and become faster, becoming less of two quick hits and merging into one combination. Kaminari then sheathed his sword and went straight into another one. He didn't get better with every try, but he did try every time he grabbed that sword, and that was all they could ask for. They could see his determination as those attacks came closer and closer to the level even the weakling had trained to months ago. Watch your legs, and there we go. Kaminari adjusted quickly as he worked to perfect this simple attack, immersed in the motion. Good. In time. Take a break. Kaminari breathed a sigh of relief, sheathed his sword, then wiped the sweat off his hands. I'm starting to think my hero outfit needs a serious rework. Perhaps. Wraith's attire and Kaminari's attire were very different, and it wasn't HRD to see. Kaminari had a flashy coat, breathed, and looked like he was trying to be fashionable. Wraith, on the other hand, looked like Sid. Everything was functional, sure, but the big coat with rolled up sleeves didn't pair up well with his bags, breathe, or bodysuit, and his gauntlets and boots contrasted with everything else. He at least didn't stick out with all the dim and dull colors as well as the mostly uniform shape. Still, Wraith wasn't in a position to give fashion advice. He was just glad to be aware of how bad he looked. On the other hand, however, Wraith understood functionality like no one else. You are aware heroes have separate summer and winter outfits, correct? Kaminari's head popped up as he didn't even try to hide his surprise. Are you serious? Yes. You don't have to wear a coat with your current outfit, especially in this heat. Remember, the simpler the outfit, the better. Kaminari was wearing a black coat, the vest the Broken had given him after their fight, a white shirt, black slacks, black shoes, and strange shades. Your outfit should be designed for fighting first and fashion second. Oh, that explains why you look like garbage most of the time. Kaminari was really blunt about it and earned a laugh for his honesty. Probably. Ditch the coat and the vest and have some water, we've got work to do. They both got a laugh out of his bad fashion sense as Kaminari picked up his water bottle, draining it before they got back into the flow. Break for lunch. We go back to work at 1 o'clock. Sharp, so come get some food. Midoriya took charge of the lunch shift as soon as he came out of the forest, and by coincidence, that meant he got to pick his food first. The students seemed to come as a giant swarm, all running towards him at once. The scene reminded Midoriya of something straight out of a zombie F, with the waves of people all charging and pushing each other to get to some food. Midoriya had just come out of the forest, finishing up training Kaminari for the second time today, and was now helping the zombie students get the food they wanted to eat alongside the wild cats. They might have been a band of idiots, but they could at least give food to children, so they weren't completely useless. Only mostly useless. The children did well enough preparing food for themselves, even if they were disorganized. They didn't make a complete mess of everything as they cooked, all under the watch of Wraith. He had mentioned they were loud and boisterous many times before, so he wouldn't bother. The same for the strange segregation between the classes. 1A and 1B perfectly divided themselves with nary a glance for the other, and in the back the teachers know. The supervisors felt generous and adults implied maturity. The fraudulent FCK heads pretending to be heroes watched from the back, seeming to be proud despite having done somewhere between Jack and Sid. Wraith scoffed and took another bite of the sandwich he whipped up, then checked the schedule. Next up was the pink girl, Mina, who'd thrown them for a loop during their match. The memory briefly brought a smile to his face before logic took over. Yes, Mina had beat them, but only after pulling a suicidal tactic that would have gotten her killed in a real fight. Hell, if he hadn't been in control of the situation, she could have easily died in a fake fight too. They were applauding these kids for doing the bare minimum, but they didn't want the bare minimum. They wanted heroes. They wanted competency. Wraith scowled as he spoke under his breath into his sandwich. Remember what you want to do, weakling. Stop backing down. Midoriya took slow, small bites, remembering the plan. Everything they had seen and heard cemented the plan, and he'd get to work with all for one. He had no problems about that. All for One was the most competent man Midoriya had ever met. But since All for One was only competing with principals and heroes from Midoriya's past, he was basically a shoo-in to win. Some of the students here would good, but just as a few bad apples didn't ruin an orchid, neither did a few good apples save one. As an organization, UA was a disaster. Wasted budget, incompetent management, and poor communication. That wasn't even mentioned the mess of the current hero industry, focused on stupid things like money and fame when they should be saving people. It was HRD to admit it, but the heroism they once idealized was long since dead. Perhaps it had never been real, but it definitely never had anything to do with UA. Midoriya finished eating and scanned the crowd. These students, even the ones he was teaching, would be his enemies someday. No, they were already his enemies. He was a vigilante after all. They wanted to become professional heroes, the very thing he hated so much. And here he was, teaching them to be better at fighting, not better at heroism, fighting. None of this made any sense, which was what Wraith had been saying the whole time. This whole trip was a mistake for them and a waste of time. There was no logic in helping a future enemy, which begged the big question, what were they doing here? Midoriya was still looking at the students as they argued over their food and shouted at each other, firing off quirks and words with barely a second thought. Why were they here, really? They were here to teach a bunch of kids how to fight, but what was the point for them? To get straight to the crux of the matter, what did they get out of this camp? Why were they doing this? Because they said they would, like some sense of duty. Irrelevant, especially when dealing with these fraudulent heroes, because they got something out of it. All they got was Eraserhead's scarf, and with how terrible Eraserhead actually was at fighting, they could have just knocked him out from a range with a gun and stole his. They were supposed to get more things later, but UA didn't have anything else that the aspiring vigilante needed. No, there was no logical explanation for them still being here. All reason said they should have left after the first day when they realized that UA was just as horrible of an option as the rest of them, and yet here they were, dining with the enemy. Why? Midoriya really couldn't think of an answer. He could leave. He was strong enough by leaps and bounds that no one could stop him even if they wanted him to stay because confidentiality or something. He had tons of reasons to, even beyond what Wraith had listed so far, like the wild cat's suspicious behavior. But for some reason, here he was getting another sandwich. Why was he sticking around? What was the point in staying here anymore when he fully realized UA was total shit? The answer was probably something vague that they'd never fully understand, but Wraith didn't like vague things. He liked concrete answers, so he could probably think of one now if he asked the right questions. Why did the weakling want to stay here? That was too complicated. What do you really want? Mina huffed, trying to catch her breath as she chased after the old man. Hey, wait up. You're trying to catch me. It'd defeat the purpose if I slowed down. The old man barely glanced back as he moved around the terrain quickly like some sort of ninja, hopping over rocks and off of trees with dramatic, cool-looking flips. If you're only focused on catching up to me though, you'll never surpass me. Mina slowed down for a second so she could breathe a little easier before diving back in and sliding after him, creating acid from her feet and then kicking off the ground to quickly chase after him. They had been doing some endurance training to try and get her more used to moving in weird situations like this with the rough ground from all the trees and rocks. And it was gonna be time to end soon. It's been 10 minutes. Take a break, Mina. The old dude slowed to a stop and faced her, seeming to check her out for a second. Not bad. Huh, what you looking at? If this was Minta, this was usually the part where he got punted to the moon, but the old guy continued with barely a second thought. I would have thought we were further apart. You did a good job on closing the distance in the end. The oldie reached into that weird duster he wore and lobbed a water bottle at her, then sat down on a rock and massaged his leg. A few problems with endurance, but only training and time can solve that. Instead, we'll have to work on things like precision and combining that good mobility with your quirk use. Do you understand? The old man took out a drink for himself and made eye contact to make sure she got his point this time. Mina returned his expectant stare with a nod and started drinking the water in the few moments of rest she got during this hour. It was oddly quiet while she drank the water and rested up with just the two of them in the middle of the forest. Eventually, the Gramps-looking dude broke that awkward quiet. Mina, what do you want? What? What do you want to do? The old man seemed to peer at her even with his eyes hidden underneath his bandana. He seemed different now, like he was way more tired than before. It was like he had some dark vibe around him now. Like, with my life, I haven't thought that far ahead. Mina laughed it off, scratching the back of her head. Well, I want to be a hero, obviously. Why? His tone wasn't hostile, just confused. Curious. He sounded like her dad or something. And while it was a little awkward talking with someone like this, he seemed pretty genuine. What, are you trying to get to know me? It seemed a pretty funny idea, but she'd play along with it. To beat the bad guys. Plus, to be honest, heroes are super cool and famous. But you already knew that. My bad. Anything else? Mina leaned against a tree as she tried to think of another reason to be a hero. Well, the money's good I think. I dunno about that though. Might only be good if you're in the top. Any other questions, Jiggy? Mina stopped thinking and focused on the tired guy who was now leaning forward, getting off the rock and standing up. No, I think that's plenty. Let's get ready for your training. What I want. Kirishima stopped punching and took a second to think about it. You can take your time. I don't want a rushed answer. Teach stepped back, giving Kirishima some breathing room after their practice fight. If Kirishima wanted to keep practicing his punches by fighting Sensei, he'd have to step up to start attacking again, which would let Sensei know that Kirishima wanted to continue without words. This guy thought ahead. Yeah, definitely has to be becoming a hero. Kirishima didn't take too long to think about this. It was the obvious answer after all. Doesn't everyone here want to? Oh yeah, Teach said he wasn't a hero and never had been. I mean, you do no harm. Even I once wanted to be a hero. Sensei chuckled slightly, dropping his guard as he relaxed a bit, seeming to sense this conversation might go on for a bit. But I'm trying to know more about you. I already know the weakling before you. Why do you want to be a hero? Teach had a fancy way of speaking, but Kirishima got the gist. Kirishima stepped back into range and threw a punch while Teach replied in kind, raising his hands to block it and get back into the spar. To be manly. I don't want to run away anymore. I want step up and protect people. Teach drove a HRD pace, hitting quick and dodging even quicker more quickly. Whatever it was, he moved fast as they spared before he eventually caught Kirishima off guard. But it wasn't his fists that broke past Kirishima's defenses. Will being a hero make you manly? Or will being manly make you a hero? Kirishima's pace ground to a stop as he got hammered, first mentally, then almost physically. His defenses dropped when he slowed down, and if Teach didn't pull that last punch, Kirishima might be dreaming instead of thinking. Well, sorry sir, you caught me off. I can see that. Kirishima. Teach didn't seem too worried though and just lightly fed him in the head before backing off again. I already told you, take your time. There's a big difference between not wasting time and rushing in. Just tell me when you think of an answer. But I don't have an answer. Sensei turned away to grab the waters for both of them. It wasn't almost closing time. I know, but perhaps someday we'll meet again. Teach now turned to face him, smiling softly as he handed Kirishima a bottle of water. And perhaps, on that day, you'll be able to answer me. So manly. Yes sir, I'll give you an answer someday. I won't rush sir. Teach's soft smile seemed sad. For some reason, the old man didn't seem to be in high spirits as he chuckled. An answer, someday. I look forward to it. Let's begin again in 20. Kirishima. Become the strongest. Even stronger than the strongest. Bakugo shouted as he launched shot after shot into the tree, punching through it with his new super move. He didn't have a name for it yet, but he couldn't think of an explosive that worked like this attack, punching clean holes through defense. What kind of weapon was like that? He'd figure it out when he got home. I'll surpass All Might and be the new #1 hero. Bakugo shouted as his last explosion was a little larger than intended, blowing up the tree while nearly clipping the old BSTRD. But only nearly, it seemed. The Teach had a few tricks hidden up his sleeve as he nimbly stepped back, avoiding any damage while keeping the conversation going. You're the first one to have such a solid answer. Course I am. Can't second guess this sit. I'm gonna have an even bigger takedown rate than All Might does. So I need to be stronger than him. He's got a 30-year head start, but I'll take it all down. I see. The old BSTRD thought for a second, admiring the tree Bakugo just tore through. So you're going to be a hero just through power. Demonstrate. Take everything down. A hero always wins, so I can't afford to be weak or hold back. The old man held up a piece of wood, tapping it twice then throwing it into the air. Bakugo shot back into stance, and fired another explosion, clipping the edge of the wood. His second shot was a solid hit, but he'd make his first shot solid 2D a minute. An interesting approach, focusing all on power. Is it so you can do anything? Teach picked up the now burned chunk of wood. It had gotten launched higher by the first shot but torn to bits by the second, sending chunks in every direction. Yeah, if I'm too weak I'll be held down. I can't slow down. I think I understand. Thank you. The old BSTRD tossed the wood away and gestured for Bakugo to follow him, walking back towards the part of the forest they already wrecked. Bakugo wasn't scared of fighting anyone, but he definitely got an ominous feeling as the BSTRD ditched his coat and grabbed that pitch-black helmet again. You wish to go full force, so I'll do my best to help you with this goal. His teacher locked the helmet on and stopped amid the broken trees, drawing his sword and taking a few practice swings. It seems I'll have to put in a little more effort too if we're going to reach your goal. Prepare yourself, Bakugo. There was an unfamiliar feeling in Bakugo's gut as Sensei turned, seeming to stare straight through Bakugo before his image seemed to fur as he carved the trees. Rubble to pieces in the blink of an eye. You've said a lot of things, but now I want actions. Now, show me that power. Show me your determination. Now, show me your heroism. Kaminari and Wraith squared off as Kaminari combined the few attacks he knew into a full attack while using his quirk. Kaminari jutted backward to build distance and began to circle around Wraith before suddenly diving in for an attack, hitting him and running past. Kaminari's first hit and run bounced off of Wraith's guard, but it was a fast attack that probably would have hit a normal criminal, but it was more like a swipe as Kaminari rushed past than an attack. Remember to aim. You can swing all you want, it only matters if it connects. Yes, sir. Kaminari pushed off trees and rocks, sliding along the ground as circled Wraith. Wraith didn't even turn to look at him, instead facing one direction and breathing, taking shallow, quiet breaths so he could better concentrate on his opponent. Kaminari tried to rush him from straight behind only once because it went so badly. Instead, he usually approached from the side, and sometimes he just bailed instead of going through with the attack when he saw it wasn't going to work. He was starting to look for weak points even if he didn't realize it, although what Kaminari was looking for was more like strong points and running away if he accidentally hit one. This was a great plan on paper, but in practice one of them was running in circles while the other was as still as a rock until they clashed, so it was no surprise when Kaminari started to run out of steam. He gradually slowed down before lurching back to his faster speed, then slowed down a little faster. This repeated for about 5 slowdowns until Wraith intervened. Good hustle, good endurance, now let's take a break. Drink some water and take some deep breaths, Kaminari. Another water bottle came out of the jacket as Kaminari slowed down and came to a stop, bending over with his hands on his knees while he caught his breath. Woo. That, man, I'm hot. Kaminari took the water and poured some on his head, then started drinking. You're creating electricity around your body, which releases a lot of thermal energy. In addition, your outfit is not designed to help you keep cool. Kaminari was wearing his hero outfit again but had ditched the jacket and vest to cool off. The weakling stood and stretched, taking long drinks instead of small sips, like you were supposed to, but they had a minute to themselves so there shouldn't be much harm in it. It was also the perfect opportunity to ask the question that had been on Wraith's mind since lunch. Kaminari, what do you want? It was the question Wraith had been asking of everyone all day since he last spoke to the weakling. He would have asked the students this morning if he thought of it, but it seemed no one could give him an answer that satisfied him. The one who came the closest was Bakugo, but while Wraith could respect that Bakugo had an answer, he hated Bakugo's answer. Kaminari stopped drinking for a second to look at him. What do I want? What's that mean? Why are you here? What do you want to do with your life? Where are you going? These were the vague questions that tons of psychologists asked, and it was probably a little beyond Kaminari to answer one if any of them. That is a little complicated. All right, Kaminari, I want to know what kind of hero you want to be and why you want to be a hero. Kaminari stared at him blankly, his head slowly tilting. If you listened closely, you could hear the gears turning in his head as he tried to figure out what the hell his teacher was talking about before responding. Oh, that's easy. A fighting hero. I'm not really suited for support or rescue, so it's gotta be fighting hero. I want to be like, a hit-and-run hero. Not like Aizawa-san is, but, definitely not the same kind of hero as All Might or Endeavor. I'm way too weak for that. Like Kamui Woods. Yeah, I really want fight like he does, which is so weird. I didn't think I'd ever be this fast. When I started attending UA, Kaminari nodded with a satisfied smile, but he hadn't finished answering the question. And why do you want to be a hero, Kaminari? Wraith gave him a push in the right direction and let Kaminari think some more, sitting down on the ground while he waited for either Kaminari to answer or finish the drink and get back to training. Oh, 'cause my whole family's a hero organization. Kaminari didn't have to think too hard about that one. We're not big, but when I grow up, I'm probably gonna be a sidekick there for a while before taking over. Your whole family. Do you have siblings like Ada? Nah, it's just me, my mom, my dad, and a few sidekicks. Like I said, we're not big. Kaminari didn't think much about it, shrugging. I'm probably gonna take it over someday, but that's not gonna be for a long time. Who knows, maybe I'll even try out some other agencies first. I might work at UA, like you, like me, Now that was pretty funny. Ironic even, but Wraith would give it to him straight. Kaminari, you do well, I don't think you do, so I'll tell it to you straight. This is my last time working with UA. Wraith locked eyes with Kaminari, making sure he got the point across. This will probably be the last time you see me. By the time you become a real hero, I'll be long gone. Kaminari took a few seconds to process it, his expression slowly freezing as it went through his head. Are you serious? You're doing good, but I hope you can be great. You can do the things I never could. The weakling wanted to be a hero, wanted to change the world by being a righteous example, but the world didn't work like that. As a quirkless person, this modern society of quirks and heroes would never take them seriously. If they tried to side with the law, they would always face these limitations. and most of their work would be set in trying to take down these walls. Someone might finish their work, but if they went through the law, Wraith had no doubts that they'd never see their dreams realized, so they could not go through the law. Not through the corrupt hero association or the horribly mishandled UA high school. For the sake of their principles, they'd give up on their morals and force the world to change, not with words but with actions. A new age of this world forged from the LD to force society to adapt, to force society to rise from its mediocrity. No longer would heroes be allowed to just be good. They would have to become great once again to face their new monster. A lot of people would die, but a lot more people would be saved. It would be difficult, it would be painful, but they were used to the pain. They could be the bad guy. They were tough enough to take it. But they didn't just want to kill. They wanted to create real heroes who'd defeat them. Not the fakes of today, but real heroes who wanted to save people from the monsters. Real heroes who weren't in it for the money or fame but because the world needed saving. Real heroes who maybe, just maybe, could have saved them. So, before I leave, I'm going to try and make you the best hero I can. Do you understand? Kaminari wasn't a perfect hero, only getting into heroism because it was the family business, but no one today had a good answer for him. Mina's ideas were blatantly terrible. Kirishima was trying to count his chickens before they hatched, and Bakugo wanted to be a villain with a license. Wraith would make do with what he had and try to create the greatness he wanted to be defeated by. Though, I don't understand. Kaminari seemed a little more upset than anticipated, looking somewhere between confused and sad. Why is this your last thing with UA? Differing ideals. They want something, I want something else, so we both try to get those things without each other. If you wanted to go one way and someone else wanted to go the other, the easiest thing to do was split up. This wasn't even about morals. This was just treating UA as a business opportunity. It didn't have what they wanted or needed, so they'd be leaving. Plain and simple. Oh, all right, but I won't see you again, like, ever. Are you going to another country or something? Kaminari laughed, but it was that fake laugh again. Perhaps All for One said he was headed for America and he might want Wraith to tag along. Their mother would be an obstacle in that, but they could try to convince her by moving to America as a family. His father was supposedly in America somewhere, so they could find him. It was more likely though that Wraith would stay in Japan and help All for One's business efforts, probably as either a thief or assassin. While not trained in either, they definitely had the skills and equipment necessary, and Wraith could use that to create the image of the supervillain they'd have to become to create the social change they had been seeking. But that didn't matter so much right now. Right now, they were supposed to be training, but the weakling definitely would want to tell Kaminari this sort of thing before they left. We will probably see each other eventually. You are aiming to be a hero. After all, it'll always be easy to find you, so maybe I'll come find you once you've left UA, to see the kind of hero you've become. Really, you promise? Kaminari looked hopeful as his teacher nodded, but that wasn't necessarily a good thing. They would eliminate the fake heroes, no matter who they were. Wraith nodded as he stood up and took guard, ready to continue the fight. That's a promise. What's taking them so long? We have a teleporter for FCK's sake. He adjusted his cloak as he spoke from within the abandoned military base, ready to teleport in and start causing trouble. He was anxious for a fight. Handy Mandy wants us to go in after dark. Makes sense. Too much light and we'll get caught early. We want to get into position before they find out about us. Everyone knows what the target looks like. Blonde guy, as angry as that hen guy. Seriously, think he even knows what chapstick is? I bet even his BLD is dry and dusty. Ugh. She was saying one thing but still smiling in spite of herself, clearly giddy. Still, I think I can have a little fun while we're hitting our goal as long as everyone remembers the goal. The burned man shook his head, taking charge of this mess. I'll start the forest fire to the southwest of the camp, which, if they're still doing their little game, should separate the classes a little. We don't know where this Bakugo kid's gonna be, so everyone keep an eye before you attack. And if we don't see him, the BNDG guy leaned forward. No one was really sure if he could see anything with his face covered and his entire body bound together, but no one was really worried about him. Well, if you don't see him, attack right. The first in, largest man largest human slammed his fists together as he smiled. And keep an eye on the Namu. They're so stupid they might accidentally kill him if we're not paying attention. The scarred man gestured to the Namu with a nod and everyone turned to look at the Namu they'd been given by the man in the chair. Himself. 20 large Namu were sitting in absolute silence with those freakish faces, waiting for the word to start the operation. Some were massive with muscles like steel cables while others were thin and wiry, ready to pounce like snakes. Not even the Vanguard knew exactly what these Namu could do or if they'd win against them in a straight fight, but they'd be serving as the main distraction and attacking force. The Vanguard just had to sit back and pick out the target and pick off anyone who got in their way. Everyone was excited. Since they joined the league, nothing very big had happened. But after getting equipment and some small attacks, this was the big one. The scarred man smiled as he looked out through the forest towards the vague sight of lasers being fired into the sky and massive pillars of fire and ice, a trail that only an idiot would miss. Looks like it's almost time for it, the beginning of the end. Kaminari and Sensei flew through the forest, now properly exchanging attacks as they jumped off of and over the rubble. Yellow Thunderbolt met Black Blur in a clash of blades over and over, forcing Kaminari to act as fast as he could. Both flew in separate directions after an exchange of kicks, sliding and rolling to a stop before facing each other again. Ronin, his teacher, stood tall as he put his sword between bicep and forearm, pulling it through his arm to clean off the dust, was standing. Dramatically, "This will be our last exchange today, Kaminari. Don't hold back." Kaminari nodded and sheathed his sword, crouching to get in position. He'd go in with a thunderclap and flash since that was the move he practiced the most. And with the revisions they'd been making to his drawing cut, it also doubled as his strongest attack. They'd hit each other dead on, and whoever's attack was the weakest would go down, so this was all about power. About 30 feet away, Ronin slowly moved back, building more distance as he also sheathed his sword. Ronin had only been using attacks that Kaminari knew to keep their match even, so he was either going to use Thunderclap and Flash or Bolt. Bolt took an extra second to come out, so if Kaminari just aimed low, he could try to crush the Flash and outrace the Bolt by hitting first. Kaminari nodded one more time to hype himself up, then took one last breath in before charging. His body was covered in electricity as he jolted forward, quickly building speed and momentum as he approached, keeping his eyes locked on Ronin's sword. Ronin also moved forward just a second later, moving much more slowly than his electrified student, but each step carried more weight. Ronin wasn't planning to outpace him, he had something else in mind. Kaminari could at least figure this out, but didn't have the time to figure out what that was. In almost an instant, they went from 37 feet apart to just under 3 feet apart. And in that instant, two swords were explosively drawn. Kaminari's sword rocketed out of his sheath and into his right hand as he cut across his body, aiming at about the waist. It would be difficult to attack and block such a low attack, especially since his sword was nearly perpendicular to the ground. Kaminari put a lot of faith into this attack, but kept his eyes fixed on the strongest thing in the world, that sword. Ronin's hand fed his sword up, but not out of the sheath as Ronin twisted his body. Only 5 inches of the blade were exposed as Ronin's right hand locked onto the katana's handle with a grip like a vice, holding it still and blocking. Kaminari's sword was only being held with one hand, while Ronin's was being held with his belt, his left arm, and his right arm. It was no competition whose sword was knocked back as they came into contact. Kaminari's arm stung like he just tried to punch a wall after hitting a seemingly immovable object that made his heavy attack bounce off like a ping pong. But he didn't give up. The force of hitting something so hard pushed him backward, and Kaminari went with that force, stepping backward and going into a second attack from a new angle in seemingly the same instant. And again, the strongest thing in the world rose up. Kaminari went for an overhead slash as Ronin turned his body the other way, pulling his body left while his sword arm pulled right. It was like, no, it wasn't like. Ronin used his entire body to draw a sword just so he could deflect one attack. Kaminari's sword hit Ronin's right as Ronin raised it above his head. But now Kaminari was using both hands while Ronin used one. Kaminari also had gravity and stuff on his side, so his attack powered through Ronin's, but not before Ronin had managed to derail the attack, making Kaminari missing by shunting his sword to the side. Kaminari's sword swung wide as Ronin stood still as stone. While Ronin seemed scary when he was running in, Kaminari was sure that this was his real fighting style. He couldn't see his teacher's eyes underneath that badass black helmet that looked way cooler than his usual bandana, but he could feel the confidence and power that radiated off of his teacher now. Ronin's block SWCH into an attack. He had raised his sword over his head to block Kaminari's swing, so he also performed an overhead slash with one hand. This was Ronin's real style, sitting back and capitalizing off his opponent's style. It required a kind of patience that Kaminari could only imagine, being able to sit back until the last second while watching danger approach before reacting in a split second to hit whatever was coming at you. Kaminari couldn't sit still like that. He could do things for a long time, but he always needed to be doing something. That's why the second his sword missed, he started trying to bring it back. Instead of trying to block Ronin's overhead, though, he leaned into his own weakness. If he always needed to be doing something, he'd always attack. Kaminari's sword had fallen to about his hip from missing his own overhead and the sudden shift in weight. That was about the right position for Thunderclap and Flash. He spoke so quickly it was barely a word, but he shifted into a backward Thunderclap and Flash. He usually used his right hand when doing the flash, but now he let go with his right hand for the most mobility possible and stepped into Ronin's attack, defending himself by just attacking more. Ronin was forced back, quickly lowering his sword to block Kaminari's sudden attack. Ronin had the two-handed grip and gravity on his side, so he'd definitely win this normally. That just meant Kaminari couldn't let this be normal. Kaminari shifted his entire body into the attack, slamming their shoulders together as he pressed on the attack. Their swords clashed together as he focused everything on pushing into Ronin, forcing himself to stay close, but that was like running into a fire. Kaminari had the momentum, but it was like pushing a mountain. Ronin's feet seemed to be stuck fast on the ground, and his grip was so strong it was like the sword was pulled into his hand, not flinching for even a moment, right until Kaminari shouted again. Jab. He'd seen Kirishima practicing this weird punch and even tried it a few times, and now was as good as ever to try it out. His right hand flailed into the scene and struck Ronin upside the head. Believe it or not, however, punching a pitch-black helmet hurt like FCK. But while Kaminari's hand hurt, that sudden unexpected move had put Ronin on the back foot for just a second, letting Kaminari literally tackle his own sword to push it forward and deli tap Ronin in the neck. Ronin once again collected himself quickly while Kaminari sort of flopped onto him, having put all his energy into that last exchange. It probably hadn't even taken 3 seconds in real time, but for Kaminari it felt like an eternity as Ronin glanced down at the sword with no edge resting on his neck and nodded. Excellent work, Kaminari. Don't give up. Now, his teacher dropped his sword and used both hands to help Kaminari stand up, looking him over. Do you have any injuries from that final exchange? You pushed yourself very HRD. Yeah, I'm fine. Just went a little too HRD into that last one. Now that he had a second, Kaminari checked out his right hand, the one he tried to punch a helmet with. Little sort, but I don't think I broke anything. Kaminari did some practice flexes while Sensei kicked up his sword, catching it midair and sheathing it dramatically. Broken knuckles are nothing to scoff at. Let me see. Sensei checked his hand, poking some of the knuckles before stepping back. You should be fine, but don't try to punch people in the head in the future without proper protection. There are better ways to hit people than with your knuckles if you can't get that protection. There are. Like what? Kaminari and Sensei picked up their things and made their way out of the camp as the sun began to really start dropping behind the mountains. Elbows, knees, but mostly palm strikes. I'll show you some tomorrow. Water. Yeah, thanks. Wraith returned to the camp and brought with him the break period that everyone seemed to look forward to. The teachers could stop paying attention and the students could stop working, so everyone enjoyed it. Kaminari sat down to rest and relax before he went back into practice. His swordsmanship was below average at best, but his movement and improvisation was good enough to balance him back out to above average. When his swordsmanship became more refined, he'd be great in melees, especially when he started to use his quirk more. And after one good student came to the other, Bakugo. Wraith had no idea going in that Bakugo would be such a good student, but all of Bakugo's problems came from his personality. If you just looked at the results, he was perfectly fine. Extremely powerful but didn't know restraint, as his recent blast to the fast attested. Bakugo, we'll keep training your focus shot. We're going to go for more moving targets. Wraith told Bakugo in plain and simple targets what they'd be doing in advance to avoid future confusion. Any questions? Nah, sir. They exchanged nods and went their separate ways during the 10-minute break, one speaking to his fellow students while the other spoke to his enemies. Any signs of security breach today, Ragdoll? They had avoided talking with her all day, but Wraith did want to bring it up every day just to check in. He was also going to do it towards the end of the day so that if there had been any issues throughout the day he would know. Nope, everything's going peaky, mister. She was talking like he was her father or something similar. This act the Wildcats was annoying at best. It was like she was purposely trying to annoy him. And Kota, where is he? Wraith made it his business to know where everyone was since no one else seemed to care. He didn't care either, but if someone went missing he'd at least like to know before someone tried to grab him as well. Kota's back on the cliffs. He spends a lot of time there. Mandalay turned her eyes to cliffs through the trees, placing a hand under her chin as she shook her head, looking slightly mournful. I was hoping he'd spend some time with the students and make some friends, but he doesn't seem to want anything to do with them. He wants nothing to do with you either. Wraith said it bluntly with all the emotion of the corpses he was named after. With an age gap that large and such different interests, why would he want to get close to the students? Such thinking is illogical. Ugh, what makes it worse is that you're right. Mandalay seemed distraught about this, but of course he was right. He was Wraith. This was just a matter of obvious facts. Even a complete imbecile could figure this out. It was just HRD to say it out loud. But Wraith was designed to make the tough calls. I kind of hoped that he'd grow to like heroes if he was around some students like them. You do not fix hydrophobia by surrounding someone with either the ocean or sailors. It was a strange comparison, but it'd work. Wraith stared blankly and coldly at the idiot in front of him, drilling through her frankly stupid ideas with basic logic. Wraith checked the time. He was 2 minutes into the break. 2 minutes and 10 minutes would be close enough. Maybe, someday, he'll meet someone who can be his hero. Someone who can save him. Yes, and maybe, someday, you could do it yourself and become his hero. Someone who at least pays attention to him. Bakugo, we're leaving now before I kill Mandalay. Get ready. Wraith barely got to sit down to talk to the failures pretending to be heroes before he got back up and went for the forest, shoving his hands deep into his pockets before he settled on strangling Mandalay. How many more days did this camp last? Teach was definitely PSS, but he funneled it all into teaching. He didn't take it out on anyone. He just stoically threw the rubble into the air and gave Bakugo feedback. Bakugo could respect the strong, but that thing with Mandalay was basically as up his alley as you could get. Teach wasn't scared of authority or of PSS off the weak. He was honest and straight. Didn't like it. Tough. Get stronger. Now Bakugo smiled as he tore through targets with the old man, adjusting and shifting with his teacher. Good reaction speed, Bakugo, but don't rush it. You keep clipping the bottom of targets because you're shooting slow, so instead wait a second. His teacher held up a target to demonstrate his point. These targets are the fastest right after I throw them, and they only get slower the longer they go up until they start falling. If you wait for just half a second, you'll get an easier shot, and then you can line it up and nail them. Plus, if someone's stupid enough to approach from the air, they'll fall further. Got it, just give me 2 more. Bakugo smiled as he got back into position. Waiting half a second, he could see how fast they were flying up. Give a rough guess about where they'd end up, then aim for that point. His eyes and hand rose as Teach threw 2 pieces up at the same time. Bakugo could try to stop and recalculate for each shot, or he could link them together, firing one shot right after the other. He'd recalculate. Better aim, and these were small targets. He shot the first one out of the air right before it reached its peak and shot the second right as it began to fall, when they were at their slowest and were the easiest to hit. All right, you see that set. Impressive. And a quick learner. You make quite the sharpshooter for someone who mostly fights close range, a scary combination. Teach laughed. His earlier anger, frustration, whatever it was, he covered it up pretty well. Now, is something on your mind, Bakugo? Vasidu said to the red cat one. Bakugo didn't have a clue who she was, and he cared even less than he knew about her. Just on my mind, it's nothing. Let's keep going. Bakugo said that, and they did continue, but it stuck with him. It wasn't a major distraction or anything. He was Katsuki Bakugo after all, but it kept running through his head. Hey, Teach. Teach stopped just before he threw 4 objects into the air for Bakugo to hit and locked eyes with him. Yes, Bakugo. Do you have a question? No, nothing like that. I was just thinking about what you said again. Bakugo quickly shot back, then went back to thinking. Thinking about what you said about heroes. That's a lot of thinking and a lot of abouts. Want to talk about it? Nah, alrighty. Teach didn't even try to get into after his head, resting against a tree. Tell me if you need help then or when you're ready to continue. Don't you want to ask what's going on? Yes. Teach's response was quick and sharp like everything he did, but he reined it back as he spoke. But it's yours to decide if you want help. You can lead a man to water, but you can't make him drink. That's what Mandalay didn't realize. Mandalay. That sounded like one of those cat weirdos' names. And given the situation, it was obvious that was the red one. ... So is that the brat's problem? He doesn't want help. No, he definitely wants help. He just doesn't know how to ask for it. Teach's head fed to a random direction, towards some random cliffs. Bakugo's head worked fast as he remembered that they said the brat hung out on cliffs as he put it together. ... He's like a certain weakling I know. Weakest sit in the world. Can't make a decision to save his life. And nearly gotten both of us killed a couple of times because of it. Sounds like a pain in the butt. Definitely. Teach nodded and smiled. Despite his age, the man didn't seem to have very many wrinkles, and it seemed because of how rarely he smiled or something. Most of the time Teach's expression was so blank you'd think he was a corpse. Indecisive, idiotic, and illogical. A nuisance on every perceivable level. But I'll never stop trying to help him. He couldn't make out Teach's expression now as he faced the cliffs. He needs the help even if he doesn't admit it. He might not even know he needs it, but that doesn't matter. Someday, he'll realize it and someday he'll take my help. But until then, I'll just keep on offering it. And someone needs to be there for that brat too. Someone he'll be around. Someone he can trust. Someone who can understand what he's going through. Maybe they can't do it today. Maybe they can't do it tomorrow. But if they just keep trying. Teach stopped looking at that cliff, wiping his face. It's quite hot today it seems. I'm getting distracted and off point. How annoying. Teach smiled as he faced Bakugo again. How unprofessional. I apologize. Are you ready to continue? Why yeah, of course I am. Bakugo snapped back to reality and shook off his weird thoughts about some random weak nerd he last saw back in middle school. Throw the rocks, damn it. 2 more arrived while they were checking their gear. What the FCK were you 2 doing, you DMN lizard? Polishing. Your FCK swords again. Yes. Oh, that's not the right answer is ICK. For some reason, that idiot didn't see it coming when the larger man grabbed him by the throat and lifted him with inhuman speed as he grew even larger at will. Put him down. If you're going to get PSS at anyone, get PSS at whoever's last. We're still missing one, and we're not starting till he shows up. The burned man sat in the dim light playing cards boredly, glancing around. SHT. Anyone know who the last guy is and where the FCK they are? We're getting started soon. I do know we don't. We don't know anything. The wannabe Deadpool. The other late arrival argued with himself as he casually joined in the card guard, never ceasing his internal argument all the while. I don't shut up. The last one's that smoke guy, the purple one. Kurajiri, was it? I don't think we can get PSS at him, I'm afraid. The circus performer dealt in the schizophrenic and sat back. It seems the last one to arrive is our ride, but that won't be much of a problem. Will he be joining us? He's not a real part of the Vanguard action. What was it again? The burned man rubbed his head as he tried to remember the full name. Something stupid. The arguably most masculine there one got a chuckle trying to remember the name. But that weird hand kid isn't here, so let's call it Vanguard or something easy to remember and say. It's the Vanguard Action Squad. You were just missing one word. The lizard quickly piped back up once he recovered from nearly getting his head crushed like a G. Yeah, we'll just go with Vanguard like she said. The burned man nodded to the masculine one, then checked his cards and scowled, almost burning them before stopping himself. SHT luck again. Sorry, this one's a little singed. The circus performer collected the cards again and checked the time, humming to himself. It's all fine. It looks like tonight's show will go swimmingly now, with all the performers gathered. I don't believe Kurajiri will be fighting with us. I hope not. He's supposed to be our exit Godamit, a pair of FCK2s. The dead ringer for Deadpool tossed his cards and grabbed his head. ARGH. Could someone tighten my mask please? Shut up. Everyone knows where they go. Scars looked around, but while most nodded, the big man laughed. You and I are the only ones doing something different, dumbass. I start at the cliffs and we meet at the building after making your little fire. The large man leaned against the wall. Would it kill someone to include a map of this dump? It's not exactly a military compound. Even if it was, I've busted up a couple with this. Biker, I know. Japan's military doesn't even have guns. Yes, it does have guns, and yes, we do have a map. Calm the FCK down. The masculine woman shook her head. It just doesn't help because the map is all trees. Seriously, we already knew this. Place was in a forest. This map doesn't tell us anything. There should be a path going south, and that's where we meet all the little kiddies. Toga, you're a little kitty. You're the youngest one here. The burned man looked at his new hand of cards and sighed, while the real youngest one there adjusted his gas mask and coughed, but no one noticed. Well, sit. I'm bored. FSSSSH. Kurajiri's portal created a strange sound as he materialized in the middle of the room atop twice his disregarded cards. Then be bored no more. It's time. All of the villains smiled as they stood up, grabbing their equipment and unifying. All these minor problems and squabbles disappeared as they were united for a common cause. They were a team after all. Kurajiri did one last checkup on everyone from the small-time criminals to the Nomas in the back before nodding. Now then, let's begin. The vanguard of the League of Villains assembled up, everyone standing up and doing one last talk. The scarred man looked over everyone, nodding before turning. All right, everyone. The targets are this blonde kid and the wild cat's Ragdoll. Oh, and remember, Muscular, that you're supposed to bring most of the Noma. You'll be entering from the furthest point, and the Noma are big as sit and obvious as FCK. We get it. I'll look for your stupid fire. Just do your job and I'll do mine. Muscular sounded angry, but he was smiling. He was in a killing mood and he'd probably get to off a few brats even if he was stuck with 20 brain-dead morons. He knew some of them before they got transformed and they were idiots before and after. But if it was what they wanted, who was he to judge? Everyone went through the portals in their own small groups, most with only 1 or 2 members and a single Noma before the tidal wave that was Muscular and the rest of the ugly BSTRD went in. Not all of them were humanoid, but together, they were going to carve this stupid little camp into the history of Japan, one of its largest massacres. Fine work, Bakugo and Sero. Your aim has improved a lot recently. Ray started by praising the student this hour had been focused on, then turned to the one who was taking time out of his own practice to help. And Sero, you've gotten quite good at throwing large objects. You can get off the cliff and meet us at the building. We're done for today. Of course it is BSDRD. Gotcha, sir. See you there. The 3 returned to the main camp at their own paces and quickly separated. Bakugo stormed ahead with his signature stormy expression and foul mouth, stomping all the way. Sero took his own path back since he was on a cliff, over 100 feet away where he had been training and hitting a target with stones. Wraith took his time as he evaluated the day and their work, looking over various spots inside this quickly darkening forest that the students had trained at. It had been a long day with a lot of people training very different things. Wraith was satisfied with the general pace that everyone learned and advanced at, even if their starting points could only be described as disappointing. But the real test would happen after they left this camp, and Wraith wasn't even talking about their next meetings. Well, he wasn't just talking about their next meetings. Would they continue to train on their own and continue to improve, using the camp as a springboard? Or would they be like Kaminari had been and never advance past what he taught them here? Would they survive in the heroing world once it got overturned? To be dramatic, a lot of the kids here would die in a real combat situation, plain and simple. Would they adapt and change before their society turned to sit? Or would they crumble with the shift? And of course, those next meetings. Nobody could give him a good answer if they could give him an answer at all. Most people hadn't seemed to put much thought into it, pursuing heroism because it was cool or paid a lot. Would they be able to find some real motivations to save people before they met again? Midoriya took off his helmet and rubbed his head. It was a lot to think about. But of course it was. It was the future. It was everything after this moment in a lot of people's lives. It was astronomically huge. If this plan worked, it would affect all of Japan and maybe even all of the world. But did he want that? Midoriya looked down at his hands, nervously smiling. His hands were shaking. They'd been shaking since lunch and he couldn't say why. That just made him more nervous and made his hands shake more. But he had a plan and a path to follow. Midoriya wiped the sweat off his head with an arm and returned to camp, glancing around. Of course, the other adults left all the work for him, even though it had been dinner time for 6 minutes. Since he had been shouting out all the breaks, they left it to him to shout out when the meals were too. DMNBSDRD. All right, everyone, pack it up. Dinner time. So wash up and start coming over to get your food. Midoriya picked up the coat and bags he left before training and made his way to the food storage, quickly washing up before getting into a rhythm as he handed out food to the kids. The wild cats joined up eventually, and soon the students were cooking and arguing again. Midoriya hung back, glancing around and doing a head count. No Kota again. His eyes glared at Mandalay, the heroine who located herself as far from him as she could. She noticed his gaze but purposely avoided it. It wasn't just Wraith who she was annoying now as he shook his head and turned back. Come on, cats, pick your food. We're eating too. Vlad, Eraserhead, hurry up and get something to eat. I'm not here all night. Everyone, not just the students, now went out to cook and talk. The adults banded together against him, shunning him. Without words, but he was used to that. One of the benefits of being quirkless was he got used to being ignored. Petty stuff like this was what 6-year-olds did when they were upset and didn't bother him in the slightest. Midoriya had wondered if Mandalay would get in his face and confront him about what he said. But her reaction suggested that she agreed with Wraith's words. But agreeing did nothing if you didn't do anything. Midoriya sat by himself as he cooked more rice, checking the time as he adjusted the fire. This was going to take a while. Dabai walked through the woods, checking the trees. They knew there was a telepath, so they'd have to wait outside her range. But until he went to meet up with everyone, he wouldn't even take one step in her direction. All he had to do was easy, cause a fire. Dabai now checked trees for a good one to start it. Coming close, there seemed to be a large string of fires. Recently, the wood was pretty good and had been dried already. This would be a nice and big fire. Dabai wished they had communicators. Would have made this whole mess so much easier. But he'd live without it. He checked the moon. If the word they got was good, tonight was supposed to be some stupid test of courage. The teachers would spread everyone out in the woods. Then, he stopped his fire as he cut off his smile. It wasn't time yet, but soon. He wanted them to be a little ways into the test of courage so that a lot of people would be inside the forest and cut off. That way they could take full advantage of the carnage and capture the target. Not yet, but soon. Dabai was barely aware of his smile as more fire crept across his body. He could barely feel the burn anymore. Soon. Now, we've filled our bellies and washed the dishes. Pixie Bob managed to say all of that without externally cringing. It was good to see she had a spine for something. Next, it's time for the test of courage. Mina was the first to cheer, literally jumping with joy. The other Exam F kids joined in, namely Kaminari, Kirishima, Sero, and Sato. If you were paying attention to the big man in the back, we're gonna test it. But will the Exam F kids be joining us? And it only took one sentence to make almost all of Exam F freeze in place before pivoting to look at the speaker, Momo. She had a look of deep contemplation for something as laid back as a test of courage. Yeah, will they be a part of this since they flunked their finals? Now the other students were weighing in on this while Exam F went beyond frozen and became statues, petrified on the spot. NOOO. Yes, they're joining you. Midoriya didn't bother to stand up from the bench where he was relaxing as he spoke, a little confused about this whole mess. Why ESSSSSSS? Why wouldn't they be? Their punishment is they're stuck with me, not that they get to miss events. Midoriya understood that Exam F should be punished. But they were being punished already. Doubly so since they were stuck with Eraserhead as a teacher, the prick. Oh, that makes sense. Thank you, instructor. The person bowed and Midoriya squinted as he tried to recognize them. Was that Ida the robot? He was definitely doing the choppy motions, so it probably could be him. Why yes, we're gonna be tested. The students went straight back into saying the weirdest things without batting an eye while Midoriya's question went unanswered. But it was unlikely that anyone had a good answer anyway. Wraith rolled his eyes, just adding this event to the string of confusing behavior at UA. Pixie Bob was probably the one who thought up the test of courage since she decided to explain it all herself, even outlining what everyone would be doing with a map of the forest. Class 1B was going to be the scarers while one ran through in pairs with a 3-minute gap, going through the forest to grab tags with their names on them and then coming back. Those being the scarers aren't allowed to make direct contact. Show us how scary you are with your quirks. Direct contact like hitting one another. So I can throw rocks at all of them and be fine. Just say no touching, no need to get wordy. The class that makes the most people PSS their breathe with creativity and imagination wins. Tiger shouted that so triumphantly. But should people really be saying the phrase PSS their breathe with such confidence? Plus, what did the class win? 1 hour off training, extra food, what? The Wildcats were definitely going wild with their poses when Gyro stuck in and said what was exactly on his mind. Stop it. That's filthy. I see. Ada spoke again, spouting more nonsense with his signature robot hand chops. Midoriya wondered if those hand motions would become one of Ingenium's super moves. They're trying to make us refine our ideas by competing against each other, giving us more options for our quirks in the process, as expected of UA. Isn't this just standard rules for a test of courage? Midoriya muttered from his bench, completely confused about whatever the FCK Ida was talking about. The standard rules were no touching, 2-person groups, and retrieve an item as proof that you did it. They just had 2 groups of students so they'd SWCH off so everyone could go through. No one seemed to hear Midoriya's confused questions as everyone barreled onward. Now, you'll draw lots to determine your partners. Pixie Bob barreled onward, ignoring basically everything anyone else said. But that was probably for the best after Tiger and Ida's ramblings. Everyone started talking and trying to trade partners as the whole scene became a loud mess. The cats seemed content to watch the chaos unfold as Ragdoll ran into the forest. She was supposed to be at the halfway point with the name tags. That left one and the rest of the cats a little outside the forest and across from the main building. The group slowly shaped as Pixie Bob continued to maintain control over the situation, giving 1B a few minutes to get in position and set up. The UA teachers saw that they had nothing to do with this and went inside the building. They seemed determined to connect to their students as little as possible. But then again, Midoriya wasn't hanging around either, so he couldn't exactly point fingers. Midoriya left the group quietly and made his way around the building. He didn't go far, just enough to give himself some room while he did what he wanted. The groups could still see each other if they looked HRD, but while one and the cats were standing in the light, Midoriya settled for just squinting. The starlight would be ample for what he wanted to do. He was still wearing his hero outfit, but then again that was the only thing he'd been wearing the whole time. He'd had one hell of a time cleaning it each night, but there was no substitute in his mind. Midoriya stopped admiring the clothes that Kaminari made fun of and reached into the tail of the coat, drawing out 3 sticks and joining them together. While the students went through the woods spooking each other, Wraith got back to grips with the spear. He kept it in quarterstaff form. No reason to turn it on and waste battery, but his motions were quick and precise as he cut through the air. It was no knife edge, but even a blunt stick sliced through the air if the user was good enough. Move and slashes all weaved together as Wraith got back into the flow with spear fighting. It had been a long time since he seriously used one of these things, but he could see himself using it a lot. The reach of a spear was quite valuable in a fight, and Wraith was now testing that reach as he stepped up and into the range of a tree, going straight into practice combat against a solid object. Wraith was entirely focused on the spear now as he put his entire body into each attack, letting his thoughts drift aimlessly as he worked. He made minor adjustments to his grip between strikes to ensure each had weight behind it and flowed into the next, combining each attack to form a strange dance as he began to weave in steps and dodges against an imaginary opponent, against a goddamn tree. He was performing better combat than most UA students would see in person for the rest of their lives and pulling out moves that they couldn't even imagine themselves performing. Wraith SWCH from the rapid stabs to a sudden slash with the tip of the quarterstaff, then rebounded off the tree and quickly SWCH ends as he continued his barrage. They talked big, but when it came down to the brass tacks those children couldn't measure up. They settled for big flashy moves when they should be striving for small quick strikes. Wraith, if he was allowed to go all out. Wraith's barrage stopped as he shook off these pointless thoughts. Wastes of time. He ditched his jacket and grabbed water for himself. glancing at the crowds of children outside the forest for their test of courage. Wraith's expression was fixed somewhere between anger and disappointment as he spoke, eyes fixed on the conglomerate just outside the woods. They will not change. They're improving. Bakugo managed to shoot 6 targets. That's not it. Wraith took another drink and set it down, getting back into the flow as his motions became faster and faster. In a single second his spear could now fully extend from his body, hit his target, then return. He was back to the level he had been at before. We heard their reasons for being heroes. Manliness, fame, power, TCH. Wraith's arms had become tensed as he spoke, not a good sign for combat. A tense arm was slower. He forced himself to take a deep breath or two before getting back into it. They did have reasons to become a hero. If they really tried, they could change someone as a thief because they steal, someone as a chef because they cook, and people are heroes because commit heroic actions. In this line, heroes achieve manliness, fame, and power by performing heroic actions. These children are trying to achieve the effect while skipping the cause. Wraith's tone was factual even as he moved, driving the spear with loose motions before tightening just before impact to go just a little faster. They will not change. Wraith was completely calm as his speed continued to creep up, going faster and faster as the quarterstaff rebounded off the tree. The quarterstaff bouncing off the tree helped Wraith pull it back in and ready it for another attack, a trick he used to keep increasing that speed of in 3 years or 20, what they want will not change. Someday they will enter the real world, and while they may gain the skills to be real warriors along the way, they will never gain the traits to be real heroes. Not while what they want remains the same. And you? Wraith's grip tightened as he stepped back, scowling fully now. What do you want? A safer world. A better world. That's a marketing line from some 2-bit company trying to sound nice, and you demon will know it. Wraith wasn't even frustrated, no, he was frustrated. Wraith was annoyed and frustrated and so many other things he could never begin to describe with the facts and logic he loved so much. The students' responses might have been bad, some downright idiotic, but at least they were true. Yet here we are. We don't want to be here and you know it. Wraith looked back at the body of students as they were sent into the forest. We knew from the start this was a waste of time. That UA was as corrupt and horrible as the rest. Yet here we are. He didn't know why they were there anymore. He didn't want to be stuck afar from everyone in the middle of nowhere. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He didn't want so much, and yet, and no answer again. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Wraith shook his head as he disassembled the quarterstaff back into pieces. Next up was firearm practice, so he was gonna have to pick some targets. Wait. Wraith stopped, lifting his head into the air. There was a distinct smell in the air like a campfire, and if he turned he could see a strange blue light spreading across the forest. Fire. Todoroki's not on the scarer team, so he shouldn't be using his quirk, and the fire's not on the trial path. Midoriya's head worked quickly to deduce the details of what was happening as the conglomerate of students and pros in the distance seeming to panic. Even Mao could have drawn the right conclusion from this mess. So that means we're being attacked. Far away from the stupid heroes and their stupid test of courage. Kota sat on his hideout cliff, kicking his feet as he stared out into the sky. He really liked nature. His parents used to take him to parks and stuff, but it was never this big. He lived in the city for their work even though he rarely got to see them, but some of the few good times they had together were spent outside. They went to the beach once. They taught him a little about their quirks, then about water pressure and other stuff. Kota didn't get it, but he enjoyed it anyway. Kota snapped out of it, shaking his head and cursing. Those days were long gone now, and he should just stop thinking about them. Besides, if anyone really cared for him, they wouldn't keep leaving him alone. He didn't even mean to have a hideout here. He just wandered off once and couldn't find anyone. He was alone for hours before he tried to go to the tallest thing he could see, these cliffs. He then waited there a little longer before he saw where the building was and made his way back. And what did they say when he finally showed up? Oh, hey Kota. Hey Kota. He'd been gone for FCK hours and they didn't even notice. He came here the second and third time just to see if they'd notice, but they never did. Nobody noticed if he missed meals or was gone for hours. They didn't even notice him. Kota's scowl grew deeper as he reflected on the past. He used to come here because he wanted to make sure, but now he knew. Nobody paid attention to him. Mandalay or whatever her stupid hero name was didn't care about him. She was just doing this because she had to. She was too busy with her stupid job, just like his parents, and now he might as well be all alone again. He used to have friends. He used to go to school and laugh with them, but now he was stuck all summer in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do and no one to talk to. He couldn't want for this stupid summer camp to end, so he'd stop having to look at those FCK hero kids. Now those students trying to be heroes, they really PSS him off, acting all friendly and stuff. Kota's frown got even deeper as he brushed off those thoughts about those stupid people trying to become the worst thing in the world. He even met more heroes, and they were also a-holes. The tired guy was constantly hitting people with his weird scarf thing and yelling at them while the big red guy just stood back and did nothing. Then, that old grandpa guy. He was the first person to ever bother coming up cliffs to find Kota. He said he wasn't a hero either, and he was definitely the least bad of the adults. He also was really honest, admitting tons of bad stuff about heroes like that they wanted money, other stuff. But he was teaching kids to be heroes, so he was still bad. Right, he admitted that he wanted to be a hero, but was that the same as being a hero? He was still bad, right. He was the first person to just sit down and listen to Kota though. They just talked, and he didn't give those hollow answers like everyone else did. He sounded like he really tried to answer Kota's questions, at least. He listened to Kota and didn't say anything fake. They died for you. You should be proud. It was such an honorable thing. Did no one care about him? Who cares about being proud or honorable? He just wanted to spend a little more time with them, but their deaths were supposed to be a good thing. Even the guy at the gym said so. He thought that guy was his friend, but Kota's rapid flurry of thoughts were cut off as he noticed something, a smell in the air slowly drifting upward. Smoke. The students were confused by the smoke, but there was much of a panic yet. No, the panic started when Pixie Bob was surrounded by a pink aura, lifted off the ground and suddenly flung toward the forest, straight into a villain's attack. She could barely scream as she went down in a single hit, unable to defend herself as her head met solid metal. Pixie Bob, oh no. Mandalay and Tiger, the only pro heroes still standing in front of the test of courage, stepped in front of the one of students defensively as three figures emerged from the woods, stepping over Pixie Bob's crumpled body. Those pet cats are in the way. The voice was loud and confident as the first intruder stepped forward with a smile. He was large and muscular with hair cut just above the shoulders and shades despite the late time. In his hand was a large metal box with one end still coated in a small splatter of BLD from Pixie Bob. He rested the metal box atop the fallen hero's head, not quite putting weight onto it. Yet, Minda took nervous steps backward, trying to process what they were seeing with their eyes. I thought they made doubly sure. Why are there villains here? Mandalay sent out a mental message to everyone while they squared off with the intruders. Everyone, we're being attacked by two villains and it's possible that there are more. I repeat, we are under attack by villains. Everyone who can move, get back to camp immediately. Even if you come across the enemy, retreat and do not engage. She sent it out to all the students, teachers, and Kota. If she just went for everyone except the villains, she'd probably accidentally tell some of the villains that she didn't know about, so it was safer to be selective. Now Eraserhead and Vlad King should be on their way out to help Fuash. From behind there was a blast of blue flames, starting just outside. Some of the students' heads snapped back as everyone took a second to figure out what was happening. Another villain. How many are there? How are you this evening, Yue? High school. The second villain, a lizard man covered in cloth and dressed like Stain, stepped in front of his teammates and spread his arms dramatically as he spoke. We are the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. The League of Villains. The students were definitely scared, stepping back behind the heroes while throwing nervous glances at the man throwing blue fire behind them. They could now distinctly see he was fighting someone. Why are they here? Shall I crush this girl's head? What do you think? Well, what do you think? The intruders were taking this very fast and very seriously for some reason as the large man started to put just a bit of weight on Pixie Bob's head. Instantly, Tiger broke rank and finally started to do something. Like I'd let you. Wait up, Big Sis Magni. Don't be hasty. The lizard stepped up in between the two groups, holding his hands up to try and keep one another from getting too close despite having 10 feet between himself and Tiger. You too, Tiger, calm down. It all depends on whether having power over life and death follows Stain's tenets or not. The lizard man made his side of villainy very clear, which made it more confusing why he was with the League of Villains of all groups. Magni, the girl, whatever or whoever they were, they stopped putting their weight onto Pixie Bob's head while the Noma stood behind everything, smiling as a strange liquid dripped from its mouth. So you're the ones his ideology brought. Ada stated the obvious once again, finally getting some courage and stepping up. That's right, I'm Yehu, the one with the glasses. The lizard had a big smile now. He liked being recognized for his Stain motivation. It seemed, you were the one who brought the end of Stain at Hasu City. Now that was funny. Ada wasn't even able to move when Stain finally got KE'd, but he definitely was the only famous person out of it. Ingenium's little brother would be the media focus instead of some random kid, the son of two random heroes, who was in the area just because he'd been getting yogurt at the time. Ronin getting the credit was out of the question since he was a vigilante. I apologize for the late introduction. The lizard grabbed something off his back, a strange bag thing with a sword handle sticking out the bottom. He lifted it pretty easily and pointed it at Ada, the cover falling away to reveal dozens of blades belted together. I am Spinner, the one who will spin his dreams to reality. Once again, Tiger proved he was at least the closest to being a real hero as he ignored the panache and style, stepping forward. Angrily, "I don't care, but you BSDRD. The woman lying there, Pixie Bob, has started worrying about getting married recently. Alright, never mind the real hero thing. This was just as stupid." Tiger treated this so seriously, which, when you looked from the outside, made this even dumber. She was doing her best to find happiness as a woman, despite her age. You can't damage that woman's face and then just stand there laughing thoughtlessly about it. That was what Tiger was PSS about. Man, he really was showing that he was a rescue hero. They were threatening to kill her, and he was worried about something as stupid as though. What's a hero doing trying to be happy like an average person? Spinner kept on smiling as he charged forward, but now it was Mandalay's turn to monologue. "Tiger, I've broadcast instructions. Leave the safety of the other students to Ragdoll. Why? Pixie Bob, the one with the strongest quirk of all the cats, got one shot. She didn't even try to block an attack with her arms. Was she just the physically weakest of the bunch? Ragdoll wasn't going to be much better. The two of us will hold them here. Go, everyone. Listen carefully. Do not fight. Class rep, you're in charge. Understood, let's go." Ada happily took charge and started trying to lead the students away, but getting a laugh out of the criminals. "And where do you think you're going, kids?" Namu. Magni hadn't even finished speaking before the Namu launched into the air, soaring over everything and everyone before crashing into the ground and lurching up, piercing the air with a shrill scream as it surrounded the students. They were trapped. Kota's rapid flurry of thoughts were cut off as he noticed something, a smell in the air slowly drifting upward. Smoke. The forest glowed blue below him as something spread down below. Fire. Fire. Kota stood up and began to run down the cliff face until he heard a new sound, strange screams and voices from further up the cliffside. "Shut up, you stupid beaches." A heavy impact as a giant monster flew over the cliff, staring and screaming at Kota on the way down as he scuttled away from the ledge, holding in the urge to scream as he covered his mouth with both hands. The husky voice from above continued to speak. "Go on ahead, you DMN freaks. Go on, beat it." Another two monsters went flying as they were lobbed off the top of the mountain, one bouncing off the same cliff face and locking eyes with Kota before it slid off. Kota pressed his back against the cliff wall, covering his mouth with both hands as he tried to remain as still as possible. Somebody was screaming fire earlier, and I'm in the mood for a warm-up kill. Deep laughter came from above as Kota scurried to try and hide as several strange noises blared out from above him. "So come on, let's go, let's hunt." From above Kota on the top of the cliffs, Muscular smiled beneath his stupid mask as he grabbed one last Namu by the head, nearly crushing its skull with his grip strength long before his arm furred, launching the ugly sit-stain into the distance as he shouted, his voice echoing across the forest. "Letskill." Midoriya's eyes furred to the mass amounts of movement on the cliff. Something was flying off of it. That was definitely a problem. If memory served, that was where Kota hung out. And he didn't think Kota had been at the fear thing. SHT. More things flew off the top of the cliff, flying. Namu. Ahead, Midoriya could see one Namu as it jumped through the air, crashing to the ground. But he hadn't seen flying Namu since Hosu City. Did All For One make more birds into Namu? They certainly were plentiful enough to make a reliable source of Namus, if you didn't mind your Namus being even dumber than usual and having no fighting instincts. The giant Namu in front of him rose, screaming as it did so. It was tall and thin with yellowish skin, so its body probably had a quirk. It had an unnaturally large mouth, which was probably its main method of attack. When large amounts of Namu were in one place, they didn't seem to have that many quirks in them, probably because each individual Namu wasn't supposed to be great. They instead each had 3 to 4 quirks supporting a central idea or theme, like the first Namu's many layers of defense. It didn't notice him as he charged in from behind, so its senses didn't seem to be enhanced. This Namu was likely to be more focused on attack power than defense, judging by its thin frame and sickly form. They'd kill it in a single, so it had no chance of counterattacking, taking advantage of the element of surprise and its seemingly weak defenses. Wraith sprinted down the path to build up speed before launching off the ground and into the trees, ricocheting of the trunks as they approached to add momentum to their attack and thunder breathing. First form, they spun through the air like a top as they launched Yamato from its sheath with bullet propulsion, cutting clearly and cleanly through the Namu's neck without any sign of resistance. After cutting through its neck, they hit the ground with a roll, standing up as soon as they could and continuing to run forward towards the students with barely a glance at their kill. Thunderclap and flash. The Namu's head bounced off the ground a second later and rolled behind them as the Namu's body collapsed, twitching slightly. Midoriya ran past the students on his way to the next fight, pointing towards the main building down the path as he glared down the 2 villains who attacked. Go, get inside the cafeteria. If anything gets in your way, defeat them, but your main goal is to run. Survive first. Got it. Wraith exchanged a glare with all of them, making sure they understood. But what about using our quirks? Ida was the one who asked it, and while it was the logical thing to ask, the fact that it had to be asked was a problem. DMN rules and laws. Do you want to die? Use the DMN quirk. Wraith shook his head as he continued running. I'll take responsibility for it, but you're supposed to be heroes. Act like it. Now stop standing around and go. The monster bore its fangs as it crashed into the fight between the pros and intruders, reaching for Yamato again. Close by, the villain whose name Midoriya didn't hear was fighting Tiger. They both were pretty good with their brawling fighting style, constantly close and clashing, but it was very obvious that they were an even match at the time. Something would need to break the tie. A little further away, Spinner and Mandalay were duking it out, both showing off how little skill they really had. Spinner was using some giant mess of blades like it was one sword, but while he was using the messy sword easily, his movements were messy. He was not trained in real swordsmanship, it seemed. Mandalay was focused entirely on dodging and surviving with barely any counterattacks. She'd definitely need the help and they needed her quirk, so the monster charged Spinner first. Unlike the pros and criminals who stood around talking, the monster only took 10 seconds to go from killing the Namo to trying to gut Spinner. It covered ground like a bat out of hell as it leaped in front of Spinner, cutting his mess of a sword in half with a single, What, my sword? Spinner took a second to figure out what happened as he backed away, then threw what was left of his mess at his new opponent before he was attacked again. Now Spinner was on the back foot, showing that he had been much more agile than Mandalay but wasn't going full force. Until now, the monster attacked from every direction, seemingly in the same instant. Everything in front of it was carved to ribbons as Spinner threw knives and needles until he just focused on dodging, trying just to survive the inhumane speed of a monster. Mandalay, did you tell the students they could use their quirks yet? The monster didn't bother to look at her as the weak spoke, thinking about other things. It was going to work for all for one, so it probably shouldn't kill any of the Liga villains. But you didn't need both your legs or arms to live. It'd demonstrate its full power on anything stupid enough to get in its way. What? No, that's illegal. Mandalay, they're going to die. You can't even go one-on-one with one of these intruders with your quirk. How are they going to run away without their quirks? Wraith spoke the cold truth to her instead of playing nice. He had much bigger fish to fry as the weak restrained him. No killing again. What a bother. I will take responsibility, but I can't save them. Mandalay, I need you to tell them they can use their quirks, all right. Midoriya glanced back between attacks, making eye contact with Mandalay to try and drive this home. Spinner took this as a moment of weakness, drawing a second katana he had on his back. Do you think you can beat me without even look? Yes. The monster turned and kicked Spinner in the stomach, launching him off the ground and sending him flying backward. Unfortunately, however, I'm the only one who can right now, Mandalay, so you're taking responsibility, right? Why did that matter? People were going to die if she didn't hurry up. Yes, just send the FCK message. Midoriya was losing patience as he drew kindness and took a few potshots at the other intruder, the big buff guy, and hit him in the side to give Tiger an opening. Tiger immediately took it, stepping in when the intruder stepped back and hammering the criminal with punches. Thanks, you two should be able to take care of this from here. I'm going to go deal with the other Namo. Midoriya took off running without barely a glance back, taking a parting shot in the vague direction of Spinner as he built distance against the only one he knew to have ranged attacks, those throwing needles and knives. The other intruder shouted as he moved away. SHD, you know about the other Namo. You've got to die. Big sis Magni, wait. Sis? Midoriya didn't pay it much attention, but Magni tried to get in his way. A strange blue aura surrounded him as Magni focused on running away from Tiger while grabbing him before Spinner tackled Magni, forcing her to dodge the needle that nearly stabbed her in the throat. She would have survived, painfully. Once she was tackled, her quirk was deactivated and Midoriya could freely run towards the cliffs again, unimpeded. Wraith breathed in and went full force, cracking the ground as he pushed off and disappeared into the depths of the forest to deal with the monsters. What was that? For Spinner, he knows about the Namo. He could FCK up everything if he knows too much. Magni looked over in confusion as Spinner helped her up until Spinner pointed to the needle embedded in a tree just behind her. If that hit her, you too. What is he doing here? He's not on the list. Spinner was genuinely worried now as he pointed at the two heroes, confused. He should not be here. Ken shouldn't be here. Ever since Ken swept by like the southern wind of destruction, Mandalay took this time to move Pixie Bob away from the fight and make sure she was all right. Now she exchanged confused glances as she backed to fight now that Ken was gone. He was a surprise teacher, after all. Tiger shrugged it off, not quite sure why the two knew each other. Both used swords, so maybe it was a martial arts thing. In the distance, you could just make out a strange black mask slipping over Ken's head as he entered the forest, fully disappearing and rocketing away with inhumane speed. Even now Mandalay couldn't tell exactly what his quirk was, but he appeared to be moving towards Kota. Did that mean there were more monsters by Kota? Was he safe? She was trying to constantly contact him and bring him here, but that could be more distracting than it was helpful. If the Noma were by Kota, that probably meant she wouldn't think about that. In the best circumstances, Ken was lying seeing monsters over there just so he could run off and make sure Kota was alright. But that was just lying to herself. The villains had basically admitted there were more monsters and that Ken was headed in the right direction. All she could hope now was that he'd get there in time, but with how long the fight had been going. This was why she hated this quirk. It was all good for calming people down, but right now she needed to be calmed down. Ragdoll was Mia. Pixie Bob probably had a concussion, and she had no clue where Kota was. Even if her quirk was two-way, it'd be miles better. Now she just had to rely on Ken. But Spinner seemed to know something about him by how worried he looked. Magni, whatever you do, avoid that guy. We can't beat him. Spinner was seriously scared, but that just reaffirmed his commitment. We need to kill these fakes and get out of here. What, is he some secret top-tier hero? You fought him before. Magni picked up her magnet now and blew BLD from her nose, ready to go another round now. No one's fought him twice except Stain, and he lost. Spinner had some inside information on that fight, it seemed, since the names were never released. But he seemed scared shitless now as he stared into the woods where Ken had gone. That guy's Musutafu's number 2 villain, the Ronin. Why is he here? The big monsters jumped and lumbered down the cliffs, while a single large figure moseyed down, seeming to have a great time as he punted any of the monsters he deemed to slow off the cliff. Kota was sure if they lived, but he was positive the large man didn't care. He couldn't see the big man, or he couldn't see him directly, but he could hear the big man slowly walking down the path. He was usually laughing for a while before he'd suddenly hit something, then laugh even harder as he got closer. And he was always getting closer. Here, maybe. See or act. Guess not. Kota didn't have a clue who this guy was or why he was here, but everything about him screamed villain. He might have hit those monsters, but he was the most monstrous one of all, laughing as he hit everything in his path. His steps made the ground shake as Kota curled up in behind his rock. I wonder where the little rat is hiding. The steps finally stopped and Kota could breathe easily for a second. The man hadn't stopped close to him, he was by the cliffside. Maybe he was about to jump down. Maybe Siorak. The rock Kota was hiding behind was crushed in a second as the big monster crossed 20 feet in a second. Hunting the rock so it was decimated before it could even go flying up. The big monster's leg was poised to crush Kota underfoot as he laughed. I should ask the rat myself. The students of Wanna reached the main building quickly with no villains getting in their way and saw Eraserhead standing at the front door, staring in confusion at a pile of brown mud before his gaze snapped up to them. Everyone, get inside now. Vlad's inside and setting things up. Go find and help him. Yes, sir. The students quickly hurried inside while Eraserhead checked the surroundings, still trying to process what just happened. The villain who seemed to have created the forest fire in the distance had ambushed him and attacked with fire. Then Eraserhead erased his quirk. But when he hit the attacker, the villain turned to mud. This was strangely organized and confusing, but worst of all, they had no real method of communication. He just had to stand out here and help defend his students, no matter what came out of that forest. Another Namu burst through the forest into their path and was literally crashed into as Midoriya's shoulder checked it in the head, then moved Yamato between its eyes. The Namu flailed for a moment before going limp as Midoriya passed over it, only using its body as a starting block to regain the speed he lost by tackling it. They had to move fast if they wanted to be effective. For some reason, the League's vanguard had a noticeable reaction when he mentioned the Nomas, so they were either a secret or important. They also seemed to be trying to do something other than fight, judging by how Magni and Spinner both wasted several minutes talking instead of fighting. It seemed they finally had bigger dreams than killing an old man pretending to be a hero, but that made them unpredictable for the time. Until he knew what they were trying to do, they couldn't properly and fully counter and crush them. If they decided to crush them. The other big benefit of going towards the cliffs was simple: no one was there. No one really expected anything of them, because no one really knew who they were. Only Kaminari knew that they were the Ronin. But Kaminari didn't know what that name meant, so everyone so far probably just viewed him as a random old guy. If they wanted to join the League of Villains, they'd avoid hurting any of its real members, instead only focusing on attacking the Nomas who could be replaced easily. These Nomas didn't seem tough, so they probably were just here for the added numbers and wouldn't be greatly missed. And speaking of people who weren't greatly missed, Midoriya slowed down for a second as he suddenly zigzagged, moving around a flailing Namu and cutting off 2 of its legs in one sweep. The strange rat Namu hobbled and flipped over right as Midoriya's blade twisted midair and cut off the head cleanly, leaving it convulsing on the ground while he continued onward without a second glance back. And speaking of people who weren't greatly missed, Kota. That kid truly had the worst luck in the world. The Nomas were definitely coming in the direction of the cliffs, and there was more and more of them. As they closed the distance, he simply got unlucky. Since Wraith was being a realist, it was almost certain that a Noma killed the child already. The fight had been going on for over 2 minutes, and it would only take one swing from a Noma to kill the boy. The League probably just set the Nomas on the cliffs and told them to attack when they saw fire. It was a simple and easy command that would maximize their destruction with as little supervision as possible, since the cliffs were one of the only place you could see so much of the forest. They would do you a final favor at least, avenging the only sane person who went to the camp and killing the Noma. It would look like they were helping the heroes while, in reality, they were just going in circles by killing something all for one could create nearly endlessly. All of this was set up and planned out to help their future. If Kota hadn't run so far, if Mandalay had paid a bit more attention, if Ragdoll's quirk worked like it was supposed to, this wouldn't have happened. Actually, how did they get past Ragdoll's quirk? Ragdoll could see the locations of everyone within a mile or so of Midoriya. Jumped straight into the unsuspecting Noma, tackling it to the ground and drawing a needle before messily stabbing it in the brain twice, then rising off the ground to continue running. It hadn't even finished convulsing by the time he was gone. Ragdoll was supposed to see the locations of everyone within a mile even if she didn't know who they were. Why didn't she radio in? Did she help the League get in? Really, it was all irrelevant. Midoriya tried to blot out these kinds of thoughts and just focused on his last good deed for a long time. It seemed Ronin's retirement came early, since the camp definitely wasn't going to continue after this sitcho. He would have enjoyed spending a little more time with Kaminari. He liked the young aspiring hero even if his heroic motivations weren't very heroic. Kaminari's drive and determination made up for his scatterbrain in Midoriya's eyes. He'd never be the smartest person in the world, but he was trying his best, and wasn't that what they were all doing? No, that's what they had once done. But that was a long time ago now. Midoriya grimaced, then shook his head. He was going to try his best now, even if it made him a villain. He'd Wraith drew Yamato out early as they approached the Noma, cutting through a mess of tentacles and chopping 3 arms off in a single swing before rebounding off a tree, turning all their momentum completely backward and stabbing the Namu through the back. He then pushed off the Namu's body while tearing Yamato out, severing its body almost but not entirely in half, which was arguably messier as its torso hung barely attached to its spine, collapsing while they continued. He'd finish the job even if he didn't like it, even if he didn't get to do what he wanted. And what exactly was it that he wanted? He said earlier to make the world a better place, and they were going to make it a better place. He should be overjoyed that they had such a simple plan to do it, and yet, and yet he wasn't. Instead, here he was, running through the forest and carving up things that looked like they crawled right out of horror stories while second-guessing everything. What a great night to be stuck with the world's worst heroes in the middle of FCK nowhere. The Nomas swarmed Wraith, coming in from a variety of directions on unconventional paths and slowing them down. The Nomas were definitely faster than them, and by a noticeable amount. Wraith usually could take them down because they weren't paying attention and couldn't think. But when they got going, one Noma ran forward on 4 legs, charging him as quickly as possible before it randomly stopped dead, grabbing a tree with one arm and ripping the trunk off as it hurtled the mass of wood towards him. At the same time, a second Noma followed his path, leaping from tree to tree before bursting in from above and diving down at him, taking out his ability to dodge by going upward. And from the side, the third and final Noma snaked along the ground, slithering along without legs but still moving with alarming speed. It had 2 heads like some kind of discount Hydra, both heads snapping as they circled around him to cut off any attempts to escape by moving to the side. Wraith didn't just attack. That would tire himself out and probably get him hit. Yamato could cut anything after all, but it couldn't block everything. He needed to dodge the attack and then counter it when his body was safe. If he was denied that dodge, the best he could do was exchange wounds. Wraith took in all 3 attacks quickly and made his decision. Instead of trying to take them all head on, he'd have to take them head on. That could have been phrased better. Wraith didn't try to avoid the thrown tree. He ran into it as he grabbed the still-sheathed Yamato to hold it in place as he tucked his body in and rolled underneath the tree trunk, letting it soar harmlessly over his head. If he didn't grab Yamato, it might have stuck out and gotten caught on something while he rolled, or be out of position for his next attack like this. The second Noma crashed into the ground where he was supposed to be along with the fallen tree, unable to adjust mid-air and completely missing its target. The 2-headed snake Noma, however, was still adjusting and chasing. Now their prey was between the 3 of them, so it couldn't dodge. The snake Noma moved straight towards him as he rose from his dodge, letting it get as close as possible before standing completely and performing a drawing cut. The snake had charged with open jaws, intent to bite into him to probably poison him, and instead got a mouthful of steel as Yamato sliced through both heads, cutting their skulls in half from ear to ear. The snake's body slid to a crashing halt as Wraith sidestepped and started to run through the forest, going into the trees to build height and relocate the cliffs while the other two Nomas took after him. Once he was sure of his direction, he dropped back down onto the unsuspecting Namo, stupid enough to try and climb the same tree as him, plunging Yamato into its eye and then tearing its head apart but pulling the blade sideways instead of straight out. Brains and BLD splattered as Wraith fell onto the Namo, knocking it off the tree and onto the now rockier terrain as they got closer to the cliffs, and the trees began to thin out. It screamed and flailed, but Wraith was more concerned with the next Namo than the dying wails of a corpse. It was already dead. Nothing could save it. It just had to accept its fate, just like the last Namo. The final Namo, or technically the first Namo since it was the one that had been throwing things, charged again as it lobbed a rock the size of Wraith towards the swordsman. It sailed through the air, drawing his attention up while it stayed close to the ground, and dashed towards him. It was a two-pronged attack, forcing him to react to two attacks nearly simultaneously. Both moved much faster than he could, but neither was faster than he could react to. Both attacks moved in a straight, easy-to-predict line, proving why Noma were such easy victims. Their only threat was in numbers or power. In a one-on-one fight, Wraith was basically a god compared to them. Even a trick like this was, at the end of the day, just a trick. And now the sun had set. Wraith charged the Noma with both hands on Yamato, but his eyes were set on the cliffs behind it. For whatever they were approaching, for whatever the weakling wanted, they would be there soon. The second Noma was kicked headfirst into a tree, staggering it as it grabbed at its exposed brain and stumbled backward while screaming before both tree and Noma were sliced in half in one. The fourth Noma crushed both halves of the second underhoof as it charged, ramming straight through the trees and every obstacle in its way as it chased the fleeting shadow that killed so many of them. Wraith didn't make a sound as he flew through the air, rebounding off of anything and everything as he built distance, disappearing from sight every time the fourth got close enough to crush him just to reappear slightly ahead as he continued running. Wraith disappeared again, as another Namo, the third, swooped down from the sky and nearly grabbed him out of the air, hitting just to the left of where he was with its claws. Wraith pushed off of the bat-like Namo, moving towards the ground and running along it before he suddenly took back to the air, narrowing, avoiding another charge from the fourth Namo. This kind of fighting was difficult but mindless. It was chaotic and difficult to keep track of at the moment too. While dealing with so many threats from so many directions was challenging, it wasn't impossible. It just required quick reflexes, and if your reflexes were good enough, nothing else. It didn't take much thought anymore as Wraith danced between the Namo, returning their attacks with much smaller sword strikes as he picked away at them, giving them minor injuries like severing a wing or slicing off a leg before he went in for the kill. As long as he stayed aware of his surroundings and was ready, fighting two Namo would be no trouble at all. It was HRD to put to words. This strange blend of thrill and boredom Wraith felt as second Namo's horns brushed past his left shoulder, clomping past on hooves as it crushed stone and wood underneath itself easily. In retaliation for this minor brushing, Yamato flew across Wraith's body and chopped into the Namo's body, sliding through the hide and muscle like it was thin air. But this counter-strike didn't kill the Namo, it barely even seemed to notice the wound as it continued charging, the injury being more annoying than seriously damaging. The second the portal lines turned into a real wound, the wound began to close as the Namo's regeneration kicked in. That regeneration was part of the problem, combined with the numbers Wraith had seen so far and the average Noma's incredible durability. The only shot that did anything to a Namo was a kill shot. You couldn't slowly stab them to death or weather them down. It had to be an all-in-one attack that ended them quickly before they could recover. Now, an all-in-one kill shot wasn't difficult most of the time. That was almost any attack that hit the brain unless you were incredibly unlucky and managed to accidentally avoid striking anything vital. And with their brains exposed, it became even easier. It was their rapid speed and numbers that made it difficult to prove his point for him. Not even a single second after sticking his sword into the monstrous the fourth Namo, the third Namo swept down again for another try at killing him, screaming, as its quirk made everything that hurt it instinctively tense up and move slower. This played into the third Namu's own rapid speed as it went straight for the now slowed and weakened Wraith, even if by accident. These things covered for each other by not giving him the time to properly kill them, disrupting him with a constant downpour of attacks. They were fast and chaotic, meaning it required all his attention to put down one. It was extremely difficult as he straddled the line between attacking and defending, between killing and being killed. But killing these things wasn't just difficult, it was also brain-dead easy at the same time, and trying to figure out what that phrase meant was much harder than fighting these animals. Instead of backing down or trying to run away now that he was slowed down, Wraith kept his eyes trained on the bat Namu swooping down and crouched slightly. His muscles were tense from the Namu's scream, as intended, but that didn't matter. He was slower than the Nomas to begin with, so being even slower wasn't too much of an issue if he could still set up his counters in time. As the Namu lurched down, Wraith pointed Yamato at the Namu and put his body behind the blade, leaning into the attack to better brace for the impact. The bat's hind legs or claws, whatever they were, swung forward and tried to latch onto Wraith, wrapping around his body as the bat dived headfirst into Yamato, knocking them both down and sending them across the ground. The problem with these Nomas was simple. They were dumb as FCK. Not a single shred of self-preservation as they charged forward, almost as eager to kill themselves as they were their opponents, like how they could miss an entire sword pointed at their eye socket and happily charge into their own death. The bat in death was more effective at causing damage to Wraith than it had been in life, its corpse slamming into him and making him hit himself in the ribs with Yamato as he was pushed backward, barely managing to keep his feet under himself and stay standing, like a man resisting a stormy ocean's waves. Wraith took several steps back as he tried to stop the corpse's momentum as it slammed him into and then through a tree. Hitting that tree was the most damage Wraith had taken during this entire worthless trip. He recollected himself, attempting first to step out from underneath the bat Namu's convulsing corpse before his attention shifted and he was forced to act faster, leaping back several feet as the fourth Namu, the goat thing, trampled through both the tree and bat all in an attempt to crush him. The goat Namu couldn't suddenly adjust its direction though and careened past harmlessly, although you wouldn't be able to tell by listening. It screamed and roared as it crashed through more objects, finally beginning to slow down so it could turn and take another crack at cracking him. Seriously though, why the hell did All for One make a goat Namu? Of all the things to make into a Namu, a goat. Really, did they run out of competent animals or was All for One just curious about how bad this one was going to be? Pushing thoughtless wonders aside, Wraith stepped close to the fourth Namu as it came to a complete stop and began turning, its eyes bloodshot as it looked frantically for its target before SSSH. A katana was not a good stabbing weapon by any stretch of the imagination, but not good was good enough as Wraith rammed the sword up to its hilt into the Namu's eye socket and out the other end, twisting it slightly as he withdrew the blade and leaped back to avoid the death spasms. That was the last one for now. He had to kill so many Nomas here he made a clearing in the forest with how many trees they all broke. Yamato was having a rough night. It was a lot of work for one sword to do so much, after all, and unlike a certain weakling, it was pulling its weight. Wraith fed the BLD off and ran Yamato between parts of his coat like a cleaning rag to wipe off more of the BLD. Then turned and took off running from the clearing made by the rampages and deaths of the 6 now deceased Nomas. This was going to be a long night. Wraith worked his way through the woods and finally emerged from the woods to find the largest collection of Namu so far. 7 Namu were at the bottom of Kota's cliff, and there were more of them higher up on the cliff. Just taking the 7 Namu on the ground at once was going to be dicey, even by Wraith's standards. It was trivially easy to take one Namu down, like how he could just walk up to the goat Namu and stab it through the eyes whenever he felt like, since Nomas on their own had the tactical planning of a car crash and left giant openings he could take advantage of. Even 2 Nomas at once wasn't so bad. He'd just monitor one and when they split up too far he'd treat it like a one-on-one fight. The problem started at 3. These Nomas were so fast and attacked so constantly that he didn't have time to deal large blows against them easily in just groups of 3 since at least one of them would always be trying to kill him at any given second. That was why he had to kill the bat off its own attack. 7 was a tall order. If he could split them up this would be easier. But the Namu were so loud that was basically impossible. Plus, there were more up higher on the cliffs. If those spotted him they'd rush down to attack him and bring all the Namu to him at once. And even he wasn't sure how many were up in those cliffs. Every and any way you looked at it, this was going to be tricky. And right after they made that cheap joke about Namus using stupid tricks too. At least no one heard that. Midoriya looked at the Nomas briefly to try and get a clue for what quirks they had, but no dice. They were all mostly humanoid with their animal aspects being secondary. If he was to hazard a guess, the humanoid Nomas instinctively stuck together while the animal Nomas instinctively ran rampant, charging off into the forest. It seemed that even Nomas had levels of organization and groups, even if only subconsciously. The first Namu they saw at the camp was the one by the cats and the students. That one had been human and was way further out than any of the other Nomas they'd seen. There were probably multiple Nomas with League of Villain members acting as spare muscle, meaning there were a few Nomas still at the camp if there had been more intruders than just the lizard guy and his friend. The Nomas still seemed to have some vague motor skills and instincts from their past lives. The humanoid ones knew how to punch, the animals knew how to hunt, but it seemed using advanced skills was beyond them. They usually had ones that worked with whatever they naturally did, making them relatively simple fighters with no large gimmicks. The humanoid Namus probably could use whatever their base quirk was in addition to the ones they'd been given, making them slightly more versatile and smart. This was making the humanoid Nomas sound like they were better in every way to animalistic Nomas. That would be because, for the most part, they were. The only thing the animals had over the humans was instincts. The animals were much more vicious, attacking without needing to be told. They were practically screaming for BLD. But that made them predictable, so the human Nomas were still better. And now they had to fight at least 7 at once. This was going to be a long night. They rushed straight in, moving towards what looked like the strongest Noma with Yamato still sheathed. The Nomas barely recognized or registered him at first, their brains reacting so slow that they couldn't realize what was happening right under their noses. Wraith pushed off a tree as he completely left the forest and charged into the brief open space between forest and cliffs where the Nomas were lumbering, some of them still standing up. It looked like they recently got there, so maybe they fell off the cliffs. Wraith silently skipped past 2 Namu and straight towards the one he thought looked the strongest, a huge thing with 4 arms and skin like a suit of armor. It blinked at him as he closed the distance, moving all the way from the forest to the Namu and covering 40 meters in 2 seconds. These Nomas had the physical reaction speed to hit him and kill him in a single hit. The problem with Noma was that it was so incredibly stupid it didn't realize it was even being attacked until Yamato was shot out of its sheath with a bullet, cleaving straight through the skull in a single hit without the giant oaf even trying to dodge. 3 seconds in and, finally, the Noma realized that instead of attacking they were being attacked and sprang to life. Immediately their lumbering motions as they waited for orders vanished as all 6 remaining Noma started to chase after Wraith. Wraith kicked off the giant's body, using it as a starting block to get a good run back to the forest and back to safety. Most of his style of speed came from pushing off objects, meaning he had a disadvantage in large open areas like the one the Nomas had been hanging out in, so it better played to his strengths to go back to the woods for this fight. It also was better to go out into unfavorable terrain to kill one Namu easily and risk getting spotted by multiple Namu, since the alternative was trying to lure the Nomas into the forest and that still risked getting spotted by multiple Namu. After going into the forest, they could either ditch the Nomas or lead the Nomas to someone else. The Nomas probably weren't supposed to attack League members, but with intelligence and track record of flattening each other, Wraith totally believed the Nomas would accidentally squash anyone not fast enough to outrun them. And one last thing before he got into this seriously: weapons. Wraith was still using Yamato despite having a pair of pistols, a kanabo, and a multifunctioning quarterstaff because Yamato was the strongest in almost every conceivable way. By leaps and bounds, none of the other weapons came close. The pistols were only useful when they had bullets to amp up their power, but that would involve reloading and Wraith barely had any free time to kill something, let alone reload a weapon. The polearms would get in the way of his Parker, so they were also a no-go. Some of the other minor weapons he had like the grenades and needles could be useful, like the fragmentation grenades the beast had stolen, but it was better to save those for a rainy day. The needles were just too weak to do anything reliably and were more for annoying an enemy than taking it in a serious fight. This is why Wraith had the displeasure of running away from 6 Namu with a sword in his hand that he couldn't really use at the moment. The Namu didn't stay still long enough for him to use the slash dimension, so he'd have to take them out in single strikes, which meant setting up more kill shots. Wraith kept an eye on the Nomas as they split up, each taking their own slightly different approaches to try and kill him. Some came from above, some came from the sides, and some charged straight at him. It didn't matter. He took to the trees as usual, jumping between them to create his own erratic movement and throw them off. He forced the Nomas to follow his pace, to enter his world, and to play his game. That way, he could best control himself. Then, he could control the terrain. And when you controlled yourself and the area, you could control the enemy. And that was how you won. 2 of the Nomas crashed into each other as they tried to chase him up a tree. And one lucky participant got a free sword facial as Midoriya jumped down again. This was the 3rd time they had done that trick tonight, but it meant he could only take out one of the 2 Nomas. Yamato didn't have enough reach and he wasn't fast enough to hit both Nomas in one fall, so that left one Namu still alive and still wanting to punt off Midoriya's head, and the Namu was fast enough to do it. That Namu had, however, just crashed and forgot to get up before it attacked, giving Midoriya the little leg up he needed to escape. This was why they tended to kill Nomas as soon as they saw them. Namu physically outclassed them in every way. In Hasu City, they used Slash Dimension to kill 4 Nomas before the ugly BSDRD could even get within 20 feet of him, making sure they didn't have a chance of hitting him back. Most top league pro heroes were a lot faster than him, like Nomas, so they could just keep pace with the things and go toe-to-toe. Both also didn't have much planning behind their movements though, so Midoriya and Wraith could keep up by planning in advance what the heroes or Nomas were going to do and reacting in advance, but that depended on the number of people they had to predict, which created the trouble he was having with these 5 Namu after his falling kill and initial kill. It took 30 seconds just to kill that one and 2 more Namu had come off the cliff and joined the fray, bringing their total Namu count back up to the original number of 7. It was like he didn't even kill any of them yet. It could be worse. Technically, if they hadn't gotten that rush kill at the start and that falling kill just there, they'd be dealing with 9 Nomas right now. And oh, wait. There was no real optimistic way to look at this. This was still said. SHT. Wraith grit his teeth, cursed in his heart of hearts, wondered what the FCK heart of hearts meant, and got to work. He weaved through the trees as the Nomas crashed through everything, making a mess as they confused themselves and each other while helping him build that distance he needed to get a good head off. He checked everyone's positions, nodding to himself. 9 humanoid Nomas, a tougher threat than anything he'd ever taken on before. But he could take 9 Nomas on SCRREE. And the 10th Namu swooped down from God knows where, striking from above as it tore through the forest and swooped in front of him, blocking his current route and forcing him to change plans. SHT. Midoriya took in the sight as the winged Namu swooped down, crashing into and crushing the trees. Unlike the bat Namu earlier, this thing had arms, legs, and wings, so it was still a humanoid type. It seemed to be at least a little smarter than the usual one since it had tried cutting him off, but that just put it in his line of fire instead of actually stopping him. The plans did change as that flying Namu bumped itself up to the top of the hit list, but the route did not. Wraith continued running straight forward, hopping up to the tops of the trees to reach the Namu's elevation and fight on equal terms. Its flapping motions made its height a little unsteady as it tried to stay level with him, screaming before diving straight at him. Branches and limbs snapped off on its body to foreshadow what would happen if their bodies collided. Behind him were more Nomas, jumping up to try and chase him through the treetops. They climbed and clambered up the nearby trees as they chased, trying to get as close as possible so they could tear him apart, and accidentally putting themselves in the way of the flying Namu. Wraith didn't bother trying to stab the new flying Namu in the head. That thing was too large and moving too fast. He could definitely try to, but if he did he was going to get body slammed by its corpse again and then get torn apart by the Nomas behind him if the initial impact didn't kill him. So he took the lazier option and used that verticality he built up to make an easy getaway. Wraith rushed straight at the flying Namu until the very last second, when he purposely fell off the tree and dropped like a stone, flying underneath the new Namu as it sailed over his head and crashed into some of the other Nomas. Wraith rolled to a stop back on the ground and took a look at his handiwork, inspecting the Nomas as they worked to untangle themselves and trying to find his next target. One Namu on its own. No, it was still moving. A pair of Namu who were both down. Wraith closed the distance to the duo and began slicing as they both struggled to get up, carving straight through one and hitting it in head while the other only lost most of both arms and the side of its face before the force of Nomas recollected themselves and forced Wraith to go back to running away. It didn't seem like much since he didn't get to kill that second Namu, but now it was much weaker while it regenerated and would likely fall behind. It was things like that which helped thin the herd for him and set up future kills. They just had to keep planning ahead, and a long tendril grabbed the tree he had tried to jump on and uprooted it, sending him flying into the air and ruining all those plans he was talking about. SHT. The Nomas saw him flying through the air, helpless and unable to change his direction without something to kick off, and proved they were at least smart enough to try and take advantage of his moment of weakness. Several of the Nomas jumped into the air to try and grab him. Wraith refocused as he spun through the air and locked back onto the incoming Nomas. He'd gotten sloppy and wasn't paying attention to where he'd been going. Now he was paying the price for his idiocy. 5 Nomas were hurtling through the air, their limbs extended as they tried to get closer and get a hold of him. He couldn't dodge their attacks since he was stuck mid-air, so he'd just have to break through them. Wraith Rashid Yamato, keeping a careful eye on the arms before performing the explosive drawing cut, slicing several limbs off in a single attack. The explosion gave him the power and speed he needed to cut through several arms at once and cover a large distance in a single swing, defending himself. Without the arms to grab him, their bodies harmlessly less dangerously crashed into him and changed his momentum. Wraith continued slicing, using their bodies as a surface to jump off of as he avoided their limbs and flails as he carved them to pieces using the portal function. He didn't turn the white lines covering their bodies into wounds yet, since that would activate their regeneration. He instead kept cleaving until he was sure he got a few headshots. He'd only need 2 or 3 to majorly turn this around SCR. And then the 10th Namu swooped in once again to FCK everything up, flying in from behind Midoriya while he wasn't paying attention and body checking him, sending him flying across the forest as his body skipped like a stone across the trees before crashing and rolling to a stop on stony ground. Wraith was too tired to keep complaining, and his spine hurt way too much between this and getting hit through a tree. He was having a rough night. Wraith looked up, making sure he still had Yamato and it was still in one piece after that last big hit. It had a few scratches from this mess but was mostly fine. It'd have to be. Wraith got his feet underneath him and jumped backward as the flying Namu swooped down, then pushed up and off a tree as another Namu tried to tackle him. Next, he moved from tree to tree as more Nomas charged into the clearing they were all making, demolishing trees like they were cardboard props and taking away more of his escape options. Wraith recollected himself as he took in the scenery properly before trying to do anything. He'd gotten greedy and messed up. This was going to be rough, no matter how they looked at it. Wraith ran up a Namu's body and jumped from the Namu to a nearby tree just as another Namu clobbered the first in an effort to hit him. They were going to run, break off this fight and build distance. Then they'd create a new favorable circumstance and restart the fight, trying to take on a smaller number, probably dealing with the faster Namu first and then circling back to deal with the slower ones. Wraith jumped over a charging Namu, jumping off its back to gain a little more height as he latched onto a tree, then rebounded off of it a second before a new Namu tackled the same point on the tree he'd just been, then copying his rebound as the new Namu jumped off the tree towards him. He let the Namu get close, waiting as long as possible before he purposely got closer to it and kicked off it right as the flying Namu swept back in and knocked the chasing Namu into next week with a single hit. Now Wraith looked down from the air, taking it all in. The Nomas were starting to get confused from his constant acrobatics below him. The flying Namu was circling back around above him, and not one of the Nomas were dead. I wonder where the little rat is hiding. Maybe I should ask the rat myself. Who was that? Wraith turned midair, confused at who else was this far from the action without bothering to join in. And what did they mean by the rat? A large figure was standing on the cliff, shouting so loudly that even Midoriya could hear him from the 60 or so meters they were from each other. He was facing away from Midoriya, laughing at something. This was just distracting him. It didn't matter overall. He'd just keep in mind that there was someone at the cliffs and avoid them. Besides, it didn't take a genius to know that a child would be killed in almost an instant by all these Namu. This at least helped him plan his escape route. He'd move away from the cliffs and deeper into the forest, probably towards the forest fire. Use that in the Noma's recklessness to cause some easy free damage. Help. It wasn't loud. He could barely hear it over the screams and wind. Hell, he wasn't even sure he heard anything as he took a quick second glance at the cliffs. Just beyond the large man, slowly backing away while trapped against the cliff's snow. Wraith deliberately turned the other way, focusing instead on the numerous problems they already had. He jumped off of a Namu's head and slid down its back as he finally touched down on the treetops again, moving in a quick circle as a Namu lunged to cut him off. I tried searching for somewhere with a nice view, and I ended up finding a little ratna on the list. The large man laughed as he stepped back, deliberately crossing his arms and not moving as Kota kept stumbling backward, unsure of what to do. Hey, by the way, you've got a nice hat there, kid. They couldn't hear what he said next, but Kota finally found his legs and ran away. Good for him. Oh, hey, something interesting finally happened over by Kota as the large man seemed to teleport with how quickly he moved, jumping around Kota and hitting the cliffside so he shattered it. The large man could somehow move at a speed similar to All Might. He was still slower, but since being the strongest was the only thing All Might had going for him, it was interesting to see, almost as interesting as paying attention. Kota might be alive now, but he was clearly going to die in a few seconds. That was just how the world worked. He was alive right now though. He was lucky to be alive right now and was only alive because the large man was toying with him. The large man was done toying around now and was a much bigger threat than any of these idiotic Namu. They should start to build distance before that man finished killing Kota. They weren't just going to let Kota die, they supposed to bank on it. Rely on the fact that Kota was going to die if they didn't do anything. Yes, because it was the safest option. The large man flexed his arm and something red overtook it, probably him activating his quirk. He likely did the same thing on his legs before he jumped around Kota. Come on. The large man was smiling as he stepped forward, something falling away from his face. Midoriya wasn't sure what it was as he danced over a Namu, ramming a needle into its eye as he prepared to turn away. Papa. Mama. They saw Kota's face, just for a second. His angry expression was gone, replaced by sheer terror and sadness as the child cried, frozen by emotions. That expression reminded him of himself, from a long time ago, and vaguely of a burning street. Wraith shook his head. They had made the right call. The large man was over 40 meters up a cliff from the edge of the forest, and they weren't even at edge. There was no way they could reach the criminal or Kota in time. Even if they did reach them, what were they going to do? Tank the hit instead of Kota and get their head punched off, and then Kota died anyway. Wraith sheathed Yamato so they could have both hands open as they ran away. Their guns wouldn't be able to deal any real damage to someone who could break stone just by moving without bullets, and Kota would be dead by the time they SWCH magazines. They couldn't take that guy in a fight anyway, especially with the Nomas still chasing them. Wraith took one last look at Kota as they moved. Why was Kota getting closer? And why was the cliff so close? Kota. Midoriya jumped off the final tree and hit the ground running like a madman as he screamed, only vaguely aware of what he was doing as he raced like a bat out of hell and quickly made his way to the cliff face, running straight up the first cliff as he tried to get there as fast as possible while keeping the large man's attention focused on him. What was going on? A plan. They had a plan. Why wasn't he following the plan? Why was he up here? Kota was going to get killed. They had to do something. Anything. Don't just run, attack. What did they have? Where were they going? Midoriya grabbed the cliff face with one hand to go up as fast as possible and grabbed for his belt, taking 2 tries before his hand latched onto Yamato. His fingers felt the quick draw mechanism as Midoriya got a bit more confidence in himself. Stay calm. Breathe. Focus. They couldn't get to Kota in time, but that just meant they needed to stop the villain's next attack. He could do that, right? What were they doing? Midoriya scampered up the next cliff and pointed Yamato's sheath at the large man, confident that if all else failed he was going to hit something as he pulled the ignition trigger and explosively launched Yamato through the air, nailing the larger man in the dome while he was still surprised and making him stagger for a second. Midoriya took a running jump up onto the final cliff and used Beowulf to pull himself up, rushing to go as fast as he could and get onto solid ground. The big guy was going to attack in another second. They needed to do something. Attack again. Midoriya used the pull function of his gauntlets again to pick up some gravel and small rocks as he stood, lobbing it all at the large man's face while he kept running, tackling Kota and rolling out of the way. The large man took the gravel and debris like it was nothing but blindly swung at where Kota had been, shattering the stony ground like it was a thin layer of ice and not several hundred tons of rock they all were standing on. He didn't shatter the entire cliff they were on, but his single punch created a large crater that blew everything and everyone back. Midoriya and Kota rolled to a stop, glancing over his shoulder as he finally got a second to breathe. OFCK. 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 Why was he here? They had a plan. Run away, leave, get out of here, survive. Now they were probably going to die. Midoriya looked up at the large man in front of them who shattered the ground with a single punch, who was now wiping the dirt from his face. Hey, who are you supposed to be? Huh? Can't tell you are with that mask on. So the weakling did at least realize how dead they were. Wraith could see the Nomas coming for them from the forest, making their way back to them. He glanced back at Kota, who was still a mess. The kid was definitely panicking. He looked over at the large man in front of him who ditched his cloak entirely now, showing off his body with a smile. This villain was even bigger than he looked from afar, with large muscles and an ease of movement that came from practice. This guy didn't just have a good body. He was good with his body. He had an unspoken confidence and control as he towered over both of them, working his shoulder in circles while smiling. Good. Just killing one was barely going to be a warm-up. You look a lot tougher. They should run. They couldn't take him, especially not on a cliff with no good places to run to or hide on. This wouldn't end well for them. He definitely should have run. It didn't make any sense not to. But it didn't make any sense that he was here either. It was like his legs started moving on their own. Midoriya wasn't sure what was going on, but here he was, stuck face to face with a real villain, and he didn't even have Yamato after he threw it. Midoriya's eyes quickly scanned scenery before finding the sword, discarded into the side. Midoriya pulled it to himself with the Beowulf gauntlets as the Nomas began to arrive, still screaming. SHT, sit. Why had he been so stupid? Why couldn't he just run away and follow the plan? Wraith laid it out so clearly. If they wanted to live and join all for one, all they had to do was run away. Why couldn't he do that? Kota stuttered and sniffed behind him, still sounding scared as he tried to process everything that was happening to him. The large man laughed in front of him, stretching his right arm as he prepared to throw another punch with casual ease. The Nomas circled around him on all sides, creating an inescapable mess as they trapped him inside. He understood why almost everyone was here, everyone except for one. Kota's hideout. The big guys invading. The Nomas wanted to kill him. All of that made sense. His problem and confusion were all with the last person here, himself. Why the FCK was he there? Midoriya stood on the cliffside, completely clueless as to why he was there. He was surrounded by Nomas, face to face with a real villain, and stuck between that villain and some random unlucky child. But why the FCK was he there? Midoriya looked around, trying to find a way out of this mess, but no dice. There were Nomas in every direction, even straight up as the flying Namu hovered over everything. Even if he could just make a straight run out of here, Midoriya doubted the large man in front of him would allow it. The big guy was definitely over 6 feet tall, maybe around 6.5 feet tall. He wore a tank top, baggy briefs, and combat boots, likely for the best mobility. The tank top stayed out of the way of his arms. The baggy brief gave him a lot of room to move his legs, and the boots should give good traction. Midoriya knew all that because his own outfit was designed with the exact same things in mind. A bodysuit to keep close to his body and stay out of his way while providing cover, baggy brief that held things while being loose enough that his legs could move a lot, and custom shoes that could grip a lot of surfaces while he parkoured. Midoriya finished taking in the sights and looked at what he had. some grenades, a pair of pistols, and a whole bunch of weapons that were useless. If he just had a second to switch from Yamato to a more appropriate weapon, but none of his other weapons would help either. What, are you trying to save him? Seriously, arriving out of nowhere just to help some brat's definitely something a hero would do. The muscular man started laughing and showed off his quirk now. Midoriya had vaguely seen it from afar, but now he could actually tell what was happening up close. Muscle fibers sprouted from the man's skin, latching on and replicating the muscles underneath his skin to increase his strength to ludicrous levels. Your kind show up everywhere, talking about justice. Still, I've gotta admit it. I don't have a FCK clue who you are. The man laughed again as he raised a single hand, still not taking this seriously. If Midoriya could get in one good attack while this guy still wasn't paying attention, he could win. But did he have the will to actually kill someone? Still, I'm not picky and you seem pretty strong. This could be fun. He got into a real fighting pose, showing off his face in the moonlight. Bright hair, some shade of blonde probably. But the biggest detail was his left eye, specifically his lack of one. His left eye was a fake, meaning that they should lead their attacks in from that side. I'll make sure to torment you properly, so show me you BLD. The large man went to leap forward, but Wraith had already taken the initiative and advanced. This opponent was fast, but they had a sword. Even with a ton of muscles simply couldn't block a regular sword, let alone Yamato. They both lunged towards each other, the muscular man jumping through the air while Wraith dove underneath him, making the man strike the ground. While the man struck the wrong thing, Wraith turned, since he was still on the ground and expected this, and took the opportunity to go straight for the man's neck from behind. If he could sever this man's neck, they'd win. This was no time for morals. This was life or death. The moral debate of killing became irrelevant as their sword missed entirely, striking where the muscle guy had been just a moment prior. He dodged their sword strike by continuing to move forward, then spinning around to face them. What? Went straight for the neck. Holy shit, you need to calm down. He laughed as he spread out his arms. Enjoy this a little. You don't often get to enjoy a fight like this. Oh, sit, I forgot why we're here. Wraith continued to advance with more sword strikes, carving through the air with lethal intent but unable to strike the opponent in a one-on-one setting. While they were going head-to-head, the muscular man was just too fast. He'd have to throw off the man's guard or attention to get a good hit in. We're supposed to be looking for some brat. Lot older than that shrimp though. The man stopped stepping back as he walked back into one of the Nomas who were watching the fight eagerly, not even glancing back as he grabbed the Noma with one hand and hurled its entire body at Midoriya like he was throwing a brick. He had a casual air about him as he watched Midoriya dive out of the way of the flailing Noma, continuing the conversation like they were having a walk through the park. Where's the kid called Bakugo? Wraith froze for just a second in complete confusion. Bakugo? Why on earth would anyone need to find him of all people, especially the League? Was this all an overly elaborate assassination plan? I still have to do my job if I want to keep killing, after all. Now the man dived forward without any Noma, going in for another punch as his arms swung wide and easy in a clothesline, meant to hit him and send him flying backward. It was also an easy target for Yamato. This guy wasn't a Namu, he couldn't regenerate. That meant they could pick at him and wear him down, starting with that arm. Wraith raised his sword after dodging the thrown Noma and braced to take the arm in a head-on collision, leaning into the strike as he brought his sword down to sever the arm at the shoulder, then instead rolled forward as his opponent switched from a clothesline into a spinning kick in just a second, almost taking Wraith's head off in one hit. What happened to enjoying this, huh? Wraith rolled to his feet and stood, keeping the sword pointed at the muscular man as the giant laughed, clearly eager. The hell you talking about? I'm enjoying this, sit out of this, and so you can talk. The man laughed as he fully turned, keeping a small gap between himself and Midoriya. Does that mean you don't know where that Bakugo kid is? I'm gonna say so. Who cares about that guy with all this fun right here? Alright then, let's play. The man's legs bulked up as he created more muscles underneath his breath, then jutted forward for a more serious attack. The man took to the air again, jumping through as he went for a kick against Midoriya. Wraith focused entirely on dodging now, jumping to the side into the man's bad side with his missing eye so that the man couldn't see exactly what he was doing. Wraith couldn't counterattack though as the man was too fast, rushing past Wraith with his kick before hitting the ground and going for a second one in the time it would have taken Wraith to set up just one attack. You're fast. No BLD yet, but this is still great. This is what I wanted. This is so fun. The man grinned like a demon as he picked up the pace, going faster and faster with the kicks. He seemed to be limiting himself as he barraged kicks from every direction, walking forward to close the distance while Wraith was entirely focused on dodging. But Wraith was starting to slip. The legs got closer and closer as he tried to keep dodging. Then one brushed his arm. Then the next clipped his coat. Finally one struck him in the body, sending him flying back into a Noma. Why'd you run all the way here to save that brat? Then all you do is run away. You're so weird. I love it. Save what brat? Midoriya was just trying to stay alive right now. He didn't have time to save anyone. He barely had time to think. Midoriya was sent into a Noma by Muscular's kick and used the opportunity to thin the herd a little bit, angling himself, before he crashed into the Noma and shoving Yamato through its skull as they hit each other. They keep pushing Yamato through the Namu's skull as the two fell off the cliff and onto the level below. Wraith drew Yamato out of the Namu before impact, otherwise they'd risk shattering the sword from falling, and kicked off the Namu to negate a little bit of the fall before turning to face Muscular again, and then kept on turning as he jumped backward to avoid Muscular's heel smashing straight through where he had been. The Namu he'd fallen down with, and the ground below it all. The Namu turned into a splatter on the ground in a second by a missed attack, its upper body completely gone. Muscular jumped back, his arm now caked red. DMN, you killed that fucker that quickly, beating me to the punch. Wraith collected his feet under himself and got back into an orthodox guard as Muscular landed, but started to attack while Muscular talked. Muscular turned to face him right as the sword came in to chop off his throat. Muscular's arm seemed to fur as he grabbed the dead Namu's legs and slammed them into Midoriya's side, crushing Midoriya's attack, lobbing him into the cliff's wall with a strange crunch. That was probably one of Midoriya's ribs. See, this it, I'm tellin' ya. You ain't like those S in the league. Now show me some BLD. Midoriya rolled off the wall, his arm instinctively clawing at his dented side as the air rushed out of his lungs. That one hurt. His head was a little woozy, his legs felt heavy, but he wasn't done yet. He couldn't be. Right. He had to make it through this too. To do something. He couldn't remember what. He kind of had bigger things to deal with right now, like that right straight aimed at their head. You're fast, dome head. Wraith deliberately fell down as Muscular punched, moving underneath the punch before rising to slash at Muscular's body while he was underneath Muscular's arm and out of sight. He could confirm a hit off of a missed attack, then but not fast enough. Muscular's knee clobbered Midoriya in the face. By ducking underneath the punch, Midoriya literally ran into the attack and was punished for trying to look into the future instead of focusing on the present. But Midoriya wasn't sure he could have done anything about that even if he was paying attention, as he went flying backward again, slamming once more into the wall of the cliff as the world went hazy. Your quirk makes you pretty fast and pretty durable, but compared to me, Muscular monologued while approaching the slumped figure leaning against the cliff wall. It looked like the cliff was supporting him more than his own two legs. This was about over. Your quirk's just a worse version of mine. My quirk generates so many muscles they can't even be contained by my skin, making me way tougher, faster, and leagues stronger than you. What am I trying to say? Muscular walked over to the Ragdoll lying limply against the cliff wall that tried to move, slowly putting its legs under itself before Muscular suddenly rushed in. I quote him bragging. You understand what I'm saying? The figure in front of him took a few steps forward and wildly swung the blade, like SWNGNG, a base bat. Muscular jumped backward before he stepped back in and punted the guy several feet into the air while his word was out of the way. Right now, I can't help but laugh. You're rushing in to save somebody when you can't even save yourself. This it's hilarious. The guy in the weird outfit flew through the air nicely. He was pretty light and got good height off of that, but it didn't feel right. That's why. The masked guy was thrown into the air and struck one of the watching freaks in the stomach, then sprung back to life as he grabbed the Namu by the skull with one hand and rammed his fancy metal stick through one of its eyes, then jumped down while still holding the Namu to bring it down with him. He then hurled the falling Namu at Muscular, trying to set himself up for an attack. Muscular caught the falling and spasming Namu by the skull, then glanced past it to look for his playmate, suddenly twisting his entire body as a sword came out of his blind spot. Muscular threw the Namu at his opponent as he foe-sliced, watching in awe as the Namu was cut in half with just a single cut. DMN, no wonder you're always fishing for those sword swings. You got some moves in you yet, but you need to be honest with yourself. The masked figure pushed past the Namu he cut in half, going in for another attack and missing by a wide margin as Muscular easily sidestepped him. Now that Muscular knew what the masked guy could do with his sword, he was gonna keep a closer eye on it. With that little trick out of the way, this fight was basically over. We both know it. The figure charged in as Muscular jumped back, grabbing another Namu off the cliff by the leg and throwing it forward so fast it got whiplash. The Namu flailed into the figure and got cut in half from the top of its head all the way to the pelvic bone. No regeneration in the world was saving that sit-stain. But Muscular didn't care about those freaks. While that freak show got FCK wrecked, Muscular jumped right in after it. The figure's sword was out of position because he just cut a Namu in half, meaning Muscular was free to attack. HITME. Muscular started by punching the masked guy once in the stomach since his arms were out of the way. Muscular's fist hit right in the solar plexus, knocking the air out of his prey and setting up his next attack. The figure stumbled back, now out of breath and confused as he swiped wildly with his sword and proved Muscular right. He missed by a mile as Muscular stepped around him, getting behind the masked figure and grabbing him by the head. The figure flailed for a second, trying to swing and hit Muscular in the arm with his sword, but Muscular attacked too quickly. Muscular swept the masked man's legs out from under him and stepped forward, slamming him headfirst into the ground with enough force to shatter rocks. There was a cracking sound as he finally broke that black mask, and Muscular smiled as he let go of the man's head and admired his work. Beneath him the figure lay, his sword arm going limp as he spaced out. Muscular could really smell the BLD. Really get into it now. I told you, you're too slow to him me. Seriously, what a FCK joke. Muscular walked over and punted the guy in the ribs, flipping him over as he laughed. Seriously, was that all you had, hero? P&K. Everything hurt. He hadn't felt like this in a long, long time. He felt like Sid. Everything felt like Sid. Where was he? He was looking up and seeing stars, so did that mean he was? He must be at school. Bakugo and his friends must have beaten him up again. He grunted in pain and agitation as someone shouted over him. They were so loud and laughing. He just wanted to go to sleep. ... All you had, hero. P&K. ... Hero. Midoriya's eyes peered open again, struggling against his body to look and terrified that they bothered to. Someone terrifying was standing over him, a huge guy with weird muscles on the outside. And beyond that guy were monsters, giant monsters. He'd seen those monsters before, somewhere. It didn't matter. His head hurt too much. He didn't want to think anymore. Water hose. Water what now? He leaned back against the ground, feeling a weird object in his hand. He was holding a weird stick thing. Papa, Mama, someone was talking again. They sounded young. He could barely see them standing on the cliff above. That kid looked sad as he stood there, shouting, but he looked pretty brave as he was surrounded by monsters and still shouting. Did you torment them like that, too, before you killed them? Killed? Who killed? His head was swimming as he tried to think. Seriously? Your parents were heroes. The big guy turned away from him and started to approach the kid as he spoke. Your parents were. Everything faded out to be replaced by a high-pitched pinging noise as his ears rang before coming back into focus. ... Who them that my left eye is an artificial eye now. He started to get his bearings again as he tried to breathe and instead spit up BLD. He coughed, wriggling as the BLD stuck to his face. What was going on? He was wearing some stupid outfit that stuck to him, and there was something covering his head and eyes. His helmet was broken, and there were definitely a few SHRDS of something in his face. It really hurt. It's your fault. It's because of guys like you. The kid was back. He looked up again, straining to see that kid on the cliffs who was talking. That it always turns out like this. Turned out like what? He was so confused now. He just wanted to close his eyes and pass out. He'd done through all of middle school and he turned out fine. Wait, ... WAS and he done with middle school? Kids are always shifting the blame like that. That's no good. The big muscular guy spoke up to Kota, getting closer to the cliff and further from him. It's not like I've got a grudge about this eye or anything, you know. I just wanted to kill and those two wanted to stop me. The large muscular man spread his quirk over his entire body as the Nomas began to lean back, aware of what was about to happen without the large man saying anything to them. It was the result of all of us doing what we wanted. What's wrong is wanting to do something you're unable to do, like your mommy and dad. The white fog that had begun to fill the air spread up the cliff as the man held down a button on Yamato. He didn't bother speaking as his thumb moved a little. SWCH, which quirk was active as the white fog began to cling to everything. The wind carried it up and away from the man's body, keeping him safe as he said the button just before the cloud reached the small child crying on the cliffs above. The result was almost instant as the Nomas began to scream, being shredded to pieces by the slash dimension of what was practically a dead man lying on the floor. He waited a good second to get up after the fog cleared, looking around. It was messy. Lot of BLD on the cliff. The Nomas that had been on the same level as him were eviscerated, having not reacted in time. The Nomas left were the ones on the cliff above, having stayed to watch the spectacle of the man getting beaten to death from a distance. It looked like it paid off in the end for them. The man felt the wind blow through his helmet and onto his face as he slowly lifted Yamato to look at it one last time as everyone tried to process what just happened. He only got this far because of it. It had managed to kill 5 more Nomas in a single hit with the right setup in just 5 seconds of prep time. Kota was the first to react, amazed. He ran to the edge and slid down, with the cliff face now scarred and partially destroyed by his attack. You, Kota, go. The monster and the man both knew what happened with a small smile, pointing to the main building. ... Run. You did it, you did it. You got him. Kota ran up next to him, ignoring his words and the monsters who were left standing. Kota didn't notice. Of course he didn't. He was just a kid. You really got him. Kota, get going now. He wasn't mad as he came to. He figured Kota wouldn't be able to, but he had to try. just get going. Try to get back to the main building. They're waiting for you. Come on, get up. Those monsters are going to move any second now. Kota glared at the Namu and tried to pull him up, but he lightly pushed the boy away. Stop telling me to run. We can get away now. No, Kota, you don't understand. Midoriya was still lying on his back, fully aware of the path he put himself on now as he watched the sky, trying to conserve energy and just keep breathing. You need to go. Run. Get to the camp. Quickly, but why? Get up. They're going to move soon. The Nomas aren't going to move, Kota, because something was finally coming back down after moving out of the way, having jumped with so much force and speed that he accidentally launched himself too far into the air. From his vantage, Midoriya saw it coming clear as day, which was why he grabbed Kota with strength he didn't have and lobbed the child off the cliff to the next level below, just to buy the kid a few seconds longer to live. I missed. Muscular landed like a thunderbolt, shattering the ground with an enormous smile. He had coated himself with muscle when he noticed the strange white substance sticking to his boots and launched himself into the air to escape the attack, and it was a good thing he did. The final cliff was caked with BLD from those freaky fuckers he brought along. That attack really was something, but it's so obvious once you figure it out. If you touch the white sit, you get cut. That's why your sword's so sharp. Right. The masked figure rolled over and forced his way up, crouching more than standing as he clung to his sword. Silver and brown hair now flowed out from under the mask and he could see cloth over where his opponent's eyes were. That was a good attack, Demon, good attack. Thought you were dead, but you keep on pulling out more surprises. Now I'm PSS that I didn't take you seriously. This guy really wanted to save the kid. How many of the Nomas were dead from this one guy? How many league members? FCK if he cared. This was the best. Yes, this really was the best. Now I've got to keep going. Come on, come on. Playtime's over. I want to see what you're made of. All of a sudden I want to tear you apart. And that means first, we got to deal with that little kid. Muscular zoomed forward like he was going to attack the shrimp, and sure enough, his opponent moved to try and stop him. Instead of going for the kid though, Muscular stopped dead right in front of Midoriya, coating his arm in muscle and throwing a single punch. Crrrang. Muscular's fist hit the sword with so much force that the blade cracked right there, bending on the spot. Muscular launched that fucker with his first hit. All your attacks start with that sword. Wabam! The next punch walloped his opponent and sent him flying straight to his precious little sword. Without it, you can't do sit. Muscular seemed to teleport as he used his quirk fully again, appearing above where the figure was and grabbing him by the neck. He lobbed the figure through a tree, then grabbed the tree and threw that towards the figure too. Yes, come on. He ran forward as the figure lurched out of the way of the tree, still standing. Yes, Muscular's arm grew in size as he prepared his final attack, forming a fist as he approached. Scream, beg, show, me, BLOOD, Kota, Mao, Kaminari. He looked up last time at the giant approaching. He was barely able to even stand anymore. His legs teetered as he closed his eyes, smiling sadly. Mom, I'm so sore he didn't feel anything. No, that wasn't right. He couldn't feel anything. It was like his entire body was made of lead. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, and could barely even think. Was he thinking? He was at the camp. Then, Yamato. Where was Yamato? His eyes slowly opened as feeling began to return. There was something wet covering his right eye, dripping down his head. It was red and obscured his vision, making it difficult to see. He was laying against something. The world was spinning. Everything was dark. Kota, where was Kota? Midoriya groaned, then made the mistake of breathing. His lungs felt like they were filled with ice, and there was a stabbing sensation as he tried to breathe, racking his body with pain. Yes, now he could start to feel again. His entire body was in agony now, mangled and laying against a broken tree like a discarded doll. He couldn't even lift his head, let alone get up. The warmth was starting to leave his body. His heartbeats felt agonizing, like there was a knife in his heart. Everything was pain. Midoriya blearily looked past the BLD dripping down his face. Muscular punched him. That's what happened. In front of him, Midoriya could roughly see the path his body took after being punched by following the trail of snapped branches. The punch didn't send him flying far, but it didn't need to. It did its job. He could see someone laughing in the distance, moving in slow motion. That was him. Muscular. He was still laughing. How long ago did he get punched? Every second felt like an eternity. Trapped within his own body and barely able to move without putting himself into agony as Muscular slowly and confidently walked over in what seemed to be slow motion. Midoriya leaned back, just trying to focus on breathing. It was extremely painful, and every new body part he regained feeling of was a new thing to add to the pain. That last punch definitely overpowered the muscle suit's energy absorption, and then he went flying through everything and crashed here. That was the order of events as he could put it together. In the distance, Kota was crying and screaming. He didn't even try to run, Diamond brat. The kid probably didn't even remember the Nomas everywhere. They were only staying still because Muscular wanted to kill both of them himself to ensure that they couldn't get away. Kota didn't stand a chance, did he? Yamato. Where was Yamato? Midoriya slowly pried himself up and managed to move his neck, getting some real movement finally. He could see the sword just a little ways away. Muscular really did live up to his promise of sending him right after his sword. The sword had a bend in the middle where it was punched. Not a huge bend, probably just 10 or 20 degrees. But that still ruined the sword, and he still wasn't even talking about the new cracks in it. He'd have to reforge the whole thing. No, he wouldn't get the chance. Midoriya's chest wasn't feeling any better as he slumped, trying to focus past the incredible pain in his chest. He needed to get up. He needed to do something. Why? Why had he been so stupid as to go back and try to fight? All he had to do was leave Kota. Now they both were going to die. Oh, I wouldn't know about that if I were you. It had a sing-songy and young voice as someone looked down at him, smiling. Nope. Good try though. A small child sat above him, having just appeared from seemingly thin air. He wore a jacket a few sizes too big and baggy brief. His hair was long and shaggy, spoofing out in every direction while his face was vague blur beneath the mess. Somehow though, Midoriya could tell the boy was smiling despite seeing no mouth. Good try. On all of this, really. You tried. The child definitely Kota or one of the students, so that meant it was probably with the league. Right. Midoriya connected enough thoughts to look around and really take in the scenery. The night sky that seemed to be growing darker by the moment, the strangely hushed sound of the leaves rusting and Muscular laughing, and his own strained breathing. It all seemed to move in slow motion, likely the effect of some sort of quirk. Nope. Good try again. The child lay in the grass next to him. Midoriya didn't know how he knew where the child was when he couldn't even turn his head to check, but it was just a feeling he got, like knowing where your arm was without looking. Keep going. You're smart, and you're almost done. The pain he just went through. Did he have head trauma? Midoriya really started to take in the BLD running down his face as he accepted that he probably had at least a little head trauma. No, not a little. The strange pain as he tried breathing, the dimness in his eyes, the PND in his ears. Yeah. The child nodded without entering Midoriya's line of sight, smiling sadly. He knew what the child was doing without looking. And just like his looming death, it was starting to come together. Yeah. Again the child nodded before sitting up, telling Midoriya what he already knew. If you're lucky you have a punctured lung, that takes an hour or so to kill. If you're not. He was talking, but his mouth wasn't moving. He knew what the child was doing without looking. He was probably in a hallucinatory state from being so close to death. Probably. Your FCK. Every way to Sunday. The kid didn't pull punches as they lay there, quietly watching the world go black. The first brain function to go would be vision. And then, he couldn't. Remember, should have paid a little more attention when he was researching first aid. But the kid made it clear how little the what-ifs mattered. Even if there weren't any villains, no one here could save you from a rib through the heart. At least it's stuck in. You'd be dead way faster if the rib fell out. Yeah, if he got stabbed in the heart, he was already dead. No one on site could save him. Emergency services were too far away, and that wasn't even accounting for all the villains. Out of all the people who die here, to something as stupid as a camp attack, he really didn't think he'd be one of them. Especially not the first. He blamed the Nomas. There were way too many of them, and all the heroes on site were way too weak to deal with even one. The only hope the rest had for Inama was Pixie Bob, who got one shot. Like a beach. One blow to the head and she was out like a light. Meanwhile, here he was, reminiscing before he died with some kid he hallucinated. Who was, really thought you would have hallucinated Wraith. The monster was the first you made. The man is the closest to your ideals. And yet, it leaned up, flashing a smile. It got me. The world was getting noticeably dimmer except for the few parts of the kid he could see, but that was probably just because of how dark it was. He no longer had the night vision built into his mask since that broke. BLD was getting into his right eye. And to top it all off, he was still wearing Ken's bandana. He was gonna die as he lived, looking like a FCK idiot. It wasn't even sad. It was just funny how pathetic he went out. But while sight was one of the first functions to be lost, it was unlikely that he lost it so quickly if Muscular was still walking over in this strange slow-motion world. Time seemed to be at a standstill now. Maybe he really did have a quirk and it only activated way too FCK late. Wouldn't that be ironic? He had a quirk the whole time. He could stop time by killing himself. Actually, that was still more useful than some quirks. It was just useful only once and then never again. He could see various moments throughout his life. Most of them were recent. Fighting Mal, meeting Aiko, playing golf with his mom. Wait, what was this? Was his brain making his own depressing death scene for him? The brain replays moments from its past in desperate situations to try and find a way to survive. My life flashing before my eyes. It's just a survival mechanism. Midoriya smiled grimly. At least, he tried to. His body control wasn't very good right now, especially with the pain making him tense up. Just to talk. Just to remind us of some things before we go. Just to make us think. The child sat on a rock next to him, smiling as it stared down despite not having a mouth. Midoriya's gaze slowly tilted upward as his eyes lost focus. He grit his teeth at that annoying memory. He would have lived if he didn't run towards Kota. He would have lived if he stayed with the group and didn't try to even find Kota, and he certainly would have lived if he just accepted all for one's offer way back whenever that was and never came to this city camp. Everything that got him here was his own indecision, his own mistake. If he just made a snap decision earlier and stuck with it, he'd be fine now. UA was sit. Heroes were sit. They already knew that. And yet, here you are, coming out to this camp which definitely should have been a trap, trying to teach kids to be their very best and make your future job a lot harder. And to one-up all of that, trying to take on a whole bunch of nomas and a real villain for some kid who thinks you're full of sit. The problem with talking to someone who was in your head was that they always knew what you were thinking. So his last moments weren't going to be peaceful, but annoyed and disgruntled. He didn't even get to say goodbye to his mom. So this was how she found out about the vigilante stuff. Man, he was in a hole. If he could do it all again. I'd do it again. His mouth hurt to move, probably, because he bit his cheek or something. But he was definitely being a D. For some reason, he knew if he had the chance, he'd do it all again. If he could stand, if he could run, he'd get right back up again and charge. But while he knew that he would do it all again in a heartbeat, he didn't know why. Why did you do it? The child was looking directly at him again. Midoriya could feel the gaze on his face and managed to shift, instead catching sight of the massive man as he walked over, slowly, and looked at Midoriya. Why would you do it? Midoriya didn't answer. He instead focused his eyes on the large person who strode towards him, laughing all the while. It looked like his number was punched. Muscular was probably going to stomp on his head and kill him now. He didn't even get to pass out before dying and miss some of the pain. This was going to hurt. So, since he had nothing to do, he went with his memories as he thought over everything, reminiscing on the past. Why did he rush over to Kota when every fact in the world told him he should just run away? Why did he come to this city camp, even though he already knew UA was a waste of time? Why didn't he join with One for All immediately when offered the chance of a lifetime to get on the same level as Mao or Kirishima? There was no reason to it, no logic behind it. It didn't make sense because it couldn't ever make sense. Thinking about why he did things the way he did, there was only one good explanation other than he was crazy. But why? I wanted to come to this camp. But why? Midoriya stared eye to eye with Muscular, completely baffled and back to square one. But why wouldn't I want to be successful and join All for One? Why did I want to come to the middle of bumfuck nowhere and teach some fakes? Why the FCK was I stupid enough to want to fight him? Midoriya stared up in a mixture of confusion and horror at the massive imposing figure of the villain approaching, fully covered in muscles larger than Midoriya's body. In a single hit, that man had done more damage to Midoriya than all the Nomas Midoriya had ever accomplished across his entire career. FCK. That villain had done more in one punch than Maruko or Gang Orca ever did when Midoriya fought them. Why in the flying FCK did he want to fight that guy? He'd seen a few of his moves in advance, and even Wraith didn't think they could take them. He was too fast for their teleportation, too strong for their body armor, and all of that was before the Muscular guy got serious. Even the idea of trying to fight Muscular seemed idiotic to him now, but he just got crushed by him. Literally, Midoriya would have laughed. But he both didn't have the energy and didn't want to push the rib into his heart anymore. He should have wanted to peacefully slide away instead of feeling all this shit. But he didn't. But now he was really trying to think, to figure out why he'd done all that stupid shit. He wanted to know why. Even when he should be so sorry to his family, he was so sure he'd rush back and again even against that monster of a villain. Why wasn't he wanting to just die painlessly? Why did he want to get his legs underneath him one last time? It was pointless. He was already dying, and no one could save him. Kota's not, though. Kota was still not running, standing just a little ways away and screaming his head off while throwing something at the villain. Stupid kid couldn't even run away right. Wasn't that like him? Midoriya couldn't run away correctly either. And the fact that he was lying there with his ribs broken and his heart bleeding was proof. Midoriya's flashback ran through it all again. They'd both been alone. They'd both been scared. They both didn't like this heroing world anymore. Did that mean he stayed because he wanted to help someone who was like him, just because they were similar? Because he could see himself in Kota? No, it couldn't have been. Otherwise, what was the point of saving Bakugo? Muscular was starting to fully focus on Kota, turning to face him now that the kid got his attention. Was he just going to lie back and watch? Why did he bother to train Kaminari, some kid he met by accident? Why'd he go out of his way and spend a whole week with the kid to train him? Midoriya took a deep breath in and powered through the pain, spitting BLD as his eyes came into focus. Why did he bother to come out to this camp and try to create heroes to beat him? Why did he go on a tirade of defeating Yakuza for an entire week nonstop? The child laughed, seeming to fade into the background as his face became distinct. Midoriya barely noticed though as he put some strength in his arms. He wasn't done, not yet. He had one last thing he had to do. Why the FCK did he decided to dress up like a dumbass and parade the streets? What made him decide to keep going? 1 year ago, when he got into his first real fight, why was he the Ronin? Midoriya leaned forward, trying to pull himself up with sheer determination before lurching backward as his muscles gave in before rising again through the muscle suit, forcing himself to get out of the dirt and get up. He just needed to get up one more time. Heroism's like a bad punchline these days. But it's time for our curtain call anyway, so what do you say? The muscle suit did most of the work for Midoriya's failing body as he lurched upright, forcing himself through the pain to get up. One strike. He just needed to stay alive long enough for one last strike. One last joke for the road. The mystery smiled as he faded away, confident. Not all dreams could be attained, but that didn't mean they weren't worth pursuing. I think you've got your answer now, Izuku. Why did he do it? Why did he do anything? Because he wanted to, that's why. And what did he want? He wanted to fight. He wanted to help people. He wanted to save people. He wanted to be a hero. As the dust settled and debris cleared, Muscular took a step back to look at his handiwork. One punch and the whole show was done already. Little disappointing, but he didn't think they'd get this far. He hadn't gotten serious in a long time, a real long time. Muscular smiled as he walked through the woods to check out his latest victim, uprooting and breaking trees in his way with a backhand as he came forward. The masked figure was falling apart after that one. His mask was shattered, he was stuck in the ground, and BLD dripped from his body. Muscular's smile got bigger as he smelled the BLD, his eye taking in such an appealing sight. He loved it when people started to break like this, but he needed more. What, was that all you had? Muscular laughed as he picked up a tree, smiling from ear to ear while staring down the figure. His eyes were bleary and unfocused and fading fast. Muscular flexed his hand, shattering the tree with his grip strength. Some cheap tricks and a fancy sword. You're done already. The only response was a slight shift as the figure slumped over more. He was already dead probably. Their time together had been fun, but all good things had to come to an end. Muscular laughed again, disregarding safety as he tossed the pieces of the tree to the side and went in to crush the guy's head with a boot, finally getting close and personal with his toy. If that guy was alive, enough for a counterattack. Muscular kind of wanted to see it. He strode over and pulled back his boot as something hit his back. It had practically no force behind it and slid right off his muscles. But it stopped him for a second as he tried to figure out what just happened. Water. What the FCK? Sint. Stop it. A kid was standing behind Muscular, with both arms extended towards the large villain. His expression was something fierce and angry, but his legs were shaking. Now that was good spirit, real good spirit. He liked this punk. Muscular stared at him for a whopping 5 seconds before he burst out into laughter. Holy shit, I totally forgot about you. My bad, kid. Muscular touched his prosthetic eye, changing it out as he spoke casually. I thought you'd at least try to run or something, but seriously, you're still right here. What, you miss your parents that much? Shut up, shut up. The kid was crying a charter now as he raised his hands like he was gonna try to fight with that weak quirk of his. Muscular fit his new eye in, making sure it was a stable connection while he had a minute. This was pretty much all done already. Well, since I've got a spare second, Muscular checked the time. He'd get started combing through the camp in a few seconds, but first his body didn't bulk up to its full size this time cause it didn't need to. He was going for another one-hit kill, just like the one he used on this brat's parents. His fist would crush the kid's body, leaving him to die slowly and painfully and give Muscular another appealing sight. His legs bent as he prepared to jump forward. Here, let me send you to M. Bam! Something ricocheted off the back of Muscular's head and made him stop, nearly falling off balance as he took a second to think about what just happened. Something just hit him in the back of the head. What? The old mask bounced off of Muscular's head before rolling to a stop. He slowly turned, first taking in the mask. Then his eyes fed further back into the forward towards the shambling shape. The corpse swayed with every step as he walked forward, barely conscious anymore as he activated Beowulf's pull function, plucked Yamato from the ground. The bend wasn't that bad, but the cracks were pretty serious. Whoever found this thing was going to have a hell of a time trying not to break it if he didn't beat them to the punch. Holy shit, are you for real? Muscular smiled widely as he pivoted his entire body to face his opponent, spreading his arms as he laughed. You're still standing. Holy shit. BLD swelled in his mouth as he tried to speak, having to cut himself off to spit it out. He clumsily tried to sheath Yamato, planting his feet as he shifted into position. The world was spinning. His body felt clammy, irrelevant. Focus, Kota, run, now. Midoriya found his grounding as he continued to move forward and shoved Yamato into the sheath, blade scraping on the inside of the sheath from its bend. He clawed at the bandana over his eyes, ripping it off as he lurched again. You still care about that sit? Seriously? Muscular laughed as he prepared to launch another attack. The Nomas came forward to watch, seeming excited. They wouldn't do anything without orders, so all he had to do was kill Muscular and Kota would be safe. He just needed to get one hit, one last strike. He could endure until that moment, still caring about all this hero bullshit when you're about to die. You're a funny guy, Kota. Midoriya didn't have a lot of time or a lot of air left. His grasp on reality was slipping. He could barely stand and his whole body felt stiff. This speech was going to be short. I can't help you. ... What? The young boy was confused, but Midoriya was just being honest. He staggered forward, gauging the distance through tired eyes. His body wasn't going to make it. He'd have to rely on the muscle suit and luck for this. He just needed to keep his grip. As long as he could hold Yamato, he could win. You've got issues. A lot ... and I can't save you from them. I can't be your hero. BLD dripped down his face as he spoke, coming to a standstill. He stopped walking not because he wanted to, but because his legs refused to take 2 more steps and he needed to save the last one. All I can do is fight. So, get out. Izuku leaned forward, smiling now to try and hide the fear he was feeling. He was getting cold. He was getting really cold. I can't be your hero, but I can keep you alive just a little longer. His hair was ruffled by the wind and his BLD shone in the moonlight as his eyes locked with Muscular. They were both smiling now while Kota looked absolutely terrified, staring Midoriya dead on. Gee, Jim guy, I don't know why your parents left you here. I don't know if they cared about you, but you're gonna have KGHLR. You're gonna find out yourself. Izuku's grin spread as far as it could as he tried to remember what all might look like when he was being confident, ignoring the BLD that dripped from his mouth. ... You're gonna have to save yourself. Be your own hero, even though you don't know anything. Kota was so confused, trying to figure out what was happening. He had a lot of questions, but Midoriya didn't have time. He could feel his heart slowing down as the beats became more irregular. It was time to go, even though you don't know anything. Why are doing so much? ... Does it really matter? Izuku smiled at Kota, shifting his attention for just a second. ... Get going. Kid, you've got a lot of work ahead. All right, I'll take it from here. Go. Kota didn't respond, just staring him down as took one step, then another, then one last step before he went into a proper sprint, rushing past Izuku with his eyes shut tight to try and hide his tears. Izuku interposed himself between Kota's retreating figure and Muscular, swaying slightly before standing back up and raising his guard again. Muscular had been about to charge Kota and stopped for a second, laughing. What, do I have to go through you again to get the kid? ... Some ... thing. Like that. He was tired. He was so tired. His body didn't want to keep going, but he needed to. Just a few more seconds. What, are you gonna try to be a hero? You're nearly dead on your feet. What kind of hero sit can you do now? Show me. Muscular had noticed that Izuku was held together by string and prayers it seemed, but it was unlikely that the villain realized how bad it was. Just adjusting his position a bit had tired out Izuku, and the real world was starting to fade. He was so cold. Why was everything so cold? Heroism isn't an AC. Tion. Izuku leaned forward semi-intentionally, taking his eyes off Muscular as his left hand slipped around Yamato's saya, gripping the handle. He just needed to pull the trigger. He just needed to stay awake for one last attack. He'd done it thousands of times before, so it was time to see if that practice paid off. Come on, show me what you've got. SHOW. Muscular wasn't one to let his opponents die off on their own, so instead of just waiting a little longer for Izuku to keel over, he took the initiative and charged in. His breath and boots had been damaged earlier by the slash dimension and now were completely destroyed by his own quirk as the muscle built up. He leaned forward like a shark and launched himself through the air, aiming to punch straight through Izuku with a punch and still have enough momentum to kill Kota in the same hit. BLOOD. It's a mind set. Izuku's gaze hardened as he forced himself straight into the attack, steeling himself as he pulled the trigger and let Yamato fly. Muscular sailed through the air straight towards Izuku with enough force to shatter the smaller boy, his presence dominating everything as his body shattered trees on impact. He seemed to blot out the entire sky as he flew, laughing menacingly and maniacally as he closed in for the kill. Izuku kept his eyes locked onto Muscular, waiting for the very last moment to attack. Yamato didn't have much reach, so he'd have to wait until the last second, and then he took his final step forward as he lined up Yamato, pushing off his left foot while driving his right forward and down to lean into the attack. His shoulders twisted to pull the sword as far as possible, giving the most chance of Yamato hitting his opponent possible. His left arm tugged back on the sheath, pulling it back and out of the way to get Yamato free as soon as possible. His eyes were locked on Muscular, putting all the strength he had into his hands. He just had to hang on. He just had to endure a little longer. Just stay awake, stay focused. And then he pulled the trigger. Yamato had been through a lot, not only in these recent fights, but Yamato had also always been Midoriya's first weapon in almost any situation. It had taken many beatings throughout its career. It had been dropped a few times. It had clashed with Sane and Kaminari's swords, and it had taken especially bad beating tonight. One of the worst forces on it though was the gunshot draw. By firing a bullet into the handle, the sword could be drawn at ludicrous speed, but it put a lot of force on both the handguard that was hit and the blade it was attached to as it forced the sword out. Normally, the blade just shook a little while it was being drawn. It was fine since there was no major damage yet. But that was before it had taken Muscular's demolishing punches. Yamato was already activated and at full power by the time Izuku pulled the trigger, pre-firing smoke into the sheath to give itself the best chance of hitting Muscular possible. He risked cutting through the sheath and his hand, but that didn't matter in his mind. He was already a lost cause. And that was before things started to go sideways. He pulled the trigger and launched a single bullet into the handguard, sending a large amount of force through the sword and fracturing the already damaged blade. The cracks grew as the blade shattered into dozens if not hundreds of charged pieces of metal, cutting straight through everything they came in contact with. Like the rest of the ammunition, the fragments of Yamato were launched forward and clipped through the sheath, hitting the live rounds of ammunition used for the explosive drawing cut and punching straight through the shell and into the gunpowder, creating small explosions as they sailed away. Other SHRDS went into Izuku and the items he had on his person like the grenades, causing them to prematurely detonate by slicing through the casings and straight into explosives. The flashbang and smoke grenades didn't do much as they exploded, adding to the chaos and carnage as Izuku's coat was torn through. But those weren't the only types of grenades he had on his person. The final type, the explosive grenades the beast had stolen, detonated prematurely, launching fire, fog, and metal SHRDS forward. The bodysuit served one final usage as it weathered most of the explosions, lending its muscles one last time as the wind of destruction swept everything in front of them, propelled by the ignition of the grenades. Yamato's fog bled together with the smoke grenades, and the multiple strings of explosions were mixed with the flashbangs, ringing sounds, and flashing lights as Yamato's fog spread across the ground and trees. Spikes of pain as metal fragments pierced straight through the bodysuit, burning pain as the explosion scorched his unprotected face and the new wounds the metal fragments created. Nausea and confusion as his senses were overwhelmed by the explosion. All of it didn't matter. Izuku could barely feel anymore as he concentrated everything he had on his final attack. Gritting his teeth so hard they began to crack as he brought whatever was left of Yamato out and cut through the air. He poured everything he had into this attack, taking the explosion that rocked him backward like a stone as he forced his feet into the ground to anchor himself. Izuku couldn't see a damn thing as he cut through the air with Yamato, holding down the power to full blast as the fog spread like wildfire. The wind and explosion pushed it back towards the cliff, coating everything in its way with a series of portals as they dug straight through whatever they touched. For a moment, the scene lit up as the smoke that connected the Yamato fragments continued to spread the current charge. It illuminated the night with bright blue light for just an instant, but it was time to say goodbye. For a brief moment across the camp, it seemed like there were two fires as two massive blue lights illuminated the forest. While the first was obviously the forest fire the villains caused, it was difficult to tell what the second one was as it started with a loud bang and spread rapidly, coating the forest before everything started to sink into the ground like it was an ocean, falling through the thousands of portals that now covered a section of the forest. Falling through the portals on its own did no real harm to anything at first, until the portals all suddenly shut at once and chopped anything stuck between the gateways to bits. Some things were trapped between portals in the cold dimension, completely removed from this side of the world. Others just fell to pieces and seemed to implode as the forest and half of the cliff collapsed to the ground, unable to support themselves with tons of small pieces torn from the whole. The worst part was right where the portals started, right at Izuku's feet. The ground had been torn apart as if there was an earthquake, causing a few crevices and cracks as the dirt tried to fill in. For the new missing chunks, the Nomas were barely recognizable. The ground wasn't as destroyed near them, but they were still partially buried and cut to ribbons. Only two had managed to avoid getting their brains cut lethally. And even they didn't look great as their regeneration was pushed to the limit to try and reform their body after the Swiss cheese they had been turned into. Muscular was literally gone. There was something wet and meaty that hit Izuku partway through the drawing cut, and if he had the brain power to spare, he'd guess that was most of what was left of the villain. The large criminal had been the second closest when the explosion started, and directly in the path Yamato's fog was pushed by the series of explosions. He was probably mostly in chunks in the cold world now. How there was a chance he wasn't even dead and just got stuck on the other side. A grim thought, but Izuku didn't have very many thoughts as he stood still as a statue, sword still extended as his body froze. The muscle suit alone held him in place as his consciousness began to fade in and out. Cold. Everything was cold. Why was it so cold? Hot. His face, his hand, they burned. Why was it so hot? Izuku glanced down with unstable eyes. His face was in agony, but his eye could still make out his hand or what was left of it. He didn't know why things started exploding, but whatever the cause, one of the effects was his hand. His left hand, the one that had been on the sheath, was just a thumb and some stubs that were bleeding profusely. He should have been in immense pain. He should have been screaming, but he just wasn't. He was too tired. He tried to close his eyes but found that he couldn't, tried to open his mouth but it wouldn't. There was a flash and Izuku began to lose strength as his brain slowed down again. He tried to blink again but he couldn't. His face was so hot. It felt weird. The explosion. He damaged his face. Probably did something stupid like blow his eyelids off. He couldn't see through his right eye anymore. Not because of BLD. He just couldn't see anything anymore. He didn't notice at first. He'd been too focused on the attack. Izuku's failing body caught up with his mind as gravity kicked in and his right leg gave out, leaving him to plummet face first into the ground. There was dirt in his eyes and he couldn't blink. His mouth hurt to move. Everything was in pain. His arm probably protected his head from blowing up when the explosions went off. It would have been under his head to draw the sword, so if there was an explosion under his ribs, the arm would absorb most of it. That didn't matter. Izuku strained his arm up, dropping Yamato as his fingers raked through the dirt, trying to lift him up one last time so he could see. Was he done? Yeah, kid, you got him. He really was in deep now. He could see Wraith with his blind eye, standing over him and looking at his work. The carnage, the mess that was caused by an uncontrolled dimension slash. Izuku would have smiled, but the heat had done serious damage to his face and he didn't have enough skin to do that anymore. Was it worth it? Yay. Izuku grunted as he lay on the ground, losing all feeling in his right hand as it went limp. The pain in his heart was becoming numb. It was almost time to go. No, Izuku couldn't feel his left hand either, or his left arm. The BLD loss was seriously getting to him. No, therapy doesn't work like that. But I suppose we're both leaving now. Wraith kept it to the facts as he sat down, watching the stars all by himself. He had tried to always stick to the facts, even the HRD ones, and he intended to live as he died even if that included confirming he wasn't real. Izuku let his head rest on the ground. His vision grew dim and watery, but he couldn't close his eyes anymore. It was annoying. It was an inconvenience. But, worst of all, it was really scary. Yes, he will live because of you. Wraith gazed out over all the mess. If he could see what they had done, what would he think? Would he be proud, shocked, amazed by the power they had this whole time, or horrified by it? Izuku's eye turned upward as he tried to move one last time. He couldn't see through one eye because of the tears and couldn't see anything with the other because of the explosion, but his mind could still make out the vague figure of Wraith sitting beside him. Even if he was imaginary, even if he was all in Izuku's head. Wraith scooted over and placed a hand on the hero's head. Even if it wasn't real, it gave him a little solace as everything went dark. He couldn't close his eye though, so why was the world going dark? Why was he cold? Why was it so cold? Why was everything so? Almost everyone in the entire camp could see the sudden surge of blue light across the forest, but not a single soul knew what it meant. Even Kaminari couldn't figure out what coated the sky for a moment before disappearing with a low rumbling sound as everything began to collapse in on itself, falling to the ground and creating that rumbling sound. The heroes could somewhat communicate to each other through Mandalay, so they did at least know that the third UA teacher had gone that way, but anything past that was impossible. The heroes could only guess what he had done or if he was even the one who did it. From their point of view, it could just be another attack from the fire villain or a new villain altogether. It was impossible to tell from so far away. The villains didn't have any idea either. Twice scratched his chin as he looked at the view. I don't remember any Nomas with that quirk. Hey, none of those hero sits were supposed to be able to do that. The FCK is this. Dabai watched his next clone wander off as he checked comms. SHT. Muscular wasn't listening to his mic, but now it's dead. It overpowered Muscular. Probably not. It's more like Muscular threw off his shirt and broke the microphone on accident or something stupid. Dabai didn't even consider that Muscular, whatever his real name was, got beaten in this place. He had too much experience to die without saying anything. Muscular was at least smart enough to radio in or use the Nomas if things got serious. Probably. There were too many things to consider. It was all a mess. Dabai shook his head. Well, that idiot's going to either be at the extraction point or our distraction while we escape. This is getting too dangerous. Does anyone have eyes on the target? Eyes on and captured, sir. I wasn't familiar enough with everyone yet to recognize people by just their voices. That would be the guy in the circus outfit, the fancy one. What was his name? He just wouldn't mention it. All right, great work everyone. Get to the extraction point. I shall be busy for a few moments. I could at least remember Kirishira's voice, especially when he was so important to everything. Last-minute preparations on the containment for our guest. In 1 minute I'll be ready. Just say the word for extraction. That's plenty of time, Kirishima. We'll see you there. I called in the Noma and gestured for twice to follow suit. This part, the ending, could make or break this whole operation. Muscular was basically a lost cause since he couldn't get the extraction message. But he was so dangerous and uncontrollable, this was probably for the best. I smiled once. Before they set off into the woods to the extraction point, things were, at least so far, going well. Kaminari pressed his head against the window, watching the strange flurry of blue light alongside his classmates. Dude, holy shit. The FCK is that. Everyone, step back. There's no telling where more villains will appear. Vlad King scolded them before looking himself, unable to hide his bewilderment. Could any of the pros do that? Mina thought it through, tapping her chin. I never figured out what that green-haired one did, you know. The one with the yellow outfit. Maybe this is her quirk. No, Ragdoll's quirk was to find people in a certain radius. She hasn't been in contact since the start of this mess. BRRRR. Everyone stopped as Mandalay sent another message straight to their minds. The villains have begun to retreat. They said they accomplished their goal, but we don't know what it was still. Everyone, remain on high alert and reunite at the main building. The message ended and left. Everyone looking around, slightly confused. So we did it? We won. We're alive. The students began to hug each other as they exclaimed their joy. Most of the students were back from the woods by now, just leaving a few heads from each class unaccounted for as they cheered. They were just happy it was all over and they all made it out. Stay focused everyone. The villains haven't left yet and there are still people missing. Vlad King reined them back in before glancing out the window, surprised to see that the strange new blue light was gone. Maybe that was a signal to the villains so they'd know when they were done. HRDLY matters now. Vlad King refocused on the current issue and faced the students. All right everyone, line up by class and by number. Leave space for anyone missing right. Now, we're gonna do a roll call. They had a lot to deal with going forward, so it was time to start dealing with the issues one by one. Kirishima teleported onto the scene of the disturbance, glancing in either direction to try and find the source of the chaos. All right, great work everyone. Get to the extraction point. The Nomas were destroyed. Not even their regeneration would save them from such grievous wounds. I shall be busy for a few moments. Kirishima spoke briefly into the microphone as he surveyed the scene before he found the epicenter. Last-minute preparations on the containment for our guest. In 1 minute I'll be ready. Just say the word for extraction. Kota Amasuji, the villain known as Muscular, was definitely dead. That red stain in front of the important point probably used to be him, but there were enough chunks that they could probably still get something of his quirk from his corpse. But he wasn't the main issue. That's plenty of time, Kirishima. We'll see you there. The line went silent and left Kirishima to focus on what was in front of him. It was HRD to tell what it was without touching it, so Kirishima gently placed a hand on its head and turned it slightly to confirm his suspicions. A corpse lay face down, mumbling to itself. Its mouth moved, but all that came out was mumbled garbage. His face was mostly burnt off, his lips melted together and his right eye entirely gone. His chest was noticeably deformed where his ribs had caved in. Despite all of that though, it was easy to tell who it had been. Who it still was by the outfit. If he acted quickly, Kirishima spread some of his cloud over both of them before activating his warp ability to begin taking them to safety. His first warp put them inside of the military base. He could only go so far with one teleport, and it was best to go somewhere he was familiar with on the first jump before things got dicey. Kirishima tried to stop the bleeding to the best of his abilities with his clouds. But it was a cloud for God's sake. It was practically useless. He'd need to get there quickly. Next was the longest jump, so it took a little time to build up the energy. Took a lot of power to cross large distances, and that power had to come from him. This first teleport was just so he couldn't be disturbed while he made the big portal out. Kirishima created the portal straight to the Noma lab where MSDR should be waiting and walked through, still holding the wounded child as his breaths ran dry. He was gone. There was a final small shudder as he stopped moving entirely, his burnt face relaxing. It was a cruel fate. His jaw had been shattered by some great deal of force and his skin partially ripped off his head. His left side was heavily damaged, and he was still dripping BLD as Kirishima entered the laboratory holding the limp corpse in both hands. Walking quietly towards All for One's office, the door was thrown off its hinges as All for One knew, as Hisashi Midoriya stood there with his face completely distraught. He could not be considered the head of a criminal empire right now, just a father who'd been a moment too late. Kurogiri. As he. Kirishima shook his head and Hisashi grimaced for a moment before his usual cold attitude and determination took over. Get him to the laboratory now. And get Dr. Garaki there too. Then finish your mission. The cold fury on All for One's face could make a man drop dead on the spot. Rage focused into a single purpose to bring out his full potential. It was this kind of hatred and focus that had first founded his empire. There would be no more pity, no regrets going forward. Yes, sir, and good luck. Kirishima disappeared without another word as All for One kept his face on, only breaking for a moment when he had just a second to himself. So doctor, what killed him? He entered with the presence of a murderous god, not bothering to restrain any of his fury as he overlooked the laboratory usually used for Nomas. It's gonna be a race, but the result's the same. Either bleeding out or a punctured heart and the brain starved of oxygen. You want him alive or dead. This wasn't the first time All for One had been like this, but it was the first time in a long while. He treated this as professionally as he treated everything, looking over the new patient. And nope, he didn't have a clue who this was. Alive. Is there any chance to use regeneration quirks to heal him? All for One might have been beyond furious, but his fury wasn't directed at the doctor. They were all just doing their jobs here after all. Nope, his body's condition is too bad. It'd end up accelerating the death as the body tries to adapt and uses up too much energy. Stuff like this was why Dr. Garaki was so calm. He was great at this sit. He'd been doing it for what, 150 years. He didn't even know these days. He really was getting old. You should put him in stasis while we get ready. Definitely going to need an external healing quirk to start. We've got to fix that body before we can put any regeneration in. And some of the limbs will have to be replaced. All for One caught on quickly as he selected the stasis quirk. Time, freeze was best, but it required a lot of energy. It had difficulty lasting past even 3 seconds. Flesh to stone. That could work. It had stopped the bleeding while they got ready to heal him, but it'd have to be injected into the boy's body, which had the same problem as the regeneration quirks. He settled for a simple quirk, one of the first and more powerful quirks that he had. He had to reclaim the quirk from one of the books, tapping a page as he reclaimed the quirk, then used it on the wounded boy. Pause. The body took a grayish tone as it stopped. This required no energy to maintain because it just stopped all energy. Normally it was very easy to break when the person in question tried to move. It didn't take a lot of energy to overpower, but a corpse was physically incapable of overriding the quirk. No limbs are getting replaced. The regeneration will take care of it all. Namu, go get some BLD. Oh, positive, it would seem. Really good for donating, really bad for a patient. Dr. Garaki checked his patient's BLD type and shook his head. We've got a few minutes to get him working before the brain completely shuts down. Every second's bad in times like this. I assume he's not going to become a Namo. Correct. The doctor didn't question a thing as he nodded. Then took a closer look at the body and the metal bodysuit made from muscles, tapping it as he thought this through. All right, we'll need to take this thing off before the real work can start. Clean him up and prepare for surgery. This is going to be rough. We shall call for you when he's stable enough to receive his first regeneration quirk. The doctor bowed as All for One took one last glance at the boy on the table, then nodded as he left. I await your progress eagerly, Dr. Garaki. No other words were spoken between the two as the Nomas and assistants got to work, setting up for a long night. It was going to be a long night for all of them. All right, he's unconscious. We got him. Toga laughed as she kicked her legs, looking at the boy strapped down like some kind of weapon. Bakugo had been secured to his mobile prison with a multitude of things to ensure he didn't escape while they set everything up. Yeah, shame about Mustard though. Dabai was genuinely sad about Mustard's absence. He had seemed pretty young. He was also a lot less dangerous to the group, unlike the other two missing members. Does anyone know what happened to Mustard, Moonfish, or Muscular? Yes, they all had him codenames and paid the price. No sir. Twice spoke the obvious, since he had been beside Dabai the whole time. If Dabai didn't know, no chance Twice did. But he did shake his head as Magni stepped up. Then how am I here? Magic. Ronin was there for some reason, guys. He went off towards the Nomas and Muscular. Most of the people here didn't know who Spinner was talking about, and Dabai was one of them. It didn't matter though because he could still get the overall message. So that Ronin guy probably destroyed Muscular's earpiece. Dabai nodded as he glanced around. Probably got too hooked into a fight. And now he's paying for it. Anybody know where the others went? Moonfish said he found Bakugo after all. Bakugo was in a group when I caught him with a bird-headed boy, a large man with multiple arms, and a boy with red and white hair. The last boy was the ice one, who lost to Bakugo in the last round of the sports festival, Mr. Compress detailed, each of them as he cleaned his coat. They didn't even notice me sneak up behind and get the bird and our guest. So unprofessional. What are heroes these days becoming? ... So no sign of Moonfish. Dabai redirected the conversation to the initial question, slightly tired from having to constantly take control of everything. He didn't like Moonfish too much. The man was an actual cannibal after all. He was HRD to control and didn't take orders at all. Dabai hated everything about the guy. He could understand that the guy had mental issues, but Dabai drew the line well before eating people was even close to the table. No sign at all, sir. It seemed everyone had accepted that Dabai was the leader at some point, and he wasn't quite sure that was a good thing. At least the loosest of the loose cannons had managed to fall off the ship all on their own, but he'd still miss Mustard. ... And Mustard? His smoke cloud came up, but it never moved. I think he got down pretty quick. So Mustard at least did his job. Dabai shook his head, then focused on their handy helper, the smoky guy who followed Shigaraki around. Thanks for the help, Kirigiri. I was worried you'd be late with your message, but you beat all of us to the extraction point. Kirigiri had teleported straight on top of Ragdoll and defeated her single-handedly, which was the first step to victory. If she had radioed in and alerted the rest before she got knocked out, things would be a lot harder. Think nothing of it. We'll be ready to leave shortly, so everyone prepare yourselves. Kirigiri handled things as professionally as ever, bowing to them as he picked up the unconscious heroine. I think this extra present we got will be a welcome gift as well. For how things went, you all have done excellently. For how things went. Please, things went great. Toga laughed as she slid off the box. I only got 2 people, but I got a lot of BLD. Those heroes weren't too great either, thanks. Magni stepped up as well, taking a rag from Mr. Compress to clean her large magnet. That Ronin guy though, he one-shot our Namu. Don't know how. ... Was your Namu impressive physically? We had some rather weak ones mixed in, and I can't remember which one you had. Mr. Compress didn't seem too worried about this at first, since there really were some pathetic ones. You only needed one good stab to kill some of them. I think so. I'd have trouble fighting it, but this Ronin guy didn't seem too tough. He had a sword and I was going to fight him, but Spinner stopped me. Course I did, Big Sis Magni. He's Ronin. ... Does no one else here know who he is? Spinner looked around while Dabai leaned forward, resting his head in his hands. Seriously, we're ready to go. But I feel the need to warn you, Kirigiri spoke up as he began to create his smoke portal thing, spreading it out to cover all of them. Every Namu that is not here presently and Muscular were all killed by the same opponent. Someone who created that light show you all should have seen tonight. That wasn't Dabai. Toga glanced over at him, proving that most people thought that second blue light was just him again instead of some unknown second party. Dabai shook his head before everyone turned their attention back to Kirigiri, who took out something. The remains of a hand. Muscular's left hand. It had been cut apart with clean strikes, severing off some fingers and chunks of flesh with ease. Kirigiri tossed it casually into the middle of the room. That someone was Ronin, and what was done tonight made someone very angry. And with those ominous words, they were all teleported back to their base. All for one read through the plan one last time, checking every detail against what he knew. He spent years planning this next moment, becoming ready for everything. And now, he'd done it. He was ready. Bakugo had been kidnapped. The League of Villains would take him to the bar to hide him as if it was a safe house, proving how bad Shigaraki was at this still. A rookie mistake, but this would teach him an important lesson going forward. He was unsure if Bakugo would SWCH sides, but at HRDLY mattered. It was the next step that was important. He had a contact leak the bar's location and shady side earlier, and now with a child kidnapped in UA, scrambling to cover for their faults, they would send one person to fix their issues, the one who always won in the past. All for One was almost positive that even the Heroes Association wasn't idiotic enough to send an All Might alone. It was more likely that they would bring some police in for the arrests, but that was more for show than for results. Maybe a few heroes as backup, but they wouldn't matter. They couldn't stop her. All for One smiled as his eyes furred to a handheld screen, showing the security footage of the Noma facility. This was where they had set up for infusing quirks into all their willing customers, including Ronin. Against their little special gift, the Hero Association didn't stand a chance. The only one who stood a chance was All Might, and that was the point. They'd negate each other and, by going all out, would force everyone else to leave. When All Might got serious, All for One would force the League of Villains to leave no matter if he was winning or not. It would be better to safely evacuate them in advance either way, since he too was going to have to get out of the spotlight of the reporters and heroes if he won. And if he lost, it would serve to protect Shigaraki and ensure the future of his work. Now All for One was smiling wide as he thought through all of it. All Might would self-destruct with his stupid ideals, and if he did not, All for One would have the pleasure of killing that piece of Sid himself. All for One had planned for every possibility, and that meant every possibility led to his victory. Worst case scenario, All Might's true form would be shown and the public's faith and heroism would be damaged again. And right after the kidnapping too. Such a blow could be dangerous for hero society. To build yourself off the fickle whims of society. Truly, heroes are much braver than I could ever be. Or perhaps, the simpler answer, they're more idiotic than we could imagine. Kurogiri approached with a pair of drinks, carrying them with the care and style of a professional and seasoned bartender. With all due respect, sir, what are you doing here? The raid was a success, not a MSDR. We lost 3 men and most of the Nomas as you predicted, but Shigaraki has had a great victory. Kurogiri handed him a glass and clinked it with him. ... Are you thinking of backing out? No. All for One got a chuckle out of that as he swirled the glass, then glanced at the door he'd just been standing outside. This is my path. I made it and I intend to see it through. I'm just being sentimental. ... We've won, you know. All for One smiled as he faced Kurogiri, putting his notes and plans away. ... It's over and we won. ... It doesn't feel real. The fight isn't over, but it is. All for One walked to a nearby window, opening the shutters to stare out at the sunrise. Neither of them had slept in years, so pulling all-nighters like this was easy. Everything big has been taken care of. It's all planned out, so there's nothing more to guess. After this, there's nothing more to do. ... And that scares you a little. It was a slow conversation between 2 of the most dangerous men in Japan. They could do almost anything they wanted these days, but they didn't want much anymore. They were old. They were tired. It was time they retired. That they moved on. Shigaraki needs you to guide him but does not need me to shelter him. I must be removed from the equation for his best future, and his real test will start. Other forces will rise as well to challenge him, but if he's strong enough, he will overcome. That's how the real world works. The weak break and the strong rise. In the lines of both villainy and vigilantes, it was the strong and lucky who lasted the longest. Muscular had been strong, but he'd been unlucky. Shigaraki wasn't strong, but he was lucky to be in the league of villains. It was time to see how he'd improved. And him. How will the boy do? Kurogiri gestured towards the door they'd been standing outside of. The glowing red operating hung overhead, letting everyone know not to disturb the room. I'm not sure. All for One's face flinched but returned to the calm neutral expression after a moment. ... He could be great, you know. He's very smart. Smartest in his whole grade. Yes, sir. I seem to recall you telling me a few dozen times. You could go. And you know, you're the head of this entire organization. The doctor wouldn't say no. And do what? All for One scoffed as he leaned against the window, shaking his glass as he peered at the peeking sun. Watch. I'd be useless. There's no reason to go in. There's no reason to be here either. Kurogiri walked beside him and took a drink, staring out over the city with him. And yet, so you got me. It was not All for One responding anymore, but Hisashi, who took a slow drink before responding. I'm going to have to think of a cover story for the brat. Do you know what he told his mother he was doing? Camping. He was right next to the microphone when he told her his plans. Hisashi didn't keep the computer that monitored his wife and son in any of his big hideouts, but he regularly checked up on it. Maybe I'll make something up about a camping accident and leave him in a hospital. We can't fix all of his injuries. Gonna have to leave some damage so it looks real. Another drink. Hisashi pressed his hand against the one-way glass of the window, smiling despite the mixed emotions in his eyes. ... This is all so messy. It would seem so. The light above the door went off and All for One went back inside, careful to keep himself clean as the doctor greeted him before standing over the cold body on the table. It was HRD to recognize who or what was on that table. The left side of his face was burnt off, showing teeth and eye that should have been underneath skin. His right eye had a piece of shrapnel lodged inside it. His hair was burnt and tangled, but he could still recognize the boy under it all. All for One took a deep breath as the doctor talked through everything. I'd say we give him 1 regeneration quirk to start, and it's going to be a weak one. However, when we give him the 2nd regeneration quirk, we can also swap the first one out for a stronger quirk. Right now it's more the machine keeping him alive than his body, but once he stabilizes, we'll have much more leeway. All for One noted the cut-open chest cavity. There were several ribs removed from the body, giving the chest a strange twisted appearance in addition to the noticeable lack of a heart. Hisashi swallowed down something trying to rise in his throat and nodded his head. Very well. What time will he receive the 2nd quirk in SWCH? I'd guess 4 hours. That's when I'll check up with him anyway. The doctor set a timer as All for One gave the corpse on the table a quirk. If you want to avoid namuification, we should top it off at around 3 quirks, but that's a matter for later. How long should the recovery take? He kept it all business as he looked past the boy on the table and stared down Doctor who'd begun to put things back inside, cleaning the BLD off of the heart so it could receive air before he put it back inside gingerly. At this rate. A day, if he's lucky. Realistically, 2 or 3 days. Dr. Garaki kept it simple and straight as he had one of the Nomas hold the heart in place while it slowly healed. This avoided the need for stitching. Sort of. All for one wasn't sure how practical this surgery method was, he just knew that it worked. He never questioned it before. Very good, doctor, keep up the good work. They exchanged bows as All for One left, making his way outside and closing the door behind him. Everything was going to plan. Everything important was on track. The plan was solid. So why was he getting so worked up? Hisashi turned to look out at the sunrise one last time, pondering why it looked so watery this time before he left. He had done a lot of things. He deserved a lot of things. Not one of them was good. Nothing good could come from getting involved now. The plans had been cemented. This was goodbye. They had made their own plans. They had walked their own paths. And now they parted. Hisashi gave a watery smile as he closed the blinds and descended into the dark once more. It was time to finish this. The emergency services took care of the forest fire quickly enough. They only just missed the villain's escape by a few minutes and were able to completely smother what was left of the fire. The fire itself was also nearly put out by a strange phenomenon to the east of the camp, where Kota's cliff had been. A large section of land had been completely decimated, some of which included the fire. The trees had fallen to pieces, the ground had turned into fissures, and the cliff had collapsed when most of its west face completely disappeared. 15 students were hospitalized, 11 had minor injuries, but only 3 people went missing. Kazuki, Bakugo from Class 1A, Tomoko Shirotoko or Ragdoll from the Wild Cats, and Ken the third teacher recommended by UA. It was unknown what exact time each went missing, but it was certain at least that Ragdoll had gone missing first. While no trace of Bakugo was found by search parties, a few things could be found by the other 2. Ragdoll's station in the woods was caked in BLD and snapped in half, but there was no sign of her body, paired with student testimonies of a villain with a warp gate, and it was easy to see what had happened to her. Ken was easy to find, but figuring out what happened to him seemed nearly impossible. From the ruined landscape to the tons of corpses littered about, it was clear there had been a violent struggle. No one could figure out if this was some kind of weapon the villains used or if it was the act of Ken until Kota confirmed Ken's involvement and pointed out the existence of Muscular. Even with his confirmed existence, it took 2 hours just to find a large enough chunk of the villain to be used for identification. After identifying the death of the villain Muscular by finding what used to be the top of his head, it was still practically impossible to figure out what happened. The strange pattern of destruction told authorities that a quirk had been used, but no quirk this volatile was on record. A mysterious flash of light. And then everything seemed to fall to pieces. It was unknown what did it or what could have stopped it. It was a very high-threat quirk. What made it worse was the quirk user, or more specifically, the lack of one. Normally you could look up a quirk by its characteristics and link it to the identity of the user, but this quirk didn't exist. Because of the complicated way it had been used and the lack of witnesses, no one could figure out what the quirk actually did. And then there was that quirk user, Ken, no last name given, an old man roughly in his 50s, scar over his right eye, graying hair, all of it was complete bullshit. The entire identity was a total fabrication. The only thing anyone knew about this Ken guy was that he ate at a bar and went to UA several times. Oh, and there was one other thing. Why was Ken, the Ronin, at the UA training summer camp? Present Mike finished rubbing a hand through his hair, collecting himself. Nezu sat calmly at the head of the table as the teachers talked amongst themselves. There were 6 teachers in the meeting. Vlad and Eraserhead from the camp sat at the end of the table. Present Mike and Snipe sat on one side. Midnight and All Might sat opposite. All of them were discussing the plans for the future. There was a spot open at All Might and Midnight's table for Detective Tsukachi, All Might's friend in the police force, and a spot on the whiteboard for the information he'd be bringing. He'd been slowed down by the sea of reporters outside. They had just gotten through a riveting conversation about possible traitors and gotten a call from Tsukachi about a possible lead on the villain's hideout. But it had gone back to the traitor theory and refocused on the man of the hour. Present Mike was the most vocal of the teachers to no one's surprise. But Midnight wasn't far behind him. Ronin has been a criminal at large for a while, but he recently disappeared from the public. Well, he hasn't been linked with the League before, he totally could be now. Any of us could be linked with the League of Villains. Calm down. I think your hatred of Ronin guide your judgment here. Snipe glanced out from underneath his hat as he read through the papers that just got faxed over. Ronin's also had a history of taking down criminals, not working with them. This would be a major heel turn considering his past. Still, you got to admit the way he left was suspicious. No corpse, no witnesses. Bet he just made off into the night with the rest of the villains. Midnight stuck fast to her convictions, at least writing them out to their logical end. No one knew what happened to Ronin after Kota ran away, and even the details before Kota left were vague at best. If it really was Ronin, we've only got a report from a villain saying that, and I don't remember Ronin having an attack that could destroy that much. All Might glanced up at the board and the picture of the area destroyed by an unknown attack last night. Could it have been someone else? No, it was definitely Ronin. Eraserhead and Nezu spoke at the same time, confirming the third teacher's real identity. Well, his real secret identity anyway. He had the same sword and costume. He even wore his full outfit while he trained the kids. Eraserhead downed another high-energy fruit drink in an effort to stay awake. Nobody got a lot of sleep last night, and he was going to have to go on TV tomorrow. Great, but you're right, that attack was uncharacteristic, but believable. We've only seen him fight kids. He'd have no reason to use something that big until now. Ugh, I know. But what is that power? Midnight slumped on the table, annoyed. She'd been in charge of Ronin for forever, and she still knew squat about him, but apparently, the annoying piece of shit had been coming to UA. His quirk makes no sense. I'll one-up you, Midnight. I'll one-up you and say what I'm guessing Nezu has been thinking this whole time. Eraserhead paused for dramatic effect to take another shot of juice to try and stay awake. I'm guessing that it doesn't really matter anymore if it was Ken, or Ronin, or some other random SH muck, and we should instead be focused on what comes next. Well, I'll second that. Detective Tsukachi walked through the door with the files that they didn't want to send through the internet in hand, passing them out to each table, especially because that'd mean our prime suspect killed himself. A very untrader Y move. What? Ronin's dead. Midnight seemed more angry than in disbelief after what she'd been through, but she did have the most antagonistic relationship with Ronin. SHT. Fifth paper. We've got a few fingers, some flesh, and a lot of BLD. We're running it through the records, but nothing so far. A few of the teachers grimaced at the up-close scene, now illuminated by daylight. It was a gruesome mess of BLD and body parts, even by hero standards. It didn't look like a fight, it looked like something out of a horror story. Sixth paper includes a picture of where we believe Ronin was standing when the attack went off. Traces of explosives were found on the ground mixed in with everything else. The detective read through the Ronin part of the report since that seemed to be the current topic. The villain he fought was Goto Imasuji, also known as Muscular. He killed the witness's parents 2 years ago, the witness being Kota. Muscular's dead as well, see page 7. The detective sat down after giving his report and posting the pictures up on the board, leaving everyone a little queasy. They were all heroes, but this was a little much, even for them. Still, as interesting as that site is, it's not the current issue. Nezu stepped in to refocus them, having let them run their pace about Ronin, who was, for the large part, pretty irrelevant to what was coming next. What Ronin had done in that camp was largely inconsequential compared to what they had to do next. The press might berate us for me choosing Ronin to be one of the teachers. It hasn't been leaked to the public that Ronin existed, let alone that he was at the camp. The press might berate us for getting caught by the villains. But our current goal is to locate and save the young hero student, Bakugo. Detective Tsukachi has given us reports of sightings of a villain from the attack, sightings of him being a bar in the Kamano ward, along with activity from several members reported in the attack being in that area for the last few weeks. We don't care about publicity here, we care about saving people. That means we're going to focus on what we can do and who we can save. Understood, Sero. And UA has failed again. How many times can a hero school have its security be breached and still call itself a hero school? The television blared on and on inside the bar as the villains celebrated with a round of drinks. Seriously, how lame is UA? For real, this was so easy. Toga laughed before she took another drink of her Bloody Mary. Regular BLD. No one was quite sure. Their security really was non-existent. It's not that they were weak, it's that we're strong. Twice flexed his arms to show off before he raised his mask above his mouth and tried to shotgun a beer, and instead spilled it over himself as his personality SWCH. Those morons couldn't fight worth sit. You know how many of Dabai's clones just FCK waltzed in? For FCK's sake. Hey, I'd at least like to think those clones did a little work. They were me, after all. Dabai chuckled as he played with his glass, then checked his cards. SHT. Bust again. I'd recommend you keep the card tricks to me, Dabai, while you keep on dealing with the big fights. Mr. Compress laughed as he collected the cards from Dabai and Spinner, who was pumping his arms as he laughed. I must say, even if some things went a little unexpected, intel was quite good, Mr. Shigaraki. Of course it was, and it went according to plan. Shigaraki looked up from his game, a single eye peering out from behind his hand. Yup, as messy as some of it got. Nomas did distract the majority of their fighting force. It just turns out most of their fighting force is one guy. Magni laughed at the thought that, Out of 6 pro heroes and 40 hero students, the strongest one was some random vigilante. Not a single hero who was getting paid to do this could beat some guy doing it as a hobby. This sit was hilarious. I've got to admit, I thought Muscular would just get stuck in jail on the second attack, not die in the first. Damn, I chuckled as he scooted his glass towards Kirishima, who refilled it without a word. But I think we've got to thank everyone for their accomplishments, including the world's best getaway driver. Everyone laughed and cheered at that as Kirishima continued to supply drinks, his smoke seeming to form a smile around his face with no mouth. It was just the angle his clouds moved, forming an upside-down arc where his mouth should have been, but it was enough as his eyes bunched up. Now, we've all done our share. We've all worked HRD to reach this point. Kirishima placed another glass on the table and slid it to the end, his eyes following it as it slid to the last figure in the bar who was chained in place, unconscious still. And soon we'll see if it was all worth it. Beep, Kirishima. Beep, beep, Kirishima. The robotic sound of the heart monitor mixed with the external oxygen supply gave a cold metallic feel to the surgery room as the corpse lay limply on the table, barely moving. Hisashi stood over the still body, cradling a glass of water. He needed to stay healthy after all, and this was no time to get drunk on the job so close to completion. Beep, Kirishima. Beep, beep, Kirishima. People generally heard regeneration quirk and thought of regrowing limbs in minutes and healing otherwise fatal wounds in seconds. That wasn't really true to the reality though. Beep. Regeneration quirks took a lot of energy from the body, meaning a regeneration quirk worked best when you were full, well-rested, and barely injured. They got less effective the more injuries the user had since they had fewer places to draw energy from and more to fix. They had to fix multiple places at once, too, so they were spread out across the body. If they could only heal 1 point of damage a second, that 1 point of healing was spread out to every single injury they had at once, making it incredibly inefficient when there were multiple injuries to heal at once. It wasn't like every wound healed at 1 point of damage per second, but the entire body healed at 1 point per second, making it very slow. It wasn't as nice or as easy as the movies made it out to be, and he'd know. He had to regenerate from just a head and torso twice. The whole thing way too complicated, really. Beep, Kirishima. Regeneration quirks didn't usually work as fast as people thought they did. The starfish, the thing most people thought of as regenerating before quirks, could regrow lost limbs in anywhere from several months to several years for God's sake. Most regeneration was about on that level. Beep, beep, Kirishima. Beep. Midoriya was still healing slowly. He was getting energy and sustenance from a tube alongside a quirk, supplying the maximum energy that the young boy's fractured body could take. How would his mind deal with this? Dying was pretty painful, and Hisashi was an expert on that. He nearly kicked the bucket a dozen or so times already, and odds were good this next fight wouldn't be pretty even if he won. All Might have been stupid, but he was at his most dangerous when he was backed into a corner. Even a domesticated dog like All Might would still bare its fangs if kicked enough. It was this moment that the plan hinged on. Would All Might's tantrum be enough to save himself, or would All for One claim the final victory? How would his son live in the world his father had ruined, just to settle his ghosts? How would his wife? Had he gone too far? Now that was a stupid question. Made him smile, but it was not a happy smile. He'd gone too far long time ago. He had become comfortable in a world too far gone, and now it was all he knew. Hisashi chuckled as he held his son's head, doing his best to peacefully implant the next quirk as Dr. Garuki gave him the okay while maintaining the stasis quirk. He then drew out the initial regeneration quirk and replaced it with a much stronger quirk. These were closer to the regenerating quirks that people thought of, but it still wasn't close. The regeneration Nomas were known for generally took 5 or 6 good regenerating quirks. He could at least copy and replicate regeneration quirks by severing limbs and taking the quirk from those cut-off limbs. It'd always be a step below the one he was copying, but it still could be a good quirk. It just made him value his best quirks a little more. All for One had all his quirks for the final battle planned out. Everything else was safely stored away for his little game for when he was gone. One last help to his heirs, and one last problem for Hero Society as they descended into chaos. It would be amusing to watch, admittedly. He smiled as he stepped back from his last potential heir. Doctor, how is he? Give me the details. Well, all in all, stable but recovery's slow. There are a few SHRDS of metal in him, but the regeneration healed right over them, putting us a little behind schedule. Getting them out now would be difficult because we'd have to remove the regeneration and it'd set us back a few hours. The doctor read through the papers, bored. It sounded pretty interesting, but none of it really was. Will those SHRDS do anything? They are possessed items. Not without power they're not. Dr. Garuki had gotten quite fond of the possessed items innovation and used a few himself, and was even using a few in this operation. Possessed items without power are just normal items. The fragments at worst might leech a little power from him, making him sluggish, but even still the human body will adjust. You've got some metal fragments in you too, you know. People get chunks of each other in them all the time, from fights to surgery. Lots of projectile quirks involve firing a part of your body, meaning they contain your DNA. But people hit with them don't get to use their quirks. Dr. Garuki flipped through the pages, trying to find a way to explain it. The body has no way to activate the quirk, so the SHRDS will just be a minor nuisance at worst. Shame about the blade though. Suppose this means no one can get the original Yamato now. Yes, All for One chuckled as he looked down at the child on the medical table. He looked so fragile now. If the SHRDS of Yamato were anywhere else in the world, be it a holding cell in purgatory or within UA itself, we could acquire them. This is the one place that we can't get the SHRDS from, not in time at least. Would you like us to try? The doctor checked his watch. There are a lot of pieces, but if we start now, no. Everything will need to be finished before noon tomorrow. We are already beginning to evacuate and move equipment and personnel from this station to newer, safer fronts, and we will not slow down the plan now. This boy will be the last thing we need to move, and that is a problem for my other assistants. The boy had 2 regeneration quirks inside him at the moment and was already requiring less machinery to remain stable. When he got his 3rd quirk, he'd be entirely self-sufficient, so it was time to start moving the equipment from the lab that they weren't using. I am going to launch the Noma from here. All I want in this facility by tomorrow night is Nomas and myself so that people who come here to SC up what remains of the heroes will find no trace of your work. All for One began to leave as he spoke, announcing his final plans. So be prepared, Doctor. You have a lot of work ahead of you. Of course, sir. The good doctor didn't question it as he adjusted the machines for Midoriya's new level. The boy had gotten 2 quirks, so he'd require a different level of energy and sustenance to continue to heal. While he wasn't in good hands, he was at least in very capable hands. All for One left the room and drew a phone, dialing someone up as he walked down the empty halls. He only stopped for a moment as the phone rang, staring at the closed window shades as he contemplated the theoretical Yes, sir. Kirishima, you are quite the man of the hour, I hear. All for One smiled, but there wasn't much emotion in it as he turned from the window, facing his future with a grim and ardent determination. Congratulations are in order. I am flattered, sir, but I doubt you called me up for just praise. It's that smart wit I like about you, Kirishima. Quick on the uptake. All for One walked down the stairwell and entered the main body of storage room, surrounded by tubes containing hundreds of Nomas. Shipping containers were loading up some of them now, taking them away for the future. They'd be shipped out across the world, to the right people with the right kind of cash. I am in need of some help, you see. I must admit, it's when you play around like this that you scare me the most, sir. What would you like me to do, sir? I just need your help moving some things. That's all. All for One entered the hidden elevator and descended into the secret basement, deep below the storage facility. This area was very empty, with only 8 large tubes currently. They were transparent with a semi-transparent blue liquid inside of them and humanoid shapes floating inside. All for One ran his fingers along the glass, watching their eternal sleep. It is nothing complicated. Well, the average citizen wouldn't recognize most of them, nor would the average historian. The first was from almost 150 years ago, after all. Even then, they were heavily damaged before he collected them. 1 tube, the 8th, didn't even have anything in them yet. But his focus was on the 7th one, the complete one. It is nothing complicated yet. In these tubes were 6 corpses, but inside the 7, he'd taken good care of her for this moment. He thought up this plan 50 years ago, but only accomplished it on the 3rd try. On the table across from the tubes lay an old uniform from an era long ago. All for One picked up the yellow cape resting on the table, running the fabric between his fingers. It had been damaged by their fight and would need to be replaced. But he already ordered her a new suit. He wanted her to look her best for her reunion with her student after all. The student she abandoned her family for. I need some help setting up for our finale. I just want to make sure our parting gift is perfect. After all, how thoughtful of you, sir. Am I going to the basement? Yes, and bring twice. We will need him too for this last surprise. I will see you shortly. All for One ended the call and refolded the cape, placing it over top the black jumpsuit before taking a step back to look at his collection. She was the greatest Namu he'd ever made. But that was to be expected. She technically once had 8 quirks at once, so she really was perfect Nama material. All for One smiled as he looked at the glass, then turned away as Kirishima arrived with a confused twice. Everything was coming into place. Across Japan, everyone was moving to the rhythm of an unheard symphony. The public played the background. They turned against UA as the news of the summer training camp broke out, berating them for their bad decisions and incompetence. This would set up them turning against all heroes in the future, sowing the seeds of discontent and bringing rise to new levels of chaos. The reporters and the police paced it all out for the world, priming everyone for the fight that only a select few knew was rapidly approaching. The news would do anything for a good title, even if that would lead to their own country and society imploding. They kept the time, a constant and consistent snake that'd bite anything for a little attention. The police were the same, another part of the percussion as they tried their best to keep the peace and quiet. Their slothfulness and restrictiveness would serve to annoy the public, forcing them to wake up and realize that they were being contained instead of protected, and from there. But that was only the background. The focus, the centerpiece of this symphony, was the heroes and the villains. Who else could it be in this world that was married to the concepts of spandex and speeches? The fools and criminals would take center stage, and the last 12 years he'd spent planning would finally all pay off in a single glorious night. The heroes, if his reports were correct, had taken the bait, but the public turned against them. They were showing their weakness and desperation for a win against the League of Villains and would grasp any straw they could, not bothering to check who was holding the other end. The League itself stood next to no chance. The heroes would send in All Might, who to most villains seemed unbeatable. His overwhelming power would most likely tear straight through the League, and would serve to teach Shigaraki a great lesson about his new enemy. For all his power, Shigaraki was still weak. He would need to get much stronger in the future, and the chaos All for One was about to cause would serve as a great place to train him. All for One would have to let the League be defeated to give the heroes a chance to raise themselves up before he smashed them down. One could not lower what was already at the ground, so he'd give the heroes hope. By him giving them hope, he could control the hope. By controlling the hope, he'd have an easier time taking it away. And, by taking their hope away, he'd plunge the world into the dark age of heroism. The League would lose, yes, but they would grow from it. A wise killer once said people revealed their true colors when they were at risk, and All for One intended to expose the League of Villains to the League of Villains. They would grow to understand themselves and each other, bonding and uniting for a common cause. Hisashi smiled as he took another drink of water before checking the time. It was the 13th of August, 2 a.m. The information he'd stolen said that the heroes would be attacking tonight, in roughly 16 to 20 hours, with more details on the way in 8 hours. This whole plan was rushed, as expected for a plan made in 2 days. A fun little twist was some mention in the stolen plans of a tracker placed on one of his Nomas. He had found it almost immediately when the Noma came back, but he decided to keep it around, just to bring a few heroes here. It would split their forces and encourage them, making them believe that they had the element of surprise. Another thing to give them hope before he took it away. He sat alone in the dark, eating a nice quiet meal by himself as he mused about the future. A whole lot of planning went into this moment on his part, and he was confident the plans he'd built up from thinking this through for 50 years would pay off compared to the work of a roomful of morons who only cared about their bottom line, trying to save a child for the sake of publicity. That's really what this was for, wasn't it? Publicity. If the heroes really cared about Katsuki Bakugo, they would have waited a little longer. They would have planned things out more. They would have gotten more of the top 10 heroes involved in this to take down the threat of the League of Villains, even if it inconvenienced the heroes. Heroes were supposed to serve the public, uphold the law, and protect people. This wasn't his philosophy speaking either. This was the actual original pledge when heroism became legal. He was there when it was announced, laughing and wondering how long anyone would bother to uphold such lofty ideals. But those ideals faded away faster than even he could have predicted. The heroes reported so far to be involved were All Might, to no one's surprise, followed by the likes of Endeavor, Edgeshot, and something Woods he couldn't be bothered to remember. The child's first name, All Might's teacher, the one with the Gus quirk, would be there too. What was his name? Didn't matter. That teacher had known his prized Namo too. Perhaps he should have her kill the teacher first, then start fighting All Might. The devastation that would cause would be delicious. But this raid against the League of Villains was a two-pronged attack. Well, attack was a generous term. This raid was more like a two-pronged implosion as the heroes divided themselves terribly, wasting resources and manpower on two fronts instead of one. It seemed that keeping that tracker, the tracker that someone from UA's training camp had planted on one of the Nomas, really had been worth it in the end. A pack of smaller heroes would be attacking the undebatably more dangerous Noma storage facility. The League of Villains was at best 10 people, including Nomas. Even a moron should have understood that there were at least 100 Nomas being stored, just going off of the recent experiments he'd been having. Sure, rescuing the kidnapped boy would be difficult, but it would be difficult because of their own terrible choices. Leading the charge against the storage facility was, for some reason, best Genist. Why on earth you'd want someone whose power stems from clothes to fight a whole swarm of monsters who were almost naked was beyond all for one. Maybe if he had a few concussions or was a total moron it'd make sense. But unfortunately, his brain was still functioning, so it just seemed wasteful. It wasn't as if Endeavor was going to do much for the League raid, and he was much better at killing than subduing. The correct choice, not a better choice, was to send Endeavor to kill the Nomas and send Best Jeanist as support to help capture the League and rescue the child. The current choice was so bad it could only be described as the wrong one. Wasteful, inefficient, and thoughtless. It was disgusting. He took another bite of his food, smiling. He enjoyed these little moments, with everything slowly sinking into place. This was the payoff he'd been working towards, a nice relaxing meal to himself. Nothing to worry about. No heroes to get in his way, just a nice calm meal while he ate some katsudon. It wasn't a particular favorite to him, just a meal that he had a few times on some very good days. The memories made it better, the physical supplemented by the mental. It was through context that the whole thing came together to become a perfect meal for him, a chance to celebrate what he was doing. There would be heroes besides Best Jeanist, but their identities hadn't been confirmed by the time All for One got his information. However, all other top 10 heroes were accounted for, and would not be near either building, so whoever they brought in HRDLY mattered. Actually, he somewhat wished they sent in Sir Night-Eye. Now there was a quirk he was genuinely distraught over. Sir Night-Eye's incompetence and cowardice kept him from using his quirk to its fullest limits. But that was HRDLY relevant to anything anymore. He'd take care of the heroes that came to bother him himself. Then release his Nomas as All Might approached. Then, when All Might arrived, someone came into the room, having finished training. She had to be in top condition, after all, and that included getting used to the new quirks she had. While All Might couldn't even use one quirk correctly, she had gotten around to using 4 by the end of her career, including her own quirk. None of them were that difficult to replicate, which really outlined how idiotic this entire one-for-all plan had been. He had dozens of quirks that could do the same things as the users could, but he never bothered to use them, because they weren't very good quirks. Sure, a creative mind could use the quirks competently, but levitation. Seriously? Did someone at one point stand up in a blaze of glory, thinking the reason they could never beat him was that they weren't Oons? Hisashi finished eating and chuckled, standing up. His third greatest creation immediately stepped in line, following him out of the room. He couldn't be staring off all day just yet, after all. He still had a lot of work to do. Midoriya needed to have the regeneration quirks taken out of him and be sent on his way for his alibi. Also, the Nomas still needed to be organized, and maybe while he was at it he could give their speeches one last read over. With this two-pronged attack, we will both disable Noma Warehouse and attack the League of Villains head-on, safely rescuing Katsuki Bakugo while also destroying the League and restoring the public's faith in us. The Hero Association representative's eyes swept the crowd. You all should know your teams and jobs already, but are there any questions? The pro-heroes and police began to softly speak among themselves, but there were no big questions raised. It was a multi-stage sneak attack against the League of Villains after all, and was entirely secret. No one outside of the very room they were in knew what they were doing or what their plans were. A few people had some minor questions about their positions, or more specifically a few complaints, but everything came together in the end. The League has left heroism on the back foot several times, with incidents like the Namu attacks or the assaults on UA. The public has seen us failing time and time again to stop them and get the people heading this organization, but now it's our time to take the initiative. Do you all understand? There was a chorus of cheers and confirmations as the meeting wrapped up. This attack would finally stop the League of Villains in their tracks and show the public what heroes were really capable of. Kurogiri handed Midoriya off to the one person who could be reluctantly trusted for this plan, giving careful instructions. Remember to read the papers we sent you. You're his cover story, after all, so you have to be ready to take the flak from his mother for this. Do you understand? Yup. Get him to some hospital. Already told. Ma kid wa she needs to know. The large man took Midoriya like a sack of potatoes, shrugging it off. It's gonna be real easy, but assure you wan da main man ta do it. What, do you think it's beneath you? Kurogiri raised an eyebrow in annoyance, but he forgot that the man he was talking to was one of the greatest villains America had ever seen, the unstoppable Juggernaut. He might not have been smart, but he sure wasn't stupid. Nah fam, but I'm huge. I'm obvious. Dara had to be someone more. Someone more shuttle for this kind of sheet. Mao's Japanese was as poor as ever, but his questions made sense. You didn't get to go head-to-head with Prime All Might and not lose in 10 seconds if you were a moron. The word you're looking for is subtle, and no. You're perfect for this if you remember your part. Kurogiri felt bad now, shaking his head as he stood in the forest with the giant. Mao didn't do this sort of thing, ever. This was his first time being the cover story for someone else. So it made sense he was a little worried. The big guy might usually be excited, but he could still think ahead. He just chose not to, cause he found it more exciting, which technically still was thinking ahead. Midoriya said he was going camping with friends from school like your daughter, so we're going to say you were the adult on hand. We have replicas of all the things that he brought to the camp. It's in this bag, so don't lose them. Mao took the bag from Kirishima with a confused look, blinking. How do you know what kind of sheet Centipeder brought to a fucking camping trip? It's complicated. That actually wasn't HRD. Just checking all the things that Midoriya had bought between a certain time period and then adding anything that MSDR said mattered. But that made him sound like a stalker, so he skipped it over. He was surprised he could still feel shame, especially for something as stupid as this. Actually, it was probably because this was so stupid he felt shame about it. Don't worry about it, K. Cloudy. Mal laughed it off, not too concerned as he pulled out his instructions and read through them again. Suppose this means some big sheet gonna go down. Correct. I get you, fam, I get you. Mal read through the papers again, squinting as he used his brain for the second time this year. Anything bad for us? In theory, no. In practice, we'll both find out. Sheet, don't make it sound too good, Cloudy. Mal shook his head and finished reading, then put the paper away. You wanna stay a while. Have something to eat. Dinner's gonna be ready in an hour. Should be pretty sweet, no? Unfortunately, I must get going. Kirishima politely refused his senior, bowing. I am honored though. Alrighty, den next time once this big operation's over. Mal laughed as he patted Kirishima on the back, handing him a bottle before he turned and walked back into his garage. You ain't getting out of this twice. Sure I'm not. Kirishima chuckled as he turned his leg into a portal and fell through himself, leaving Mao to take care of the details. Mao might seem a little slow and like he didn't take anything seriously, but the main man had been a criminal for almost 100 years. He could handle one child easily enough. And if Mao could handle one child, Kirishima could too. Kirishima emerged from the back of the bar, grabbing spare bottles and cleaning supplies as he re-entered the barroom itself to find his bar was even messier than when he left, with everyone gathered to one side as they focused on the kidnapped child. The blonde bomber had woken up a while ago and everyone wouldn't shut up. It was only 6, but the League of Vandals simply would not shut up and stop making a mess in his bar. Kirishima checked the bottle Mao gave him before popping the cork and pouring himself a tall glass with no ice to get as much alcohol as possible. Tonight was going to be a long night. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.